strongly standing here before you to oppose the motion, which says voting should be mandatory. Firstly, the use of force in a democratic setting is unconstitutional. Forcing people to vote undermines democracy itself. Hence, democracy is built on the ideas of freedom of choice. People should be free to choose who to lead them. Making it mandatory to vote is directly taking away this freedom. Any government that tries to apply the use of force becomes authoritarian, attacking the personal liberties of its citizens. This alone disqualifies the assertion the credibility of any election is for people to be allowed to come out en masse on their own to vote. That's even allowed the government and international community to assess the extent to which that election was successful. Having said that, consider the kind of politician we have in this country and how politics is being practiced. Who are we making voting mandatory for? Just April last year, we voted Tinubu to be our next president, with every hope that this will change for better. Upon signing him, the first bit of color he gave us was to remove the petroleum subsidy, proving the one nation who took in Obia into untold hardship. Prices of goods and services continue to rise. Tinubu, with all his charisma, cannot handle this country the way we want. Presently, we are experiencing the scarcity of the Naira, and as all this are happening, our lawmakers who have the constitutional power to call everybody to order, including President Deputy Note. Particularly the Senate instant, they are busy budgeting for 160 million Naira flashy cars. Housing allowances, it is for God's sake. Is this the kind of our leaders who want to make voting mandatory for? Leaders that have turned out to be bunch of thieves, practical, betrayers, ugly, and a bunch of them from the constitutional box. They are elected for. I beg you, Baba God, scatter them, destroy them, including Hendrik and Adi, that try to make voting mandatory for us. Because of this great leader, we all know that today, hungry, starvation, and water died is the order of them. Burn out of the insincerity of our leaders. It is often said that a child that licked his mother's pot of soup and feel tested goes back to support the second time. The most painful part of this argument is that our retirees who have served this country for 35 years have been neglected. Particularly our teachers who taught and make this country great are being denied their gratuity. Some of the retirees have died. Some of them developed paralysis, while others on their sick bed as a result of inhuman attitudes of our government. Some of their children can no longer go to school because parents can afford paying their school fees again. These are people who are better 2 times the elite. They voted under some of them under rent, all with the hope that things will change for better. No way. And some unscrupulous elements are somewhere agitating for mandatory voting as if they are part of the changing of our greedy leaders. Oh, thunder, where are you? This is the time you are supposed to strike, so that you eliminate all of them, so that we have peace in our nation. Or join them in one aeroplane, so that it will crash land in the course of their journey. Furthermore, our security agents, i.e., the police and army, are being used by the really parties to scare away voter from the police station, by the use of gun and daggers just to prevent for fasting railing. And where that is not possible, courts are being used to turn over the outcome of the election, which is simply because the candidate is incumbent or the highest bidder. Money. This thing has turned our country into misery, starvation, hungry. We are dying as the expense of some few greedy individuals. Yet, we are still preaching mandatory voting. What a nonsense! Introducing mandatory voting will be a calculated attempt to enslave us in our fatherland. Thank you.
Shall never be in vain. I was in Ilorin years ago. We're having breakfast. And we have a pot in which we make tea. I think, if I remember correctly, there are 5 cups in that pot. My wife and I, usually is the one who will finish his first 2 cups, who will get the final one. So I took 1 cup, she took 1. I took 1, she took 1. And I picked the pot to take the 3rd one. And the pot was empty. I looked at her. I couldn't remember when she took the 3rd one. What happened to my tea? And I heard the voice of the Lord. You don't have to believe me, all right? Loud and clear. I said, son, when you prayed, you invited me to join you. Some of you don't know why I call him Daddy. We have a relationship that is difficult to describe. And this is a very special anniversary. My daddy is here. He's here to celebrate with us. Prayers prayed tonight will be answered by fire.
See all those people waiting for this government, the armed robbers. All of them, they are thief. See, there's our leaders. Some people bury money for Sokaway. Billions. Some people bury money for water. Billion. Age of 76, 86 years, he did for senators. I will see one Baba for senators. They are discussing something, Baba do like this, sleep. Age of 85 years. Waiting this much, looking for them. Very soon, revolution is coming to this country. Everybody go fight.
Are you going to be part of the revolution?
Yes, I will carry gun. If you get caught, I will carry it. Nothing will go happen. Anybody will die, he go die. Anybody will remain, go remain. Time is coming. When you go enter all those big men, you go sit there for road. Like this, just come down. You go slaughter them. I'm telling you, time is coming. All those men, they're not going to move and change it. We just come down, slaughter them. God will go vessel. Because time is coming now. Because those sisters are big man now. If anyway, me as I did, so make everybody look me for my television, for the television TV. If I see any big man, where I'm about to kill him now for my press, I go tell them about just kill him. Kill him, don't even leave him. Because that they make us be like this.
Because they say don't keep it.
They don't keep it where they climb that place. They must, their blood, we will use that big man blood to satisfy this country. Very soon is coming. The revolution is coming. You know, go better for all of us.
Is that the revolution they are running from is getting closer. As I've always said, when the revolution wants to happen, a lot of events will happen. But the last trigger is always hunger. And the people of Nigeria are very hungry this time. A hungry man is a revolutionary. So Nigerians have been taken for granted, they have been battered, people have been destroyed, businesses are leaving the country once again. People cannot afford to feed anymore, even if they want. Insecurity everywhere, kidnapping in every corner, and the currency of the country. We also warned in this court when people were saying that Buhari has left that Emilokon will be worse than Buhari. That is Tinubu, and it has also come to pass. Tinubu doesn't even care about anybody except himself and his criminal colleagues and board members who are running Nigeria, Nigeria PLC. They have done everything to destroy the economy. They have done everything to break an average Nigerian. And those who are saying that it is our turn. What is their turn now is suffering, hunger, starvation, sorrow, and a bloody lifestyle that is intolerable. The revolution that they have been running away from is now. Revolution.
Okay, that's small boy. That's small boy.
I'm going to lead Nigerian pensioners naked. I mean, naked. When we are going to protest, we are going to go naked on the streets to ram down this, so that the world will see the Nigerian pensioners in Nigeria are demonstrating naked. If they like, they will arrest us and say, why do you go naked on the streets? In Nigeria, governments don't think about the poor people. They only think about themselves.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are coming to you from a snowy New York City. It's snowing in New York and we enjoy the snow if it's once in a while. We don't want it every day. Welcome. I hope it's warm wherever you are in the world. We are going to go inside in a moment and talk about the issues in the news across Nigeria and Africa. The big story is that Sowore has been free to leave Nigeria and come to America and see his family. We want to ask you if you think the next person to be freed will be Nnamdi Kanu. We're also going to talk about the economic situation in Nigeria. A bag of cement is 15,000 Naira for one bag. The cost of food is up more than 20, some 30%. Unbelievable. Exchange rate is going down the drain. They don't seem to have any solution to the collapse of the Naira. So we're going to talk about that and every other issue, including our friend, the man of God, Adeboye. He seems to be coming up with things that people do not understand anymore about the ministry and the mission. So we're going to talk about whether it's time for him to retire from the work and every other issue in the news. Join us. Let's go inside and take a coffee or tea. And it's cold, man. Let's go inside and talk about
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubo.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Tell you what they think. We invite you to share your opinion. What happens after? We cannot control. Participants may pound you like this. And then you will join Bumi in saying, this platform is not for the weak. We do not start every conversation you hear, but we make every conversation you hear sizzle.
All right. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, February the 17th, 2024. Is another day in New York City. I hope you are having a good time wherever in the world you are. It's snowing here, so we are all very indoors and watching what's going on from inside. So we are going to have a wonderful conversation today, as always. We are starting with Sowore, who got the Nigerian judiciary basically said that they are not going to pursue the case they had against him, treason. And we want to ask if Nnamdi Kanu will be the next. In Nigeria, people are complaining about hardship. Things are very tough. A bag of cement is 15,000 Naira for one. I just saw in the news that the federal government is calling on Dangote and Rabiu to come and explain what happened. We are going to follow that story. We also have our man of God, Pastor Adebayo. Recently, he's been making statements that are making people to think maybe it's time for him to retire. We want to know what you think about that, especially those who believe that he's on the right path. We want to hear from you. Also, we want to talk about the general economic situation. The government is trying everything to control the currency, the fall of the Naira, and it continues to fall. We're going to get into that. If you have a solution to offer the government, they are looking for one. And so we will bring in people who are already in the studio. If you're in the studio, you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We share the link again for those who do not have it. Come into the studio and let's have a conversation on this and other topics in the news. Oh, also our friend Donald Trump, New York, our state here in New York, ordered him to pay $335 million to New York State and barred him from conducting business in New York for the next 3 years. That's unprecedented. So we know he's going to appeal. He's going to spend a lot of time in courts before he wins this election to be the next president of America. All right, so let's welcome people who are here. Wale, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Bonko. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, very good, very good. And how is it where you are? The weather?
Dull as usual. Not too cold, rainy.
Okay.
You can't complain.
Okay.
6 weathers in 1 hour, so it could be windy, and at the same time it could be sunny. And before you close your eyes and open it, it could be something else. So, the Western world couldn't be boast of weather, and the African world couldn't be boast of their own leader. So can't have it all.
Okay, good. Let me go to welcome Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. Well, where are you? I forgot. Don't be angry with me. I forgot what part of the world you are. I know you're in America.
Boring place. Boring. UK.
Yeah, I know Paul is in Arizona, but I don't know.
Paul is in UK. Boring.
Oh, UK? Are you in UK?
How can you tell? I'm even trying to change my accent. Well, that's why I'm pidgin sometimes. Yeah, I'm in UK.
Oh, UK. Okay. So okay, very good. All right. Paul, yeah, welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, I hope you are seeing all my people that, my Nigerian people that do prayer, they will not sleep. What God cannot do does not exist. Maybe it will work for Trump, but we are still waiting. But as at this time, it's still not working. Maybe they are still praying. I don't know where the man will have all those money to pay out all these things. We are looking.
Yeah, it's unprecedented. Alaba, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Rudolph. Good morning, Wale, Paul, and Madzi and everyone else that will still be joining us. It's nice to be back. As you can tell, I'm still cold down here in Chicago.
Is it snowing there?
No, it's not snowing. The temperature just dropped, although we've really had it mild this winter. But yesterday just came down a little bit, but it's not snowing. Okay. The sun is out, actually. Okay. Yeah, it's doing good.
Okay, good.
And how are you?
Good.
Who is this person that said that you told you, Rudolph, that you know me? Remember you said that one time. That said somebody said they know me.
Yeah. You know him. I'll talk to you offline. Yeah. Mazi Prince, welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Wale. Good morning, Mr. Paul. And good morning, Alaba, my brother. Alaba, you are welcome to
Alaba. Okay. Alaba, they don't call you to Alaba.
Probably in Igbo now, it's Alaba. Alaba market.
I know. Call her international.
Right. You know, you are welcome to come to California. Come, we have, the sunshine. We're still having some sunshine.
What part of California are you actually, Mazi Prince?
I am right here in Concord, close to San Francisco. Okay. San Diego is where you don't want to be now. San Diego, they're getting it. They've been pounded by storm like crazy.
Is he also close? Is he also close to Oakland? I was in Oakland last year twice.
Yes. You should have hit me. Oakland is about 10 minutes. Yeah. 10, 15 minutes, away from here. The only thing is I don't want to live in Oakland. Oakland is they have their story,
Okay. It's ghetto.
It's ghetto. Yeah. But it's not good for you. Can't raise your kids there. You want to raise your kids, then your kid will become a gangster.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Can you speak the truth that the Auckland Bridge is way better than the Golden Bridge?
So Auckland Bridge, which is the Bay Bridge, is called the Bay Bridge.
Yes.
And then the Golden Gate. The Golden Gate, one thing with the Golden Gate is that the Golden Gate is shorter.
Very short, yeah.
You understand? But then it's famous being the fact that it was used in this soap opera. There's this soap opera that they used it for, so that is why people know it. At the same time, you can see the Alcatraz much more from the Golden Gate Bridge than from the Bay Bridge. From the Bay Bridge, you will just be seeing it. It's far. Alcatraz is the prison that they used to have in the water.
Yes.
Then they closed it down. And then the Bay Bridge is kind of like in the middle. And then on your left, if you're going to San Francisco, on your left, on the other side, is San Mateo Bridge. Over here we have about almost 5 bridges, that you can use to cross over to either Sacramento or to San Francisco, whichever way. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. The flagship, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, everybody on the panel. How are we doing today?
Good. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, let's start with you now. I mentioned some stories in the news that we're following today. Is there anything that we missed that you think is important that we talk about?
Well, I think one thing I heard about that was kind of a little bit funny, but I think should be addressed a little bit, was the call by the Northern elders and the folks up there, clerics and non-clerics, that are calling on the South to come and join, so we all protest and try to push against this government. I remember back then when Buhari was in office, it was considered as haram when the South wanted to protest. But now it's no longer haram, and they are calling on everyone to join to protest against the Tinubu's government because of the economic situation. The other thing was Wike that put down 20 million for 2 kidnappers in Abuja, and within 2 days the police fished them out. That was kind of
funny to me in a way that so they know where these guys are and they can get them in 2 days with a bounty on their head. Those two were kind of what stood out to me this week. You've mentioned quite a bit. The Herbert Wigwe's case is still under investigation, but there's been a lot of side talks, I'll call them, within the week of suspicions, if this was foul play or just a mere coincidence. So quite a few things that have happened this week that you've mentioned, and just those three are kind of top of my list.
All right, thank you. I like that. I also saw that the governor of Borno State was calling on people to pray to deal with the situation. All right, we will add that. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, how are you?
Very well.
All right.
How is New York? And
Good. We're snowed in.
Okay, so of course, I missed out on what topics you may have, or whatever you may have highlighted as what you have been discussed. So just in case I'm repetitive in terms of what I think is important or relevant, and that would include possibly the nurses issue, the issue with the Nigerian Council of Nurses and Midwives, and the restrictions being placed due to the statistics that came out that about 42,000 nurses have left Nigeria in the last 3 years, and side by side with the fact that there's been, in quotes, 100% increase in the spaces being created for medical students, which I found interesting because in a country where even the first generation or second generation schools are unable to provide for the capacity of the intakes that they have. I don't know how that works, but that's on one hand. Then I'm pretty sure you already laid out plans to discuss about the exchange rates vis-a-vis the economy and the food crisis, the ongoing food crisis. Well, perhaps to also, I guess you also included the issue of the state police that's been brought to the fore already as well. I suspect you already discussed that. And something maybe on us as a side note, I don't think it's really worthy of more discussion. I just found it amusing what happened during the governor's meeting with Tinubu. That side show between the vice president, the governor of Rivers, and Wike. It's quite interesting because anyway, but I'll just keep it at that for now.
All right, thank you, Femi. Thank you. State police, the argument that they want state police now, and nursing and the new changes by the council. Yeah, those are important. We will get to that. Let me go up. Okay, what, Prince?
What about the call by Eric Prince? I find it so I don't know how to describe it. In as much as I know he's a nobody, he's just a Trumper. That's the more reason why Trump will never win. Talking about that Africa needs to be recolonized. On what grounds? Who is he gonna go with to go and recolonize Africa? I don't know if it's worthy for us to discuss it. That would be interesting.
All right.
Are you sure that thing is real? I think it's AI generated.
No. I saw his video. I saw it.
Okay.
As Africa, Africa has been colonized again. It's just in a modern way.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, and also to say that the issue is not about Trump or it's actually about what Africans are going to do about their situation. And if Africans don't do that, maybe it's not the way he's saying it.
Dr. Rudolph, somebody with Eric Prince, Blackwater, what they want is contracts to be a mercenary and go and kill people and make money out of people dying. That's what he wants. And he is from the side that believes that blacks are nothing.
All right. So, Prince, we'll find time for that conversation, and then we can weigh in on that. Well, let's quickly go through any topic that is something important.
The three major things that you mentioned when you started was about Sowore, Tinubu economy, and how people are suffering, and the Christianity or the religious aspect of it. Those are the three things I'm going to quickly summarize my own perspective around. The guy might be a revolutionist, or you might not really agree with his way of talking. But when we look at some of the things he has said, that we don't give him the opportunity. And someone who has been preparing for this post for 20 years now come up with nothing, and people are now suffering. It's just unfortunate that our people, I don't know, maybe I'll call it amnesia, where people have dementia or something, or they forget things. How can you forget so soon all the atrocities and the suffering during the Buhari region, and it all went, and after 8 years they just forget. I mean, it's absurd to me. So anyway, 5 years in their custodies, blah 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 blah. Now he has been released. I don't know what is going to happen next, but I hope Nigerians listen to him and see where he's coming from. I'm not saying he will be a good leader in a way, but it's sometimes it says the truth. But you and I, we might not really agree with him, or we might not really see where he's coming from. But are we not seeing the reality today? That is the thing. And the second thing is all these people that I don't know, I always say it's not their fault. It's our fault. Because if we look within ourselves very well, all these people ruling us, they are part of us. Is it that they are my uncle, my aunties, my sisters? But the thing with human beings is when they are benefiting from, it doesn't really matter that is a corruption or they are embezzling from you and I blood, and they are enjoying whatever they can enjoy. We don't see it because they are our clones, they are our family members. We don't tell them the truth. And that goes down to where I would say a religion matter, because they will steal this money, they will give the pastor or the imam 10% or whatever they want to give, and people, they will give them chair or seat on the front row. They will worship and praise them, not knowing that there will be a time where we're all going to suffer it. So in a way, when you look at what does IMF got to do with our economy? They are, I mean, for those who are Yorubas who have watched this movie called Sowore or Agogwe, is replica of what is happening. And this movie has been out about 20 years, where the timbers, what they call them, the timbers cut or something, they came in and they want the king to be imposed. The king refused to do the rituals. And I mean, for those who have watched the movie, when I reflect back at all, this is what is happening. We have the brains, but people who are supposed to be a good leader. Sometimes I used to wonder if Mr. Rudolph, as good as you are now, if you become the minister, I'm sure you will become a bad person. I don't know how, but it's just very unfortunate. And like Mr. Mazi said, we've been colonized. There's someone said, I rescued 100 slaves. I could have rescued more if only those slaves know that they are slaves. So it's easy for one bigot somewhere to say, oh, Africans should be enslaved. Are they not enslaved already? It's just in a modern way. Look at you and I now. How many of us are ready to go back and, face the bullet? As human beings, we want to find a comfortable place to live. But we'll continue to supply them more slaves because we are having children here. They are growing up. Some of them don't even have our values anymore. They don't know our culture because we're scared to take them home. And they have the Western mentality. So I don't know. I think it's gone too far. I don't know what is going to be the solution. But let's see how it's all planned out.
Well, thank you. You went too far. I didn't know what we were talking about anymore. I thought we were talking about topics. You rounded up everything. So, all right, let's just get from Paul and then Alaba. Then we then start a topic. Paul, go ahead.
I should just go like Waleda, as the case may be. Now, still going around with this topic. I think the topic that you pick.
I don't want to miss anything important. That's all. Just the people.
The topic that you pick, I think is.
And then we go ahead and.
Yeah, the topic that you pick, I think is well okay. I don't see us. Sometimes we take all these 7-8 topics, then we'll end up even when we discuss it. Doctor is already sleeping. You yourself, you will run away. That's the thing. They will just dabble with the Sowore thing, and I think the Sowore looks good. The hunger in the country looks good. This thing that is keep seeing women here and there protesting over sex, going naked, and never that thing. This is sacrilege. This is barbaric. Things are hard. So the hardship, you can't quantitate what is going on when it comes to the hardship. This is really, really tough. So right. I think we can discuss that.
Oh, let's start with the hardship. Let's leave Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu as second topic. Let's start with the hardship. Things about everybody, we all know that, but I was surprised today when the government of Nigeria basically is now summoning the cement manufacturers. Everything they've done with the currency has not worked. In fact, the prediction is that by next month it will be 2,500 pounds, and the dollar will hit $2,000. 2,000 Naira for $1. So what's going on? I don't know if anybody's an economist here, but let's start with you, Alaba. We go down. What is the solution? Because people are really suffering.
People are really suffering, and they have to suffer more. Sadly, as that sounds, the trauma situation of Nigerians is that of a frog that they slowly boil the water, and it adjusts until the water gets hot and the frog does not jump out. But if you drop a frog into a hot water, immediately the frog will jump out. So when we criticize Nigerians, we should have this scientific fact in mind, the state of trauma. But the hardship will go up because the current government, you can't produce something with nothing. They have nothing. That is the truth, guys. They have no ideas. They have no clues on how to run a government. They are not even interested in running a government, even if they have clues. Now, that is the hard fact. That's the core fact. They're not interested. They're there to make money. They are there to share loot. That is their concept, their idea of what governance is. So when you condemn or criticize them, please put this at the back of your mind so you know what you are dealing with. You're not dealing with rational beings or what you consider normal. We are dealing here with the abnormals who think they are normal. This is a tough situation, people. So resolution it's got to be that revolution, but the revolution of a state cannot occur without the revolution of the mind, because the mind in itself of Nigerians has been polluted. It's part of that hot water that they've been boiling in for 60 years. For 60 years, that's almost 2 generations, if not 3 generations of human beings. You understand? You sang, all of you standing here, you sang, what's that struggle song? Luther Continua, or whatever that struggle song we sang in school. The children are still singing that struggle song. I was enjoying that young debater earlier that you showed that was highlighting the fact Good is a debater, but that little boy knows the fact. I don't know if he was coached, but it doesn't matter. He knows the fact, but there's a lot of grown-ups, adults who are big fools, who don't know, who still defend this abnormality, this insanity. You understand? People come on here, they would defend this insanity. Give them time, give them this, give them that. So the likes of
Take mention of Colata.
Yeah, there are lots of them, you know, and they're the moderate ones among them. Oh, well, let's just get along for the sake of getting along. Let us keep boiling in that hot water. There are those ones too. And that leads us to and those are the usual ones that are usually very religious, which brings us to the Adeboyes. You understand? You know, the likes of the Adeboyes, this religious, sanctimonious, fake people. You know, I don't know. You know, by their fruit we shall know them. By now, they should have seen their fruit. They've had their churches in existence for more than 40, 60 years. What have they produced? They've not produced a morally upright society. They have not, because they have sold their souls to the devil. So people like that, Nigeria is going nowhere. The suffering will continue. Dollar will continue to, the Naira will continue to rise against the dollar. And maybe that would gear up a possible revolution. It's looking like it might not be planned. It might not be organized the way things are going. And then I hear the Labour guy, I forgot to remind you to put that on your agenda, Rudolph. The Labour guy saying he's going for, that guy is a joke. That guy is the stock of laughing comedies. I don't know if people will take him serious, but whether people do or not, I would advise all Nigerians, if they eventually march, please join them. Don't say because you're Igbo, you're Yoruba, you're Hausa, join them. If anybody is marching, before you starve to death, because a time will come, you won't be able to march anymore. You will want to, but your legs will not move because there will be no food or energy in you to march. So if the joker that calls himself the Labour guy wants to march, please join him, even though he's a joker. Anybody that wants to march, join them. You know, something got to give. I don't know if I should continue. The others want to speak. Let me stop there. That young boy is brilliant, though.
Let's get others to join, but let me play that video you talked about, a little bit of it. I was surprised that during the debate, when I was in primary school, nobody will allow you to say the kind of things he said about leaders and the state of the country. So let's see a little bit of that.
They voted under some of them under rent, all with the objectives to change for better. No way. And some unscrupulous elements are somewhere agitating for mandatory voting, as if they are part of the changing of our greedy leaders. Oh, thunder, where are you? This is the time you are supposed to strike, so that we eliminate all of them, so that we have peace in our nation. Or join them in one aeroplane, so that it will crash land in the course of their journey. Furthermore, our security.
Can you believe that? I don't know if people understand the impact of this, or that something changed from when I was at school. For teachers to allow a student to prepare this kind of debate subject and say things like this during a debate. Mazi Prince.
What cannot, how would I put it? Nothing surprises me about Nigeria anymore. And why would I say that? Obviously, look at the kid. You see him wearing gloves. I don't know if he's pretending to be an Air Force officer or whatever it is, but you know, his head is all filled up with some sort of thing. Strike. Jesus Christ. Without him knowing that when there is strike, he's not going to go to school. When there is strike, his father might probably not make money. Knowing the government that I know, they will say, oh, no work, no pay. And they will end up not paying his father or his mother and all that stuff. But that's by the way. Let us come to basic economics. You know, economics could be, defined as a scientific process dealing with demand and supply. dealing with what you have as an economic structure. And in Nigeria, we know that Nigeria is mixed economy, number one. And then not only that, it's a free market. So if you say that it's a free market, it means that you are combining socialism, which comes from government, and also capitalism, which comes from the private sector. But then, throughout this week, we keep hearing the government talking about how they want to clamp down on people who are kind of like hoarding. And I asked myself, I said, hoarding, number one, did they give those people money to buy those food? Why would it be hoarding? In their own warehouse? If they bought it with their money, then why should the government be concerned? They've collected their taxes, they've collected their import duty, which keeps increasing every day by day. As a matter of fact, somebody was showing 2015 or 2005 Corolla, whatever it is, 11 million. And I was like, what? 11 million? You know, the thing is this, government business is not to make money. Rather, they are to provide the enabling environment for the people, for the private sector to make money. The CBN governor that we have, Cardoso, I don't think he knows Jack. That guy is Olodo. He's just there for nothing. You say you're floating the currency. You did not have a reserve and you are floating the dollar and other currencies. Currently, the what do you call it? The safer is 2,500 naira to 1,000 safer, which is almost 2.5 to 1 in Nigeria. Ghana cedis is 13 cedis to a dollar. Dollar today in Nigeria is about 1,600. And not only is this guy doing all these things, now he came up with the fact that when we send money, the diasporans, when we send money, the receivers don't receive dollars. What they receive now is Naira, which is creating a lot of this, discrepancies, because the app you use in sending it will take their own. Some will be 1565, 1570, 1585. Meanwhile, we all know that is 1600 over there. So from here already, they're already making their own money going. I saw a video yesterday, and it's about a woman who was going somewhere with the children. I think she heard something was about to be shared somewhere and all that. Somewhere in either in Lagos or Ogun State or whatever. And as she was walking, this woman fell. She fainted. She had to be revived. And when she was being woken up, she said she had not eaten for 4 days. 4 days. Then, if that woman could feel that way, imagine what the children is feeling. It made me shed tears. Government is not supposed to be going after people hoarding. What they can do is, if you go and import your own as government and you flood the market, What does it do? It crashes the price
All right.
and it brings down their own. But they're seizing people's, people's warehouse for no reason because they are lawless. I rest my case for now.
All right. Thank you, Prince. The flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. With reference to the situation at home, the hardship, it is really, really hard. I've seen some videos and heard the news, read some reports on how the situation of things are at home. It is dire, to say the least. The people are suffering. Mazi Prince was talking about the economics aspect a few moments ago. The equation of demand and supply doesn't balance out as it is in Nigeria right now. There is so much demand with little, and the little that's available, the prices are exponentially high, and the people cannot afford it. I saw videos of a gentleman who went to the marketplace to buy a cup of rice and could not, the difference between what he has or what he had and what the actual price was 200 Naira. And the seller refused to sell to him. He broke down crying like a baby. Not to mention the picture of Nigerians who they were told that bread was being, I don't know if they were sharing it for free or selling it for a low price, but you needed to see how disgusting that footage is, how Nigerians have been reduced to nothing for just a loaf of bread. How about the guy who supplied yam to a customer based on what the report says, and people saw it and just free for all, they took it. Nigerians have been reduced to nothing in a land that has so much in abundance that we cannot even quantify it. If Nigeria chooses not to have its citizens work, they can take care of them more than enough with the resources that we have. 1983, Dubai was in Nigeria seeking loans for its country. Today, Dubai is banning Nigerians from visiting their country, and Dubai is the global tourism center of the world. Nigeria has never, ever been opportune to have leaders that have the academic ability, not to talk of the experience of what it takes to rule or govern a nation. Nepotism, incompetence are the two words that I see when I look at Nigerian leaders. And yes, they are not there to rule. They don't even understand what it means to govern. They don't understand policies. They don't understand what it takes for a nation to progress. They don't even understand how to navigate a nation in the case of a crisis of any sort. We are just in limbo as it is. From 1960 till date, Nigeria will be 64 this year. We have not been blessed with a set of leaders who can take us at least up a little bit. The graph of Nigeria, if you plot it from 1960 to date and compare it with other nations, has been going down. And it saddens me that this is happening when we have so much technology, so much ease that we don't even have to work that hard to be able to get these things and implement them in our country to better the people. But the brunt of this whole thing is pushed on the shoulders of the people every day. And I took some time to do a little bit of sober reflection this week and try to figure out what is making the Nigerian people not react. If you look at the indices, every box has been checked for what will cause a revolution. I mean, a bloody revolution in any country.
Nigeria has gone, I mean, it's so much that other nations are looking at us like, what are you guys doing? What are you waiting for? You mean you will allow this to happen? Sri Lanka, it was gas. I think it was Egypt at one time or so. Somalia, I believe, it was bread.
Tunisia.
These are little things that triggered the nation and the pushback. Look at Senegal. They had a president who woke up one morning and said, because the numbers are not looking right for his favorite candidate, decided to cancel the election and move it 6 months ahead. But the people came out. That was all it took. And we're talking about the end of this month for that election to be conducted. So I'm kind of thinking, what is it that is making the Nigerian people not react? And I figured out that, we need to cut them some slack a little bit. The gun is pointed at them. The policies that are designed to take care of them, they flipped it around on them. So you really can't do nothing. How many people were killed in Senegal in the protest? I bet you if it's done in Nigeria, you'll be counting bodies. So how do you want them to react? There is no food, no basic amenities. The gun is pointed at them. And they're tired of carrying the bodies of their loved ones. So the situation is really hard. The people can't, I mean, when I'm hungry, really hungry, there's so much I can do. You can't ask me to go beyond my threshold when I've really not had food to eat, even though I have it. But these people don't know where the next meal is coming from. This morning I was listening to the news. A guy was saying, if before you were marking 3 strokes parallel to each other, with the situation in Nigeria now, I think you need to try to figure out how you make it 001. In other words, what he's saying is, if you were used to having 3 square meals a day, as it stands in Nigeria now, you have to skip 2 and have 1. You choose where you want to put the 1, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And that's if you find it. So there's so much that needs to be done with reference to getting help for the people. It's hard. It's very, very hard. And lastly, the dollar is going to hit 2,000, no doubt. It may go beyond that. I'm just feeling, I don't know how I feel when I remember a video of Zimbabwe a couple of years ago where Bureau de Change is in public, and the Zimbabwean currency are stacked on the table. And this tourist who went to Zimbabwe wanted to change some money. He brought out $10. And they had to literally take a wheelbarrow to wheel the equivalent of $10 of the Zimbabwean money to accompany him to his hotel room. Is Nigeria heading that way? I mean, the government right now has no solution. They fulfill their goal, what they want, be in power. Everybody in the cabinet, as it is right now, are incompetent, as far as I'm concerned. And they all need to be fired, replaced. Every single one of them. And unfortunately, including the guy in the seat of the president, Tinubu himself. So Nigeria is suffering, as it is. And I hope that they get to that threshold where they can push back and say enough is enough. We can't take this anymore, regardless of what happens, even if we have to count bodies. If we sit down here, we'll die. If we fight back, we still die. But at least we're guaranteed a chance that some sort of change would happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. Femi, you're next. Femi had a note.
Yeah, I did. Sometimes that's what I do to try to control myself. So taking it off from where Flagship stopped. So there was something I was going through yesterday, and it goes from the reported $12 million that Burna Boy made in the last 2 years in 8 concerts to a particular company, petroleum subsidiary in Nigeria, that posted a huge loss due to the devaluation policy. And there's always things I like to put in context because of course, obviously, I'm not an economist, just to understand the dynamics of how things work in Nigeria, and it's especially with respect to the common man. See, obviously, we have a structural problem which did not begin today, and if we don't fix a lot of these structural problems, including, of course, that doesn't negate the fact that we still have insecurity problems. We're not manufacturing anything. There's still the issue of electricity. We're wasting even the little foreign exchange that we have on things that are probably not even necessary. And that starts from the government, the cost of doing business and all that. And it's caught up with us. And nobody is saying, especially if we want to be factually correct, nobody is blaming the entire thing only on Tinubu, whilst they've made a lot of wrong moves, especially with the Lego boys in play. The fact remains that even if you're so enthusiastic, you're trying to make a change. Because sometimes I tend to want to believe, align with the fact that nobody really wants to get into government only to make things work. You typically, as a human being, will want to make a name for yourself. But obviously, the everything that's been done so far has been done based off of it's just impromptu. And you notice that I don't know, maybe Mr. Cardoso, while I respect his academic achievements and even his professional achievements, most of what he seems to be doing are just based off of, okay, let's see which one sticks. But it's only making the situation worse. Again, I'll keep it that way for now. I just decided to put out my own observations.
All right, thank you. I showed a few minutes ago just the headline from the Minister for Defense warning people to be careful how they criticize the government. So it's just a warning for you guys to be careful how you criticize the government. Mano Presi Janice.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I greet everybody. What you just showed a while ago, what kind of government are we practicing in Nigeria? Because it seemed like an assault on democracy. You can't even criticize the government or say whatever you want. Is that a democracy? No, it's not. So let's not kid ourselves. Nigeria has become a joking country when it comes to Africa. It's my country, okay? I still love it, but we have to come here and give it what it deserves. Hopefully they will hear from us, because I believe they do listen they do listen us and other people, they know what's going on, what we are talking about. As of right now, nothing is working. Let me start from my own experience, what I have, when I bought a bag of cement, I was doing a project in 2021. A bag of cement was about 3,500. I think I bought some for 3,400. But what is it? This is 21 now. And today we're talking about, 15,000 Naira compared to 3,000. What kind of inflation is that? It's beyond inflation. Because when you look at what's going on right now, even Tinubu may be hiring the so-called expert. I'm not even concerned about the nepotism anymore, because that's Nigeria for you. They have what the so-called brilliant and everything, but it's brilliant by name, portfolio, but it does not materializing when it comes to Nigerian economy. Can anybody in this place tell me what is Tinubu has been in the office for about 9 months, year counting? There's no single added value they have added to that country. Instead, we are regressing. Nothing. At least give me certain thing that's okay. This part of the economy or whatever you're doing is working. Like flash sleep, properly stated. Everything they are doing right now is like trial and error. See which one stick. And none of them is working. They are not going back to the, to proper, know what's actually happening in order to, the main fundamental of where Nigeria is suffering right now, corruption, insecurity and everything. Nothing is going to happen. It doesn't matter what you do about the Naira or whatever, borrow all money you can. It's not going to solve, it's not even going to help Nigeria, because what we are doing right now, we claim ourselves to be the giant of Africa, which are called, giant of Africa, my shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use that word. But anyway, that's what we claim to be. Look at the kind of company we keep. Go and look at the currency of Nigeria. They rank number 10 as the worst currency. I think before, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, was number 10. Now it's number 9. So look at the kind of company we keep. Zimbabwe, Satolo, Uganda, and everything. That's the kind of company out of 50-something country in Africa. Our currency ranked number 9. Everything, we don't keep good company. I mean, insecurity was. I was listening to some interview they was doing I think it was in Kenya, and one of them was in South Africa, and one other country I was listening to. We know South Africa can be biased, but anyway, notwithstanding, they was asking them, which country would you like to live? And every one of the people they interview, they give a caveat to their statement. They would have liked to live in Nigeria. That the corruption, the insecurity, so all of them prefer Ghana, just because Ghana is safe, but they know the opportunity in Nigeria would have afforded them to do something better for their life. Just because of the insecurity and everything, all of them, like I said, they prefer Ghana. Why is that so? Even after Ghana is not as good as Nigeria in terms of work, or how you can, how you can do better in terms, because of our population and what we deserve. Nothing is working. You have to curb that insecurity. All this thing they're proposing about state police, I guess, we're going to talk about that, right? So, I mean, let me not go into that. I have a lot of statements to make about that. But anyway, Nigeria is not working. I mean, as of now, right now, I'm going to give Tinubu F. I mean, it's not that I want him to fail. 9 months F. Not even anything like D- or when it is completely F, because he doesn't know what he's doing.
All right.
Whether it's because of people behind him or he doesn't know what. I mean, the man doesn't know. He doesn't know. He may have been. I will give him that. He may have been good in politics. Yeah, that's what I give him. He's one of the best Nigerian politician. But that's politics. But policy-wise, he's a failure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. CM, I want you to go beyond what's wrong, what you think is wrong, to tell us what's the solution.
What's happening? Thank you, Rudolph, and good afternoon, everybody. Please, all protocols observed. Straight away, I will just tell you the solution is Nigerians should start to dialogue with each other on post-Nigeria republics. I'm not being original here. Just my friend mooted the idea to me months ago, since last year. But with the way things are going, I think that is a very wise decision. Nigerians should start to dialogue with each other. Urobo dialogue with Isoko dialogue with Joino, just like this. We just have to start, because there is no light at the end of the tunnel. That is just the pure solution for now. Every other thing is just a deceit. I say this because, one, somebody said here that what is happening in Nigeria is long overdue for a revolution. I agree. But why revolution can never happen in Nigeria is because of, you see, our innate obsession with tribalism. An average Nigerian will honorably, with pride, take a poison, insofar as the person giving him or her the poison is from his ethnic group. He knows his poison, he will die. But so far it's my man from my area giving it to me, I will take it. If another person is promising you honey, you say, I don't trust that person, he has trust issue. So why are we forcing ourselves on ourselves? For 60 years, we've been practicing the same thing, and it's not going to work. There are a lot to say. Federal government is clamping down on people hoarding food. Do you know I laugh? I'm in the UK here in 2020. Oyibo do lockdown. In Germany, instead of bringing foodstuff to your house, they will go and put it at the bus stops because they don't want to. They want to respect your human rights. Say if you need it in the evening, you can go there and carry this anyone you want. They don't want to knock and start giving you as if they're insulting you. In the UK, there were some way they did it. After doing all this, the EU sat down to say, our people in Africa, how are they gonna cope? They sent all this to Nigeria. The whole 36 state governors, they hoarded it. True of us? True. That was when they discovered it before I think around NSAS. So if the one given by the EU, taxpayers' money in the EU, they said, take Africans, take or Nigerians, have this. We know COVID-19 is worldwide. Yet our so-called governors or leaders hoarded it in the hope that 2023 will soon they'll use it to do election. So where did those people hoarding foodstuffs now? Where did they learn it from? Even then, this is their own. They imported it with their own money. But the one given by EU, free of charge. It's like I give Paul, my friend here, Paul, take this thing, go and give to another person. Paul hoard it. Don't you know it's an unforgiving sin? It's not your money. It's my own. Go and give. And then you hoard it. So what are we talking? There are signs Nigeria should have gone. Look, it should have been to your tent to Israel. But because we play tribalism, even when we see clearly that this doesn't work, most of us are abroad. The person that attends to you in the hospital, is he from your area? The person representing the area you are living, is he from your tribe? But we are happy. But when we go back to Nigeria, we start to talk of so Nigeria is so tribal centric that the best way for us is to go our separate ways. That is when we will enjoy life, because you will not challenge that man giving you poison. That though we are from the same place, this is not Nigeria, I can challenge you. But all these things we are just saying, there is nothing we work, because tribalism is so much more important than even life that we live. I mean, examples are banned. If you feel tribalism, we use religion. Do you know that Nigerian flag for the first time in the open was burnt in the north, and everybody is keeping quiet? What if that flag was burnt in Ugeli in Delta State, or in Nnewi in Anambra State, or somewhere in Nsukka or Onisha? By now, the last artillery Nigeria has will be mobilized to say they are burning Nigerian flag. Either they blame it on P2B, or they say it's IPOB. But in the north, they are doing it now openly. Openly. Sultan of Sokoto said Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If it's somebody from the southeast, who said this, you will be called in for questioning. I mean, let Nigeria, let us for once get to our feet and tell ourselves the truth. Let me round up. I don't want to waste time because the idea is just like rehashing the whole thing. Nigerians should stop. The Nigerian ethnic groups should start discussing with each other on post-Nigeria republics. That is the solution I will prefer. If Urobo can coexist with Ijo, start now to talk how you are going to do it. If Igbo can coexist with TV, go there. If Yoruba want to go, that is the thing we should be talking of now. All this idea of semantics, if we do it, we do. Look at where we are. Look at the election we conducted last year. We voted more than 400 billion for a technology that is working. Tested in Anambra State, perfect. Tested in Ondo State, worked. Tested in Edo State, it worked. Tested in Osun State, it worked. When it came to presidential election, 3 elections on the same day, House of Reps, House of Senate, and presidential. How many people are contesting senatorial election in Nigeria today? Because it's so clear. House of Reps, how many? But on that of the presidency, they say switch it off. Now look, and then we collected 40 million euros from the EU as part of that election. Then when the EU write their result, their report, we start to castigate them. Nigerians should look, let's not waste any more time. We should start now to dialogue. That is what Nigeria wants. If you doubt, I will go home today. I will go home tomorrow if you doubt me, and we burn Nigerian flag openly at Michael Opera Square in Enugu. Police, before you know it, they come and they arrest me. But they are doing it in the north, nothing is happening. That is Nigeria to you, because they know the people that we do. So look, we don't need to be deceiving ourselves. It's not, I mean, we don't need all this. We've suffered enough. There is nothing that we make Naira not to get to maybe beyond 2,000 Naira to the dollar. Nothing will stop it. It's like a dry leaf falling from the tree. You can't stop it. It continues to fall until, if it takes you 20 years to get to the ground or to fall in a stream. That is, if the wind helps it to blow, that is, see, this is the truth. We all know it. So when we gather here and we start to provide a solution, we all know the solution. We are not one. We cannot continue to force ourselves on ourselves. It's not working. We've tried everything. It's not working. We believe in tribe. Ethnicity is more important than the fresh air we breathe in Nigeria. So why can't we try that option? Why can't we try it? That is what Nigerians should be talking about. Because of this, I have to go back to history. This is a book. Some of you know it, the Arnold Harold Smith, the man who disclosed how they rigged the election, the first the first census they did, and 1959 general election. This is the man. He said they squalid into an empire. I'm just reading it. If you see what this man revealed, know that Nigeria is just like what they call it, animal farm. You gather people and then be watching. This is the man said the whole truth. And while he was writing it, Margaret Thatcher was bugging his line. While he was putting down the memo, Margaret Thatcher, British Prime Minister, he wrote it here, was bugging his telephone line to know what he's discussing. So this high tech they're playing with Nigeria. This is a book, the Harold Smith story. People should look for it and read. So Nigeria, after reading it, I found out that we've been wasting our time. There is no formula that can work in Nigeria. From today, I'm saying it. There is no formula that can work. If you like, go and import even if you bring Jesus Christ to be president, they will ask him, what is your state of origin? If he says, that side don't rule now, now we're not good. If he say, you do how long have you been in this party? Did you pay your tax? We go and bring tax clearance. After all, so look, let's stop wasting time. Nigeria should start to discuss on how they are going to be a little bit apart and survive, than to come too closely together like Ojukwu said during the war and perish on collision. This is too much. If you read this book, you know that we are wasting our time. The next 40 years, Nigeria will remain the way it is. 10 steps backwards, 1 million steps backward, 10 steps forward, 1 million steps backwards. That's where we are. And let me use this. Let me end on this. I want to debunk one lie. For those that we say, if Nigeria didn't get up, Africa won't rise. I used to believe it, but it's a lie. Egypt is rising. Rwanda is rising. South Africa, they're all rising. Nigeria is sinking. So why are they not sinking with Nigeria until Nigeria will rise? So part of that myth or those lies, I'm debunking it today. I used to believe it before, but it's a lie. Nigeria's destiny. No African destiny is tied to that of Nigeria. That was what they used the diplomacy of Joe Garuba, 1975. Africa has come of age. Africa is a giant of. It's a lie. It's a squalid, like this guy said, a very dirty environment. Nigeria is sinking, other African countries are rising. So there's no need saying that if without Nigeria rising, Africa can rise. Oh, that one na fab. It's a very big fib. Very gigantic lie. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you, CM. Let me just mention that in this news story, the Sultan also said something interesting, that he was warning the government that they cannot control the young people who are angry and hungry, that they cannot no longer control them. So that they used to be able to control them, but now they are losing control. All right, let me go to the next person. Paul, you're next.
Oh, yeah. Man, these guys that spoke before me, the fire. I can see the emotions over everybody, even though my brother, flagship, the emotions is just raging. But truth be told, things are very, very difficult. I tried to disagree for a very long time over this succession in Nigeria. But closely, I strongly believe that the succession needs to take place. I think I want to agree with CM as at this time, because truth be told, when we look at Europe, places like all these small Luxembourg, Albania, these are small countries of 2 million people. You understand? If they can do it and nothing happen, and they are growing, why can't we also do it? I just want to believe the easier, maybe it will be better. Growing up in Lagos, I was born in Lagos. I kind of want to understand what CM is saying. The so-called Urobo people, they take over Ajegule. The Urobo people, and they take a particular place. The Urobo people take one part, the Isoko people take one part, the Jos take one part. The Igbo people came, they take another part, and they were doing well because, and all these people, they cooperate together. They started doing well, but when they started fighting themselves, Urobo started fighting Isoko, the Jos started fighting Urobo. Guess what? Everything Yoruba gives to them, they started taking everything back. And the Yorubas that is taking everything back from them, they don't even use it to do anything. It's just a show of strength. You understand? It's just a show of strength. So maybe it's time for us to even divide this country in our little ways. There are some small African countries here and there. Where CM is making mention of all these countries. He failed to mention countries like Botswana. These are countries that are doing very well for themselves. When I see all these things, I want to believe CM. Then doctor talking about the hardship is really tough. I watch it in Arise. I also watch it in AIT. I storm on it and channels, but not so elaborate. Doctor, when school resumed, they discovered so many private schools. Kids couldn't come to school. Why they were thinking that maybe the parents don't have money to pay for school fees, only for them to start going to public schools. Public schools, the state schools that is also free, kids couldn't come to school. The parents don't have transport money to give to them to go to school. You understand? The transport money, some parents say the money that they will give them for transport is more than what they will even eat a day. So does it make sense for you to give a kid money to go to school and the kid will go to school hungry? You understand? The way the Igbo man will say, okay, the price goes up, the man who do business, they will increase their price to follow the market rate, to follow the inflation. The man who earns salary don't have that luxury to say, God, transport don't increase my salary this month. God, transport don't increase my salary again. They don't have that luxury. So many people now are sleeping in their workplace. So many people are makeshift bathroom in their workplace. Companies that have no bathroom. People pay all type of thing to work, fetch water, and take baths at night, just hide somewhere. This is how tough. Many men can't go home. They sleep in their place of work. Some people go home 1 or 2 a week. That's how tough things can be. People can't feed well. People can't do anything. Doctor, I'm not saying it like I'm bragging. Somebody that I don't know, another person called me. This person had a visa. The visa will expire in 1 month time. It's a 2 years visa. No money. Doctor, I gave the person money. I bought the ticket for the person. I don't know the person. Because to me, to my family, nobody will convince me with any business in Nigeria. Come join me in this sun. Come and join me in the cold. What does that mean? Which means I'm giving up in Nigeria. You understand? If I can convince anybody to leave that place. You understand? So I don't understand the interpretation I want to give. Then the next minute I will say, I love this place, but I'm bringing our great mind, our best brains, I'm bringing them here. It's absurd. Things are really, really hard. I've lost good percentage of my classmates, my age grade. You understand? They die just for little things. I'm so sorry using those words. Just because of hungry. People can't treat themselves. People are forced to do self-medication. Some become alcoholic in the name of they want to drink agbo morning, afternoon, and night. Meanwhile, if they give me pain medicine, if my doctor advised me for pain medicine twice, maybe three times a day, as the case may be, we all know what we do. If you take it today, if that pain go, we stop. We don't take it again. You understand? So things are just so hard. I don't know how I want to explain it. When I see that number, at a time, I even want to leave WhatsApp. I've run away from Facebook. I've run away from everywhere. You know, but I can't just hide it. I see all these things. I have a app. I listen to about 10 radio stations in Nigeria. I watch the news. I see how things are hard. Things are going up every day. The other day, somebody cried to me that the kids are hungry, everything. I don't want to give the person money. Believe me, that's my truth. I don't want to give the person money. I just punched 40,000. When I punch 40,000, on the other side, it's showing me $27. I felt bad because about that same time, my daughter just used my card. It just popped up off my phone just to buy a meal in school. That is the money I sent to that family. And the person is telling me that, hey, thank you. They bought 2 pints of gari. They bought yam. They bought this. They bought that. My daughter used that money to buy 1 meal in school. Doctor, that's how things can hard. Things are so tough, and the government don't understand. That will result to corruption. That will result to corruption. Back in the days when people are doing this 4119, at the time they started calling it Yahoo Plus. Yahoo Plus simply means they say it's ritual. Say this one don't know how to turn off computer, don't know how to speak English. How will he use it to convince a white man? He's doing ritual. But doctor, guess what? The so-called Yahoo boys today, they are the movers and the shakers of our economy. They are the one that is making business thrive in Nigeria. I can tell you, I do car business. These are the people that buy cars. These are the people that call me, I want to buy a car. They'll pay cash. I will see the money before the car will even leave the state of Arizona. They are the movers and shakers. The girls will run after them. Some father beg these people to teach their son work, even when we know that this is not a job. That is the only lucrative job in Nigeria. You understand? Integrity is far gone from that country. Look at our pastors. When the emir said so, we all know why the emir said so. The time that we fear men of God, the time that we fear these so-called abalis, those days has come and gone. Those days has come and gone. I keep saying it here. Growing up, my Muslim people, when they give us this their salad meat, I live with Yoruba people. My mother would ask us to go buy poly bag, we'll go throw it away in the next 2 streets. And my mother will be forced to go buy meat to cook, to pretend to those people that is cooking what they give to her. But today that I'm causing all these pastors up and down on the internet and everything, my family, they literally call me Illuminati. Doctor, they still take my money. I said, why would I not reject my money? They can't afford to reject it like we reject those meats from those Muslim people back in the days. They can't. You understand? Because things are hard. If they are doing okay, I don't think they'll take somebody like my money for me to have the guts. Me, my name is Paul, who was born in a Christian home, to be cursing pastors all up and down, defending all this my nonsense by their own calculation, and I will give them money, they will take it. Come on, it's absurd. But they don't have options. My brother, please, I want to beg everybody here, don't get mad with some of your siblings and friends. You understand? Don't give anybody business money. At least try to put food on the table. Don't give them money for business. Don't give people 2 million. If it is 50,000, if it is 100,000, here and there, let them feed. Please, it will go a long way. Things are really, really tough. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for that. Before we go to Kandu, let me just point out that this concern that we have or we're expressing today, some people in the Senate thought about it and they came up with a solution, which is a return to a parliamentary system. About 60 senators in Nigeria arrived at that conclusion that the presidential system is not working for us. We should go back to a parliamentary system. That's their own solution to the problem. All right, let's go to Kandu. Welcome to the show. My computer is freezing, it's messing up. Can you hear me? Kandu?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I know you, Paula. I'm moving on to Kandu. Kandu, welcome to the show.
I think he mutes himself.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's not me. Okay, let's see. I can't unmute you, Kando. You have to unmute yourself.
Is it one word
Okay.
or two
Can you
words?
hear me now?
Yeah, okay, we can hear you, Kando. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I had to come up. I had to come up when I heard some of the things that have been said. You know, I listened to Mr. Ferrer earlier saying that unfortunately people are going to have to suffer. You know, and I remember in December 2022, I told my dad and I told everyone that I knew in Nigeria that they should not celebrate Ileya or Christmas because the suffering that is coming is going to be like none that's been seen. This was December 2022. I mean, some people in my family said, you don't come again, or how are you going to tell people not to celebrate Christmas or Ileya? I said, I don't think you guys understand what's coming. And for good measure, you know, whenever people have chance, go and Google subsidy removal and look at the section of it where Sanusi Lamido Sanusi spoke in 2014. At that point, the Naira was $1 to 187 Naira. And he outlined this thing to these people. Ngozi was there. Madam 20 billion with the UK. She was there. Falana was there. He told these people, if you continue to pay this subsidy, your Naira is going to go to 1,000 to 1. This was in 2015. And I did the research that I could and wrote in Sarah Reporter that year that it's going to go to 1,000 to 1 in 7 years. People said, you are one of those people that don't like Nigeria. I don't care about liking anybody. It's looking at the facts. I think about a year ago, I was in the chats and I was writing like crazy that these people got to do something. I think it was 600 to a Naira then. I said in 18 months, based on the metrics I'm looking at, this thing is going to be a 2,000 Naira to a dollar. So nobody should come and say nobody knew. For those who were paying attention and those who were supposed to pay attention, they should have known, especially those who call themselves economists or work in the financial sector. They should have known. This is treacherous, what these people have allowed to happen. And eventually, because these people don't have a solution, that was why some of us were wailing on here not to elect this man, whether he went to Chicago University or University of Chicago, or State Penn or Penn State. It doesn't matter. You see, you can lie to people so often and long enough. You can't lie to everybody all of the time. They pulled that magic they did in Lagos with tax people to death and come up with money. That's the only plan these people have, tax and spend. And unfortunately, we're at a point, there are no easy solutions. None. I don't care who you go and bring from whatever university, from whatever economic method that's ever been tried. The good news is not everybody will die. There are 200 and something million of us. There will still be some people left. But there is no way to avert where we are. I mean, maybe there are. I just can't see it. The stock measures that can be put in place is a little bit too late. all the Osoko or whatever his name is, the Tunde Edus and all whatnot, it's a little bit too late for these measures to be taken. I know they're trying some things, but where were these people 5 years ago, even when they were not in government? I wasn't in government, but I could see what was going on. Why didn't these people realize and recognize what was going on and put in measures to elevate the suffering that was coming? So I don't really, this is really one of the first times when I can look at an economic model and say, I don't have a solution. I really don't. And I hope there are some smart people out there that do have the solutions that will actually work. But you're not producing anything. I don't know how you're going to be able to stabilize the currency.
So, Andy, before you go, don't you think? Do you think it's not possible to go back in terms of reverse the oil subsidy? There are some reports saying that we already have an oil subsidy back again, up to 1 trillion a month. Can't we go back to putting in the subsidy back in place? Also, the floating of the Naira, don't you think it's possible, or is it going to be more devastating if we are going to go back to that controlling or trying to defend the Naira?
That will definitely help, and I think the refineries that are purported to be coming on board will definitely help some, because if you're not taking dollars out to go and refine and bring in all these petroleum products and everything else into the country, it will definitely, it will strengthen the Naira. But you see, part of this problem is since 2000, this is not a Tinubu problem. I mean, could Tinubu have taken certain steps, whether it was Obi or Atiku that got there? You see, this is where leadership comes in. If these people had gotten in and said, you know what, the country is actually in a bigger mess than we thought, and for that reason, see, we're all trillionaires here in the Senate. We're not going to receive any salaries. We're not going to be buying any cars from Japan or wherever. People tell me, well, what's his name? The guy that manufactures car in the East.
Innocent.
Yeah, they say Innocent's car breaks down every, so often. I said, these people buy cars every 4 years anyway. Manage them for 4 years. We go buy you another one. You're exporting jobs. Who does that? Who export jobs to other people's country when you don't have people that have enough jobs? So to answer your question now, Dr. Damages, those will help some. Those measures will help some. But you see, what we have done, of what these people have elected to do, is they have stolen, I think by my numbers, is about 38 trillion Naira from all these paying subsidies to these petroleum exporters. And that is why I need an Idiagmo or a Rollins. Not just let them go.
Doctor, you want to put me on the backstage? I'll be back later.
Not just let's kick these people out. We need somebody that will go into these people's houses, just like the guys in Gambia did a little over a year ago. When those guys got in, they went to the houses of the ministers and all these people, and the cash money they found was 1/6 of the country's budget. So I need me a Rollins or an Idiagmo that will go into their soccer ways, their wives' bras and underwear, and get all our money back. That's what I need. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Matt, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening from here, Dr. Damages. Long time. Good evening,
How are you?
Lisa. I'm good. And you?
Good.
Yeah. Okay. What's the topic? What are we saying? What are we discussing? Because I've been listening though, but I'm coming with bomb now because of some certain things. I had to destroy the hair to speak my mind because the country is going haywire and crazy. So no need of keeping the truth under the table. Then everybody had to, speak it out the way it is. So tell me where to go, but I had to still say what I want to say.
All right, we're talking about the hardship in the country, the exchange rates, the cost of goods and services, including the food prices going up in Nigeria. What's the solution? What can the government do to help the people? Because people are at the age, they are at the point where they can't take it anymore. And we see the signs in Nigeria in demonstrations, people basically complaining that they can't survive in this condition. So.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm sorry that things are going the way it's going, but I had to just say what I want to say. I hope the Yoruba bigotry, they have seen it right now, how it's going. They, Emilio Con and all that, they say they are. I hope they're seeing how things are moving and the way it's going. I hope the northern people, I hope they are seeing their wicked tribalism. I hope they are seeing how it's going right now. I hope they are seeing that Enugu man is not suffering it alone. I hope they are seeing that that man in Owerri is not suffering it alone. He's going around the clock. Everybody is hitting everybody hard now, And I thank God, even the way he's hitting everybody, my Igbo people, we are still surviving. We are still moving, no matter what it is. Even though they let themselves make one bag of cement, 50,000, we will still buy it because we know how to make our money. But I'm still saying it generally, but they are seeing how it goes right now. Since we were here in your platform, you saw what we are doing, advocating for change, talking about one Nigeria, speaking and deliberating, letting people to know the danger of going in the direction that we are going in. They were, craving to, have someone that come from their tribe. They were craving to have someone that come from their tribe. Look at, even in this hardship, do you know that a man, an Hausa man, was speaking in front of Ribadu, saying that the hardship in Nigeria is being caused by Igbo man. This is how to tell you that that country is not going nowhere. There's no sight. There's no sight. They are swallowed in their tribalism. Now, I don't know. As long as you think that Igbo man is your problem in that country, I'm telling you, it has to be like this. They have not seen nothing yet. It's coming. Dollar, maybe I'm praying for dollar to get to 5,000 Naira for $1. Then they will understand what we are saying. Now they are still, this is a joke. They are still, this preamble, they are still, warming up. The hardship is warming up. Because when they were killing people, in Lagos, doing all sort of rubbish that we are doing, people we are telling them, no, we want Nigeria. No matter who is going to be the president, it doesn't matter. What we need is someone that will take us to where we are going to. Like what our brother said, the one that spoke before, I don't know, I can't see his name right now. Let me tell you, you say it doesn't matter who comes in. I will tell you it matters. It matters who comes in. There is no way, another P2B will be there. This thing will be happening. Let me tell you, if you know your ABCD, you know your ABCD. Let me ask you a question. Can anyone here in this panel tell me, is there anyone in our government today that is productive? Among all of them, can anyone point one person among all that we have that is productive? Both in our Senate, both in House and the President and even the cabinet, who among these men are productive? There is none. These people are people that are pocketing money. I don't, but I hate it when Nigerians come here. You will be telling me economics. I just hate that because there is all this academic nonsense that we have in Nigeria.
All right. Matt is gone. He left the building. Let's go to Mazi Ovie and then forefathers. Ovie.
Hello, my people, my people. Now they hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. It's been a minute.
Okay, did you go on Hajj? Because we haven't seen you in a while. Did you go on Hajj or whatever?
The street get the best of me this couple of weeks. You know, you must pay bills. So I know, as they say, I don't see Boma will go pay my rent this month. That's why I'm back. So hopefully the person will continue. Anyway, where are we, Dr. Damiji? What do they talk? I mean, I know. I've a lot of at least I've heard a lot of people spoke, starting from the other gentleman with the.
So we're saying people are suffering in Nigeria. What are the solutions? What solutions can you give the government to help people who are suffering?
Solution. Oh yeah. Okay. Now I think that's why the people that spoke before me started from the man with the big voice, the radio voice. You know, he ended his speech with a hope, and I think CM he pretty more leaning towards Moku scatter. You know, but I think the main question here, then a lot of people are leaning towards revolution and all that. It's the right time, maybe, and I think a lot of people make argument towards the fact that now that people they suffer, you know, it will come to fruition. But I think for me, the question we should be asking ourselves is, if Bege happened today, if the so-called revolution begins, who wins? I argue the ruling class, the ruling elite will win for obvious reason. They are in control of pretty much all the organized institution, starting from the churches. They are in control. You can tell from the utterances of the leaders. They are in control. They are in capture of that. Go to civil society, they're in their pocket. Organized labor, then get them. You can argue the better money that is coming from diasporans going towards their purse. Political parties, they are in control. What is again? Organized media, they are in control. Money, now them get them. So if it happened today, how long can we sustain it? Because one thing we need to understand is that people don't bring changes. Organized people do. Are we organized enough that if it happens today, and even if we happen to come as successful with the ordinary people, are we ready to govern ourselves? I'm asking this question because it's embedded in the mistakes the people that came before us make. And I see us repeating the same thing. We are all calling for this, that. But are we organized enough to actually go at what we are asking for? And yes, are we going to win? So to me, that is the question we should be asking ourselves. Because all these institutions are in the what they call four stage of the controls of power, where social powers are embedded, where this elite, because one thing we need to understand when we talk about this elite, they are not necessarily the worst of us or the best of us. They are just few people within us who are in controls of the social power. What do you mean by social power? Anyone or any group of people who can influence the behavior of people or individuals. Those are the people we call elite. Right? We talk about the cohesive power, the military elite. Now, if you remember mentioning the institution they control, I deliberately omit the military because as far as I'm concerned, they are wounded. They are no longer at the top. But are we organized enough to work with them? That's a different conversation. So the military, they are in control of power of coercion. They can use force. They have the money to buy people to militarize everybody to go into war. They are in control of that. The economy, where the economy base of the country, the elite are in control. The big businesses we talk about there. As of today, these people, all the business guys are in bed with current government. Right? Let's even talk about one of the most important power, the soft power of persuasion, the power of persuasion, the power of the media, the power of influencers. Are they with us? Because if you want to talk about the media, that's why the TV, go beyond people who tell you the news or what to do. Go to the owners. That's where the money is. Where are their allegiance? All these influencers, all these big intellectuals, are they with us? So there are so many things that organizing will bring to the table. It's not that we don't have answer to all this, because we'll be talking about problem all our life. At this point, I guarantee we have the solution. But are we organized enough? Can we put our differences aside and come to the table? If we are saying everybody is hungry, yes, everybody is hungry. Maybe the Igbo man, what he or she understands that is making hungry is different from what the Kanuri man understands. So who are those people that can bring this discussion to the table? Because if there's anything that we can compete favorably, is the internet, which is the new media. But we still have to look at the reality of the internet too, of the new media. How many Nigerians are consuming it? As far as I'm concerned, that's not a problem, right? If we can actually say, okay, have 6 million, 10% of 6 million is what? We can sell them into the trenches. But all this cannot happen without organizing. Again, look at the political class. We hate them or love them. They are organized. Few months ago, me and you, we won't blow ourselves because of them. But today, guess what? They are all in one accord. Only few now then decided to say, "Make una wait first." And if you look at the recruiting strategy of this administration, it is very deliberate. It skip one class. A lot of this, the class are called the OB, the Konkoso class are not, again, not more favorable. It comes down to the class of the Sowore, giving them appointment back and front. It is deliberate because if you look for the coalition, those are actually our voice. When I mean our voice, those who don't believe in the system or those who don't believe in the political structure. The only man who is standing now is Sowore. But again, it's a conversation that we still don't trust him. But again, it's all about organizing. We have to put our differences aside. If we actually believe our hunger day, somebody say we'll never hungry reach. We see, because revolution, the success of a revolution is embedded in the organizing. I mean, go back to history. Today, we know if we trust the churches again because the most successful uprising of any organization that I talk is the civil rights movement of the United States. And everything started and ended from the church. But when they take the head of the church out, which is Martin Luther King, all the pastors decide to say, you know what, everybody begin to follow. So that's why I say they are in control of the churches, but we can still come. And again, we have to understand, not that they don't go through what we are going through. I believe that they don't live with us, but again, they also live with us. Their investment is not in Nigeria, but they live with us. We know that they know us. So if you think they are deaf and dumb towards everything that they do, right? So organizing, as far as I'm concerned, is the only way out. Kwame Ture said it. If you organize little, you get little done. Organize much, you get much. If you don't organize that, you don't get nothing done. And the success of any organizing is seeing beyond our differences. Somebody who's arguing for individual sovereignty, because see me them do police, me them be police, state police, put police. But individual sovereignty is not even on the table. That's what I believe. Some people believe in succession and all that, but all this can only happen if we work together. There's power in numbers. We have it, but we don't get money. And the money can always come to be if we come together, if we organize. So that's what I'm saying. If it happens today, who go win? That's the question anybody can answer to.
Dr. Damage, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want every panelist to please go and rewind what Ovie has just said. He has hit the nail on the head. This is different from coming here talking about the problem every day. Pay attention to the details Ovie is saying. These are the key facts. If you're a thinker, if you're a doer, if you want the best for Nigeria, that last submission that Ovie just made is the key to going forward. And I want everybody who didn't hear it to go back and repeat it, because this man is talking, and he's talking pragmatism here. Thank you.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I know we should discuss that, but those things he has outlined, you cannot ignore those facts. Those things here, whether it works or not, whether there are
some few weeks back, yeah. Some few weeks back, we were talking about something.
Listen, whether there are loopholes to it or not, those are not the issue. But the issue is the way forward is what that man has done. He has just outlined who controls power. Every aspect of the society has been hijacked. And this man is telling from your financial to your religious to your social. So you all need to think deep. This is not a debate of whether it works or not. We're talking the foundation. That man just laid out the basic foundation to the Nigerian problem. When it's my turn, I will talk more, but let others go.
All right, thank you. Fofada Senest.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and greetings to the panelists, and greetings to the chat, and especially to the viewers. The Nigerian problem, I think Ovie spoke well in terms of being organized, because I saw the way all the elites in Nigeria were, coming together to mourn the passing of Wigwe. And but that said, yeah, if you are organized, you are more likely to succeed, isn't it? That is very obvious. And but Nigerians themselves, in terms of acting and doing stuff, they are not organized. I'm beginning to conclude that Nigeria is single-handedly the biggest problem the black race has. Maybe because we will take they take a special case to brainwash us specially. But something is seriously wrong with us when some of us still think that breaking up is going to be any solution to anything in this world. When Niger Republic, Mali, and this thing, Burkina Faso just banded together, and because of that, no nation can touch them. And all those people that have been wishing that Fulanis disappear, watch what happens. Because our mumu wear trouser. When those people join the North Africans, watch your glory then. Let's see where your glory is going to be. Because somebody that is part of your family, you want to chase them away. You chase them away into the hands of the bigger enemy. And when the consequences start flowing through, we start complaining like moo again. We've run our country to the ground because we love foreign things. I admitted it the other day. I'm one of them. I bought into Western propaganda when I was younger, and I came here more than 20 years ago. We ran that country to the ground, where if a country as tiny as Singapore can export 341 billion, while Nigeria can do 47 billion, if you remove oil, it's almost like we don't even export anything. How do you run a country that badly if the people are not involved? The people are complicit, the middle classes and the elites. Their mindset is completely wrong. They don't understand the value of building their own. All they understand is the value of building other people up. And I just saw an interview recently where a lady was interviewing a fellow Nigerian movie maker that is overseas. And she was saying that Nigerians sent people. I didn't know it was a strategy. Nigerians sent a lot of Nigerians overseas, hoping that they're going to come back to develop Nigeria. But they didn't come back to develop Nigeria because the Nigerian government failed to tap into it. But it was a success in a way because the guy was still able to make movies overseas. How can that be a success when they are working for Iwebu? They are building their own economy where it's not building Nigeria. That tells you the kind of way we are going to be willing to bend over backward to make even failure look like success. Look at the state of our economy. Our dollar is falling every day because our leader thinks that it's a good idea to be listening to IMF. After how many decades of failure? They still come into office and you listen to IMF. Or a woman will come to us, they will tell us what to do, we'll listen to them. When we want to argue that, let's bring Burkina Faso back and all the other countries back into West African ECOWAS. You know the argument most Nigerians give? So that they don't go into the hands of the Russians and the others. So you want to die in the hands of the British. You want to die in the hands of the Americans that have kept us like this. That's why I say something is wrong with us. We don't even use results to evaluate anything with any talk we talk. Like, how can you do one thing, it gives you one bad result, and you say, let's do it again? What kind of mumu is that? You keep playing with your children's future. How many chances are you going to get? I don't understand our people. If you do one thing, it doesn't work, try the one that you have never tried before. Because that is a path to your savior, to your progress. Because any nation that has succeeded in this world, they didn't go about repeating the past. Everybody have to craft their own path in this life. You are not other countries, but you can use some metrics to measure the direction you are heading. If you have tried separation before, it didn't work, you want to try it again. If you have tried tribalism, it didn't work. You did not learn anything from that. We were colonized, enslaved. What else are you going to count? All the things we've been through. Look at our country. Look at most black countries around us. Look at how poor they all are. Are we even looking at it? Are we seeing the true world we live in? While other people live in very nice accommodation, nice power supply, good roads, everything. They have all those things. We are still one of the defecating capitals of the world. A lot of people will see shit outside. We can't build anything. It's also, many of us want to go overseas and get education there. Many of us, not because the education that we want to go and stay there. Let's not make any mistake. All these people that are saying there's education, they are lying. At least 50 to 80% of them are lying. They love Oyibo people, they want to go there and stay. I was like that. So I know their mindset. All this they lie to themselves, thinking that they are coming here for education. They're not coming here. They are abandoning their homes. They're abandoning their homes to go and serve other people, so thinking that is going to lead them to progress. Let me tell you something. News flash. There is nothing you're going to do there that is going to matter. There's nothing I'm going to do here now that will matter. My seed, my children, children, they are all going to disappear in time. Nobody, if my children remain here, have children here, and their children have children here, in 10 generations, nobody will ever look like me anymore. In 10 generations, nobody will ever look like my grandparents anymore. In 10 generations, nobody's going to look like my great-grandparents. You are gone. From the genetic lineage, you are gone. You are dying, but you are dying slowly. There's a reason why people protect their heritage, and we don't value life. And that's another part of our mentality. We don't value life at all, which is strange. As a matter of fact, we don't even value anything, not only life. We are like Esau. We've been given everything. We don't value anything. We don't. And I see that. I work with Nigerians every day, and I see that every day. A Nigerian that doesn't have anything, if you look at the way they want to waste stuff at the same time, it will scare you. I will ask, why would you want to waste this stuff when this stuff is worth 5 times your salary? While an Oyibo man that has the same thing will preserve that thing after using it and still sell it to make even more profit. And they have more. So it tells you that there is a way we perceive the world. We take the world for granted. And maybe that's why we are where we are. We seriously need to be asking ourselves, because if we don't value anything, why would you value our country? Why would you even value our fellow human beings? If you don't value anything, why would you protect your land? Look at the Arabs and the Israelis fighting over desert land. Because they value life. Maybe if we don't value life, maybe we should not complain. Maybe we are due for extinction. Our time is past. Maybe that's why. Because we are not even superpowers of the world. We are already using human body parts to fashion ourselves. What if we are superpowers? How are we going to do? We are going to be wearing human skull? We sold human beings into slavery barely 400 years ago, and we still haven't learned any lesson from that. And we are still selling human beings to oversend them overseas, go and work for them overseas, never to return again. Do you know the British Council this week? I saw the British Council encouraging Nigerian governments, even our potential enemies, even giving us advice now, encouraging Nigerian government to tap into the diaspora to develop the country. This is something I've been saying. Our government, Tinubu, was happy to sell them away. A foreigner, a colonizer, and an enslaver of our own forefathers is telling us to do this. That's why I tell you that our people are our problem. They are our bigger problem. Our mindset is completely warped. I don't know. That is the problem. It's not, the problem is not big. If we get our mind together and say, okay, Nigeria first, anything we do, Nigeria first, that country will transform overnight. We have the capacity, we have them overseas, we have them in Nigeria, we can do whatever we need to do to fix that country. But our mindset that we decided to jettison all those things that are impoverishing us, or going for foreign things all the time. We don't need dollars. We don't need dollars. You can decide to ban certain imports so that locally manufactured goods can do very well. There are so many easy ways to solve this problem. It's not a big problem. I'll leave it at that. It looks like I've gone a little bit too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Alaba, what is the point? Just 1 minute.
It's on after forefather, because you skipped me earlier, went to the new people, forefather and Ovie, so it was next for my turn. So I'm raising my hand so that I make sure you don't skip me like that election man always does.
No, we're moving away from this topic. I wanted to get people who just joined to say something before we move on to other topics. It's a special guest we have that will join us when we talk about Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore. So I wanted to quickly get to that. But there's something I want to announce also. When we expanded this platform last February, before the election, we expanded it in many ways. We could have more than one moderator. We could have about 15 people in the platform at the same time. So those things made it quite expensive to subscribe to the platform, which is StreamYard. So we're getting to the point where we have to renew our subscription with StreamYard, and I actually need help from people. So I wanted to bring out some time and talk about that. Anything anybody has to support, so that by 25th of
let me sell an idea to you. You go pay. Watch. The next thing you need to do is to have a marketing team or marketing manager to sell your platform. As simple as that.
Obviously, you are the head of the marketing team. Take it from
corrupt. I'm corrupt. I'm in Nigeria. I've been chopping your money.
So what I'm saying.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that.
I want to hear from Tone. I want to hear from Tone and Oti on what we're talking about. And
do I get my chance after Tone and Oti, or do I?
But
go
you
now?
already spoke on this topic, I think.
Oh no,
you did. The first topic we've been talking about since morning.
Okay.
You can find a way to add whatever you want to say when we come back to you. I want us to go to Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu, next time. So please. But I just wanted to mention it. I'm not good at this, but I need help. Anything anybody can and support anyway, so that we can renew this platform with all the advantages we have. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Rudolph, if you don't mind me asking, what is the budget? What are you looking for?
It's actually $1,086 to do that. I'm not talking about the people who work out behind the scene that we pay, but just to
you include my salary as a new marketing manager.
No, you don't get paid. Those don't get paid, but there are people who we pay to do some other work for us. But the whole thing, to the one that goes to StreamYard by the end of this month, should be about 1,084, I think. All right. Otun, you're next.
Hi, greetings everybody. Very quickly, I pushed back a bit. Ovie spoke well, but unfortunately, because there's a difference between reality and ideal. The ideal situation was what Ovie proposed, but the reality is that it's not going to work. It's not going to work simply due to tribalism. When we start having all these ethnic bias, we are heavily held down by ethnic bias in Nigeria. I'll just touch on this. About 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we were talking about something. Flagship brought some very brilliant idea. I remember people were attacking him and all that, because I talked about my cousin. My cousin watched that program. That's part of the problem we have in Nigeria. She just called me back and said, tell Dr. Rudolph I'm not coming. I don't want to come, and people will start disrespecting me. That was why she said, this is not for me, I'm out. I'm not doing it. See, that's part of the problem we have in Nigeria. If we think that these people that are holding up to power, these people that are holding on to power is not just Yoruba people. I hear people coming to push their bigotry. Because bigots, when we say the word bigots, maybe some people think it's that word bigotry is meant for for Yoruba people. We've got a lot of Igbo bigots. We've got a lot of bigots from other ethnicity and all that. We should just stop this. Me, for one, I have always said it. The system of government we practice in Africa is not good for us. We need to tailor a system of government that suits our ethnicity, that suits our culture. That's just simple. It's too expensive, for one. And number two, there's a lot of loopholes. Our country is in a state capture, whether we like it or not. We're in a state capture by some group of people, not just Yoruba people. We have Igbo people, people from my tribe. We have Hausa people. We have Kanuru people. We have Fulani people. We have people from the Middle Belt that are part of this criminal gang that have just taken over the country. And we are talking about, we come here and we'll start speaking big English, that even the person the market woman will not even understand. That is not the solution. The solution is just action. The service chief, obviously, were praised. Do you know what that means? It means some money had gone into their pockets. Did you hear how much they have shared amongst themselves? 1 trillion. That means some good money had gone into the pockets of the service chiefs. One of my friends who retired as a one-star general, and all that, I was having a chat with him some few days ago. I mean, the few things he could say to me, he was saying something. See, listen, we are in a mess. If we do not understand, we are in this very serious mess. And the only way is it has to be violence. It has to be violence, unfortunately, because these people are not ready to let go. Tinubu don't care. He knows he's going to kick the bucket at any time through old age or ill health. He doesn't care. He's there enjoying himself and with his cronies. He doesn't care. So all these things we are talking, all this being power, and is the hunger. Are they shouting for Tinubu to come and put food on their table so that their head will be reset for another round of bigotry? Are they really sorry? Do they really see the mistake they made? No, I don't think they even understand the mistake, the implication. The same people put food on their table now, double they will begin again with their bigotry. Both Yoruba, both Igbos, but that's the thing. Until the day bigotry is dealt with, and that was what Nzogo and his team were trying to do. But today, history has rewritten that coup as Igbo coup. It was a revolution because they saw all these things that was coming up. They saw how the excesses of the politicians then, and they wanted to correct it. That very video that Ahmadu Bello, who I still consider as one of the forefathers of a terrorist in Nigeria and all that, his hatred for the Igbo knows no bound. That is a problem, and that problem is still replicating itself. So we can talk from now till tomorrow until this hunger is good. Is a good thing that had been permitted by God. It will reset their brain. Let the hunger continue. Because if the hunger does not hit people and people start dropping dead and all that, they will not think very well. Let the hunger continue. Thank you.
All right.
Damenji, please let me ask Tone one question. Tone, if you don't mind, can you eat on what I said that you said that it's not going to work?
My brother, what I said is not. I did say all you said was excellent, Ovie.
Yeah, but what is it that I said?
That everybody should organize themselves. We should all come together. Sowore, if people like Sowore, yeah, if people like Sowore is still attacking Obi, has his own some because you did mention Sowore. I don't want to mention names, When people like Sowore is still attacking Obi, that Obi is part of the problem, now that means Sowore too has got a problem.
So I don't understand. I don't know. Is it that we all don't understand the meaning of organizing and planning, or because I'm baffled?
I'm saying it will not work. But
Ovi,
I did not put much water in my mouth.
Can I just finish?
Tribalism would not allow it to work. It's just as simple as that. Tribalism will not allow it to work. Our service chiefs are all compromised. The service chiefs are. Don't you understand? The service chiefs are seriously compromised.
Listen, Ovie, I will address Tone concern. And yours, when we talk about Sowore, I've noted it down on the points I want to make. Just leave it for now. Ovie, leave it for now. I will address.
No. Let me just clarify something. You see, this is what happens when you spend 1 week with the Nigerians to just come and oppose, and you don't have anything to come and just Nigerians to come and complain and oppose everybody. The meaning of whatever that you want to do, you've been here today, you plan it, you organize yourself to be here. So if you don't understand the word organize, I'm sorry. That is it. I mean, what do you mean it's not going to work? What's going to work?
I would address it when we get to Sowore. Let's leave it for now.
To succeed, you plan to fail. This is a general common that everybody knows. The word planning is not a point that I'm making that is new to me. It's not even an idea that is. I mean, it's like, what is this? That's no point. If you argue, you will miss everything that everybody is saying.
We're not going to go anywhere if we're doing back and forth. Let's do it by topic. If we get to Sowore's topic, when I talk, I would address your concern. I would address Stone's concern and Ochi's concern. I'm following the chat on the private team. I'm noting it down. Let's just move on, or else we'll be nowhere.
So let's hear from Oti. 2 minutes, just on this.
Sorry, I don't talk at length. Right, actually, it's just often I prefer to listen from the background, but often one or two people say something that will kind of trigger me, and one of those people are Ovie, my friend Ovie, and forefathers, of course. So I have some difficulty with this idea of planning and organizing. Ovie, if I might ask, how do you plan a riot? Okay, so. Yeah, and maybe when you get a chance, you explain that, elaborate on that, this planning and organizing. So is from the time after the elections, then the judicial, the decision of the Supreme Court and all that, So I think, I'm amongst those that came to the conclusion that Nigeria really is irredeemable. Something has to give. And when we talk about maybe the elite, we know who they are. And the mistake, I would say, for us, I mean, I have to mention you. Keep on making is blaming the people, blaming the all Nigerians are this or this. The leaders are come from us. We know that, but that's not the point. You're missing the point. Look, the thing is, we have people in that position now, occupying a position of political leadership. So it is their job. They have to lead, and whatever kind of a reawakening, renaissance, or a new consciousness is something that they have to. It's not. They don't look up to the people. People that are starving. They call them the masses, right? So Nigerians. I mean, see the way our politicians describe them, masses. We're not supposed to be masses. Okay, we're supposed to be citizens. Okay, that country belongs to all of us. So. And a revolution, it happens. If it happens, it happens. And I don't think it's something, somebody got to sit down and planning. It happens. And then the day after, then we have to see. We make a new start. And that's why I said, okay, that's why I like what CN, talked about. He's a practical man. So, I mean, we have to have this conversation because invariably, we don't have a country. We have nations somehow bound together by accident of history, and have been experimenting. There's nothing wrong with experimenting, but at some point you got to have a kind of a retreat, have a rethink. So far, it has not worked. And Nigerians, if we are being honest, most of us, know where the problems lie. and we have to face up to it and then be honest with ourselves. So the structure, the way it is, I mean, the constitution of Nigeria, the way it is, the country, the entity, it's not going to work. Okay, you don't have nations, Ijaw nation, I don't know, Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, you know, these other Igala. So all these people, and then some crop of, I mean, people somewhere, someplace, and ruling, wielding enormous power, and then you know these people, all these nations I've mentioned, and every you know they have it, they're entitled to their own destiny. You know they ought to be able to decide and choose the path. The way they want to proceed, the kind of future they want to create for their people, right? So it's there's nothing natural about what we have, the country Nigeria. So that conversation has to. Well, they say they're having some senators in the having this discussion parliamentary. No, it should go much more further than that. It's not just this kind of the form of government, presidential, parliamentary. No, first of all, the more fundamental question: how do we want to live together? Under what conditions? Under what kind of? For one thing, it got to be a loose federation. This kind of straitjacket holding people down. It's not going to work. It's not going to work forever. So that's the way I look at it. And I think for me, it's not a matter of long talk and this kind of wringing our fingers and wondering what are we going to do. So if the regime, the present regime has to fall because it's illegitimate for a start. Yes, I mean, I don't think they didn't win an election. Nobody. And if you don't have that legitimacy, what are we talking about? The first they really have to get it, as a matter of well, let me say natural law. They don't have the right to rule. Is an illegitimate regime, and it should fall by however that happens. And look, I don't think our problem is not tribalism. I mean, this is that we're tribal, yes, but I don't think that's not a problem. Okay, it's but of course, we are made of different ethnic groups. There's nothing wrong with that. That's also, but how do their arrangement, they live, how do we live as a sovereign peoples, okay, together, and then begin to forge our common destinies, together, but there's nothing fixed that it has to take this form. But people have to, any group or any people, any nationality ought to have the right and the space to define their destiny, to say this is how we want to live, and to make their own, create their civilization, as a matter of fact. So, and if you don't get that, and then the larger project, I mean, if I mean, as forefathers always kind of imagines it, that will not happen if we don't. Charity begins at home. I mean, that is true. Even so people have to really have a sense of their common identity. They have to know what before you think about all this larger Nigerian or African project. That's the way I look at it. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Oti. So we want to switch gear a little bit. You can still put in any conversation, any new idea about the first discussion about the protest and the hardship. Well, let's look at the Sowore situation. Sowore has been allowed. Now, the country dropped the case against him. The case was treason because of the call for revolution. So for 5 years, almost 5 years, he couldn't leave the country. He couldn't visit his family who are here in America. So now he's free to do that. And of course, he basically has been saying that they had no case. The government had no case against him because he called for a revolution. And at the beginning, we played a video of him reacting to the decision by the Attorney General of the Federation that they are not interested in pursuing the case. Now, the question we are posing to people is, do you think that Nnamdi Kanu will be next? Following this line. And there are people who are saying that part of this decision of the government is that they are looking for allies. They think that there's too much tension in the country. They think that they cannot sustain the tension by continuing to keep some of these people they have in detention. That it will help to reduce the tension if they allow them to leave. So that's the question we are posing. What do you think about Sowore's the government decision not to pursue the case again against Sowore? And should that be extended to Nnamdi Kanu? I will start with where did we stop? Okay, let me start with Alaba. Yeah.
Thank you.
But Dr. Damages, remember I was pulled out of the show, and nobody explained anything to me. I've been trying to hook up, and there was no.
Pulled you out, nobody pulled you out.
It will get to you probably after me. Don't worry, man.
But who
They pulled
you out.
Did I hear who? Did I hear hook up? Hook up. Do we hook up?
I hear that. I hear that too.
All right.
I had hook up.
Matt,
but I know it's cold in London, but
go ahead. Matt will
okay.
get. Okay.
Maxi, probably after me, they'll get to you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Look, every one of us has a point. We make good point, but sometimes is it emotion or something? We just tend to we don't listen to each other. This is very vital. We just do not listen to each other. Now, let me start by saying, who are we? That's the first thing. We call ourselves Nigerians. We lack citizenship. We don't have what we have. Sowore has been denied his citizenship for 5 years by whatever government was in place. This is a vital issue. Now they just released him. Now they're gaslighting you. Oh, maybe it's Nnamdi Kanu will be next because they want allies. These people don't want allies. They want people they can use. As long as they can use you, you'll be on board with them. This is a fact. Let's not be mixing things. So on the release of Sowore, that's good news, but they own him. If it was a decent country, it would sue them for compensation for his time that they have wasted with the false accusation or whatever they've leveled against him. So should Kanu. But that's not going to happen. We don't have a country like that. Let's put that aside. So the issue is, we all come here every weekend, every day on social media. We repeat the same problem that we've known for over 50 years, the same problem that Fela sang about over 40 years. And we get into our academic suits and we argue, debate, fight, jungle, jaga, gugu, each other over the same shit that we all know. The same crap. We know the problem. Why waste so much time on it? So the question is, are we inferior beings, like I asked Falano the other day? Are we incapable of solving a problem that we know? And when some of us come out here and make possible suggestion, we're also very quick at the tear down race. Why it can't work? Yes, you're right. It might not work. So let's tackle a few people there. Forefathers, stop playing the people for this problem. The problem is an elitist problem. The elites, the educated ones. 10% of Nigerians are the problem. The people are ignorant, so they follow. Conscientious stupidity and ignorance is our problem. So don't blame the people. 2, Ovie was on point. Why, you all just ask yourself, why is it that every day we know the problem and yet there's no solution? Look, I've known the problem since I went to go and serve. About when did I serve? I'm 55. I served about 35 years ago. I came back home from youth service asking my uncle, why is it that everybody in Nigeria knows the problem and nobody has a solution? My uncle replied, it's because we are politically naive. It's hard to stand here and fight on behalf of Ovi because that man is also a weird man. Anybody who supports Kwanzo is also somebody we should throw stone at. But for God's sake, he is on point in terms of who controls your society right now. Every society that has changed
change because of who controls. Either the religious organization, either the civil society, either the labor, the police, judiciary, the journalists, and one aspect of your society will be an initiator or a mobilizer for change.
I wouldn't have thought that was the greatest point he made. That is obvious.
Don't let me lose my thought, I beg. The
greatest point he made was to organize, and he never even addressed that.
I beg. I will lose my thought.
What's going
I have
about
things
something
in chronological order.
Fathers, can you
please? I have things in chronological order here. So we know the problem is because, and the problem gets worse every day. If there's an aspect of your society that is yet to be captured, the potential that by this time next month or next year it will be captured. I can give you a good example. Take the Labour Party. Yeah, it's already divided, but give it more time, that too will be captured. It's just a matter of time, because that's the pattern that's on ground in terms of your society. And so when you want to change and you're inching for change, you got to look at who are the people in charge. Who do you form allies with? Let me stop there and take you back to, again, the United States, although Nigeria is not the same as the United States. Even during the civil rights era, Martin Luther King, as Christian-like, as proponent of peace, there was a time he met with Malcolm X. Let me go down a list of Nigerians for you now, and you tell me. We have the media elite or the social elite. What do you guys call them? The
influencers.
Social influencers. We have the imams. We have the various pastors and the GOs. We have Falana. We have Obi. We have Farontimi. We have Kanu. We have Mayegun. We have Sowore. And we have those of you here now. All those names of people are listed. I would want to call them the movers and shakers, those with a medium or podium. Almost all of them be captured, but some of them more captured than others. Now, if you want a change for your society, now I agree with you. It seems so bad, we should just throw away the water and the bucket. I agree. The government I agree with you. Even if you want a violent change, you still got to organize and plan and work with people that are controlling whatever system is fucked up. Even if your solution is violent, don't. Like, I will land. Just give me three more minutes and I'm done. Yeah, note your questions down and then we'll raise it after, because I'll lose my thought. So now we come here. When those of us here, let me take for those of us here first of all. We will come here and say this government does not understand. This government, anytime we say that, that means we recognize the government. We give it legitimacy. Then we suggest solutions. Say, let us plead with the government to reduce this suffering. And in your mind, that is not going to work because they're not going to do that. Then there are those who, like Tone and the other, who believe that whatever planning or suggestion is not going to work because of the huge elephant inside the room, which is our tribalism and our religion. But the fact remains, whether we want to go violence or we want to change by peaceful means, we have to force a discussion on the need to restructure that country. You cannot force a discussion with all these every day coming to talk about the problem and making no move. Let me tell you, people, hope is not a plan. Hope is not a plan. Right now, the way the hunger level is going, we might end up having, if we are lucky, it's not guaranteed, we might end up having a spontaneous change and the power button will change, and I'm telling you, it will fall back into the hands of the ruiners of Nigeria. Because like it did when they thought they had a military change in 1999. So those of you here, when that man was raising the key point, you were quick at shutting him down. We have to force a discussion. That's our point here. That's why I come here every day. You understand? We have to force a discussion to discuss the issue of Nigeria. Why can't all those names are listed? Why can't they be on the medium? We can't be on the medium with them, all of us, and say, this is where Nigeria should be going, or Nigeria is not going this way. listen, as bad as these people in government, they are part of us. Oti raised that point in the cover chart. The elites and the non-elite, they are part of us. You understand? The people calling me every day, they are non-elite. I'm an elite. They are part of me. You understand? So are the people ruling. Those who support Tinubu or support their government, they are gaining something. You forget about gaining. They are part of them. So it's hard to fight yourself. This is the Nigerian problem that we all don't see. I'm not trying to preach or force anybody on it, but the fact remains is that for you to have a change, you need a platform, you need money, you need people who know, you need people to plan. The military, they are wounded lions. They're not going to do it for you, no matter how revolutionary you think you want that violent change. That goes for you, Tone. The religious people, those ones are pastors working for the devil. They're not working for God. They're not going to move any needle. Which one do you want to name? Is it the police or your judges? Give me one, or your journalists who sing the truth. So those of you, those I've listed, who are in the positive direction, despite their differences, need to start coalescing so that we can at least force a discussion. Now, the discussion might not lead to violence to change those in charge, or it might lead to a peaceful or easy resolution. That is the point that man was making when he was pragmatic. You know what pragmatism means? When you call a spade a spade. Is listing those in charge of Nigeria and how you convert them. Obi should have been a movement by now. Him still dancing in that political arena, meaning that he really doesn't want that change. Or maybe he does, but not as much as I test for it.
No, it's not true. He's not a revolutionary.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a politician. You have to be able to
be on the table.
Understand the distinction.
And the revolutionary, we all need to be on the table about this big Nigerian problem. Or else, 10 years from now, we will still be saying, well, Luther continua, the Lute Victoria Asata, the same song we sang when we were in school. Solidarity forever. And we will be solidarity forever.
Can I just interject?
You know, the lives of
can I come in, please?
Now, anybody who has questions
can I just say something, please?
Can you guys hold on, everybody? Alaba, you are done, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we have to sequentially go to everybody. I don't like this jumping around. We miss people and people complain. So remember the topic.
Sorry. The thing is this, because I mean, what I want to say is kind of it relates directly because
please. I don't want it to be between you and no. The point is, we're talking about Sowore that has been freed, and we're going to continue. And then whether Nnamdi Kanu should be the next, that's the conversation we're having now. And we have a guest who is trying to join us. I think the studio is filled in. There's no space there. I will make a space for him to join us. He will talk about Nnamdi Kanu and what's going on. But for now, let me go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to be very bold about what I'm going to say, but I'm going to wait, giving the Nigerian government maybe some time. Maybe this is the first step of what they try to do. But having said that, we know what happened. I'm glad that Sowore has been pardoned and everything, because I call it a pardon. This has to come from the president. So whether the Attorney General or not, this is a complete pardon. And we know what transpired, about Sowore, because in a Nigerian context, what he committed was a treason, because he called for a revolution. What is the consequence of a revolution in terms of Nigerian contest? It's a treason. So if they're gonna give this to Sowore, that should be made to Nnamdi Kanu too, because I was never a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu, nor am I a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu. I never really followed him. The only time I knew about him was when he was canvassing in the Southeastern and everything, calling for Biafra and some other things, Yeah, that's the only and I listened to some of the things that he said in one of the platforms. I mean, some people are saying that he was causing, he was condemning other tribe and everything. That may have been this case, But the only thing that I heard about him said, when I was listening to one of the platforms, that he was prophesying about the doom that's going to come to Nigeria. Everything that he said has come to fruition, even worse than it is. He was talking about what Nigeria will be heading in the next 3 or 4 years. Everything he prophesied has come to fruition. So let's give a credit to him, that he's due. He's right, everything that he said. There's no doubt about him. Whatever wrong that he conduct other tribe or everything, that's different. But having said that, and I think, for them pardoning Sowore, Tinubu pardoning Sowore, let's not miss words about it. It's a pardon, what he just did. So Nnamdi Kanu should be pardoned too, regardless of what happened. Because if he's not pardoned, then the Igbos are not part of Nigeria. Let me just be very clear about that. Some people will say I'm being tribalistic. No, yes, I am. In as far as that's not my MO, I'm going to say it. So let's give them maybe a couple of weeks or a month. If it is not pardoned, then Nigeria should, the Igbo should separate from Nigeria. I was never, the kind of person that called for that, but Tinubu should do the right thing and pardon him too. There's no doubt about it. Well, anybody can equivocate maybe what he did was worse than. I don't see anything different. Wasn't he charged for treason or whatever it is? Sowore was charged for treason too. So everything should be equal. But I'm gonna hold my breath for now until I see what transpires. I'm not gonna say that much about whether it's equal or not equal. Just give them a couple of time. If it is not happen, then I have to call him for the same thing. So the Igbos are not second citizens. Let me keep my word for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. The flagship, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Man of prestige, you stole every single word out of my mouth. And I'm not going to say too much, but just to add that, first of all, I'm happy and very, very glad that Sowore has been let off the hook and he can now visit and meet his family, be reunited again. I bet that was some 5 years of loneliness for his kids and his wife, but I'm thankful that he has overcome that. The only thing I want to add to it is this, and I'm not going to say much because like man of prestige, I want to sit back and really see what the game plan is. So is this a step in the right direction? Is the Nigerian government beginning to put their senses to work and are trying to find a way to fix things? Or is this just mere pacification? I would expect that the same courtesy that has been extended to or given to Sowore would be extended to Nnamdi Kanu as well. So I would stop by saying I want to watch and see what the picture is and give them some more time to see how they go about these pardons that they are granting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, flagship. Tone, you're next.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're trying to get the people on their side because nothing seems to be working for them. We should all calm down. There's nothing, I don't see it as a pardon because at the end of the day, she already did not commit any offense. Neither Nnamdi Kanu, they were just merely calling out for the injustice that was meted out to their people. So let's just give them a month or two and see how this plays out. Then if after a couple of weeks, like Oti said, and to a month, nothing happens, then we can begin to ask very serious questions. Nnamdi Kanu, I'm very, very confident he's going to regain his freedom, but we should understand that Nnamdi Kanu's situation is more complicated because somebody was telling me, I said I was having a chat with somebody some few weeks ago. There's a sort of an agreement or undertaking that they're trying to get him to sign, and that's in respect of the man in Finland, that he should shut his mouth. So I'm not sure whether Nnamdi Kanu will agree to that, which I know he will not succumb to that. So that will be that's the sticking point. Else Nnamdi Kanu will have been even released much earlier than now. But the sticking point is for Simon Ekpa to shut his mouth, to stop the calling for Biafra. So I don't see Nnamdi Kanu remaining. So on that case, in reality, I don't see his freedom happening very soon. But Tinubu has got a problem in his hands. What he would have done was, when he came to power, he would have just released him anyway. He did that. He took the baton from Buhari and inherited the enemy that Buhari got, which is not a very smart move. Well, I'm not surprised, because a lot of people that are advising him are Humpty Dumptys, in my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Oti.
I see. The only thing I really can say, well, Sowore as well as Nnamdi, those who make a peaceful change impossible make a violent one inevitable. I mean, what is more to say? The thing is, okay, look, they are trying these people. Well, one thing is for sure, Nigeria is not a constitutional state. You know, what the Germans call Rechtsstaat. In other words, I mean, there's no rule of law. There's not a country that's governed by rule of law. So really, they can pick anybody up and then lock the person up. I mean, this happens, and the government does not obey the law. So, well, they have been persecuting people. That is persecution. That's what it is. And we shouldn't be grateful, to them for releasing people that should not be, ceasing to prosecute people that shouldn't be prosecuted in the first place. So that's what Nnamdi Kanu is a different story entirely. Again, so we know. I mean, it's coming from some part of the country. So whatever, that's a different layer to it. So it's not something I want to discuss. No, but I mean, let me use the opportunity to kind of. I just wanted clarity, because the previous discussion we had about planning and organizing. So the way I see it is this. Because I mean, Ferreira talked about. You mentioned different, the churches and what else? Okay, churches. Well, we call them civil society organizations. To me, it's not a matter of. I mean, it's not planning or organizing. That's not what I'm. These things. I think we like to complicate things. I say that because these civil society organizations, they only need to do what they are, cut out to do. That is, it is in the nature of the labor movement to organize their members and protest. Okay, the same thing with some professional bodies. I don't know, the Bar Association, other professional bodies, or the churches, of course. I mean, if they are leaders or the pastors, if they are if they know what their job is, not only fighting for the redemption, the salvation of their members in the world to come. I mean, also this here and now. So if they're doing their job properly, they should be politically aware and conscious, and also provide leadership. So therefore, it's not a matter of sitting planning or talking about, okay, who is gonna plan this. No, these people, they'll just need to do what they have to do, what in their nature, what is their business to do. Because this thing we call, whether in any democracy, in any modern state, there has to be active citizenship. You don't sit back and then wait for things to be done to you or for you. So that is the basic thing we have to. I mean, in various organizations, various sectors or spheres of Nigerian national life, Nigerians, they have to rise up to to their responsibilities. Okay, that is it. So to me, this is not organizing or planning. They just have to really be alive. That is you know, it's something basic. That's the way I look at it. So, I mean, when you talk about fear, when he talks about it, to me, it sounds too complicated. I don't like complications, unnecessary complications. So that's really the comment I have to, you know, to make on this. Okay.
All right, thank you, Oti. Let's go to Matt. Matt, you're next.
Okay. Thank you. Gracias. Muchas gracias, Dr. Damages. Has hecho muy bien para ponerme en la plataforma. Te estaba hablando antes, pero tú me has quitado en la plataforma, pero no pasa nada.
Hombre,
estoy
hablas
aquí.
inglés, por favor.
Vale. That's a very nice question, like what you said. I will advise the federal government for their own good. You know, based on what is happening in Southeast, they have paralyzed the economic parts, the economic part of Southeast. Everywhere is paralyzed. A lot of things are going on there. They should do it for their own good so that goods and services will be moving freely, so that things will start changing. It's just for their own good, not for Nnamdi Kanu. You understand me? If they want things to move, they should think that way and then do what is right. Releasing Sowore or whatever they did, Sowore never committed anything. They decided to, you know, to do what they did, but thank God that they have decided to release him. But what I'm just saying is that Nigeria government, like what our brother said, the last speaker said, you know, sometimes when I come here, Ovie, they like when they read these, their Socrates, read what they read, they come here, they want to unleash it on us. They want to verbally blow it out. They want people to cheer them up. This is arrant nonsense for me. Let me ask you, Dr. Damages. I want to ask you, even Godfather, who is balancing there in UK, he want people to die for him. He should go. Those things that he say, now that you've known the problem, go back to Nigeria and stay and organize people like Sowore is doing and do that. You understand me? So when they are speaking like this, it's not only by speaking, blaming people. You can't blame people that are hungry. You can't be telling them they do this, they do that, when you know where the problem is coming from. Do you understand? The Socratic people who come here to blow their grammar and all whatnot, organize. Who organize Senegal people? Do you know Senegal people, the guys on the street, who organize them? Who organized the Gambians? Who organized them? When Nnamdi Kanu stood during NSAS to organize the whole youth in Nigeria, it was moving the direction to bring all the elites down in Nigeria. They knew it. The Afa told them. Their Imam told them. They now said, let's turn it to tribalism. Let's say Nnamdi Kanu wants us to destroy our place. When they turn it around, the people who are lazy to think, they now accepted it. When they accepted it, they now put it back to Igbo people, that Igbo people want to destroy Lagos. When they come here to speak all this grammar, you don't know how Nigeria is being structured. That country has been structured, you know, in a tribal line. When our brother always CM always say this thing here, some people don't understand it. They say if you ask Godfather, forefather, he doesn't tell us where he come from. He'll be telling you, why will you want Nigeria to separate? Why will you want it to? People need force. Now that you are giant out of Africa, what are you getting? What are your inputs in the world? Israel, we are bigger than Israel, but look at their input in the world. I don't understand what we are saying here. All the time we come here, when somebody is trying to make this being practical, you people, theoretical, part of, you know, whatever you want the problem to be solved, you'll be bringing it on table. No, Nigeria need a practical things on ground. If you want to solve the problem, it is You have to start doing it. Start doing it. Don't say plan. You plan this. What are you planning? Before you are planning, let me tell you, one person among you people will go and sabotage that. And before you know it, in your door, early morning, they will knock, and where you will see yourself in the DSS office. You need to know this thing. You don't need to even remind nobody. Okay, let me ask you, if revolution is in the heart of Nigerians, they are hungry. Is there anyone that will tell Nigerians to fall out on the streets? Let me tell you, I have a video, but it's on this phone now. It's on this phone. I was coming back from work in Barcelona. The farmers, they were not getting maximum gas they were supposed to get to work in here in Barcelona, in Catalonia as a whole. Like now, you say in the southeast as a whole. Do you know what they did? Did they organize it and begin to use, begin to call everyone? No, it was high. How much you are buying it is how much I'm buying it. They decided to get on the street with their what? Tractors. They move on the street with all their tractors, come out from the village to tell the government, this is hell. We are not taking it from you. I don't understand what we are doing here. If this is what you people are doing here, like the way we are doing it always, let me tell you, we will fail and we will fail and we will fail again. This is what we did here, but nobody understood it when we are calling for change. Before I was pulled out of this platform, we were calling for a change. We said vote for IPOB. So many people came on this platform. They thought that we were talking about vote for Southeast. Now look at what is going on. If it only Southeast suffering it, everybody is involved, crying and shouting. I bought one bag of cement for 5,600. Before I went to buy another one in next week, they said 7,000. I went to buy another one. They say 8,000. Now they are telling me 10,000. My brother, this is where we found ourselves, because Nigerians, we are docile and we are adamant. We don't want change. When we want change, nobody will tell us to get out of the street without organizing shit. I'm sorry for using that word, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Matt. So I'm trying. There's someone who wanted to actually join us. I'm trying to get him in, but our efforts are not working because people keep joining the studio and there's no space. So please, when I take you out, it's not because I don't want to hear from you. I'm trying to make room for somebody to be able to join us. All right, man of prestige, Eunice.
I'll take me out. Let another person come in. I'll come in later. Take me out.
Come back here. Where are you running?
I think it's a megaton. I've already spoken on Nnamdi Kanu.
Oh, okay. All right, Emeka, you're next.
I thought we were circling around again. They started going to after other people.
Leave it. It's a megaton.
After Emeka, I know what you're saying.
Fathers, leave it. It's a megaton.
Emeka was backstage when we finished.
Emeka, talk.
Why are you bringing Emeka in?
Hold on.
It was only start from the top.
Okay, now that I mentioned it, hold on, guys.
Very good, man.
Forefathers and CM, and then we'll continue.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I do not want to speak on Nnamdi Kanu or Sowore. That's not the reason why I joined. I joined listening to several conversations on the sufferings of Nigerians and the inflationary issues, right? Some people gave their summations or possible solutions. Some I consider to be very radical. Some I consider to be very good, plausible solutions that could help the country. Some I consider to be very disgusting. A lot of us are saying, oh, let's go our separate ways. Let there be revolution. Let there be a crisis. But from a snippet in 2010, the Occupy Nigeria movement, just a small snippet when there was a crisis, I saw what was going to happen if we are ever going to have a major crisis in that country. Nigeria will cease to exist. And as a matter of fact, I think the West African countries would largely pay for any crisis that will go on in that country. Why did I say so? In 2010, during the Occupy Nigeria, people who were in support of the protests, And that protest was largely driven by the increase in fuel prices, addressing this same fuel subsidy we are still talking about. What happened was you had hoodlums staging on the streets and robbing innocent Nigerians, causing mayhem, assaulting them, taking their phone or their assets, and at the point trying to go into houses to rob them. Now, I wasn't in Nigeria when the COVID-19 crisis happened, but someone told me, a close friend said, and the person was living in where you consider to be the middle class environment on the island. When there was a complete shutdown and people could no longer access food or come out to conduct normal activities, what happened? The robbery rate increased instantly. People were going into other people's houses to rob them and rape women, to the point that men decided to come out into the estate to protect lives and property. This was just a period of 2 weeks. Still, the government said, let's open up everywhere. Those calling for revolution, crisis, let's hit the street, do not understand the average Nigerian mindset. And I will tell them, hit the streets, you will not have Nigeria anymore. Even if you think you will have Biafra, you will not have Biafra. The crisis would go straight to Ghana. The crisis will go straight to Mali. The crisis will go straight to Niger. People will hit the streets, and guess what? The people you are fighting will take their private jets and leave the country. Now it is not going to be dog eat dog. The poor will eat the poor. Those who have access to arms and ammunition will start to kill those who don't have access to arms and ammunition. And if you do, my gun will shoot more than yours. If my gun can shoot faster, I'll kill you and I'll take your property. Chaos, crisis, revolution is not something that would work in the current Nigerian state. I gave these two examples as a snippet. I experienced one, I didn't experience the other. So for you thinking that a wide-scale protest will change anything, a wide-scale protest will lead to further chaos, instability, and the non-existence of what we call a Nigerian state, or even a non-existence of what we call a country. Because if there is a non-existence of a Nigerian state, whether you are talking about a Yoruba nation or a Biafra nation, it will not exist. It will be all out all. And why do I say this? We only have to look at where it has happened in the past. Let's take Syria. Let's also take Libya. Libya is a failed state now. They are not talking about, hey, let's organize ourselves and form a country. It's a failed state. It is those who have more guns that are controlling the activity of Libya. Let's be very careful with the utterances we make. And I'm telling you, I would bet, and I will be in the money. I will bet, and I'll be in the money, that a revolution, wide-scale revolution, will cause chaos. It will not create any peace. It will not change anything. It will cause chaos, and I will be in the money. Now, let's talk about inflation. I just wanted to address that. I don't know, except I don't have any more time.
2 more minutes. We have
2 more minutes. Ghana has a food inflation of 60%. Ghanaians has not hit the streets. Ghanaians they are complaining in-house, but they've not hit the streets. Nigerian inflationary price, food inflationary price is 35.5%, right? But Ghana is higher than us. Zimbabwe is over 285%. Now, I want to say solutions rather than complaining. We complain a lot on this platform. Let me say solutions. And what is the government actually doing? The problem we now have are those who are rent-seeking, hoarders, and speculators. Wicked people. Wicked, deliberate, wicked people in that country. They have released grains, they have released cereals, they have released food, but it is not getting to the people. Because we have wicked Nigerians, and these are not the president or whatever. We have governors who are very wicked. We have elites who are wicked, and even amongst us here, we are very wicked people. The greed factor will not allow us to think about the other person, our neighbors. I think 2Nigeria said something. Our solution lies with us, but we keep allowing other actors to drive us to our demise. We are very wicked in Nigeria. We are very, very wicked people. Now, the president has summoned the governors because the food is not getting to the people. The food is not getting to the people. He has called for a meeting. What are we doing here? But nobody is busy calling out their governors. Nobody is busy calling out their state house of assembly. Nobody is busy calling out their local leaders. All eyes on Nasurok when Nasurok is trying to solve a problem. But you have your governors creating issues, sitting on food, not sharing this food, keeping it for who? I don't know. Now, another problem why we're having this, that our issues are, our price, Naira price is going up. Do we also know that governors, after they receive FAC, will convert Naira to dollars? What are they doing with dollars in that country? Instead of solving their people's problem, they are converting the money they get from the government into dollars to keep for themselves. Nobody is calling the governors out. Nobody is calling their state House of Assembly out. Everybody is shouting. But again, what are we doing as a country? We are very wicked to ourselves. We are greedy people. And for those who are saying P2B would have solved this problem, I tell you, P2B will shot. As a matter of fact, P2B will probably, if he has the morals, he would have run away from Asurok. Because this problem has been building way longer. Way longer.
All right, Emeka, thank you. Let's you get a chance to speak again. Let's go to CM and then forefathers.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. I think the issue is on Sowore, and I think the thing is about Sowore and this. My take on Sowore regarding his freedom is that he should not have been detained in the first place. From my own observation, from my own limited knowledge or whatever I have, I don't think he committed any crime. He hasn't. When Professor Michael Zekome was arguing for Nnamdi Kanu, treason, which section of Nigeria Constitution prescribes treason? You know, people bandy word. He committed treason. Who has they ever convicted from the Nigerian court through treason? Because it's not provided for. It's not. So holding Sowore from now till thy kingdom come is just a waste of resources. Keeping eye on him, using security or intelligence to be tracking all those. I mean, it's like what is it called? The fascist state. There is no need. Sowore committed no crime at all. You don't prosecute somebody for an intention. That's what Professor Michael Zekome taught me. If I say I will do this, I'm only alerting the security or the intelligence service. I'm alerting them so that they can keep watch. But you can't detain me because you can't go on court and say, he said he will do this. You prosecute for action, what the person did. So leaving Sowore today, I think I will even advise, not that I agree with his politics, I do not agree with it, but in terms of his human rights, I will advise him, though I'm not Femi Falana, he has so many human rights lawyers that handles his case. They should consider filing for a breach of his fundamental human rights. Sue the Nigerian state, at least for whatever it is worth. Because we cannot continue like this. You can't just carry somebody and seize the person for nothing. It's not a threat. Sowore has never been a threat to Nigeria. So why holding him? That's my take on that. Then as per Nnamdi Kanu, you see, today, let me reiterate what I said earlier. Nnamdi Kanu is the first person I've read in history, not really in Nigeria, that will be, first of all, he was extraordinarily renditioned, not extradited. Extradition means I'm in the UK today. If you want to extradite me to Nigeria, you talk to the UK government. They will get to me, inform me that my country needs me to come and stand their trial. I will organize, maybe look for a lawyer or legal aid counsel. And then the day we leave everything will be guaranteed. If I arrive at the airport, I follow them. Gentlemanly, then I go and answer the call. I can tell people where I'm going. That is extradition. It's done on government to government basis. But when they when what is called rendition means in the middle, even if the person is on the underpants, you bundle the person into wherever and then smuggle the person out. Nnamdi Kanu was handcuffed, blindfolded, beaten to stupor, almost he died, and then brought to Nigeria. Sheikh Malami has to go and Attorney General address the people in Hausa that they've gotten him. Now, in your own court, Nigeria, you pay Binta, you pay Justice, what is it called, Binta Nyako. In your own court, Nnamdi Kanu was tried and set free. You said no because he's Igbo. You move him again to the High Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal set him free. He should go. Discharged, no charge. Despite the fact that today you will say the charge is 17. They will argue, they say it's 9-8. Before Ozekomen during the time of when they put, what is it called? The next court date, 24 hours, they will fax them a new charge. It's 9-13. When they go back, they start arguing again. Ozekomen will come and say that from 15, they've brought it down to 7. Even though 7 are standing on wobbly leg, they are going back. Just torturing somebody emotionally. In the end, nothing was found. Appeal court said, let him go, discharged. He was held since November 2022 until December 2023. Say it's going to Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court, they say it's a court of policy. It does not accept new evidence. That's what we are told. They said Supreme Court only have to review what the lower courts were doing and see what Supreme Court pronounce him guilty so that everybody will then go. Supreme Court said, go and start from High Court again. Go and start from High Court again. I want somebody here, if you like, I put a prize, to tell me a Nigerian who has been tried in the High Court, found not guilty, go to Court of Appeal, found not guilty, get to Supreme Court, rather than pronounce judgment, he said, go and start from a High Court again. It's only Nnamdi Kanu simply because he's Igbo. I keep saying this. If the intention is to break him down, he has lost his parents, the mother, the father. In his house, 28 people were murdered. Nigeria, even the Supreme Court told him that they should not have breached your, what is it called, bail. When you're enjoying your bail, nobody comes and breach it. But a trailer load of Nigerian military has to invade the house and killed 28 people, including a dog. That is an invasion of privacy. Supreme Court said you should go and press charges for that. Where is Nnamdi Kanu going to press it when he's being held? The Supreme Court also said that renditioning him from Kenya to Nigeria is an affront on international law, that Nigeria should be careful of their image. So what did Nnamdi Kanu do? Simply because he's Igbo, is calling that he wants to be free. What is he calling for? Referendum. Give us referendum, let us go. Give us referendum, let us vote. Supervised by UN and Israel, USA, even UK, said in the end, if people vote, majority said they are not leaving, everything ends. Calling for referendum is our war. Calling for referendum is our revolution. It's not even bloody. Just referendum, let us organize it. You can put it in 2 years' time. Both sides will be campaigning for it. That is the most civilized way a human being behaves. Yet, because it's only Igbo, they hate him. Now, let me end on this because I don't want to waste. I've been saying it before. If the intention is that by holding in Nnamdi Kanu and doing all this, Biafra will die. Biafra is on the calendar. Fidel is a journalist with African Concord wrote then. I may not quote him verbatim. He said, Biafra as an idea will never die because the trauma is both psychological and physical. Physical, you need to go to the southeast. Psychological, you need to see what people carry in their mind. So I don't see the need for this. So if that is what they want to, they're afraid of Sowore. Sowore is not a traitor. I mean, he shouldn't have been there even for a second. Why are you holding in Nnamdi Kanu? Why? Tell me a Nigerian you can try from High Court to appeal, from appeal to Supreme Court. From Supreme Court, you go back again. because he's Igbo man. And when some people talk, you say you don't know what they're saying. Sometimes I feel that when they feel that they are talking to illiterates, that we don't go through it. Meanwhile, let me also say it again before I go. This is Nigeria, the Harold Smith story. This is a man the people that helped to rig election in Nigeria, a British man. He's confessing. He said it on BBC Channel 4 in 2007. This is the book. Everyone should get this book and read, so that you know exactly why Nigeria is what it is. I don't care what people say. I believe in knowledge. I seek for education to enable me to discover facts and to be objective in analyzing social situations, collating possible factors, balancing the acceptable factors before arriving at a conclusion I could regard as being fair and reasonable. This is exactly why Nigeria it is. So all this nonsense the federal government is holding now, if Nnamdi Kanu robs dead today, that is just the beginning now. The idea can never die. The only way you kill the idea is to organize a referendum and then let the people, based on their realities, if they say no, no. Somebody might tell you Singapore is this. What if Singapore and Malaysia are still together today? What will happen? Today, those of you in US, prove me wrong. India is ruling the IT world. Information technology belongs to India today. What if India and Pakistan and Bangladesh are still one country? What will happen? People have forgotten that when they are citing what British did. They used to say in those days that Eritrea will be a child's play. Eritrea, I read a book about what they call, I did not do it for you. It's about Eritrea. Today, where is Eritrea and Africa? Where are they? There are a lot of cases somebody can cite. You don't force people to be together. The only thing is that you organize a referendum. If we defeat, we go. Scotland was agitating. I mean, not agitating. They wanted a referendum. They gave it to them. They lost. Is that not peace? Are they not their own? If they want it, let them put it tomorrow. Quebec in Canada has been organizing since. They've been failing. What is it? The Catalonia in Spain, they've been doing it. They fail. So it's as simple as that. So why should Nigeria own this one? By the way, let me end on this, Rudolph. Referendum we are asking for, a white man gave a black man referendum. If not for referendum, I think we will not be a Nigerian. Because the northwestern Cameroon, they organized a referendum. They said they want to join Nigeria. Why the southwestern Cameroon joined Cameroon? If not referendum, they won't have Midwestern region. It was a referendum that the people of all these Edwin Clark and Tony Enahoro, they felt they are not they are being shortchanged in the Western region. They organized a referendum in 1963 in August. I think August 8. They scored it at 82%. That was peaceful. So why should we be behaving like brute? Everything will be by force. Holding Sowore cannot say anything. Sowore should press for charges. Nnamdi Kanu will come out one day. If they fail to release him, he dies there. That is even the beginning. They're even bringing the Biafra Naira, like he said. He said they had better kill me so that Biafra will come quicker. Why should why should black people be behaving like as if we are morons? If the British are still in charge of Nigeria, if you ask for referendum, they organize it. The Queen, who was the Governor General as of 1961, helped to do it. 1963, before October, the Queen, who Zeke was holding forth for as Governor General, helped to organize it. Why is it that in Nigeria, we just talk? Which part of Nigeria constitution say a treason? Why haven't they proven it in court? There's no treason in Nigerian law. There is none. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, so Jegun, if you can, forefathers first, permit me want to stand by. I know you can. There's somebody who joined us. He was part of the Biafra movement, or still part of it. We are making a exception for him. So hold on, guys. We're making an exception for him to join us for security reasons. He won't be able to show his face. But he wants to weigh in on this topic. He's here as C2. We're going to let him speak. Let's take just
take me, put me at the backstage.
Okay, I'll do that. Let's just take a 3-minute break, and then we will let him tell us what he thinks about Sowore's situation and that of Nnamdi Kanu, whether he thinks Nnamdi Kanu should be released next. So we take a break, and when we come back, we will listen to him. All right. Oh, okay.
Hat back on to say, we're going to govern those countries if you're incapable of governing yourselves, because enough is enough. We're done being invaded.
Because our own national security risk is at stake.
Exactly.
Security interests are at stake.
You can say that about pretty much all of Africa. They're incapable of governing themselves and benefiting their citizens because the governments there are all about looting and pillaging and lining their pockets and going shopping in Paris instead of actually
hold on a second. Hold on. People on the left are going to watch this. They're going to say, wait a minute, Eric Prince is talking about being a colonialist again.
Absolutely. Yes. Enough. Because if you go to these countries and you see how they suffer under absolutely corrupt, made-up governments that are just criminal syndicates, the people of Africa, the people of Latin America, a lot of them deserve better.
Protest. We Yaloja, we go up our nyash, we go up our breast, we go protest. Too much stubbornness, too much for this country. But before you win, we go suffer. The stubbornness is too much. Please, Madam, find solution for this thief. It's too much. Gary 2,000 naira. Since when my father bought me, I did not buy 1,000 naira of Gary. There's selling is 2,000 naira now. It's too much. The savannah is too much. Even say the rice, the Rika one rice up to 1,200 naira. For what reason? It's too much. To buy meat, with the even the pama said that rice up. Two fish for Chicago or Chicago 1,200 naira. 3 of pieces of it. It's too much. Hey, Joy Sanuba, Baba West Sanuba, Bada West Sanuba, Yayipo, Joy, Sanuba, Tipoju, Ebi Power, and the Sakaya, Nigeria, Yanja.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's, as you all know, the IPOB leader, and we had a private meeting and also a general one, which will be published later. You all know that I've been passionate about, and he has also been passionate about, but on a different plane. And we respect those boundaries. But we've had very, very useful conversation today so that everybody that's aspiring for a just and fair society, can come together and rise up now and bring about an end to the sorrow and the suffering and the domination and the oppression that has become almost synonymous with our genes in Nigeria. So, as you all know, you probably haven't seen me with him because it's our first time of meeting. And those of you out there who think that we have such big differences that we can't talk, well, you know that when people have revolutionary minds, these minds meet, and the bodies eventually do meet. So, it's a pleasure to introduce you to that moment. More of this will come out later, and the statements and the video will come out also from our friend who monitor this meeting. So thank you so much, Mazi, for the meeting, and to say hello to our people on our side.
Yes. Hello to wonderful people that follow and listen to us, our reporters, and my good friend here. So what our discussion has yielded today is a confirmation that people can come together, that there isn't much of a difference between that which we are fighting for, because that is justice, isn't it? That's what we are fighting for, is justice. That we know and hope that the people that found themselves today trapped in that contraption called Nigeria will one day be free. And it takes people to do it. It will come from heaven. We have to do it. We have decided to do it, and it must be done.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope we'll see you again soon. This is the beginning of a series of conversation that will be happening. You guys watch out.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging in here with us. And we now go to C2 to talk to us about what he thinks about Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore, the connection and the freeing of Sowore, whether Nnamdi Kanu will be the next. C2, when you speak, I want you to please introduce yourself as safely as possible. Whatever you think you need to tell us. No, typically don't let people join us without their camera on, but we recognize that for security reasons, you don't want to do that. So please tell us what your connection is with the Afghan movement, and then you can go on and share your opinion.
Okay, Dr. Damage, thank you very much. I hope I'm coming out clear.
Yes.
Thank you for the good job that you are doing. Believe you me, I've been following your program for the past how many years. We do watch every programs, and thank you once more for giving me this opportunity. I'm not turning my camera on, not because I don't want to, just because just like as you explained to your audience, for a security purpose. I'm not a ghost, I'm a human being. And thank you very much once more again. And I just want to thank you for this tape you play regarding Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu, which I admire and cherish so much. He breaks my heart so much every day, seeing that man being in detention of the DSS. And I feel like there is nothing our people can do about him, but there's something we can do. So it's just that one or two things in the southeast is going wrong, and that's the reason why I came out here to lay my own voice to people to understand. You see, that meeting between Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore convinced Sowore a lot more for what Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for, because he has not met Nnamdi Kanu before, but he managed to meet him, and that meeting took place, and then Sowore now understand exactly what Nnamdi Kanu was yelling for. And I will ask you once more again, if you don't have that tape, I will try to make sure that I send it to you, where Nnamdi Kanu was in the street of London, asking for the betterment of Nigeria. It wasn't started today. Some of people today in Nigeria don't know this. It's just few people who knows what Nnamdi Kanu stand for. It was in the street of London, asking for the betterment of Nigeria, for stop the killings and other things. But it's quite unfortunately that he went into history and now realized that Nigeria is irredeemable, and he started calling for the freedom of his people, which is normal, which is in Sharia in the United Nations. If your people is being persecuted, if your people is being marginalized, if your people is being humiliated, you have the right. If you are a man enough to stand up, because revolutions are being born. They are being born. So he stood up and said, enough is enough. My people has to be free. And I think that was the only crime he committed, and that is where we are today. And the reason why I came in here, we are born in going around in social media to see exactly what our people is made of. And believe you me, we have seen it. We have documented a lot of things, and we have seen it a lot.
And I will thank my brother CM because I've been watching him in your station. Like as he said, we are here many years documenting everything, and these days have come. That is why I came here to speak to Nigerians. The day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Okay, first of all, I will say something regarding the man that says that he's not a follower of Nnamdi Kanu. You don't need to be a follower of him, and he said about people says about he's saying something about the other ethnic groups. That was a lie. If you want to listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, you go back to his tape. Anytime he mentions something, there's a reason why he mentioned what he says. So I just need to correct that impression. If you want to talk about the people that have this hatred, you talk about Ahmadu Bello. The BBC interview was there. What he says about your ethnic groups, about Igbo people, we are just fighting back at this moment. We use the opportunity of social media at this moment to tell Nigerians that Igbo people are not the problem. We know you can see the problem right now in your face. So, and yes, Sowore is being released, and then it shouldn't be held for the first place. And I appreciate that he has been released, and he has to go and see his family and take care of himself. He really is a man. I applaud him. He has fought the battle, and he's tried whatever. I don't care whatever people say about him, but he's tried to see how Nigeria can be irredeemable. But there is no way Nigeria can be redeemable, because that's what Nnamdi Kanu saw before he took the mantle and said, "My people must go." So, Dr. Damages, the reason why I came in, like I said, I've been following your program. I know exactly what people says about Nnamdi Kanu on this platform. Whenever the topic of Southeast came, I listen, we document it, I see what they've been saying. Some people come here, they call him all manner of names, they said every derogatory word about him. But today, none of us can travel from Lagos down to East with our two eyes closed. None of us can go through the road. You've been kidnapped or you've been killed. That is that is Nigeria for you today. But Nnamdi Kanu said all these things. He made it clear to Nigeria that this day will come. You've been killed, and the people that will kill you will be protected. They will be protected by impunity. They will kill you, and they will be protected. It's happening right in front of our eyes. But the problem is this: people didn't take their time to listen to Nnamdi Kanu when he was preaching. But what they did was they cut off the place. He said something that leads to something, and then now post it out there for people to condemn him. But we are here. We document everything that he says, just in case for record purpose. We have his archive. We have everything that he says in this planet Earth. We have it. So that is why. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before Dr. Damed, give me one more 30 seconds before I drop. I was meant to come in to challenge some people today, and I'm about to spread a lot of fire. But it's quite unfortunately, it wasn't happening here today. I was waiting to see who is going to call Nnamdi Kanu name here today, but it didn't happen. So let me educate those people who stay in Europe and speak good English, but their English turned to become a disaster and their land is burning. They can't even go there and make an impact. But somebody stood up and said enough is enough. And then they for the past 8 years of Muhammadu Buhari, he was being hunted down as a criminal. And he has been hunted down and remained in DSS custody for how many years today? And today, whatever he said has been come to pass. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it, because I wanted to do something different for those people that have been calling them the Kanu names. It's like their mouth is shut up now. But thank you. It could have been something else. But thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right. C2, hold on before you go. Someone, I think it was Tone, that mentioned the issue of Simon Ekpa. So in a situation where Nnamdi is released, what will happen? How will the Biafra movement essentially operate with Simon being the Prime Minister? Yes,
as he called himself. Okay, let me because I'm inside Nnamdi Kanu. Whatever that happens to IPOB, I know, except the ones I don't want to know, because people need to know something about IPOB before you can bring them to the light, to the table, because some people don't know anything about IPOB and they just bring it and then start saying something that is not true. Some things people have misquoted IPOB, some people have said something bad about IPOB, but which is not true. We monitor the whole social media. That's our job. Right now, it is quite unfortunately and a mistake of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu that some people trick him, and he allowed that interview to happen with Samanepa. That is where the mistake have happened. And we have to blame ourselves for that interview. There was a misinformation through Onyendu, and that interview had a call. If that interview did not happen, nobody knows Samanepa. Nobody knows him. Okay? So, and the IPOB movement is still intact, and it's still non-violent organization. No matter what people say, you see the killings that is going on in Southeast. Mazi, we know the people that is behind it. If you want to bring me one day so that I can explain to you more better, I will call names. I will tell you what they are doing in Southeast.
You're already here. Why don't you say it?
Yeah, I will do. No, it's not in your time to ask me to say it. I'll tell you that the damage bring me here to say explain that I will do that. So Nnamdi Kanu agitation is still intact. Nothing has happened to it. What we have is infiltrators. Which came, they were paid by Nigerian government to infiltrate in IPOB. They were there for a long time, pretending as if they are one of them IPOB's agitators, but they are not. So Nnamdi Kanu location was give away. I'm telling you now, this is what happened. Was give away by infiltrators, not by his own organization. Like the way they put the DOS sell him the this. That's fallacy. That's lie from the pit of hell. You can send delegates to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Dr. Damages. As you are, you can send delegates to see Mazi Nnamdi. They will take you to him. You will see him. That was fallacy. So, and what happened is like as I said, Samanepa is nobody, and he knows he's nobody. He took advantage of the problem of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today and use it to to convince our people and use it to champion the other way around. And today is backfiring on him. So that is where I'm going to leave it, and I'm asking Nigerian government to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is being free, as other people has been free.
All right,
so, Dr. Dame, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll let him go, and then maybe one day we will.
I don't think it's fair to let him go because he has insulted some people here. He has insulted some people here by telling us that we're sitting in Europe and we talk nonsense. Who is talking nonsense about Nnamdi Kanu? Everybody has been saying that Nnamdi Kanu should be released as a free man, that he has not done anything. He cannot come here and bring his mouth here and talk. I'm an Igbo man. I'm a full-blooded Igbo man. So you can't come here and just spew anything and just get away with it at all. So when you spoken this thing, you should sit on your ass, Mr. C2 or whatever you call yourself. I need to ask you some questions.
And also turn on your camera.
Okay, hang on. Are you challenging me? Did I say anything wrong? Did I say something to you?
You should know how to talk.
No, but I listen. I say
turn on your camera
for the past how many years? Listen,
we can't be talking to some. We don't know if we are talking to a dog. Turn on your camera so we see you.
Hold on, guys. This is a production issue. Let's just let it go. I will bring him back another day. This is not. I don't want the conversation to go away from this. I was informed that he needed to come and weigh in on this topic, and I will explain that later. But I don't think we want to divert this conversation to this. C2, we'll bring you back. Okay, I'll bring you back.
No, Dr. Damage, 1 second. I said there are some people in Europe who sit and castigating Nnamdi Kanu. I never mentioned that gentleman's name. I know them. We know them in this platform. I never mentioned his name. So please do not bring your issue up because I don't know you.
If you've got a name, listen, sir. I'm not insulting you. I've never insulted anybody. I'm a straight shooter. If you have a name, call them out. That's what I'm just saying to you. Don't say no. Europe. Everybody. Dr. Damage is not in Europe, he's in America. There's a difference between Europe and America. Let me educate you. And there's a difference between America, Europe, and
you see.
We have people from America, we have people from Canada. Canadians are not Europeans. Okay.
No, listen. You said you should educate me. That it's not. What did you say? That Europe or something? Did I said Europe?
One name. Listen. Let's stop messing ourselves up. I'm not for someone.
Tone, I have to. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me make a comment. Mr. C2, next time you come, you need to show your face, please. We don't like talking to an unknown person. I'm not saying what you said is right or wrong, but you need to show your face, please. It's very important.
All right, thank you, guys. We will continue this conversation on Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu. If Nnamdi Kanu should be the next, and why is the government doing this? That's a conversation we're having. Situ, we appreciate your time joining us today. We will get in touch with you through the person that reached out to me. Okay. And
okay, Dr. Odame, thank you very much. I appreciate for the time that you gave to me, and I will come back here again and explain more things that I want my people and Nigerians to understand. It's very, very important. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I appreciate. I know that it wasn't very comfortable. This is why we do production, pre-production, that before we put people on air and everything. But this wasn't done because of the way I got information about him joining us. All right, so we are going to continue the conversation now. Jagun, where are you? He's the next person that should speak. But if he's not,
put me at the backstage. I'll come back later, please.
Okay. If it's not available, we will go to the next.
I'm here now. Oh, Billy.
Okay. Oh, Jagun, thank you so much. For those who are trying to support us.
I don't know the order of these things. If CM spoke, I thought these people at the top.
Oh yeah. Oh, forefathers, I took permission from you to get the guy in. Okay. All right. Jagun, you have to hold on a little bit more. But for those who are trying to support us, it would be good if you can do Zelle. Zelle is better, or Cash App, because YouTube will take 30% of everything through super chats, and PayPal will take some percentage too. But anyone you feel comfortable with, we accept that. All right, let's go to forefathers. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the previous speaker, I don't know what he was going on about. Sometimes I don't know what they want, that I see something with and hear something and pretend as if I didn't hear it. I don't know. And this is the thing I keep saying. We are very, very false as a people. We lie to ourselves. We say we want strong institutions, but we don't want institutions to be strong at the same time. You can't have it both ways. How can you want two things that are opposing each other? You want a strong state, but you want the state to be operating in anarchy. You want freedom of speech, but you also still want rule of law. When I sit here calling for capital punishment for government officials that are corrupt, a lot of people supported it. But I'm sure those same people, if their tribesperson get caught in it, they will start making excuses. Again, oh, he didn't do anything wrong. They will find a way, because you can see that here already. They will. They will pretend as if it never happened, and they will shout from the rooftop that nothing like that ever happened. I don't know how to help people to see that. How can something happen? Somebody says something and do something, and then you come and say nothing happened. How can I help that kind of person? That is the kind of situation where they will say, recuse yourself from this because you are not objective. Sometimes our people should need to understand when to recuse themselves from an issue if they've lost objectivity. If I was the one that had lost objectivity because the person is my tribe person or my church person, whatever, I should be recused from it because my decision is going to be impaired. And that's something our people need to understand. And it's not personal, it's about the greater good. It's about the institution. Many of the things we do in Nigeria, if we do it in other countries, they will throw us in a dungeon. I will not see the light of day. I don't know what Navalny did. Alexei Navalny that had died in this thing. Something tells me it's nothing as close as to what even Sowore or the others have even done. He didn't call for revolution to topple the government of the. I don't think Sowore even called for that. Sowore says revolution. Revolution doesn't necessarily mean he topple the government. I don't know why they even arrested him for that. But I think Buhari was being a little bit jittery. Maybe because he won the second time, so he was being jittery. Sowore didn't. He said something about surgical. But surgical doesn't necessarily mean you remove the government. I don't know if he did. Somebody should let me know, because I've been asking, did he clearly say remove Buhari from office? I didn't see that one. But I know I've seen some Nigerians say, go and burn police station down. Attack these people, attack those people, attack those people. I've seen that. They are talking about carrying weapons and recruiting, causing problems in Nigeria. I've seen that with my own eyes. And these people, when they were saying it, they didn't sound like they were joking.
Yeah, speak on it, forefather, please. Speak on it.
Are you going to tell me I should remove my eyes? Blind, deaf in my ears, that I didn't hear that. What is it with our people? If you want rule of law, you have to support institutions, even when it hits you. Because sometimes when it hits you, you have done something wrong, then your children will go on to inherit a country that is functioning. It's not about you. You are going to die and go. It's not only you. It's about the greater good for all of us. We make everything about ourselves. We don't know when to recuse ourselves. If God help me, if I have something that I'm really, really close to, throw me out. I shouldn't have to participate in that debate because my opinions are going to be clouded. If my family was involved in something, you shouldn't listen to me because my opinion is going to be clouded. And that's why maybe a lot of Southeasterners and people that are close to this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, maybe they in every other issue they will be objective, but on this one they will lack objectivity. Even when they hear something with their own ears, see something with their own eyes. Hence, I'm not the reason why I'm being generous here. I'm not blaming them. I'm saying they are too close to it. They can't see it clearly. They can't see the greater good. Some people believe that okay, let's break the country up. Talk about other countries that broke up. Most of these countries that broke up was during the decolonization, and then look at America that almost broke up and came together. Are they not superpowers of the world today? If you want to use that example, is this Somalia? Are they not the same? This thing. Every country has different variations, but the only thing that makes country work is when they come together and do something together. That is the common ingredient all of them have. The ones that have succeeded. The one that has succeeded, the common ingredient is they come together, no matter how divided or whatever nonsense they have going on, they allow the good side to supersede the yeah side. No matter how you comb it, go left, right. The problem you're going to create for the next generation, if you go about talking about let's divide, let's fight this, let's be tribalistic. If you think you are helping yourself, you are not. Oh, that is the truth. You are not helping yourself. You are putting your children in a compromised position. And I saw a young lady the other day on the internet. She was blaming our generation, not even the generation that came before us. She was blaming our generation that we have wrecked this country for them. That that because she was talking about education. That when people go to school now, they speak another language, they will punish them in Nigeria. Unless they speak English. Who kept those things in place? The young generation will hold us accountable for the things we have done, just like I hold the ones that came before us accountable. Like I said, I'm furious with them. Today, I'm still furious with them. Because those people have not left anything good for us. Look, the fella has been complaining about it. The fella complained about this. They release us, but we not release ourselves. We imprison our minds to all these petty things when there is a greater struggle going on. We pretend as if we don't know. Can you see? Look at how many people. Look at how many people that did something to the Russian regime that have died. They didn't even. Some of them didn't even do that much. Although the Wagner boss tried to create a coup, but he didn't. He barely lasted a week. And I mean a month or a year. They took him out very, very quickly. This one don't play around. Julian Assange, you don't even see him at all. In the UK now, if you raise a man's flag, you go to jail.
Clearly.
They don't play around. Hamas is not their country. Israel is not their country. Oh. You raise your flag, you go to jail. You say the wrong thing, they kick you out of any party. Somebody said, let there be justice and peace for people, Jews and Israelis living in Israel from the river to the sea. They kicked him out of the party. If you think there is freedom of speech, that you can just do whatever you like in this world and maintain a stable this in society, you can't. Those two things cannot exist together. You have to either toe a greater good line, or you trade and go for anarchy. So far, we've been doing the anarchy one, and look at where it has gotten us. We are the ones that refuse to come together to build something tangible for ourselves. When I say recruit into the military, they say, oh, it's tribalism. It's only outside people that are going to join. When they say build this thing, go for power, oh, they are doing it only for the North. Everything, we have to have some perspective on the way we do things. We have to exercise a level of discipline, even when it affects us, and put the greater good. The greater good is not, it's only for one side, for yourself too. If we were doing that before now, do you know where we would have been? Even, let's say, during the time Obasanjo came to became president, and they started buying Nigerian-made cars, just Nigerian-made cars alone, by now Cameroon will be buying it, or the whole entire West Africa will be buying it. We can't even do simple things like that. We've run our economy to the ground like termites. We ate the system to pieces. I'm telling you, this also, when I think about it, it really makes me furious. Some of the things we do to our people is unbelievable. We've destroyed our country with this kind of thinking.
Forefathers, you forgot to mention that we now import bread from
this
France.
Is nonsense we do. We prioritize silly things when our children and our women are not protected. They're all perishing. We can't keep behaving like this. And now I'm beginning to understand what makes people so furious that they would go out and attack their own citizens and exterminate so many people. This kind of stuff that makes them so furious that they're like, okay, they lose their mind. Like, what is kind of crazy people are these?
Forefather, please, when you say
we get mad like that,
who are you referring to? The leaders or the people?
The elites, the elite class, and the middle class. Both of them, because the poorer people don't have power to do anything. They can't even leave the country, they can't do anything. But the elite, I include the middle class now because I'm part of it too. Because we are also part of it. Majority of us crave Western things. Majority of us will not support Nigerian-made goods.
Correct.
It's horrible. It's a horrible trait. Does anyone need to tell you to take care of your child?
Yet they want the president to fix your country. When you are buying bread from France, you want the president to fix that preferential choice issue.
Nobody tells you to take care of your child. You know that by instinct. How can you not know by instinct the land that gave you life, that gave your forefathers life, that gave your great-great-grandparents life? You don't know how to take care of it.
All right. Thank you,
God help us.
Please, I have a question. I have a question because the issue is about Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu. That's why I restricted myself. I have a question. Forefathers, are you now able to provide evidence that Nnamdi Kanu was responsible for the death of 40,000 people? It's getting to 2 months now. Are you able to provide evidence?
Yeah, I don't want to embarrass you. I never said that.
Let's not go there now.
I never said that.
Let's go forward. Let's not go there.
Rudolph, can you put me in backstage, please? 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So let's go to Jegun. Jegun, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. We're hoping to have some kind of conversation that we can build upon. That's the reason why I come. It's rather funny, the comments I've been hearing. This position is quite difficult, and myself also, because people have spoken about Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu. I think I'll leave it where it is because I agree with what most people have said, which is that they should be both released. They've been in shackles, be it by way of prison or by way of discounting in terms of Sowore, that they haven't been able to have freedom of movement. And as much, I agree with what people have said, they should be released. But the bigger picture is where we are today, I think. We're in a position where Nigeria is suffering. We don't care the percentage. Somebody was mentioning Ghana 60% and Nigeria 38% or something like this. In terms of inflation, now that can also be relative to where you are. And it could be relative to the kind of people that we are. But both Ghana and Nigeria have failed, basically. And they failed more seriously within the ECOWAS decision-making of the last 6 months to a year, if not more, for what could have been built in ECOWAS before the change of government, before Tinubu came in. There could have been a lot done with ECOWAS in terms of trying to build an economic violence. You see, the way I look at Nigeria is really and truly, Nigeria has what it deserves. Nigerians has what it deserves. And as disgusting as it is, as painful as it is, Nigerians have what they deserve. They have the kind of government they really, really deserve. Nigerians are as corrupt as their government is. You know, and I'm not pulling punches about this. We know how we are. Somebody mentioned how wicked we were, and it's a real talk. Wicked. People do things, they'll leave what they're doing in order to go and destroy what you're doing. Now, what kind of culture, what kind of personality is that can do such a thing? You know, you're working on your thing. All of a sudden, you see someone across the road working on their thing. And yours is now to leave your own progression to come and destroy somebody else's. Now, this is how we are. This is why I say we honestly deserve what we've got. It's clear that Tinubu, to me anyway, if not to you, it's clear Tinubu should have never graced the corridors of power. But he's there, and he's been there for 8 months, doing exactly what I felt he would not be able to do. Because he doesn't have the nous. He doesn't have the gravitas. He's not a statesman by any reach. He's just there. You know, after 8 years of APC, you still vote the same party in. It's not Nigeria. Nigeria is where it wants to be. It's Nigeria's fault. Let's stop mucking about. Whether he rigged the election or not. If he rigged the election and it's clear, then Nigeria should have stood up and taken him away from there. But Nigerians aren't stand-up people. We're not stand-up people. If we're stand-up people, all that has happened over the last 60 years could not have happened. But it has happened. We've all experienced it. It's been extremely painful. And yet we are not tired enough to call a stop to the oncoming nonsense that goes on. Now, my issue is this. Up on this platform, when anybody tries to come near solution building, they get knocked down quite easily. Ferreira mentioned something. Obier mentioned something. He got put down. It's not going to work. This one, that one. And it's like we're having a conversation. How can you come to the point that it's not going to work when the conversation hasn't even begun? You're telling people that it's not going to work. I mean, this is the lack of thinking that we have. What we prefer is war. What we prefer is violence. What we prefer is more dead bodies. It's just like, do you think? Do you know how to think? Do you know what thinking is? Now, I will come back to this our guy. What's his name? Mazi, somebody or the other. What's his name be? Emeka. He had 3 goals, as he likes to do, many levels of pontification. And in his submissions, he spoke about a solution. But he didn't ever mention a solution. He spoke the word solution, but he couldn't come near it. You positioned us, Dr. Damages, Rudolph. You positioned us to speak about present solutions. The complaints are many. We understand the complaints. We've been doing it for the last 1.5 years, if not more, complaining about Nigeria. But what's the solution? Nobody's got one. I tell you why nobody's got one. Because we haven't been thinking about this situation for long enough or correctly enough. So we don't come with solutions. As I said, I'm a man, I've got a few ideas that would constitute solutions. The only reason why I don't really broach them here is because, again, it's a broken conversation. It's not a conversation that amounts to anything. So it's like you can mouth something that seems like solving a problem, but it will be cast away, overshadowed by strange voices, strange opinions, laughter, and veering off the subject. We don't know how to have discussions in our nation. We don't. We don't know how to create progression. We just pontificate all day long. Pontification. When do we come to? When do we understand that? Oh, okay, look, I'm over here. You're over here. We're all rather different, and we're all rather speculative. But what's in the middle there? We all need a piece of it. Can we draw towards the middle? Somebody will be fighting, saying that this one doesn't deserve the middle, that one doesn't deserve anything at all. It's just infighting. That's what we do. We don't know how to understand somebody else's opinion. We don't know how to tackle a point without tackling the person. We don't know how not to take offense at everything. Some of us, we just are offended, naturally offended, as though somebody's attacking them physically. By words. We don't even want to hear the word. We're a strange lot, man. We've got to get to the mirror and understand that we're a strange lot, man. Strange. Let me leave it there.
All right, thank you, Jagan. I like what you just said about our reaction to words, and maybe we need to look into that more. Tone, welcome to the show again.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I won't react to Jagun. I'm so tempted to react to what he said. I won't. There's no point for it. Okay, what I was
There's
gonna
no point
say
to.
is about
There's no point unless you want me
there's
to repeat it.
there's just no point. I get your message. It's all right. But bro, you don't understand, man. See, our problems is so complicated. You don't understand. Everybody has made sense. We're on the same page. We just end up here just fighting each other. On the comment section, somebody is saying Dr. Damages is not favoring the Igbo. So until Dr. Damages start talking about Biafra now, Dr. Damages now is a real Igbo man. It doesn't work out that way. Like this guy, what I was merely trying to say to him is when you come here, you need to be prepared. This is not just another propaganda channel where you come and spread propaganda with no substance. You need to be prepared to speak out the facts. And people are telling me I should attack Emeka for what? Why should I attack Emeka? Am I a madman? If Emeka steps out of line, he knows I will give it to him. He too will defend himself, goes back. That's how it works. And we're saying we want a better Nigeria. Some people are just anarchists, like Emeka did say. Some people are just interested in anarchy, so that law and order will be broken down, so that we'll be happy that law and order has broken down. When Super Ego started, one gentleman was here. He said that we will never get past this team and all that. Talk less of even get to the final. We got to the final. We know we were crappy. We know we played badly, but for one reason or the other, football is one thing that binds us together as Nigerians. We should support our boys. That is one thing that gave us joy for those few days that we are Nigerians and all that. We all forgot about Tinubu or B or whatever and all that. Let us just even stand behind them and cheer them. Some people were so negative because they say, yeah, we are Biafrans. Okay, if you say you're Biafran, that's your Niger passport, so you still get them somewhere under the bottom of your portmanteau. Take them out, burn them, video yourself burning it.
Tear them, where?
Tear them well. Thank you. Tear them well. So we're talking about, listen, until we start telling ourselves the truth, until we start calling our own criminals. We have criminals. We have Igbo criminals. That even the Igbo criminals are even worse than Asa criminals. Uzodinma is a criminal. Nobody has ever called him out because they are from the same state and other people that we know. We start saying all this nonsense. Yeah. So the thing is, until who is that? Stop that, man.
Are you for real?
Yes, I'm for real. Until we start calling out our own criminals, we will not have solution. Forefathers was saying something that is very, very, very excellent. People are start attacking him. Where do we go from here? All I was saying, my brother Jagun, was that it's not going to work due to A, B, C, and D. Does that equate to being negative? It's not. Tribalism is one of the biggest problem I see. In my own estimation, that's my own estimation. Tribalism. The day we cut out this tribalism, whether you're from Yoruba person or an Igbo person or Kanuri and all that, we start moving forward. That is the problem. That's one of the biggest problems that I see in Nigeria. We start moving forward. The day we start thinking that we're all Nigerians and all that, something matters that will affect John Abba affects me, matters that will affect forefathers from wherever it comes from, will affect me and all that. I now see why forefathers have decided not to disclose where he comes from. If I disclose my surname, man, I don't hear word though. This I'll be receiving basketballs. They will say, yeah, your father was part of the system. If I mention my last name, a lot of people will say, yeah, we said it. No wonder, maybe he's the one that gave you, it's because of you, they took you into the army and you became an officer and all that. No, like I always said, and all that, he never knew until I got full admission and I went in. So please, this thing is more than what we're thinking and all that. You know, we need to start thinking deductively. the West is not they are not our friends. Britain are not our friends. It serves them for us to be like this. It's America is not our friend. We need to take our own future by the hand, grab it and all that, and then we start moving forward. That's all I've just got to say. So all this every day we come here, we say we want to organize and all that. That brother rightly put it and all that. The people that came out and protested in West Africa, what organization did they have? They didn't have no organization. That's why I say let the hunger continue. If he has not reset our brains, we'll not get sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ton. Jude, welcome to the show again.
Hello, Mr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you all our fellow panelists and our listeners. My brother Tom, I wouldn't want to, ask you a question or attack you, but you said something that actually, for me, it's like you're not, probably you don't come here so often. Many of us, somebody like me and so many other people like me out there, we don't spare our own thieves at all. I call them out, like the person you alluded to. The name I call him is Hopeless Uzodinjo. I speak to him if you listen to me every time, I always call him out, like all Jews or call all those thieves. We call out our own thieves. We don't spare them. So I don't know where you got information from. Anyway, you see, you also talk about Nigeria being people want to anarchy or law, break in law and order. I mean, I'm tempted to ask, do we really have law and order in Nigeria today? There's no law and order in Nigeria. Nigeria is a failed country, it's a failed state. It's a country where people do whatever they like, even those that are supposed to be custodian of law and order or responsible to enforce law and order. They are the people that break the law and order first before the citizens. The governors, the senators, the IGs, the inspector general, they are the people that break the law and order first. Nigeria is, okay, how would this, anyway, we're not talking about Nigeria being law and order. Let me not go far too long on that. You see, in the first place, like many of us have said, there was no reason whatsoever Nigeria supposed to have held Sowore. For what? Because he has not committed any crime. Okay? The same goes to Sunday Igboho, and the same goes to Nnamdi Kanu. And for the case of Nnamdi Kanu, you can't, okay, you say you want to solve illegality, and you are also going to solve illegality by you committing more sin, more evil, heinous things than the person you want to arrest to solve a problem or a problem that you said he has caused. Okay, if they say Nnamdi as one of the allegations they laid against him that is a threat to the existence of Nigeria or a threat to Nigeria, to me, it's very laughable, because if we really want to tell ourselves the truth, Nigeria, we all know, many of us know those who are actually threats to Nigeria, to the sovereignty and to the progress of that country. And one of those people, I can group them together, are Nigerian politicians. They are worse than terrorists. Okay? We all see how Buhari terrorized Nigeria for a period of 8 years, especially brutalized the Igbos, killed them, made a genocidal statement in an open interview that spread all over the world, that Igbos are a dot in the circle, that he will annihilate them, he will pursue them, he will kill them, that they should go and ask their fathers during the war, Biafran war, what happened. If they have not learned a lesson, that is going to teach them a lesson. A president of a country made this statement. Most of us here, both those listening to us and those on this platform right now.
Jude, hold on. You know, I've said this, there's no need to exaggerate things. Did Buhari say that he will kill them because they are a dot in a circle?
He said he will. Come on, even if he didn't use the word, he said, I will wipe them out. What is that? What does that mean?
Did he say, I will wipe them out? No, did he say, I will wipe them out?
To that. Can you bring
Jude,
the...
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. He never said that. He just said
Okay,
a dot. He never
okay,
said
what
that.
does a dot in the circle means? Exactly, a dot in the circle that he will remove that dot in the circle. What does that? It's a
If you want to paraphrase, we need to be careful, please.
Hey, Jesus.
What does a dot in the circle mean?
Okay, to remove a dot in the circle.
Please continue.
Sorry.
Why are you interrupting me? Listen, I read English.
This one frustration. There's no need for it.
Please continue. Don't worry. Let him finish his
the
time.
circle. Okay,
Please,
and sorry, it cannot.
The point is this. Okay, you can have a lot of issues against Buhari. You can say, but you don't have to say things that he didn't say. That doesn't help the platform.
Why are you holding brief for him? Okay, okay. Did he make fulfillment his threat?
Did he make what?
Threat?
Make threat to whom?
Did he make good his threat against the Igbos?
What was the threat against the Igbos?
The threat is that Igbos are not in the circle that is going to. He said he's going to pursue them. He said, "I will pursue them." Can we bring out?
I'll get the video.
Can we bring out this and replay it? Why are you holding brief?
Listen, Jude, that reference may be an insult, okay? I'm also I feel insulted as well, but I mean, you cannot by implication say that that was a threat of genocide, wiping the Igbos out. I mean, you don't have to, if you're making.
Did he do it or did he not?
No, he did. He did not. Okay, it's an insult, a slide.
Okay.
But
how many people have been killed in Igbo?
No, that's a different matter. Okay.
All right. So
what he did, we can.
What I will do is
what he actually did. But
Oti, hold on. I will find the video and play that. But in the meantime, hold on, Jude. Hold on. We have to go back to the topic we're talking about. That's the problem with moving.
Yes, I'm still on the topic. The topic is arresting Nnamdi because they say he's a threat to the existence of Nigeria, right? It's part of the allegation they laid against him. It's part of the case they brought against him. And I am now saying that those who are actually threat to Nigeria, to the existence of Nigeria today, I am trying to point them out so that they are pursuing an innocent man and rather leaving those who are actually threat to Nigeria, to the progress and existence of Nigeria, those who are threat that are causing the killing, the unwanted killings of many Nigerians every day today in Nigeria. What are we saying? What are we thinking?
You're right.
Looking at this critically. Why are we just confident to a lot of things?
Dude, hold on, everybody, hold on, guys. Let me play this because this is a learning.
Please play it.
Yeah, because unless my ears are not functioning anymore.
I think he wrote it on Twitter, not the one he said. That's why they sacked the Twitter head.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's watch it together. I know that I didn't hear that he wiped out the Igbo, and I want to make sure I'm not crazy. But it's very important that we don't have to exaggerate. If you're talking about Nigerian politicians,
I know you have a platform. You're afraid of your platform. This Nigerian juntas closing it up. I understand that, but let's call a spade a spade.
All right. Someone is taking control of this. I can hold on. I'll get it. All right. Judge. Okay, I got it. Let's watch.
To resolve the crisis in the Southeast? Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They say this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that IPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they will have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we will talk to them in the language they understand. We will organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do, and we will do it.
All right. So, Jude.
That was a reference to IPOB, by the way.
Hold on. I'm talking to Jude.
Okay. Now, was that not a pure, clear threat?
Jude, hold on. Where did he say he will wipe out the Igbos? That was
Oh, Jesus. He made a threat. Forget about the language I use. Forget about the paragraph. He made a threat. Was that not a threat? Tell me, Dr. Rufus, tell me that what he said that was not a threat. And tell me if he did not carry, if he has not continued to carry out that threat in collaboration with those hopeless.
All right. So this is very important. I've said this. We have to be careful what we say and how we characterize things. If you had said here exactly that Buhari was threatening IPOB, he was saying that he's going to put, I wouldn't have it. But when you say that he said he's going to wipe out the Igbos, no, you don't need to say that. If you have issues, the issues with Buhari and then all these politicians, you can say what they said. You don't have to exaggerate. That's my issue. I'm not defending Buhari. My job, I do that every day. I criticize all of them, whoever is the president, the governor, whatever. But I'm not going to say what they didn't say. I'm not going. You don't need to make that extra point with nothing. It destroys your point.
Okay.
The person didn't say
Dr. Rudolph, the bottom line, the basic thing I'm trying to point out there, was that not a threat? And did he not carry out that threat? He did.
All right, Jude, we're moving on. I can continue on this line.
But I have not finished talking. And
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for correcting the lies. Thank you very much.
We have to go, Jude.
There was no lie there.
Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me. Thank you so very much, and my fellow panelists. The medication I bought from Olamide workshop that I sent to Tony is working. He took it, and before he came to the show, he served the country for real now, I believe you. My brother Jude is, we all have enough against each other than to say something that is not there. But you see, my brother, I want you to come back to Texas. California is not working for you the way you think. Come back to Texas. I love you to be my neighbor. Yeah, my brother. Thank you. On all the issues,
So suddenly now everybody is defending a terrorist. I don't understand.
No, yeah, my brother is not a terrorist now.
So if I say now, like I call Buhari a terrorist, and some people will now tell me I'm not telling the truth.
No, you can call him anything you want to call him, but not.
It's not calling him anything I want to call him. This is a fact.
No, okay. You can call him a terrorist in your house, not on the public platform.
That's okay, brother. We are all clamoring for one country that will work for all of us, and one neighbor, if we happen one day, which I don't preach that. I believe we are good the way we are if we can sort out our differences. I was in the South African American Museum, and I wanted to show Rudolph and to see how far African American that brought here as a slave are doing every day to keep their history, while we do every day to wipe our own. And unfortunately, the program ends. And then to see the bigger problem, like in Florida, they have taken down the African American history from studying now with the permission even in African American History Month.
Sorry, Rudolph, can you put me behind so that others can come in? Sorry.
No problem. The other, we are still not seeing the bigger picture of how we, the Black, are hated, even those that are not supposed to. Our life is some of our children may not be able to go back to Nigeria, or they may, but at least this country are trying to preserve that history, which they are working to take down, which hurts people like me dearly. That even while we are running from pan to fire, the purpose is that let's unite. And one of the things that I heard, because I've been following, is that the Northerners also are calling for rally or for protest. And now during Buhari, they are not calling that. I think that we are misunderstanding the unity of purpose. If it is hunger that is unite us to trigger our leader to hear us, whether it's from the north to the south, from the south to the east, or to the west, it becomes a one language that can push or alarming the whole country that the poor leader should listen to their people. There's nothing wrong with that. Even though if it is in the past, you say, oh, if during Buhari, they will say it's forbidden. But now they have learned their lesson, then it's welcome. It's a welcome development that we all united in one purpose to let the country know that the people are suffering. And that is what I don't want us to be sending this message to the people who don't do it because during your own time, they didn't follow you. One thing is uniting us. NSAS was not a big deal in the North because it shouldn't, because the way the policing is different. The NSAS was police seeing young men based on their look, harassing them, and all of those things, which was not taking place in the North because of the way the leadership is set up. So now we see one thing one common thing that is uniting us is the going down of Nigeria in every level. So I think we should be sensitive to the way we put our statements so we don't just send this message there. I think all Nigerians, we want Nigerians to work regardless. But the only thing is that, are we going to have a united purpose that we say this is what we are clamoring for? Or we just going to condemn each other? So, okay, so suffer it more, or it is my turn. I did not make it work for me, so it will not work for you. Are we going to stay divided and get anything done? So let us channel our message in one direction. That is what I can say on that issue. On the issue of Sowore and Nnamdi, congratulations to Sowore and his family, some fan around the world. He's free to travel, to come to see his family in the US and all the other family around the world. And to Nnamdi, I hope one day justice prevail for everybody that seek justice. And I don't want to comment so much issue. Believe that one day what is right for one is right for all of us. And if one of us do wrong, you can still love somebody and chastise the person. And then you see we are one people. There's no, what is going on in Nigeria is enough for anyone to agitate for themselves, for their community, and the entire nation. So we pray that one day they will hear the heart of the people. Sometimes your word may not come across well, but your intention may be very pure. So I'm hoping that one day we can have the country we are all clamoring for, but not with these of religious bigotry, tribalistic word, and the word of demeaning wonder will not make you feel that you are more important than the other. A big man don't tear somebody down. If you are big, you beat other people up. That is where we can work. And let us start distancing ourselves from some words that will bring more division among ourselves, even we that are in diaspora. We can disagree. We are not meant to agree in everything, but doesn't mean that we should not be careful how we use our word. Thank you for now.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much.
Excuse me, Rudolph, sorry, because we are discussing things generally. Does it not bother you or anybody? Does it not, does it not bother you or anybody that Nigerian flag is being burnt in the north. Green, white, green is being set ablaze in the northern part of the country. What if this has been burnt in Owerri, or somewhere in Umuahia, or somewhere in Asaba? What do you think we have? It's just a question. Nigerian flag is being burnt now and nothing is happening. Flag is the symbol. You live, most of you live in America. If you start burning the American flag openly, definitely they should ask you one or two questions. Even if it's not arrest. You are burning the symbol of the country. Openly. Nigerian flag. Nobody is saying anything about it. In the northern part of the country. If I'm to burn it somewhere in Newi and it's being shown on social media, what do you think will happen to me? Thank you.
That's a good question. I think anybody who wants to pick on that. I just wanted to, for that, when you said that initially, I didn't see the video, and I didn't think that I'm getting a lot of feed from someone. Can you mute yourself somewhere that there's background noise? So I didn't think, I don't know. I've never seen Nigerians burn the flag. I don't know if even the government is attached to the flag the way the Americans are. It's a big deal for them in America. But it's interesting that it's happening in Nigeria. And I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting development. Yeah, Jude, go ahead.
CM, I know you know the answer to this question, and you see, we live in a country that that is so hypocritical, and we come here, we talk as if we all believe in one Nigeria, as if we really want Nigeria to work as one. When we see injustice being done in a certain part, and we rubber stamp it, and it baffles me that all of a sudden, people could come out now and be defending a terrorist like Buhari. I still insist in calling that, and that is what he is. And he's not the only one, including El Rufai. These are people who are supposed to be arrested and put to jail forever. Okay? If that flag, I have seen that flag, I have seen that, it's not even only once, it has happened. It has happened over and over in the north. If it has happened in the southeast, trust me. What did the Igbos, the airport, what do they do when Buhari send people to go Operation Python nonsense, Python dance rubbish to go and kill them, kill Igbo youth? What did they do? Absolutely nothing. These are people coming together carrying stick and then singing their praises. God in front of sometimes they will gather, they'll congregate, before their leader, before Nnamdi Kanu's compound. They weren't molesting anybody. Activity, commerce and trade and commerce was going on in the East. In fact, East was one of the most peaceful area in Nigeria as at that time, before Buhari, in collaboration with Hopeless Sodinjo, begin to terrorize and begin to bombard Imo State and begin to kill our people, our youth. And many of them up to today are still being arrested and put in various jails in Nigeria. Their parents, their family members cannot even account for them. John Abba will come here and be telling me this. You that John Abba that have sense, you voted for Tinubu. How far? Voted for Tinubu on this platform. John Abba, how far? And you're a Christian. May God have mercy on you and forgive you your sins.
I do not vote for Tinubu, please, and I'm not.
You supported him. You supported him here. Are you not denying? Look at you are not denying.
No.
But you supported him. Even your brother, you told us that your brother is not for Tinubu, and that your brother has been
not for
because he believed.
Oh, please let John Abba be. The man just told you he did not vote for Tinubu and he is not a Christian. Leave this man alone.
Okay, okay. Okay, let me leave him alone.
All right. Thank you, guys. John Abba, stand by, because next topic will be Oyedepo, whether he should retire. Not Oyedepo.
And the issue of the flag, please, 1 minute to my brother CM. You see, the flag issue. You see, when things do not happen, there's nothing for you to compare with. We all can just speculate that this could have been the consequences and of issue if it happened, of a problem. So to me, Let's watch if they do it in the east or in the west and see the reaction. But you should know that it's a local government. So the local government people have power to do that. And I don't think where you have your police commissioner is an Hausa man or is a Yoruba man in Kano, there is a different bias in the issue, and that's why we are asking for state police and those that enforce the law. Thank you.
All right.
Nobody should be exonerated from burning. The national flag is the symbol. It's a sacred identity of any country.
CM, for the first time in history, I beg to disagree with you because I'm trying for it to go around so it can get to me. Number one, you have no citizenship. So if you can burn the flag and burn the staff of the chief of staff, what do you call Oba, whatever the Oba carry around, burn everything you can burn. The country is not serving anybody. Burn the flag, burn your passport. It's a sign of civil disobedience. Please,
Exactly.
let's move on to important things. I'm waiting my turn now.
Now you talk that one, not be me. Thank you.
All right.
I bet Ferrari carry go talk. We want to hear you.
Okay, is it my turn? Yeah.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Good evening. I was actually watching from my TV, but then Dr. Rudolph played two videos. One was that of I don't know if you know that the video he played, the second one he played, or was it the first one he played? It was Eric Prince. The speaker on that video was Eric Prince, and that's the founder of Blackwater. I don't know if you know the scandal of Blackwater. Yes. So when we play these videos, please let us quote the speakers, because this Blackwater did a lot of shit in other countries. That's the same person that is prescribing recolonization of Africa. And we know when these private security companies go outside US to do their dirty deals, they have the backing of the country they are coming from. That means, to an extent, they are implementing their country's policies. Now, Eric Prince, that speaker in the video of Blackwater's, the Blackwater's founder, who once served as CEO and later as chairman, some might see him as an extension of US foreign policy. Blackwater has $1 billion US government security contracts to patrol throughout West Asia. He now thinks underdeveloped Africans need the US to help govern the continent. Africa certainly has leadership issues, but hasn't Africa had genuine leaders who worked for the good of their people? And what became of them? France, a NATO member, assassinated Burkina Faso's Thomas Sankara. The US, UK, and Belgium occupied the Democratic Republic of Congo's Patrice Lumumba. The US-backed South African apartheid government allegedly took out Mozambique's Samora Machel. The CIA ousted Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, as well as Libya's Muammar Gaddafi. In every case, the West's fingerprints are on the crime scene. Why are these facts glaringly absent from Prince's rationale? In many ways, the US already colonizes Africa. We all know this. Most African countries' economies are at the mercy of the International Monetary Fund loan terms. These countries are reeling in debt on Washington's condition. The impacts can range from cuts to healthcare and subsidies, labor market deregulation, and privatization of state assets and services. Plus, while numbers are not easy to pin down, of Africa's 54 countries, 15 reportedly host 29 AFRICOM military bases, and 53 African states have varying military partnerships with the United States. The point is, has Africa ever been free? So please, when we listen to this kind of people, we should know where they're coming from. We are practicing democracy that doesn't work. Now, to the question of the day, which is Nnamdi Kanu. You and I know that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. But 85 to 90% of Nigerians are dishonest. They bring out issues and reasons why Nnamdi Kanu should remain there, blah, 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 while they know that they themselves do not believe in the institutions that govern this country. When have we ever gotten it right? You are saying, like, where is he has gone, Mr. Forefather? Said that the institutions should be allowed to do their work. Blah, blah. Which institutions? The institutions that have been hijacked. It's so appalling that people can believe in the institutions. The institutions that took away your votes. The kind of situation in Nigeria today, doesn't it warrant us all to stop every institution and say, no, we have gotten it all wrong? But yet somebody will come here and say, let the institutions do their job. Which institution is doing its job? Are the institutions free? Elections are rigged by lecturers and supported by the judges. Are these not the institutions you are talking about? Do you believe in the institutions? Why should we come here now and be dishonest? This is why we keep prolonging the judgment day. And this is why our generation is wasting away. And our children are now asking us, why didn't you do anything? Look at what we want to leave to our children. Our children will now be led by Sheyi Tinubu and his children. Because we are here saying institutions should be allowed to do their job on Nnamdi Kanu. We all know why Nnamdi Kanu is not being released. The likes of Igboho and Sowore were released because they are lightweights. Nnamdi Kanu is a heavyweight. And when a country is focused on a person that much, there's something the person is doing that is right. So in our dishonesty and insincere judgments, let us also know that we are all losing. If you go out today, anything happens, people die. If you count among those who die, they are from our own sides. We are the masses, whether you like it or not. We are not, since we are not on the ruling class, we are the ones losing. No matter what happens, anybody dies, anybody's taken out, anybody's in prison, is on our side. It's either we open our eyes and stop this mess and stop prolonging our history and do things right, or forget it. For me, I'm not going to argue with any dishonest person. The man should be let free. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Alaba, you're next.
It's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. What can I tell you now? That is why this country, they scatter, because we have the people on this panel, 3 categories of people on this panel. That is why everything they scatter. We have people here who knows the problem, right? But comes here every weekend and start repeating the same problem since 1960. The same thing, Fela don't do album. Instead of them coming here repeating it, they should go do album. Maybe I go buy them. Other than that, I beg, make them stop. Come here, people like my friend Tone and a few others. And then there are the other group of, I'm telling you 3 reasons why this country, they scatter. Second group of people are the people, you know, they know the problem, they know the bad people, but they keep coming here and telling us to let us support them. People like that, Eze and to Niger, let us support the status quo. Sometimes I want to include John Abba, but I not go include him since he himself said he's not a Christian. Make I leave that man alone. So that's the second category of people. And then there's this third group of people. People who believe that the problem exists. All of us do believe problem exists, though. And come here, we want to condemn the problem. We want to criticize it. We want to propose solution. And we want to take action. Although some people are strong, they quickly oppose us, there is no solution. Yes, we have tribalism. Yes, we have religion problem. Yes, we have all these problems, but there's no human problem that exists that is not solvable, particularly if it's political. You have to just do a thorough analysis of it. Whether you want to go, let us divide direction, or you want to go, let us stay together as one Nigeria direction. Whether you want to go violent with guns, or you want to go protesting by marching, or you want to go academic, you still have to address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is telling you, unless you're blind or brainless, that every aspect of your society is being controlled. Where the control is not, they use the influence of survivor to compel those who don't want to follow to follow. That means your society makes slaves out of citizens. Your society thrives in injustice. Your society does all the things it should not be doing. And yet, some people will come here and say, let us be patient. Let us respect status quo. Let us not dabaru because they are afraid somebody somewhere would die. And people are already dying. People are already in jail. People are already suffering. But one thing we all must agree on, even though we have not, which is shocking to me, is that we cannot continue like this. Something has to change. We have to give in to something. We have to plan. We have to re-strategize. We have to make allies out of enemies. Yes, we have to make allies out of enemies. That's a fact. We will never agree on the tribal position. We will never agree on the direction we have to go. But we must agree that there's a problem and we cannot continue like this. Jagun has addressed the fact people just come here to just hear their own voices and make you upset, attack someone, counter-attack. Again, I go back to Ovie. He hits the nail on the point. You cannot wrestle political power until you know those who are in charge of that political power. The people in charge are my brothers and sisters like me. They are members of my own family too. It is not an easy task. If we choose war, that means I got to kill some members of my family because I have family members that have risen top high into governance. If you pay attention to Nigerian news, you will see my family members there. So this is a fight against self. And therefore, the dialogue should be advanced. The discussion should be high-level thinking. You know, not all these back and forth, childish deeds, tribal bigotry, diffraction, distraction, whatever grammatic word we want to use for it. Fela is the person that always, that is why this country is scatter, because we are not, oh my God. So what are we saying? The little time we spend here, we're changing voices, where people are listening. We shouldn't be spending it on this back and forth. We all have a problem. Again, social media influencers, pastors, the likes of Falanos, the likes of Obi, the likes of Arontimi, the likes of Nnamdi Kanu, the likes of Mayegun, the likes of Rudolph Okonkwo, the likes of Sowore, and those of you here, we should be on the screen, on the panel, talking the way forward so that we can get people who have money and influence and let them see that the way we are going is not also in their own interest. Let me give you a good example. Let's take our musicians who are doing well abroad. Burma Boy, Davido, Tiwa Savage, and all the rest. Ayasta. They do these concerts abroad in a stadium filled up. They make $12 million. Let's say they are smart people. They took that money home. If you make $12 million 6 months ago, guess what? Your money just came down to 6 million. Who's winning? So we need to convince people like that to back us, because it's in their own interest that we cannot continue like this. We need to find people who have money and influence, those who have 2 million followers on Twitter, to back us, whatever we need to do to convince them. Not tit-tat, chat, fight, boom, boom, all this nonsense that goes on here. We need a coalition of the willing. The willing here is not that I want Nigeria to be one or I want Nigeria to be. No, the willing here is that we cannot continue like this. All the millionaires, all the rich people back at home, as time goes by, they lose money. They are being made poorer because of bad governance and a system that is in place. How long does it have to take before we all wake up? If you want your tribal region to exist, you need, that's why I said, as much as I hate Alero or whatever that Labour guy name is, because he's a sellout, if he's saying he's calling for a rally, even though the guy in Amumu go collect an envelope, as long as you are on this list, you need to join him, not because you love him, but because it's in your interest for you to join him. If Kanu calls for one, it is in your interest for you to join him. If Mayegun calls for one, it is in your interest for you to join him. And all those keeping quiet, all those that have a megaphone, a microphone, and a stage, we need to convince them it is in their interest. They need to join us. And all those educated, don't use the word moron. No, I wouldn't use the word moron, but they will get the point since I already mentioned the word moron. All the educated ones who come here and defend this insanity, we also need to convince them. But if we can, we need to push them aside. Let them step aside. You know, we need to sing that song for them. Move, bitch. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
This brother.
You understand? So this is serious. And
Ferrari.
We're going to be a babu, balabu, bulabu, bulaba, bulaba. We cannot continue like this. Let me let other people speak, Joe. I'm tired.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jagan, you're next.
Fantastic submission, brother Ferrari. Like them style there. You see, I won't be as tough, as harsh maybe as Ferrari was, even though he was very well balanced in what he had to say. I feel that this platform has improved since the turn of the year, to be honest. And I think there has been less infighting and such like. But we need to come so far away from that, because that's not the space where we really are. What Ferrari said is just too real. It's too real. You know, we can't just be pretending. And what I liked about what you said is the bringing in of these superstars that we have, because it doesn't matter who you are. If you're a Nigerian, you belong. You belong. You're part of the solution, or indeed you're part of the problem. You just have to choose your side as to which and who you want to be. What he said to me, when I look at what Afrobeat I grew up with, which is Fela, that again, Ferrari is always quoting and singing for us here. Fela, to me, still remains the brightest light that ever came out of Nigeria, as to do with our problem and the solutions to our problem and who we are as a people. Because of our snobbery and too much pride, we have far too much pride as Nigerians that we don't deserve. But because of this factor, we look down on ourselves. We look down on common sense. Until right now, there is no common sense in that country. We can see common sense isn't ruling in Nigeria, in the world even, but in Nigeria, which is particular to us. So I put it to everybody that these things have eroded because of our lack of understanding or care. We just want ourselves to be, we just want that it's us that doesn't suffer. As long as I don't suffer, really nothing else matters. And that kind of attitude, it's just not bringing us anywhere. It's not bringing us anywhere. You know, I remember when there were troubles going on in Maduguri some years ago, about 7, 8 years ago. I spoke to a cousin of mine about it. I may have mentioned this before. And he said to me, that's not our country. I was flabbergasted by that answer. I didn't like it at all. But now it's at everybody's doorstep. What now? How do we see it now? Is it our country now? I mean, for me, it really is a case of looking in the mirror. It really, really is a case of looking in the mirror and understanding that right now, the way I see Nigeria, it is going through a groundswell. Something is happening in that country. There's no two ways about it that it won't. Whilst people are afraid, hunger it would quench fear in a battle. hunger go kill fear. So if we remain fearful as a people, the hunger that Nigeria is going through now and is going to go through, because I think the Naira is going to reach 3,000 Naira to the dollar before the end of this year. The way it's gone from 1,000 odd to where it is now. So we just understand that people are going to suffer in that country brutally. It's whether or not we outside are organized enough, are loving enough, are understanding enough, are clever, and that have a guile about us, about how we are going to actually organize that country from the outside. Unless we're thinking like that, I don't think we're thinking at all, to be honest. And I've got as I said, I've got my ideas, and I want them discussed and discussed thoroughly. But I refuse to discuss them here, obviously, because yeah, this is have your say, not to organize your businesses. So again, I thank you very much, and I really raise doff my cap to those people who speak not just in accurate terms about what we're going through, but in positive terms about what it could be. And somehow we've got to follow this positivity, because the negativity, we have it in us. It's too heavy. Me, I want to put the negativity down and push ahead with positive thoughts and positive people. Thank you.
All right. So,
it's me actually.
Hold on. On tomorrow's 90 Minutes Africa, we have Professor Nimi Wariboko joining us. He's a professor of social ethics at Boston University here in America. When he appeared on this show last, that was before the election, he predicted that INEC would screw up the election, especially the system of collecting the votes. He was a former pastor at Redeem. He understands the church. He understands the financial industry. He was former Wall Street financial expert. He was a former reporter in Nigeria. So he's so vast in knowledge, and he will be able to answer our questions about issues going on in the country. So tomorrow at 5:30 p.m., he will be here with us. 11:30 a.m. for New York, 5:30 p.m. for those in Nigeria. He said something during the last time he came that was surprising. I know we didn't pay much attention, but he worked as a consultant for the government of Nigeria during Jonathan's time, and he went to the National Security Agency and discovered that they were using Gmail to communicate. Our National Security Advisor's office, they were using Gmail, and probably they are still using Gmail to communicate to people around the world. So we have serious problems, and every now and then we get someone.
That's a security breach. Very, 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 that's an invitation for an attack. It's like it's better than selling the it's better you sell the country's secret than to use Gmail. Oh God!
At least you get the money for that. This one there is just free. So
do we have a secret?
There's serious problems.
Do we have a secret in Nigeria?
Yeah.
All Tinubu's children attend security meeting in Aso Rock.
We won't go back to.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue. We'll have to round up because rush this topic, because we want to talk about Adeboye and what he's been saying recently and whether he's due for retirement. So and also let me address one other issue about Jude. Jude, the point is, I didn't pick on you, just that it came off at a point to illustrate something. The point is that people were writing some things and I just wanted to say something. It's okay to say, your opinion. You can say that based on what this person said, this is what I think. But it's important to make sure that the source, clear that the source is, this is what the source is. It's okay you say Buhari wants to do this, but to say that he said this, based on your own reading of what he said, that's okay. So that's the only thing I took issue with.
Do you know about deductive reasoning, interpretation? Let us not go there, Rudolph.
Sorry,
okay,
Jude,
Jude,
are you unable to learn?
Hey, Oti.
I gotta put this tackle.
No fight for one place.
What's wrong with all guys?
The point I'm making, Jude, when you say Buhari is a terrorist, that's your opinion. That's okay. I didn't quarrel with that. I don't quarrel with these things. But the point I'm making is when you specifically say this is what he said, that's it. This you have your say. I want you to have your say. But if you make any mention of a source that we know, then I want the source to be accurate. Your opinion of that source, like the Minister for Defense saying that anybody criticizing the government, that you should be worried about. Once the source is accurate, you can make up your opinion. Your opinion. This you have your say.
What I said was exactly what you played.
Okay, let's not go there. I'm not saying this so that you keep responding. I'm just pointing it out for those at home who are pointing it out. All right. So go ahead, Oti. Oti, go ahead.
No, it's my turn now. Oti don't speak like 3 times.
Dr. Damages,
I've only known more serious. I've heard him spoken.
Dr. Damages, I've not spoken once.
I know.
Okay.
After your concern.
Right. Yes. Look, I don't take time. I don't. So I just want to kind of.
You don't even call me out twice. I never even answer around. You give out the third time to speak. While I'm.
I want to speak to the points Ferreira made. First of all, he was asking, about those holding or controlling political power. I think we know those people, right? So it's not really. We know those that hold power in Nigeria and control political power. Equally, I think we can also assume that those that are being controlled, they don't like being controlled. It's not something they would love to be rescued from their control. And now that, of course, comes to what we're doing here. We come here every week and then every weekend. Right. Again, as citizens, there are things we can do: political, social action, and of course, we can co-opt people in Nigeria that command some social power influence. Ferrer also mentioned some of them. Maybe some of our pastors, or we can co-opt them into whatever we're contemplating. Well, some people have ideas, which of course they may not like to discuss in the open. That's fine. That brings me to, this is a question now. Here we're supposed to have kind of a strategy group, working group, and I want to ask, how are they progressing? Are they making any, in terms of yes, not just talk now, kind of what's things that can be done, practical action, practical steps. So I'm just asking, of course, you don't have to go into specifics, but at least kind of assure us that they are thinking, and they are, of course, whatever we are discussing in open, is being fed into their thoughts. So it's a question.
Yeah,
it's a good question, my brother.
Yes. So I think, as I said, I don't talk a lot. So I just listen, and then I'm done.
Okay.
Ovie, you are not the one he's asking. Did you ask Ovie?
No. I'm a member of the working group or strategy group. I don't know them. But
okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
saying. Want to join? Ovie, hold on. Do you want to join the group?
I'm available. It's
share your number on the private chat. I'll add you there.
Okay.
Concerns.
Like seriously?
Good day, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Demi, for giving this opportunity today. I really appreciate. Well, what made me to come into this here today is because of CM. CM. All the time, CM have been living in denial about Nigeria. That's what made me to come in here today, mostly. Because all this while, I've said many times here, let us be honest to ourselves. Is Nigeria working? No, it's not working. Is it going to work? No. Everybody says the foundation is bad. If a house foundation is bad, how do you think the house will stand? We that are living in abroad, honestly speaking, we are wicked of those in Nigeria. Because things are not working there. People are dying every day. Both hunger. Immorality is increasing every minute. And where we are, we're enjoying. Even if we are not enjoying, we're enjoying good government. But every time we continue to say one Nigeria, we have practiced this one Nigeria for how many years? More than 100 years. And nothing has happened. Nothing is improving. A whole Nigeria, common life we don't have, electricity we don't have. We don't have. Nothing we have in Nigeria. If you ask any Nigerian, anything improving, he said no. So why do we every time come in to say one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria? Because we are talking about this one, because one area or one section of the country is being marginalized. We talk of Ibeto. We talk of many things. We talk of Nnamdi Kanu. We talk of many other things. There is one Alero. I think his name is Alero in Katsina State. There was a bounty placed on his head, 5 million bounty for killing many people. And the day, one day we saw him being given a chieftaincy title. Police were there, the police chief was there, and he was not arrested. The same thing applicable to most of the regions. But whenever I come to Igbo side, it's a problem. I respect Tone so much, but sometimes he talk like someone who drinks something, Because for a man to come out and say Igbos don't hold their people account, that's lie. That's a big lie. The former Hanese leader, his house was burnt. Everybody knows that. What is his name? The governor of Imo State now, his house was burnt. Many Igbo leaders, their house was burnt. Many those that we regard the leaders or not leaders, their house were burnt.
Concerns, hold on.
Yes.
Is that your idea of holding people accountable?
Yeah, we criticize them publicly. We criticize them publicly. What do you want again for what do you want people to do? What do you want the Igbos to do?
Rudolph, there are many ways of holding people accountable.
Excuse me, when Ozodinjo was given to Imo State people tried to remove him. But the federal government put more security into for him. They put more security more than any other government in Nigeria, so that they cannot remove him. You understand? So what do people want Igbos to do? In this former election that happened recently, no Igbo man came out publicly say no, you must not. I must, or a church leader say no, Obi must be there. This, that. But we saw it happen in other regions. So, but what I'm saying in effect is this: let us all, because I believe that all of us that are here, we don't like that. We are not saying I'll say the truth. If we are saying I'll say the truth, we'll be talking about how we can balkanize the country. I've lived in about 6 countries in the world. I've lived in Japan. I see things work there. I lived in Malaysia. I see things work there. I lived in Namibia. I lived in Botswana. All this, Botswana is a small country. Namibia is a small country. And other countries. I've been to Tanzania. I've been to all these places are small countries, small population. But they're working beautifully. There's rule of law. There's everything. But in Nigeria, because we want to be like 1 billion people, big for nothing. The most populated African countries that. But what is happening there? Nothing is happening. What is going on today? Not we that are abroad, but those people at home are dying. And they're suffering. You know what is hunger? Hunger kills more than anything. That somebody cannot buy bread. You know what it is? Somebody has a wife, you cannot feed them. You know what it is?
So, but what's the solution?
Now,
What's the solution? We all know this problem.
the solution is, I'm not talking about going to revolution or fighting, but I'm talking like what CJ said. Let everybody start talking about how we can divide. Even if we divide and have our own separate countries, it doesn't mean that if, for example, you have Duduwa country, you have Igbo, you have Biafra, it doesn't mean that a Biafran cannot go to Duduwa land. No, it doesn't mean that an Hausa man cannot come to Igbo land and live for business. No, but it's for us to have peace, for us to live peacefully, to us to grow. Because we have been in this trajectory for many years and nothing is working, nothing is happening. That is what we are. As you see, somebody like you see, Mazi Ovie, Abba, I think two of them are the same brother and sister. Because even the election, they bring out their this thing of all candidates are the same, all politicians are the same. But today, it's all politicians are the same. That's the kind of anytime when you bring out good thing, they come to bring this there and what they call the forefathers or 10 fathers. When that man CG was talking, he was referring to people like forefathers. Forefather, I've seen 2 times. He called Flip Television when those boys are coming in the morning. He called them. He said, let them never release Nnamdi Kanu. That man is called forefathers. Why can somebody, a man like him, call it that nobody should release Nnamdi Kanu? This is a fellow man like him. What did that man do to him? That man didn't do anything to him. But all the people that today we have what they call it, we have many mafians and killers in Fulani land. But he has not even called one day, say let them be arrested. He has not. What did Nnamdi Kanu do to him? Many of the people here also doesn't like that issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Some people say, I don't like how he's operating. But I want to ask anybody, how did you want Nnamdi Kanu to operate? Nnamdi Kanu started peacefully. He said, okay, it's after peacefully, it's okay, you can referendum. From there, the DSS start killing Igbos. That is when Nnamdi Kanu was shouting all those things he was shouting. Even though I don't listen to what he says. But again, Nnamdi Kanu never said that the people of Nigeria must be burnt. No, he never said such a thing. So whenever we are talking, let us also have one agenda. Even today, these people who bring out this, I've said this before, these people who bring out this South or South in the South, let's make a meeting, let's bring this. They don't forget that it's not even the South that's in power of Nigeria. It's the North. The North have not, they don't even bring North into this situation. Today, the South can never do anything without the North. Without the North have the power of the country. Whether you like it or not, security of the country is being held by the North. So whatever you are saying, you want to make a meeting, you want to make this, bring out the name, the North are not going to follow you. They cannot follow you. Whether you like it or not, they will not. Because they have their own agenda. The agenda is what they want. They want only what will benefit the North. So if you are talking anything that will benefit you people, it's your own problem. Somebody who call you a remedy, somebody who call you nonsense, is the one that you can make a country with you, is the one that you'll be on top of. They cannot allow you. So it's better all of us know that those people will not allow us. What we have to do is to find our way, how we can manage ourselves, how we can rescue our people.
Thank you, Constance. Thank you so much. The only worry I had was you started by saying you had issue with CM. I didn't know.
If you give me, please.
No, I didn't have issue with
it. No, excuse me. Just out of courtesy, excuse me. You said CM is in self-denial. I had expected you to dig in into that, and you went off on a tangent. So please educate the world, enlighten the world. How I'm in self-denial.
Sorry, you see, when we because we are in Niger Watch. When we are in Niger Watch, CM don't like talking about this dividing the country. You only talk about one Nigeria. CM, I'm not insulting you. No, today I like what you say. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say.
Have you? Excuse me. What do you understand by Nigerians should start discussing of post-Nigerian republics? What does it mean to you? This is not the first. This is not even. This even the. Yeah, excuse me. This is the first. This is the first I said it here. I've been saying it in Niger Watch for a long time. Post-Nigerian republics. Don't you know what it means?
It's my first
or you have no. Okay. Excuse me. So, which means you've not had me say it there. Is that what you are telling me?
Honestly, you
no,
need to put it another way. You have not used to put it. But no, see, I'm not
against you. Listen.
What I'm saying that
listen.
You are coming together
wait. Excuse me. It's not that I can leave you to talk for the next 10 hours. It doesn't mean you've convinced me. I'm a man that believes in dissent, not just reason but logic. When I say post-Nigerian republics, I've said it there. People can hear me. So if you did not hear me say it, I don't need to enter. I'm responsible for what I say, but I'm not
Okay, I'm sorry.
responsible for what you
Maybe I've not
understood.
heard you say before because I'm not the
It's like,
victim. Maybe I've not
excuse
said
me.
this. Okay.
Exactly. So
Okay,
because you've
I'm
not
sorry for
heard
that.
it,
I'm
does
sorry for
not
that.
mean that.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for
All
that.
right.
If I
All
maybe
Okay,
right.
I've not heard you say before. I say
I
it.
rest my case. I rest my case. Thank you. I
All
rest
right.
my case. Since you are now sorry, it's okay. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you.
It's closed now. The case is closed.
All right. We are moving on. Janaba, we're skipping.
Moving on to where now? Shu?
No, one of the
moving
things, Rudolph, this is serious though.
No, where are we moving on to now? It's 5 hours. I've always spoken once. Which isn't a joke.
I'm coming to you.
He's coming to you. Just one thing,
Ovie, I'm trying to skip Jonaba and Man of Prestige.
Yeah, skip me, but give me
no. You can't
These
escape
people
me
have
because
spoken 3
I just
times
came
each in my
I only spoke
presence.
one
All of
before,
them
so
have
I should
spoken
be
3
next.
times each in my presence. All of them. People here. Everybody here.
Rudolph, please, before you change the topic, I came to ask you a question specifically on this topic that you're discussing.
Okay, all right. We'll get to you, Ken. All right, so quickly, Man of Prestige, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm not going to be that long, but I'm just going to pivot to a different narrative. But before I proceed, I know Tony is not here, but he's probably been listening. I mean, I wasn't in a position to come in when he was speaking, but I took offense to two statements that he made. He said the Southeasterners don't hold their people accountable. So, Tom, where have you been living? Why would you make such a statement? If there's any particular section of the country that hold their people accountable, the Southeasterners are probably number 1 or I don't even put them number 2. That's definitely. And for you to come here,
it's number 1. You are correct.
Hold on. If I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. I was driving at that time. Didn't he say the Igbo politicians are the most corrupt? Why would he say that? Every politician are corrupt. Why would you say the Igbo politicians are very corrupt? So, Stone, if you're listening, next time when you come in, challenge me on that, okay? Unless you didn't hear yourself well. But anyway, let me proceed to what I want to the topic I want to talk about. It's about the creation of the security by Nigerian government. I think last week Tinubu summoned the governors and other things, so they come out with a modality about how to solve the insecurity. Okay, that's a step in the right direction.
Man of Prestige, hold on, okay? You are taking us away from the conversation. Let's finish this conversation, and then you can maybe add that to what we're going to talk about, please.
So what is the conversation right now? Is it about
Man of Prestige has spoken before on the topic we are discussing.
Just hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Ovie.
And I don't know. Maybe that's why I think Dr. Damiji, pay attention to reviews from people who don't come here or comment. The accusation that we likely listen to ourselves. For the past 45 minutes, we just call each other out. Oti go say, oh, you know, like planning, you know, this is still is asking those people who are doing ad hoc committee, where are they now? Like, it is because we come here with intention to just argue and complain that we don't actually understand what the meaning of planning and organizing is. It is sickening. It's sad. It is sad. You want to go to war, go. Nobody's telling you I don't go to war. If you think, I think a jargon said it all. We don't have the answers. And that's the reason we are here. If we have the answers, we will not be here. You've tried it before you want to go to war, go. If you go to war without planning, guess what? You get smoked. It has happened before. It will happen again. The only way we are calling those who are saying let's organize, it is because they see something that we all have in common. One enemy. Give me why you are not having Biafra today. It is because there is a structure that is put in place deliberately to keep that part of the country the way it is. And that foundation was renewed and rebuilt 24 years ago. And that is where Sowore comes in. The question we should be asking, what does Sowore and Falana have in common? When Falana was here, everybody busy glorifying him. Even himself is not proud of what their institution has achieved, but we are glorifying him. What do they have in common? They are both politicians. But most importantly, they both fought for June 12. What happened after then? Because there was no plan in place to see, even if after they achieve victory, who are going to govern. This is not me speaking. This is Keyamu speaking because it was part and parcel of the struggle. National Conscious Party came to being after the war. They've already fought the war and won, touching the military house. You can say it is not a revolution because people take the word trigger. It is not a revolution. Just because something triggered it doesn't mean it's the main revolution. You have to know why it was that thing triggered. Why did because of somebody put itself on fire, every whole country come into play? It is because there was a plan and organization going in place decades. I'm talking about the Arab Spring. CM, who has read a lot, it is saying something. He put an example about what he refused to say is to give detail what all these things are going to achieve. It is sad that when we say organize, people are Kolata too is fighting for himself. Kolata said we should be talking about economy. I agree. Inflation, I agree. But the question is that the people who are in charge of the economy, they have no clue what they've been given by the Western capitalists. They have no idea. So why should we spend our time to analyze it? Says we have an enemy in common. Coming to the Sowore, they know something. That's why immediately after after they succeeded in chasing the military out, they left the country. I'm not saying it's complacent, but because they failed to organize. Even when Ghani Fire later come to struggle to get themselves involved, no, it was too late. Because all they wanted to, military must go. Then what if they go? That's the question we should be asking. There's something those people know. That is why when Sowore decided to come back, he refused to join them. Every day, go say all of them are the same because he know them. They've been into churches all along. He decided not to go with them. He has a reason why he did that. If you are wondering why he was locked up, why Nnamdi Kanu was locked up, the question you should ask before there is that if Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore have 100% freedom before the election, how would the result of the election turn out to be? And it had nothing to do with treason or he said this, he said that. These people who are leading us are not stupid. They are not incompetent. Whatever that is happening, it is deliberate. So if you don't want to plan, fine. Go ahead. That's because you have all the answers. If you win, all of us now win too. But I believe that I don't have the answer. So those people who are fighting in Boronu, every news anchor, they don't have the answers. But it's just fair that there's an injustice going on. That is how we have to come together. There's no better time to do the work. It is because we are lazy to actually do the work that what so you know the work because planning involves how do we raise money? How do we empower people? How do we change the psyche of these people? That is what planning entails. And guess what? It takes time and resources. We don't want to do that. That's why let's go to war. Who you want to fight? Okay, we should go on the street. Then what? After we don't come up on the street, we don't agitate, we don't revolution. What? So instead of us to actually pay attention and see how these people are moving, know our problem. Nobody's better off. I live in Texas. Do you think I'm happy living here? No, I'm not. If you must know. Why is it a crime for me to be speaking away from us also on top of rock? It's not a crime. So yes, I'm not for Biafra. You are not for one Nigeria. But guess what? What we have in common is what is stopping us from achieving whatever the difference is. If you say an outside man has an agenda, so an Igbo, everybody has an agenda. We are all living human beings. Why we not go get agenda? But why is it that you are not achieving agenda? I'm not achieving mine. He is not achieving his. It's because there's something called power structure. I keep saying it. The same group of people who fought the civil war that make you start thinking the way you are thinking are the same people who wrote the national constitution that we don't agree with today. Are the same people that form the political parties. How do you build those kind of systems? It's been 24 years going strong, and it's beginning to take shape. It's beginning to don't say, oh, you supported Kokoto, you supported this. What is the difference between them now? It is taking shape. It's 24 years strong. The military had a better of 23 years. The so-called civilian that we agitate for are in charge now. Anything different? No different. So if we want to plan, there's a reason why I say, oh, there's a reason now. There's a reason I should not plan with Obi. They are both from the same region. They both want the same freedom if you want to look from that angle. But the reason is because Obi is already an insider. So we don't think that's what Ferrari. I think is Adeboye said. How can we think when we have political pundits that we listen to every day, when we have journalists that we think they are the best? CM says something that he reads so that he can actually analyze it from his own point of view. And people say, man come here to say, oh, because we come here to philosophize, you wrote so much book, you want to philosophize things. That's stupidity. If you don't read, how do you think?
It's true.
You think for people who are thinking for you. CM is proud of his reading every day here, and nobody can challenge him. You know why? Even if you can't challenge him, the top 1% reader in the world just read like 2 hours every fucking day. And that's why you can hardly see CM come to say, oh, you're not going to work. You are lying. Before I tell you are lying, you will tell you why. I will give you facts. That's somebody who is learned. Then you come here to, you're not going to work. No. You say this. Nigga, I ain't your problem. Excuse my foreign language. We are not our problem. We are just the victim. And the truth is that it's a structures that was led by the imperialists. It's called education. We are all being miseducated. We don't know who we are. That's why we are doing all this. That is where the problem is. Yes, Nigeria has its own paranoia about military. But the truth is that the video that Rudolph played here that said they are going to colonize us, of course, if they land today, tell me your defense. 1 ounce of nuclear on no get. Make one country to get a nuclear weapon. I said if you go read an article on the New York Times about a week ago, to develop a nuclear weapon is just about $5 billion in a period of 5 years. Nobody get that for Nigeria. Nobody get that for Africa. Make one person get 1 ounce and see things that are not going to change. We cannot have that because people who are in charge and keep using people. This is the elite. They don't live among us. They don't live among us. Would you respect this to a brother that lost his life with the helicopter in New York? Medias are quick to point out to what he's been doing with the money in Nigeria. When was the last time we see that among our elite? Yes, he took the money, maybe as people are letting, but invested in Nigeria. So if you are looking for security, if you are thinking of where your problem is, yes, it may look as it resides among you, but they don't live here. And that's according to the few elites that we are talking about. It has nothing to do with me and you just because I don't live in Nigeria. It has nothing to do with you too. I will never accuse you because you are not my problem. I will only respond to you because there are some obvious things that you just can't see. And it is sad because we are no longer kids. What do we tell our kids? If we are no longer kids, that means we have kids. So I'm not being paranoid on it, just that it is just an obvious. People tell us every day, the feedback that get that we like listen to ourselves. That is because we accuse ourselves every day. It's okay to disagree. He said, have your say. If I have my say, if you know like, and you have your say, don't go after that person. People, just because, I don't, tell me I'm lying, that's okay. But if you don't fight to give the fact, that's insulting. And 99% of the time, because you already have a pre-minded say that, oh, I'm coming here to debunk, I'm coming. This is what I heard from this place. This is what I heard from this place. Anybody that speaks contrary to this, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what he's saying. And that mindset says a lot about how extensive you've done your research, your read. And I said it here before, just because you finish Kuno means you have what it takes to come to public forum and have a sway. Your intelligent, your intellectual intelligence is required.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I was wondering whether
wait. I want to comment because I believe Ovie is referring to me.
Yes,
I want to respond to him. I want to respond to Ovie with that his analogy and whatever he's saying, because your grammar and your reading, you are referring to CM, maybe for CM to back you up. That is rubbish, Arab nonsense for me. Let me tell you one thing. Who do you think? Wait, you listen when I'm talking. You listen when I'm talking. You can get. You listen to me. You listen to me. You listen to me. Calm down and listen to me. You hear what I'm saying right now. Calm down.
Matt, you have to, listen, you have to calm down. So
no, allow me. I'm coming down. Lord, allow me to make my point. I'm not dragging with him.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not dragging with him.
Matt, calm down. Hold on. What is inside on?
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Rudolph, you know, when he hits up.
Can I make my point? Rudolph, don't do this to me. You are
Matt, I will call you. Just calm down. I'll call you, Matt.
He will make up his point. You see, when he hits up like this, probably you find a way of cooling it. Ovie, if just 30 seconds, let me say this. Why I like, for instance, look at this book, Nigeria Dancing on the Brink. People must have seen it. Why I read all these type of things is to understand the effort people must have made and why Nigeria is still. So that's why I build up my own argument. This is Okonjo-Iweala's book. He said fighting corruption is dangerous. Former minister. This is Okonjo-Iweala's book again. This one is reforming the unreformable. Now, to know why Wayo fool Nigeria since independence, this is the man, people that did it, a British man. He confessed here, the Harold Smith story. I read books like this. Though I'm a scientist, but I go over to read about Nigeria. Because that's why after reading it, when I'm making anything, if I want to prefer suggestion, I always believe Isaac Newton said, if he has seen further, it is by standing on the shoulder of giants. When I read this, that's why I synthesize my logic and say, look, things and this is why I'm saying this is this. All these things, when they say here, this man talked about what they were building. It didn't work. They thought it will work. Harold Smith, when he was writing this book, Margaret Thatcher, the prime minister, was bugging his telephone line. He wrote it here. To know what he's really discussing. A former civil servant in Nigeria in the 50s. He graduated from Oxford. Then when I read Okonjo was telling us about World Bank and what they went to and the corruption. How decadent Nigeria was before she came in. This I experienced. That's why I shared it. This fighting corruption, this is where she was nearly killed. And this oil subsidy they are talking about, there was no subsidy. For instance, she said a case of oil subsidy, there is no oil imported anywhere, no petrol. Influential Nigerians from every ethnic group will be coming to claim billions of naira. Later it was getting to trillion. Okonjo said, where are these things? He said, oh, they are demorage. They are in the wharf. There's an insurance company called Lloyd's. Lloyd's is the #1 marine that insures the cargo, like ship, all over the world. It's in UK. He has to phone Lloyd, say, where are the ships coming from Nigeria? He said they've scanned the whole ocean in the world. There's no ship as of today coming to Nigeria to carry this thing. So that was why Okonjo said they will remove subsidy in January 2012. That because if they remove the subsidy, you don't have to come and tell them you are importing fuel anymore. So you want to remove it. And those people that are in government now oppose her. This is a book where she explained the whole truth. This is an ambassador, American ambassador to Nigeria, John Campbell, who wrote this. He was just talking about the type of country Nigeria is and her. That's why he said dancing on the brink. And this book is over 10 years old. Yet, what they predicted is coming. So, when this type of thing, why I find it to read is to let me know the Nigeria I do not know. So, after reading it, I can then make my sense and say, look, where did we get it wrong and where are we headed to? So that's what Ovie is referring to, because I like all these things. Most of them people refer it, and there are many of them here. I can't even get hold of them. There are many. I have books about Nigeria. So after reading it, sometimes biography of Edwin Clark to know what happened in the 60s when they fought for independence. I've read a book about J.S. Tucker, how they had TV uprising. So when you read all this, you understand the Nigeria that you do not know. And then when you want to move forward, you know exactly what we are saying. So thank you, Ovie, but there's no love lost. Thank you.
Please, please, I want to make my point. No. Can you allow me? Dr. Rudolph, what I
allow you, Matt, but calm down. I'll call you. Look at Ken. Ken has not said anything. I will call you next, but I want you to relax.
I told you to leave me out at the background. I told you to leave me at the background. And Ovie has used Garagara to come in. You allow him talk. And I want to talk. This is not fair. If you don't want me here, you pull me out of this place. I'm not begging you to leave me. But I have to respond to him. He can't speak nonsense in his mouth, and you don't want me to respond.
Did I say that you won't respond, Matt? Did I say
Give me the chance to respond. I want to respond when it is fire. Let me and him talk it now.
I'll call you out. I only responded to you.
Let me and him talk it now.
I'm not a mass. We don't want fire to burn here.
I disrespect to you. I didn't call you
Who the hell do you think you are? You come here, you speak grammar, you speak English, you speak grammar, speak grammar. You think that makes sense?
I wish I can
You
speak
think that
grammar.
makes sense?
Yeah, to you, I
Sir
dey
Matt,
speak grammar.
Matt,
Thank you.
please take it easy and be civil. Let's just be, you know,
No, I'm civil, but I just want to, I just want to put it to him.
Emotional,
You cannot come here and buy my brother because you want to come and tell him to be against me. You are saying bullshit.
You call me first.
You are saying bullshit.
You call me, I responded. If you
Matt,
call me,
please.
Matt, it's okay, please. Yeah, okay, guys.
It's okay. Matt, please respect Rudolph when he comes back.
You see, when Abba attacked me, I would have fled, but as a responsible gentleman, I don't
call people out. I only respond to people. You call me,
listen to me. Let me tell you what it is. I don't have any issue with you. Let me tell you what I do. I believe in practical. Whatever I do, I don't believe in theory. You believe in it. That is your own.
How do you Araba practical?
That is your own. 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 What have you achieved? What have you achieved by all this ranting you are ranting here?
If you don't plan,
what have you achieved?
Can we hear Ken? Let's Ken talk.
How do you Araba?
No, I'm the one talking. I'm the one going to talk if Rudolph give me the chance. Unless he doesn't want me, he can decide on what to do. That's all.
Okay. No, it's okay. Ken, you can. I mean, sorry, Matt, you can talk, please, Matt. Yeah. Let's hear you. Ovie, just let's hear Matt. Matt, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Anyways, I'm going to overlook Ovie because Ovie is not a problem of Nigeria. He's a minor. For me, he's nobody to me. He can speak whatever he wants to speak on this platform. All the time he speaks jargon. It doesn't make sense, and it hasn't helped anybody. He hasn't put food on anybody's table. He always speak what he read and what he did not read, or what he did not read.
You haven't looked over it, or this your look over.
Wait, that is not my business. That is not what he read or what he did not read. It's not my problem. What is my problem is how do Nigeria move forward? This is how he came here. He sell someone who he know that will not win the election. He keep his picture on the background and nothing happened. Immediately that man failed. He now joined Obi and the Kwankwaso picture. He has been a controversial person. He doesn't belong in one, there's no place he belongs to. You understand me? So you are not my problem, and you cannot be my problem. You can say whatever you want to say here. My opinion about you is my opinion, because people like you, they have not made any change in Nigeria before. I have never seen people like you make any change. You are just like that, your brother in Benin, who speak jargon, who comes on the television, speak grammar. Finally, nothing happens. Do you understand what I'm saying? I believe in some people who speak. When they speak, they stand on what they say. Do you understand me? That is the reason why sometimes when you say something, I don't take it for anything. It doesn't make sense. People are telling you, not only me, that have challenged you from what you said something, and I tell you that you are talking about organizing. Organizing for what? Senegal people, I gave you an example. It's a very typical example. I said Senegal people, they had it. They did not plan for it, but it worked for them. I gave the example of Gambia. It worked for them. All the time, this organize. People like you will organize. Even though you are in the midst, you are the one that will turn to a saboteur too. Even in that meeting, you will go out and sell everybody off. This is what I'm trying to eat. It is not by laughing. You can laugh at yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can laugh at yourself. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it's just that the word organizing is making you not worked up. It's amazing.
You don't understand what I mean by organizing. You don't understand what I mean by that. You don't understand what I mean by that. I'm telling you that what you are saying by organizing, I am telling you, people like you, when Nnamdi Kanu was organizing it, you here was against Nnamdi Kanu. You and your forefather, you were against him. Let me tell you about this organizing. This is what people like you want so that they can benefit from it. You think everybody would come and buy this rubbish that you always come here to say? I have left this platform. I have left it. I used to watch you from the background. I used to hear what you say. You say things that doesn't make sense. You just stay there. After staying, maybe what you do, you come here, you come and say things that you want to say.
That doesn't make sense.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
So Rudolph, please,
Even what I wanted to say, he never give me the chance. He was there arguing and saying the things that he I don't know. This guy is just funny. He's just funny. He was using tactically to bring me with CM. He wanted me to start having problem with. I don't have any problem with CM. I have problem with your contribution and the people like you. Let me tell you. If I don't stop you, you will spread this virus because many people are watching. You will spread this virus and they will think that you are making sense. Someone has to stop you. Someone like me has to stop you. Do you understand me? If nobody wants to tell me, I will tell you I have to stop you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How to spread organizing? The word organizing is a virus. Like, how dumb can we be as a people?
You are dumb. Are you still in charge of this?
Can we move on? Can we move on, guys, please?
Thank you so much. I wanted him to everybody to vent. The point I wanted to make before Matt spoke was I wanted to make it clear when Ovie was talking about. I think it was Matt first that talked about people who read books and talk about books. I've always been of the opinion that this is how you say. Anybody could have their say, whether you are coming from the people that read things you read in books or things you didn't read in books. I didn't care. It wasn't necessary. But when it became an issue now, people have the right to, when you go to school, whatever you did, whatever you read, you have the right to air your view from that perspective. Your life experience is also worth something, it doesn't have to be from books. But I don't know why it became an issue. But the point the most important thing to note, Matt, for you really is people are watching this at home. While you were talking and people were screaming, I have young people who are passing by here. They just couldn't understand what is going on. Is this what you guys do here? There are people at home who are watching. They are kids, we have to worry about the perception we are sending out here. There are people who are not Nigerians. This is how they judge us. This is all they see and hear. So when I'm trying to make sure that we calm down so that people will understand us, I'm not trying to stop you from talking, but you were making it as if I'm trying to stop you. Sometimes it's not just you. There are many people. When somebody finished talking and I see that the temperature is high, I try to slow it down, maybe by going to somebody else to get them to talk first. Then you gather your thoughts. You think about what you are going to say. We are very emotional people. We are passionate about our positions, but it doesn't mean that it gives out the best of us. Sometimes people at the end of the day, they will call me and say, oh, can we remove something I said here because, I was emotional. I've had that many times. So I'm also trying to help people. All right.
Okay, Doctor, I'm going to say for raising my voice to you, I will say in your program, I will say sorry, but I'm not sorry for what I have said to Ovie because he deserved every bucket of shit which I have given him this night. He deserved it.
And the
he deserved it because he deserved it. But to you in your program for raising my voice. But I have not said anything to indict this program. I was referring to a particular person, but to you for your program for raising my voice, I will say sorry. You understand? But to his organization, let him carry that organization to go to Aso Rock. Let me see if he's organized more than Aso Rock people.
All right, thank you.
My turn to apologize.
No, Ovie, no.
I just want to apologize.
It's my time now, please.
You don't need it.
It's my time now.
Yeah, Ken should speak. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, it's my time now. Dr. Rudolph, it wasn't my intention to join. I just wanted to listen from the background. But there were two things that happened on this platform, specifically by you. And that's the reason why I joined. I'm going to ask some questions. They are going to be rhetoric questions. You can answer if you wish. Now, you played a video. First of all, somebody made an assertion, an inference and paraphrase on Buhari. You counter the person, saying that the person was wrong of what the person said. Now, to buttress your point, you went ahead and pulled a video and played the video. Now, from the content of that video, I'm going to ask some questions, from salient questions, because what you said is that in the video that you listened to, it wasn't about Igbos, that it was about IPOB. That is what you said. And I know you are a very learned person, you are a PhD holder. So you know you are smart.
I'm not a PhD holder, but go ahead.
Oh, really? But I is Dr. Rudolph.
No, what people call I can.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I know you are a smart person. You are a smart
damages things.
Yeah. I know you are smart. I read your articles on Sahara Reporters sometimes, so I know you are a smart person. Now, I'm going to read verbatim a statement from that speech of Buhari, that interview of Buhari. Number one, he said this time around, there will be no, he said he has listened to two sides, from the youth from the South and from the elders from the South. And they promise him that this time around, there will be no access to the sea. I want you to underline that word, this time around. Now, the question to you is, will I be right if I infer that what he means by this time around is that he's talking about 1967? Now, if I am right that he was referring to 1967, was there IPOB in 1967? That's number one question. Number two, he said IPOB is a dot in the circle. If they want to exist, they will have no access to anywhere. Now, Dr. Rudolph, do you believe that he was talking to IPOB, referring to IPOB when he said there are dots in the cycle? The third question, he said the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses and properties all over. Now, as at this time, this interview was conducted, even to date, IPOB was a terrorist organization in Nigeria, which means the Nigerian government was hunting every member and every property, anything that belongs to IPOB in Nigeria. That was when he made this statement. Now, he said they have properties spread all over the country. Now, Dr. Rudolph, do you know any property? Do you know properties of IPOB members in Nigeria that you can point? So why would you say he was not referring to Igbos, that he was referring to IPOB? Why were you convinced that that was the case? That's for that. The second thing I want to say is this. You brought in somebody into your platform without a face, without a name, to come and mold people's opinion. Nnamdi Kanu was a man we know him, we know his name, despite the security risk. We know his name, we know him. Sowore, we know him, we know his face, we know his name. Sunday Igboho, we know his name, we know his face, with all the security risk. Samuel Ekpa, we know his name, we know his face. How can you present somebody into the platform that is giving narrative of even telling us that those who were involved in the kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu, exonerating those he thinks they were not involved, pushing that narrative on your platform without the person showing his face, without we knowing the person? How would you do that? Is that fair? Those are the questions I have. Finally, that's the question. Finally, on the aspect of the topic that you are discussing, Sowore has been released, with Nnamdi Kanu be released. I'm going to disappoint a lot of people here. Nnamdi Kanu will not be released. The reason why it will not be released is this. The only way they will release Nnamdi Kanu if Nnamdi Kanu sign to stop Biafra agitation. And Nnamdi Kanu, go back and check the tweet of Barrister Ejimako immediately Buhari was sworn in. I'm a person that follows, I follow details. Immediately
Tinubu was sworn in, it was significant. Nnamdi Kanu gave out a message through Ejimako, and the message says this. He said, Biafra is not negotiable. That was already a pointer to Tinubu's government that he was not willing to compromise Biafra. He is not going to compromise Biafra, and because of that, they're not going to release him. I would have wanted them to release him today, tomorrow, to now. But they're not going to release him because he's never going to compromise on what he stands for. Thank you.
All right, Ken, thank you so much. I appreciate this and some of the challenging questions you raised. So the first one about Jude and the Buhari video. So the only issue I had with Jude was if Jude had said that this is what Buhari said, the line, and interpreted that, this is my own interpretation of what it meant, I had no issue with that. And I've said this before. I had no issue with your interpretation of what, but when you say that somebody said, I will wipe Igbo people out. If you say that Buhari has said, I will wipe out, I will pursue them to the sea, IPOB, and you say, but based on your own understanding, he's talking about Igbo people, I have no problem with that.
No. Dr. Rudolph, based on your own understanding, what do you understand by that first line when he said, this time around, was it referring to IPOB?
No, he was saying that this is my own understanding, that if there's a war caused by IPOB, this time around, I'm going to do this. But my issue is, you can have your opinion. This is have your say. But I'm just saying that the source of where you're deducting your opinion has to be accurate. If you're quoting somebody, quote the person accurately. That's it. Now, the second issue was about,
simply he's saying don't exaggerate and don't misquote. It's very simple. That's very simple. I don't know where you're getting agitated about.
Okay.
Why are you raising this
rubbish
issue?
There are two different things.
Yeah. So the second thing you're talking about, the guy that came in, so I said it's a production issue. Okay. Typically, when we get a guest here, before we get a guest here, I talk to the person. I've never talked to this person. I saw someone who is also in the profession reached out to me and said this person wants to talk to us about this topic. And I respect this person. And I said, okay, let's bring him in. He said the person, because of exactly what I got from the person and someone I respect, that I said it on air. And then when I found out that things were not going the way I thought it should go, I had to stop it. That's it. So it's not...
Thank you very much. We respect this platform so much. If you must bring somebody to come out shaping our opinion, let us know who the person is.
Yeah.
No, because you cannot come and speak something that is false, and we can't vet it. We don't know who the person that is spilling those information. It's not fair.
Yeah. That's why sometimes we resist putting up videos. People send me videos while we are on air. I try to, if I can't see it and can't watch it and don't know, I try to delay it and stuff, but things happen. This live TV. So, but it's
Thank you. I will leave for others to join. Thank you.
All right. Where are we? Jude, you want to say something? Go ahead.
You see, I know we are trying to, and I'm sorry that I have to, drag this a little bit, because a dot in a circle. As any military, I don't know if any of us here is in the military. That's in a military term. It is used, when you say a dot in a circle, it is used to wipe off something. It is symbolically used to indicate wiping off an enemy. Go and ask, research, you are an educated man. So if I now paraphrase or deductively say that Buhari said he wipe out the Igbos, that is exactly what he meant. And remember also, Buhari was one of the people that fought Biafra, killed the Igbos during Biafra time. I'm sure you know that. He was one of the people that fought that war. Okay? And by the way, Buhari also was somebody who overthrew, what is his name? Elected an elected government in Nigeria. So that man had no reason whatsoever to even arrest somebody and to put Nnamdi in jail. But extraordinary rendition him and put him there and allow him to remain there up to today. Okay, Abba Kyari committed more havoc than anybody in the present day history of Nigeria, apart from the politicians that are looting stealing our resources. Abba Kyari committed so much terrorism and killing of innocent Igbo youth and many other Nigerians. But today, is he not free? Is Abba not free? When US came to rendition him, came in a legal way to get him to United States to come and answer for all the atrocities he committed, didn't they defend him? Didn't they keep made it difficult for them to take not to take him? So why have they decided to keep Nnamdi there? And when I say he said he's going to wipe out Igbo, you are arguing that. I don't know. I'm really in shock. And some of you believe the same thing too. I'm really in shock that you are arguing that simple. That is a simple sentence. I studied English like most of us. Okay, interpretation of grammar. So my interpretation is exactly what that man said.
Mr. Jude, you know, Mr. Jude, what you're saying is right. That was what that man mean. But what Dr. Damages is saying is this. Dr. Damages is saying that Buhari didn't say, I will kill Igbos. But if anybody in Nigeria, everybody here knows that what Buhari mean by that statement is that he's going to against Igbos. But what Dr. Damages was saying is that you supposed not to put it in the sense that Buhari said it openly that he's going to kill Igbos. That was what Dr. Damages was against.
But how would that? He said, I will pursue them. He said, I will pursue them. That if they are part of
that he didn't say I will kill Igbos. That was, but he knows that that was what he meant. We know that was.
Whether he killed them and he pursued, there are so many things that still mean the same thing. Words mean several things.
All right.
We have synonyms.
We have to move.
Can I contribute to this? On what context is he speaking? Because we've had to put in the context in which Mr. President is speaking. Right? What was going on at that time? What was the question? How was the question framed to him? Why is it sounding like that? I mean, the practical meaning of dot in the circle is that it is literally dot in the circle. The whole Biafra land is actually in the middle of Nigeria. Well, excuse me now. That's your own understanding. Let me take my own understanding now. I mean, make I just take your own understanding. You listen to the thing the way I listen to them. So why should I listen to you?
No, carry on. Don't argue.
So the practical map of Nigeria, if you look the Biafra map, is in the circle. There's no access to any water. That's what the map means. And if we actually want to speak to exactly the context, it was actually when the Biafra issue was on the ground, they want to leave around and they say, come. And if we also remember that during the interview, that's not the only thing he said. He also go ahead and said, I will deal with them the way they understand. So if you just
in the language they will understand. Okay. If we call a spade a spade, many of us live in the Western world. Does any of us that live in the Western world will ever think that if any president in the country that you live makes such a statement on a particular section of that country, that president will remain there in the next 2 days? In that office? Yes, I know.
Listen to the man. All of us listen to the man. Right? That's your own understanding. And that's
all right. Okay.
No, let me say something. The context on which a person is, because anything you hear, either a story or a news, you have to factor in context and character. Who are those people in this story? Yes, somebody will make a good analogy that Buhari, yes, was part of those who are civil war. That's a valid argument if you are speaking about
that. Dr. Damages, if I say something now, you will say I don't come, but I will leave it past. I will leave it past. If I say something now, you say I don't come. If I say something now, you will say I don't come. You see the kind of thing. No wahala.
Wow.
Don't support the
Buhari. Just stop in the middle of my conversation because you want to say something.
You guys are wonderful. I'll miss you guys.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous because you want to say something.
This is what I have to do. This is what I have to do. This is what I have to do. I have to move out. Move some people out and bring new people. There are a lot of people who are trying to get in and we've not heard from them. We have to
get to the next topic.
Yeah, we have to change the topic also. I'm going to the next topic, which is Pastor Adeboye due for retirement. We've been seeing some of the comments and videos out of his ministry, and a lot of people are beginning to ask questions about whether we are still doing the work of the Lord. So we're going to have that conversation, and I'd like to start with people who just joined us for the first time. I will get to everybody, so don't panic. But we have to welcome new people into this conversation. And of course, I know some people join and they have interest in talking about what we've been discussing. So you can find a way to put it into your contribution when we call on you. Sorry, while I'm delaying this because I'm trying to. My studio is full. I can't play the video I wanted to play. So I will get to that. So that's what we're going to do. So let's watch this.
We're having breakfast, and we have a pot in which we make tea. I think, if I remember correctly, there are 5 cups in that pot. My wife and I, usually is the one who will finish his first 2 cups, who will get the final one. So I took 1 cup, she took 1. I took 1, she took 1. And I picked the pot to take the 3rd one. And the pot was empty. I looked at her. I couldn't remember when she took the 3rd one. What happened to my tea? And I heard the voice of the Lord. You don't have to believe me, all right? Loud and clear. I said, son, when you prayed, you invited me to join you. Some of you don't know why I call him Daddy. We have a relationship that is difficult to describe. And this is a very special anniversary. My daddy is here. He's here to celebrate with us. Prayers prayed tonight will be answered by fire. I want you to write down quickly your prayer points. Because
all right. This was not the one that made most Nigerians concerned. There was another video, I'll play it down the road, where he said that he discovered that politicians, the problem with Nigeria is not about the politicians, it's not even about the politics, that Nigeria is under spiritual attack. That was when people just lost it. And there were comments online, different platforms, people questioning what's going on. And our friend is eating on the show. You know, we don't eat on air. BQB. All right. So
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. So our conversation is about is what is going on. We really want to hear from people who I've had a lot from people who say that things of spirit, you don't discuss it, you don't know anything about it. But this is an opinion mode. People may not know. He studied a professor of mathematics, if I'm right, was a professor of mathematics before he joined the ministry. He talked about in the past driving from Sowore to Lagos without any petrol in the car. Several things like that. There's so many I can mention all of them. But let me start with you, John Abba. Politicians are not the problem. It's spiritual attack. That's what's keeping Nigeria where it is. Tell us what you think.
Sorry, Mr. Dr. Lamidis. You know, I'm joining from Nigeria.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know they might take light now. So
Okay. Let's hear from you first.
Yes, at least if you give us joining from Nigeria some opportunities, not
I thought you were in Saudi
everybody
Arabia.
in US, everybody in USA. Which will go to USA one day. So, touch not my anointed. I think I will allow people like John Albert to comment on that one. So I would just want to leave that aspect because religion is there is no logic in religion. So if you want to start thinking about what Baba is narrating, it doesn't follow mathematics, Pythagoras theorem. So so that's just what I want to say. It's just about belief. So and if you believe him and it works for you, good. Then there is somebody that mentioned in the comment section, Dr. Damage, why they were trying to put you on hot seat. That you have some similarities to Abure. And then you know Mr.
The way
Abure.
we look or what?
No, not the way you look. He said the way you cover your tracks. That why Mr. Jude and Mr. Ken were trying to make you to commit to accepting the fact that was what Buhari was saying. You are just trying to cover your tracks like the way Mr. Abure is doing. Then in the past these weeks, I think Mr. Abure's issue was also one of the trending issue, at least on national TV. It might not be in the market square like the way where we are, but it's still a topical issue. But I just find out that up till about 6 hours now, no mention, it was not discussed, it was putting in mind that Mr. Abure was on this show a couple of weeks ago. And then I saw that people were just trying to patronize him. There was really no much criticism. I mean, constructive criticism about his time in office, finances, and stuff. So with so much information around Apapa, the publicity secretary, the Oluchi, the other woman that just joined the fray, that said it was the. So I think some discussions need to be, at least you just made some points around it, not just for us to just leave it like that. Especially bearing in mind that it was on this show for like a couple of weeks ago. Then I want to make this passionate appeal to that we Nigerians, it's all Nigerians that are suffering, because the narrative online is that the video coming up online of people protesting usually originates in the West. So everybody is trying to paint the narrative of the whole of Southwestern voted for Emilio Khan. So the suffering should start from them, or they should continue the suffering. That people in the southeastern region are not suffering. There's no video from that region circulating. But if you follow the history of Nigeria, all activities and action have always been happening in the West. So it's not surprising that if there is any serious event, I don't want to be using revolution or those things that wants to happen. It's definitely going to happen from the West. So that's why people tend to focus on Wole Soyinka must lead a protest. He led one in 2012. Tunde Bakare must lead a protest. They led one in 2012. So if they are not leading a protest, possibly they are supporting Emilio Khan. So the point I'm just trying to make is that the suffering is affecting all of us equally. And if we unite together to confront it, I think we can quickly get the solutions to it. But if we are trying to divide it, that is only some parts that are suffering. So the suffering will continue, and then so we'll always find a way to just shape the narrative. Then again, I want to implore our diaspora, please, let's increase our monthly allocations to our people at home, please. Things are very, very expensive now. So that at least we can cope with the economic challenges that is happening. Please, Please, thank you very much for allowing me to have this small point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
Yeah.
BQB.
Yeah.
I have received requests to bring him back, and I'm making that effort to bring him back on the show.
Oh, okay.
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 So we'll discuss that. All right. Let's go to where do I start? Janaba now. I want to hear from the pastors, people who talk to God.
If you got
All right. We're a very gullible society. Nobody have seen God, but I think Baba have gone to the realm now that God is coming to eat with him, based on my own understanding of what you say about drinking tea, and the tea, after one cup, tea vanishes. That is spirituality. And this man has a voice. It's a very, and we have the truth is that we're a very gullible society. Um, He say he call him daddy because he have a special relationship with him. I cannot dispute with his own relationship with God. I think we all have relationship with God based on our relationship with him. So every other words that you have been measuring this day, you don't retire as a pastor. You will die as a pastor. If his position, if it's not functioning again, he have the committee, the elders that will work with him to make sure he carry his voice well. But in our society, uh, winner takes all. If you are presiding over large congregation like that, even if you say something right or wrong, many people will still believe him. So it's very difficult to speak to anything. Even himself, even if he apologizes for what he says today, it's going to cost him more. It's rather he double down. Because I remember Kumuyi's son got married in Jamaica, and they say that the wife of his son wear a short gown, a short and a quarter hang. And they asked the pastor where they conducted the wedding in Jamaica to resign, and Kumuyi was there. And Kumuyi is the founder of the palace. And they did not ask him, he witnessed it, that was his own son. There was a time again he says that he revisited the marriage committee he formed, that the way they are going about it is not the right way. And they say he's coming to America, and too often that is backsliding. These are his own church members. So that is the consequences when we lead people sometimes, especially a gullible society. It's difficult, even when you see something wrong, if you come out to say you misspoke or something, you have a better understanding. Like there's a man here called T.D. Jakes in Texas, the Potter's House pastor. There was a preach that he preached and the tape went out, and he said he have a better understanding that they should retrieve the tape, and who bought it should bring the tape, and they will refund the person's money, because what he preached, to be specific, he says that if one is born again forever. So later he said, no, you can lose your salvation. So that was to be very specific on that. So it's very difficult in our society. And this is the society, as I conclude on this. This is last week, and I think you should ban that Mazik from California for bringing that topic here, because he say a man give a testimony of 2 minutes to 15 minutes. And that kind of is not, I'm just joking, but I think that is that not decent, because it's against the Bible. The Bible says we should come quick. Why should he go and come 15 minutes by hearing pastor have pray for him, and now he can last for more than 15 minutes? I think they should be punished for coming out with such things, because it's scriptural. The scripture says we should come quick. This guy say he come quick is not a good thing, that he went and pray and he come to church and he say he come 15 minutes. I think so. Who he want to kill? That is a murder. So he should be arrested.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. And let's listen to one more video of.
And bow themselves to the ground before him. I decree in the name that's above every other name, Christians from every other denomination will bow before you.
All right. Who is laughing now?
It's me now.
Okay, let's go to Matt. Matt, you're next.
Dr. Damage, thank you for the opportunity once again. After quarreling. Anyways, I can't, whenever it concerns pastors, I don't like to involve myself because I'm not the one that called them. I like to bamboozle all the politicians than the pastors. I leave them because I'm not the one. They say God called them. I was not there when God called them. I was not there when God took their tea or drink with them. So I have to say things that I know and things that are visible. Let's just believe that what he said is true. Or maybe he's trying to, show us how close or how good he is with God because he called him his friend or something like that. But having said that, I just want to add up that in Nigeria, I must say that religion has done a lot of damages. Just for you to know, that's not every pastors, not every religion, not like, but I mean, if you look at the things, how things are being done in Nigeria, you will know that there are a lot of things they would have done to help the government, because most of these governments, what do you call it, officers or whatever, both the governors, both the senators, they used to give tithes in those churches, huge tithes. You understand me? They used to buy cars, they used to do a lot of things, live a life that they shouldn't live. Those pastors, I believe, if Christ was here, you understand, we call them to ask them where they are getting all those wealth from. But, as we human beings, we are not perfect. Sometimes, we can decide to overlook some certain things, which will indict us, not to, inherit the kingdom of God. But all I can say is that they need to, buckle up. They need to speak. They are clergymen. That's why they are there. They are not there to be quiet. They are there to, when things are going wrong, they need to speak it. They should, come out from this. God have told us, God have tell us. They should start telling us the things which we are seeing that they are seeing also. Like buying the bag of rice, 50,000. From there, we are buying 100,000 or 80,000. They are seeing it. I'm seeing it. This one, God did not tell them. And God did not tell me. Is what I'm saying. Let's start, seeing what we can do to solve those problems. That's what I believe. Because all these things, sometimes, like I told you, I don't like involving myself, because each time they say God called them. So let me leave it for them and God and talk about things that are visible. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Now I see something that Matt is afraid of. So each time you, Janaba, sorry, not Janaba. Jude, I'm coming down. I'm going this way. So can you go? Jagun, you're next.
Right. Thank you so much. This is a strange one. And I'm going to probably come with something strange as an answer. The way I see most people in the spirit world, no matter the domination, but let's talk about Christianity. I find it difficult to call myself a Christian for reasons that aren't necessarily obvious. apart from to say that nobody who calls themselves a Christian is up to anything called a Christian. None of us, pastor or somebody in the pupil, somebody in the stores. No Christian is nowhere near the Christ that they're following. So sometimes to call anyone a Christian is like a strange thing. Having said that, to say for Pastor John Boyega, is that correct? I forget how you pronounce his name.
Adeboye.
Adeboye, thank you. This pastor now, having listened to him from time to time, he speaks very slowly, very ponderingly. And he, I suppose, is fair enough as a pastor. But it doesn't matter which pastor you want to believe in. I can only take them as human beings. I can't take them as anything more than that. You know, I wish I could. It's just they have spoiled themselves, and I myself don't feel myself a religious person. I don't like that word at all. I don't think it gives any connotation that means godly. It just means religious. It doesn't mean God. So with this said, for him to say that the problem of Nigeria is bigger than human beings, it's bigger than the politician, it's bigger than the populace, it's bigger than anything. What's going on in Nigeria is spiritual. Me personally, I can't really take that away from him. Because if you look at Nigeria and its stagnation, you look at Nigeria and its poverty, you look at Nigeria and its pride, you look at Nigeria and the way that we are clearly all not going in the right direction, and you look at Nigeria with this mass of disagreement. My friend, I don't know what you know about spirituality, but I'll tell you that's a spiritual problem. Most problems mushroom from the spirit world. You know, before we speak, before we say what we have to say, we conjure it into words. We have thoughts, and thoughts are just words. They are conjured into through our mind before we push them out of our mouth. So understand that there is something going on before anything is. So before you spoke, as a human being, you should have thought. Before you thought, you had a feeling. Before you had that feeling, there was a supposition. It goes on and on. And this is how the spirit world works. There are many of us who are Nigerian who, because of the failed state that we're in, we have tried to give up on everything, and we push our nose up at any solution given, and we push our nose up at religions, as you put it, or faith, spirituality. We try to say we want to put it aside, and it doesn't mean much, and we don't know what they're saying, and this, that, and the other one. When we forget that we have our own spirit and we have our own responsibility to the spirit, our responsibility to God. So when we say all these things, I don't like to speak about religion, I don't like to do this, I think it's all copping out. I don't believe in this, I don't believe in that. It's a cop out. You're just copping out. You're pretending. And no one cares about your pretending. What we want is for people to be able to speak. It's a shame in this day and age that we cannot listen to your pastor and believe he's speaking the truth. And that's a big problem. That's a big problem. We would like to, but we cannot. And given that, we just have to look at the utterances of these individuals, what they're saying, and therefore what we think about it. And that's the end. Nigeria is definitely under a spiritual negative wave. No two ways about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to the spirit himself. Madioha is next.
It's obvious that today evening mass, we look at 10 because nobody here, no Reverend Father will take over from the other mages. I know very soon his time is clocking. Evening mass today won't get ahead.
Amadio, neck don't be wide though.
No matter go wide, about dead here. But I hail everybody. The other mages, long time.
I know.
So my own thing is this: I've been listening since morning, as much as I've been watching also. from the last video you played, people are saying spirituality. What do you expect after 2014, after the K2 subsidy removal? Do you expect someone like Adeboye to talk against the government? Let me tell you people, if Oshibanjo 10% of Oshibanjo's salary and Remi Tumutu's salary as a tithe that church every year, every month, don't know what it is. Now, as a first lady, 10% of tithes every month, every paycheck to the one for the president. Don't know what it is. Are you guys wanting to come here and to talk about the government? It's not going to work. Number one. So people say don't talk about spirituality, don't talk about the men of God. Man, even God tells you on the last day. The man of God will tell you, I hear with your name. I hear the leper. You tell them I don't know you, I don't know who you are. Not everyone that calls Jesus no can know the Lord. So for me, I don't talk about people. People said I look at practical terms. I don't judge by what everybody said. I look my own stuff the way it is. What is reasonable? Just like Nigeria is going. I told my people every time send me money. You guys, it's a famine season right now. There are practical terms, and I tell everybody to say that, to do this. Nigeria is suffering, yes. I say a famine season. They share land in my place every famine season. Don't sell your land. Send money to farm it. You can grow crops, garri, corn. Give money to do what? Somebody to do it for you. By the middle of the year, you have food to eat. But don't go and sell the land for how much and ask me for food, money for food. Go back there. My own, I have like 4 plots every year. 4.5 plots. Somebody should farm it. Make cassava. Make garri. That's how some have to survive. So, but I said, I say this. We activate impossibility, and that's the best activation each of us can do here. Without sending money, you can advise people to go to farming and grow food they're going to eat. We talked about this 2 months ago. They grow the food they're going to eat. Buying garri 1,500 or 3,000 per pint. That money can be for different things. That's advice you can give them back home. Each one of us here still have people back home that can farm. They don't know how to farm. Even some of us, like me, someone like me here, if I have the opportunity, I borrow money and go to farming here. That's a very, very big money here. I go to farming, grow my own things to eat, grow my own crop to like feed. So that's how it is. And coming to the government and Nigerians themselves, I don't know which way. It's affecting everybody. I was calculating today. Last time I bought a bag of cement was 3,000. Money was $45. Last time I bought a bag of cement, huge, like let me say huge. I used to building. It was 3,000. All right. So our money exchange rate was like $1 was 45,000 then. Then I was calculating for 50. I used $100.
Hold on. $1 was what? 45,000.
$1 was for $100 was for $100. Then I do my calculation. I buy 15 bags with $700. With the dollar rate, I still buy the same 15 bag, even though the money is high. I still buy the same 15 bag. Our bag of cement today like is 10,000 for today. So calculating it, what in the diaspora, we are still losing. Nothing like people are saying dollar is expensive here in US. You guys are making send us what? Come on, that $1 will not buy you anything. Also, it is the same thing. It's just revolving. The same thing. We are going nowhere. So as much as we start, as I told my people, start cultivating, start cultivating something you eat. As much as we're going to help ourselves. But if you're going to rely on eating foreign rice, eating macaroni and cheese, indomie, guy, you're going to be hungry. So that's one thing I activated my own family that okay, if everyone can do that, it's going to help Nigeria a lot. At least we conquer the hunger first than every other thing. And secondly, I have to say about this Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore issue. You guys doesn't even like Sowore say something after his interview that more conversation will come. If Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore match together, have a good conversation, and we convince Nnamdi Kanu to drop IPOB a little, let them fix Nigeria. By now, they will run the government. By now, imagine Nnamdi Kanu coming out together. All these governments, by now, all of them run away from that country. And no government will allow that to happen. No government. That's one of the things that Sowore was taking in for. For him to have meeting with Nnamdi Kanu, remember after that meeting is when his trouble began. The Hujuan began. After that meeting, his trouble began the big way. If he matched Nnamdi Kanu and two of them have one agenda, with the popular, with massive Nnamdi Kanu followers, the root will run over the government, and no government will ever allow that. So that's my own submission. So let's try to tell our people back home, it's a farming season. You guys should at least go and plant cassava. By August, you have a lot of food to eat till like December. I'm so expecting me to send one bag of rice, $80, 80,000. That after like 2 weeks is gone. So thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Amadioha. Ton.
Okay, I came on because a couple of people mentioned my name. They didn't hear properly what I said, and I believe I said what I said. There's no point going over it again. And this is to Ovie. Ovie, you need to learn how to be respectful. Yeah? Panel or no panel, there are a lot more people that are much older than you, are more experienced. You need to know, you need to calm it down, know how you respect people. Because the way you spoke to Matt and making inferences to myself, I'm not saying this to attack you and all that. We're all here, we're all passionate about our country because we want our country to be better. But then sometimes the way you go about it seems as if it borders on disrespect. I just thought I should just mention that with all the love in my heart. For Pastor Adeboye, religion for me is one thing that is very personal. All I'll just say to people, know God for yourself. Don't allow any pastor to use your head. Read your Bible. The Bible is there. God speaks to everybody. He does not just speak to some special people. God speaks to everybody. Even when you sleep, God speaks to you in your dream. And what again? Yeah, I think that's about it. That's what that. But principally, why I came back really was just to just respond to this. We're all here. At the end of the day, we're all here. We spend hours and hours every Saturday, every Sunday. Some people say it's a therapy section. It's not a therapy section. It's very, very serious because I'm very, very passionate about what is happening in my country. Amadio had talked about going back to the farm. The farms are not safe. You know that, my brother. So many farms you go in now and all that. There are a lot of Fulani herdsmen there. So the farms is not something that is not so safe in many regions at the minute. So it's not practical. The practical thing is for this government, this illegal government, to start doing something better. At least we'll say, okay, let's just forgive their sin, and help them out. But it seems they've just proven what we have been fearing for from the beginning, that they are clueless. They're just there to loot money, and this thing will continue, one every week. Now, Better Edu now, how many weeks? Nobody's talking about Better Edu again. No? The girl don't go on that. Yeah. So the thing is, these are all criminals. These are all criminals. They are not just Yoruba people, because I see people say, yeah, Yoruba people, Yoruba pastor. Please stop making that kind of stupid statement. It's not about this thing. There are a lot of pastors from everywhere. It's not allow religion to know God for yourself, know the Bible for yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damage, can you subtract 30 seconds of mine? I need to ask Tom something.
You are doing Ojo. You are doing
Let me ask no. Subtract. Oh, he's gone. It's okay. He's gone.
It's my turn.
No, now how? It was me first. After turn me.
It's going like this. You were kicked out. Like I was kicked out also. Otherwise, I was supposed to be. I was standing next to CM Punk before Damage kicked me out.
No, let me just mention. No, you guys saw when I was kicked out too. I didn't kick anybody out. Judah didn't, and Ovie, I don't know what happened to
Okay, before I was out, so it's my turn.
Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Okay. So please, before I wanted to be very clear so that I don't misquote anybody again. I don't want to be attacked again. Did Adeboye said that? Did he actually say that he wished Christian from other denomination will bow down for Christian in his church? Did he actually say that?
What about he's a human being? You have the right to say what you want to say.
That was what he said.
Okay, you see,
it's his company, so you have the right to say what you want to say.
You see, this man he has continued to unravel. You see, you can't hide for too long. No matter how you pretend to be called from God. You see, this is one thing that many preachers in Nigeria have used to condition. I am a Christian, by the way, born again. I believe in God, okay, and I reverence God. But as a Christian, there is no way in the Bible that God said we should not. Bible said we should reprove every work of darkness. Now, these are the ways that they have used to condition our people so that they cannot criticize or say something against their so-called man of God, in quotes, who continually perpetrate, poverty in their midst while exploiting them to enrich themselves and their families. Now, how can somebody, a man of God, who said he's truly a man of God, ever say such a thing? That he prayed that Christian from other denomination will bow to Christian in his church. I don't know which biblical. I wouldn't say I've read Bible, many a times, but at least I've covered the pages of every Bible pages at least a number of times in my lifetime. There's no place, there's no biblical reference to support such a statement, other than to say that such a statement came from the pit of hell, inspired by somebody supposedly to be a man of God. And this same man of God, so to say in quotes, at a few weeks ago, was it a few months ago, also said that Tinubu being elected is the will of God, that they should pray for him. I don't know if any of us had that word, that they should pray for him. Okay? Now, how can, if you say Tinubu, who stole election, who stole the mandate of Nigeria, a criminal, an international hardened criminal, a drug baron, it's the will of God. Now, can this man, if one day maybe somebody rises from his church and begin to sleep with his wife, can he tell the member of his church to pray for that man and to say it's the will of God that is member that came and hijacked his wife and begin to sleep with his wife? Will he say that member is the will of God for that person to do so? If he cannot say that, why would this man now come and be telling Nigerians to pray, to continue to pray for the leader because the person who is there in Aso Rock is the will of God, a thief? Then if that is true, then I don't know how this kind of person people will continue to sit under him and then continue to allow themselves to be deceived, deluded. The Bible said in the later days, Satan will send forth his spirit, the spirit of delusion. And this spirit of delusion, it does not come physically. It usually comes from those people, from the church leaders whom members have trusted so much. Okay? The spirit of delusion have entered into this man called Adeboye. And anybody worshiping under him, honestly, the earlier, the better. Because from early indication, this man has proven to say not only that a tribalist, but he's also someone who has so conditioned his members that they can't even reason well, because that money they keep bringing to him that he has been using in continuing to build his family. But right now, as I speak, he has already positioned his children to take over from him when he dies. So Redeemed Church is mainly a franchise that is run like McDonald's or any other, Wendy's and so on and so forth. So this religious leaders in Nigeria, they are part of the people that have ruined this country. Whether you like it or not, they are part of the people that have ruined this country in collaboration with politicians. How can a man of God say other church members in other denomination should back to his, I don't know, this is beyond West.
Let me
Honestly,
let me
I've
ask
lost
you something. Let me
country.
ask you something, please. Just one question. And everybody is guilty of this. Anybody that condemn Adebayo, all right, being a Christian, I don't know the church you attend to, all right, because he said that, it become people say the hypocrite. They also say that. What do you say about people coming to some churches, telling them that, yeah, this is a Catholic church? They will come to you again, telling you that as a Christian, you're going to hear fire because you're not watching true. But them only they are the true Christian, not a Christian. What is the difference between this thing he said now and
Okay,
that?
okay, let me tell you.
Next question,
Okay,
please.
the
Next
difference
question,
is
please.
this.
Let's take it easy. Let's take it
Next
easy.
question.
The difference is this. Can I answer that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
1
difference
minute.
is this.
Just 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, the difference is this, my brother. Bible says that Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comment unto me no one comment unto the Father, but through me. He said, if anybody is coming, it's like, he said, if anybody is coming to God, that is not coming through him, he likened it to somebody coming into your house, for instance, and is coming through a window. When you catch that person, wouldn't you regard that person as a thief? Because he's coming in through the window. Okay? Now, why some people, for instance, if you go to preach, you see somebody, who is a Catholic, maybe for what they believe, they praying through Mary, praying through St. John's and all the saints, and praying through Rosary and all those things. Rather than praying to God directly through Jesus Christ. This is the word of God. This is what is in the Bible. So if I now come to you, you're a Catholic member like I was before, right? And I say, it's not right for you to pray through Mary. You can't liken it to what Adeboye said. It's not this, it's totally
You don't have the
different.
right to judge anybody. They don't judge anybody. You don't have the
This
right.
is the word of God. It's in the Bible, my brother.
All right. Let's not go there now.
Anyway, this is not religion. Let's leave this. Let's leave this.
Let's go to Dexter. Dexter, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody, for having me. I've been listening all day. I've been laughing. On what do you call this guy, Adeboye? I don't think we should break any sweat for him, really. As much as we can all make our opinions, but it just shows that what is happening in Nigeria. It shows that there's a high level of poverty in the land, because if people were productive, there are some things we will not pray for in Nigeria, And if people study their Bibles well, when the children of Israel are moving from in the wilderness, when God gave them solutions to things, he didn't expect them to be coming back every time. Example, they got to Mamre where the water was bitter. And God told Moses that there was a herb there, a shrub that he would put in the water, and the water will become sweet. Now, you didn't hear any story again about the solutions that, when you read the Bible, you find that the solutions God gave were lasting solutions, not the ones that make the people enslaved. In fact, Moses got tired of the people when they wanted to always be fed. But what happens in Nigeria is that the religious leaders hold the congregation to ransom. They hold them to serious ransom, making them feel that, look, without them, there is no. And unfortunately, we have moved away from that dispensation whereby there was an intermediary, a prophet, and all that. If we follow the Bible, Jesus came and his death broke the veil in two. So it was more like that. So all these things is just man worship we are doing there. And when you worship a man, what do you expect? It happens everywhere. In Portugal had a dictator that was comatose. He was a vegetable, but he still believed that he was the president of the country. And they just left him for almost 2 years. He was in a room in his house. He felt that he was ruling the country, but he was a vegetable. So for people like Adeboye, as much as we respect the things he has done, I just think that we don't need to give it so much validation and so much airtime. You know, that kind of talk that, oh, so maybe the heaven Adeboye is dreaming of is the one that there will be some redeemed Christian Church of members separately from other denominations. You know, maybe that's what it is, you know. And then it tells you the kind of mindset when you're telling them in your church, don't worry, you will be above every other person. Is that the kind of country that will progress? The country can't make progress because the member that is coming from Redeemed Christian Church of God that has said amen to that prayer will go to work and be seeing every other person as his enemy, as his subordinate. In fact, he will see his manager as somebody that is not supposed to be there. And the country can't make progress. And it goes back to the point we have all been speaking about, you know, how Nigeria can make progress. What I would say is that on this platform, I noticed that some people use disparaging words when other people make opinions that don't seem to align with their thought process. I don't think it's that good. And sometimes, Dr. Damages, I'll be honest with you, some of your high-ranking officials are the real actors in this. They use very disparaging words on people, you know, as if the people are not reasoning. Give everybody a fair chance. You know, even if somebody seems to be saying something that is jargon to you, one thing I've learned is that one of the things that made the Western world what it is today is that word, it is not possible. In fact, when they say it's not possible, that's when they will fight to that thing you're saying is not possible. They will put their head together and see how it can work. But what happens here is that the moment something is beyond somebody's league of reasoning, like they say, what people cannot reason, they tend to kill. You know, they want to kill it. You know, so you say, oh, it cannot work, or this person, like Nnamdi Kanu issue. The man has a right to say whatever he wants to say. You know, the point of your was making, he has a right to say those things. You can't beat a baby and say don't cry. You know, another thing is on the issues with Nigeria. I hear some people talking about, unfortunately, we have people here that think they have the solutions to Nigeria, but they don't seem to do root cause analysis. They just seem to think that the paracetamol recommendation or ibuprofen and all that. So I liken the solutions we profile here. It's like a cancer patient that has a tumor in the breast. And then we start sending the person, go for chemotherapy, but you don't cut off the breast to remove the tumor. You don't do that at all. But you will tell the person, go for chemotherapy, you know, take this drug, take that. The cancer will kill the thing. That is what is happening in Nigeria. The problem, you don't want to cut it off, but you are saying, do this, do that, do this, do that. You know, that's from many of some people's, the so-called, in quotes, the guys that send out disparaging words to others. Their own solution is actually not going down to address the root cause of the Nigerian problem. And I think, in conclusion, Nigeria will not make progress until we sit down, everybody comes to the table, sit down, say the truth, tell ourselves the bitter truth, and address the root cause of our problems. It's difficult for us to say it, but we have to sit down and do it. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Dexter, hold on. Who are the high-ranking officials here? I wanted to know.
Dr. Damages, you have some high-ranking officials now. You know them. The ones that come out and, you know, they send out this. When somebody says something that is maybe not within the circumference of their thoughts.
Just bring the name, Joe. All this trickery.
Sorry?
Just bring the person's name.
I'm not going to
you're not going to bring it. You're going to be a Nigerian about it. Are you going to be Nigerian?
I have to call it out so that everybody just take, you know, when people
there's only four high-ranking officials. Come on. So if there's one, are you blaming all of them?
Jago, you know the ones that are
me more anybody. Oh.
All right, let's go to Man of Presi. Thank you, Dexter.
High-ranking officials like Oviedo.
How can Man of Presi speak before me now?
Okay.
He's a Democrat.
Maybe that the GO should have kept quiet, as he has been doing. You know. So please, Daddy GO, don't blaspheme me, you know, to the people of Nigeria because of what you are saying about the government. This is a man who kept quiet all throughout Buhari administration. All about Muslim ticket, he didn't say anything. Even with the horrible government we have right now, he hasn't said anything. And remember during Jonathan administration, he prayed against Jonathan. He asked him to be removed. Now he's trying to make Nigeria blasphemy.
He even led a protest.
What kind of daddy jigo is that? I mean, Nigeria prayed too much to begin. Nigeria prayed too much to begin with. So you went to Kaduna for a crusade of spiritual prayer. But while you got there, you tried to get the sympathy of the government. Now you say that Nigeria still have, Nigeria are not praying enough, they are not spiritual. I mean, what an utterly nonsense is that? This is the problem with, all these pastors we have in Nigeria. They're in bed with the government. So let's not kid ourselves. Like I said, he has kept quiet all this long or whatever. So now we are lacking spiritual problem. Spiritual problem is what's going to kill Nigeria. The problem, the epidemic we are going right now. I mean, Nigeria is, it's regressing to the worst level in my lifetime. And you here, try to cajole people with your religiosity. I don't know. I mean, sometimes it baffles me when you have people in Nigeria of that caliber, but caliber to his own state. I don't regard him. I mean, I'm a Christian. I believe in God, but Nigeria use religion, to baptize Nigeria, to baptize Nigerians, which doesn't even make any sense. But that's Nigeria for you, Dr. Damage. I don't have that much to say.
All right, thank you.
This is it.
This is it. All that you've been saying is not it. This is it.
Dr. Damage, I greet you.
Nice.
I greet everyone.
Hey. Talk before me.
Happy New Year, my people.
Go ahead.
You see, this is New Year, and
where have you been? Nigeria don't do shake it to you,
my brother. I went to Nigeria this December. I was shocked, man. That made me to have a rethink, and I've decided to be born again. I've decided to have a good New Year resolution. And one of those things that I've decided not to get myself involved in is discussing about pastors and politicians.
Wow.
But this is it. We are here today again to talk about the same politicians and pastors. Some things you can't just run away from it. And the reason being that some of us are so passionate to seeing things going the right way. But some of us are just so stubborn that they've had a kind of they've taken some kind of oath with the devil to making sure that things always go the wrong way. When my senior brother John Aban was making a statement, he was saying that God asked us to come quick. God asked us to come quick. We should come quick. I was like, come quick? If we begin to come quick, I bet you the gate of Babylon will be shut against you. It will never be open for you. And that made me to begin to search to know if God really said that. And in my quest, I found out that God actually said, look, I'm coming soon. God is coming soon, not we should come soon. I will not come soon, Jonaba. I said, my reward is with me, and I will give to each person according to what they have done. So you see, if you are looking at what is going on in Nigeria now, I think God is giving to us according to what we have done. Some of us are crying today.
Yes, sir.
Me too. Things are not going the normal way, the way it's supposed to. Before now, we've been crying. Let's do things the right way. But some said no, it must be a miracle. I went home and I see how people are suffering. See this word there. I will not cry. I will not cry. See,
where were you brought?
Instead, I will mobilize a strong protest against them to demolish all of them. See, Adeboye is just a businessman. Some of us, in as much as we try to lie when we are closing sales or we are trying to manipulate buyers to buy our product. That doesn't make it ethical. It's illegal to do that. However, this is what Adeboye and his group has been, have been doing in Nigeria. And now some of us, most of us are afraid to call them out because they say, do not judge, do not, how do they even say it? Do not judge.
My anointed, neither do my prophet no harm.
We will judge them. Let God reserve that big hellfire for me. I will judge them. I don't mind to be the timekeeper in hellfire. No problem. I will judge these people. They've done a lot, man. See, last time you said that you stopped snow in
there's no
timekeeper
in Halo.
You stopped snow in Colorado, right? I want you to go to Minnesota and stop snow. Let's witness it. Today he's telling us that he had a tea party or tea meeting with God. But that's fine. He's not the only one. Most of us are guilty of all this. It was surprising to see BQB actually call him because of BQB to ask him how far, because BQB was here defending Tinubu, and same BQB is here invariably canvassing for protest against Tinubu. I will not join in that protest. BQB, go and do your protest alone. Protest as much as you want to protest. Call your brother, what's his name? Tunde Bakare and Adeboye that have been protesting. Call them, they will join you and protest. We are not protesting. We like Nigeria the way it's moving right. We still have, is it 7 years? Because we still have 7 years. People must go for the second tenure. Everybody must hear it so that when we come back next time, we'll have sense. See, my brother, Amadioha, you are asking us to encourage our people to go to farm. I will not do that. The farm is not safe. Thank God that my brother Tone came here to, he has said something about that. We're not going to farm. Please, I urge you, Nigerians, my brothers, Tinubu has taken over. The only thing that we owe our people back home is to mobilize them to stop this government. Talk from today to tomorrow. They are pushing what they are pushing, and they will continue to push it. I heard that recently they went and opened, is it a rice barn or rice storage? Like, the way they open for pigeon, when you are birds are so hungry, you go and open this thing, corn, this thing for them to go.
Grain reserve, the grain reserve.
This is what you get from non-entities, good for nothing drug dealers that would never, they cannot even manage local government, and now they are your president. The only thing that we owe our people is to mobilize them to protest against these people. Stop that country. I heard again that very soon that your dollar that you are hiding in your domiciliary account will be converted to Naira, whether you like it or not, because you are the problem. You are the reason why they are not seeing dollar to for people to buy goods and import, not to export or to import. And again, my brother also said that he bought cement 3,000. Today, cement is 11,000. And this thing revolves everywhere. Everything. Something that you bought $300, 300 Naira in December. Today is 1,005. Tomorrow it will be 3,000, and it keep going. See, I'm tired of Nigeria. I only, try to call in to correct some things here, but as it is, I'm tired. I don't get energy again. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. I mean, Emiloko.
Thank you so much.
Emiloko.
Let's hear from you.
This is what happened when, the Kene of last year had violence to his intellect, and it was very annoying. I began to question myself. The guy when I meet with this. But this year, he decided to be witty a little bit, so you can see how far
he thought he's born again now. He's born again, so...
Uncle Ton came and spoke. Uncle, I've heard, according to like Yoruba we say, Motigbo Amami Ogbao. What you don't understand that, I think if you go back and watch all the clips from this show for over 2 or 3 years I've been coming here,
I never call somebody out first, unless when it's obvious. I only respond when I'm being called out. And you can't tell me how to respond. So I only responded. And once you call me out, I'll respond. But that by the side. On our pastors. And again, I'm kind of, on the witty side, I'm kind of disappointed in my Indibo brothers here. I mean, my niece, Chibuzo, every minute, every chance she gets, they're always trying to tell me how business smart she is, and I give it to her. But I don't understand now. Well, what do you guys expect from Pastor Adeboye? When Obi is giving statistics with economy, we give him credit. That's what we expect. He's an economist, right? So they talk about I want to build school for everywhere and there. Now, politician, they don't do a few. That's what we expect. This is a man of God, quote unquote. What do you expect is in the business of giving hope? He's giving hope to his people. And you guys have found anything wrong with that. That is his business model. That's what gives him money. When can they come here and say politicians and pastors, we talk about them, he's talking about the similarity. These men are the same. They travel around with convoys, with the military, look-alike bodyguards. These are the elites of the society I talk about every day. Everyone has a role to play. And I think somebody's accusing them that during the election, they don't say anything. They don't say no. In communication, keeping mute is also communicating. You are saying something. There's a reason why you keep quiet. Although it's at your own detriment, you're leaving for people to analyze however they want it. But you are saying something. So this man, as is playing a role, as an elite, I keep saying it, an elite, his own power is power of persuasion. And he's good at that. You can tell with his congregation. Yes, somebody go say, come on, this is not what you said like 2 weeks ago. Yes, I was asked 2 weeks ago by electricity. I should specifically talk about the religious elite. I said they are doing fantastically well. You can see the structures everywhere. These structures, they can be built in Dubai, they can be built in Ghana, but they build it in Nigeria. It's of no use to me, and you know it's of no use to people who are using them. So if you see from that perspective, the man has said nothing wrong. He only focused on his congregation. He's speaking to his business. How do you think these people survive? That's their job, to work on your intelligence. Their job to how they connect, work with the elite is the power of persuasion. Everybody has to play his role. I mean, everything that is going on is telling his millions of followers that pray. Don't focus on the reality that you are seeing. Everything is spiritual. That's what I expect from a man of God. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to now look at it politically. What is his role in his society? He's an elite. He has millions of followership. How is he using that power? And that's why when I say let's organize, that will become a taboo. I'm not saying you agree with me. You don't have to do that. But one thing you should take, you can disagree with me, but one thing you should respect these people for, they are very organized. You can tell they are very successful. The religious leaders and the politicians are very organized. They are very successful across the length and breadth of Nigeria. If you go north, you go see pastors who hold their side. If you come south, where see. So there's something to learn about them. They are organized. So they are speaking directly to their people. We should not see anything wrong with that. But what we should collectively come to agree with is that these religious leaders are robbing of three things. Our consciousness. It is gone. That is why any small solution, even when we see 1 + 1 = 2, we say God go do them. They have succeeded in rewinding our brain to say now heaven now be the goal. If we fail to see that is a problem, then we should stop complaining. They are doing their best to do what they know how to do best. We should see it as a problem because we cannot solve any problem again if we don't see it from spiritual angle. If now let me they see this as a problem that we need to actually go in and reverse, then we all will end up in heaven. Two Baba say nobody won't cry, but everybody won't go heaven. That's a different conversation entirely. That's one thing, consciousness. Another thing, time. Time. Which we that live outside Nigeria should ask ourselves. We that Christians, forget me when they go show, when they go show any other woman invite me or they go find one. Dedicated practice Christian, Pastor Joraba, maybe I'm talking to you directly. how many hours in a week do you spend in church? Compared to how many hours your colleagues are spending in church, even those who are jobless. So they are robbing off our time to either try to organize or think of our present situation, our party physically. So they are robbing off our time, our consciousness, and money. Money. Yes, this money, what are they doing with it? These are poor Nigerians are doing everything within they can to pay tax to these people. What are they doing with it? If we don't see anything wrong with what they are doing with it, then a conversation needs to be had. So for me, that is where we should be seeing this thing from. What they're actually, the problem they're actually considering, generally speaking, because it is very hard for you to actually attack our problem if one person doesn't know, now God, oh, one person does say, two Nigerians does say, come now, fire squad, now go bring the solution. Oh. So we have to actually look again the shores of Nigeria, the Christian nation and the Muslim nation. I've lived in Qatar for 2 straight years, 100% Christian, one of the peaceful and most successful places I've ever lived in. Now Muslim then be. So I'm not going to feel that Muslim and say, okay, that religion is actually wrong with the people there. So that's why specifically the elite, the individuals. I live in America. It's very peaceful, but at the same time, it's very fragile and a Christian country. But most important thing is that these two countries, what separates them from us is that, yes, they are religious, but the affairs of day-to-day activities, now Lord, they take care of them. No be God. Because themselves, they feel them. So there are more questions to be asked in around these 3 areas. Our consciousness, ability to attack our problem physically, the way we see it, and the finance that we are contributing to the even that base of nothing, but most importantly, the time that we are dedicated to these people. I said it before, make every pastor use 1 hour talk about politics in place of Sunday school and see how Nigeria will begin to reason towards our leaders. 1 hour, just talk about politics, not about PDP or APC, no, but politics. Share how people should work together, how people should negotiate. Why is this happening? Why is this? Why is this? They should go that way, but they won't do it because guess what? Now money be that will cost them more than it costs. So Adeboye is always just speaking for his congregation. That is what he should do. That's what I expect from him. Now God will do and guess what? There are 40 million people that will disagree with you. That man is right. That's what we should be concerned about, not the man. People that actually believe in him.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ovie. Caller, hold on, okay? We'll come to you next, but I want to.
The problem will require quite a bit of spiritual solution.
Recently, all you spoiled children have been criticizing men of God. I understand when you take on charlatans like this one. and this one. and this one, yes. And this one, don't forget that one. I take offense when you all take on respectable men of God like this one. And this one. Impossible. These are certified and verified men of God. We were all watching when the angels of heaven flew down, yes, and anointed them in front of us. You were there. I was there. What is wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people? Criticizing men of God. Now, I know what you're thinking. Yeah, we will have been better off if all these pastors were scientists involved in research and development, producing our own iPhones, our own Tesla, Boeing jets, Viagra. Who wrote this crap? But listen, my friends. These men of God are making breakthroughs too. You just don't have the eyes to see. Here is one. The other day, after years of research, Pastor Adeboye, the general overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, that big church, discovered that Nigeria's problems are more than political. Yes, they are something spiritual. Listen to the man.
That the problems our nation is facing is more than political. That our problem will require quite a bit of spiritual solution.
You see? Did you know that? I didn't know that. Did you know that? I didn't. Nigeria is an Obanje. Nigeria is an Abiku. I'm sure that the Nobel Prize Committee will give Pastor Adeboye a prize this year for this discovery. They will. There's no option. How did the good book say it? That a prophet is not recognized in his own country. Benny, Pastor Adeboye drove from Ore to Lagos in a car without a drop of petrol. Zero. No, none of you people gave him an award. None. The other day, he said that he was having tea with his wife alone. And Jesus came and joined them and took a cup of tea. None of you gave him a lifetime award for metaphysics. Now, he has cracked the most difficult quadratic equation in Nigeria. Our politicians are doing their best, he said. It was just spiritual attacks that stopped us from being as successful as America, as Germany, as China, as Kenya. Now, unfortunately, Adeboye did not discover this when Buhari was in power. Unfortunately, Godwin Emefiele would have put his image on 2,000 Naira notes. Easy. So, as you all young people, Muslims and Christians, come together on February 25th, I heard that you were planning. I heard it to pray that evil spirits should stop attacking Nigeria. Remember to pray for the very people that evil spirits use in attacking Nigeria. They don't come alone. They don't come physically and do it. They use people. I'm talking about people like this one. And this one. Yes. And this one. Aha. You agree with me on that one. And this one. Ah, of course. And this one. Yes. And this one too. Aha. Nonsense. Africans, who did this to us?
We did it to ourselves.
All right. Thank you, guys. I had to take a break. Forefathers, are you around? Thank you. I think we're going to Olapo. Am I? Yeah. Yeah, next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Davidis. And good morning, good evening, everyone. Let me start from the Adeboye talk. You see, he's saying Nigeria needs to be spiritual, is a spiritual problem. There's one stuff I was reading recently. When there's a problem on ground like this, everyone wants significance. Somebody said, your doctor wants you to be sick, so he will take over. Your mechanic wants your car to be damaged. Your lawyer wants you to have legal issue. That it's only a thief that wants you to be successful, so he can come and steal from you. So when we say this is a spiritual problem, where do we run to? Churches. And when the more people that run to church, the more money they will make. It's logical. See, the issue of the story of the tea was talking about, I don't know if it has happened to anyone. Me, by myself alone, I will be hitting and the meat will disappear. I'll be like, oh, where's the meat? The meat I hate myself. That's what just happened to him. He took the last portion of the tea and, you know, their way.
Wait. What you said now reminded me. When I go to the laundromat to wash my socks, my clothes, the socks disappear. Is it the same thing Jesus?
Jesus did your socks. You see, when anything happened to them, or when they are thinking, if they are thinking, oh, maybe I should do this for before they will say, God told me to do this. Whatever they think is God that is telling them to do something. Whatever they do is all about God. They are the men of God. And you see, when people hear things like this and they take it serious, it's because people put too much of, how do I put it? People put them high up there. They are all human. They are humans like us. And people make mistakes. I believe each and every one of us at a point in time we've said what we shouldn't have said, and later realize that, oh, I shouldn't have said that. But when they now say things like that, people say, oh, why would he say that? They are human. They can just say whatever is wrong or whatever. I don't think of whatever they say is holy or is spiritual or is high up there. No. And people call them man of God. I have problem with man of God. Me, I'm not animal of God or plant of God. Everybody is man of God, as far as I'm concerned. And you see, somebody said when the country is broken or when there's problem, people are poor, religion becomes the last hope of the poor. People go, oh, let's go and pray, let's do this. In US, in Canada, and whatever, how many people go to church like that? If you see people that take church very important in the Western world, find out we are still Africans. People that come from Nigeria are still the one that on our heads. It's our way. So, and they've had that significance so much. They had a lot of followers. That's why even during political seasons, politicians go to church to campaign because they know they pull crowds. If Adeboye or Yedepo or Yakilome or whatever just endorse you, that's millions of votes automatically. People don't need to think for themselves. Whatever their religious leaders say, that's what they will go for. And him saying people from other congregations will come and bow for people from Redeem. I don't know if they are now kings or God in Redeem or whatever. That single statement affirms it that church organizations are businesses. It's like they are competing with each other. MTN will try to say that, oh, we are better than Glo. Glo will say we are better than T-Mobile or whatever. That's what he was talking about there. Like, oh, let's go there. And what do we expect? Gullible people will shout amen and they will shout as usual. That's their way. So, and pastors and churches, they are part of the problem. They give people false hope. I remember back then when I was in, during my high tea, I was in Abuja then. Things was very tough for me then. But I realized the moment I go to church on Sunday, by the time they give you hope, all those, their motivational speaking, all those whatever, you will feel relieved somehow for you to go and face reality again on Monday. So they've been doing that for people and people are enjoying it. Just like motivational speaking, this and that, and when they have dancing or whatever to it, people like one bear and all those things. People go. So be that as it may, talking about Nigeria problem. I was reading through Naira Land just this morning. I heard about a widow that collapsed in the market out of hunger that she hasn't eaten for 4 days. I saw another story of someone selling his own son to feed the rest. Just like the story in the Bible. Like people were sharing, we hit your own child today, we hit mine tomorrow. It is that bad. Then I was now reading Farouk Perogi on, I think it's on Tribune. In the column he wrote yesterday. He said Tinubu's prophecy. Everything he condemned in 2012 when Jonathan wanted to remove subsidy is what is everything is predicted that it will happen. If this subsidy was removed, is what we are facing today. Which means he knows what can happen. He just needs to do it because he doesn't care or he's too big. He knows nothing will happen. And in the real sense, nothing has really happened. There have been pockets of protest in some places, but not as massive as it should be. Why? Because the protesters are the one in power. If this was still in PDP or whatever, Tinubu will have brought up his boy, the Oluoma and the rest. They will have dished out money to people. People will be on the streets shouting up and down. But it is what it is. I'm really sorry I don't have a solution to prefer to that. I've thought about it like, what can be the solution at this point in time? Things are really gone bad. And in all honesty, not that I'm supporting Buhari, Tinubu, you can't put everything on him per se. Buhari has damaged Nigeria to, if the damage line is at point number 10, Buhari has taken it to 9.9. Tinubu just put his 0.1 on top of it. Then we are seeing what we are seeing today. That's the problem. Thank you so much for giving me the time to talk. And have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kolapwo. We appreciate you, and we want to welcome Sowore from California to the show. Welcome to the show. And Forefathers is back. I have to take permission from all of you because I need to reach out to our guests for tomorrow. On tomorrow's show, we have, like, for those who just joined us, we have Professor Nini Wariboko joining us. He's a professor of social ethics at Boston University. When he came here last March, just before the election, actually, he predicted that the election will be mismanaged by INEC because of the technology and transmission of results. And he was right. He will also talk to us about Adeboye, because he was a pastor at the church for many years, senior pastor. I think he may still be in the church, but he will tell us about what's going on with the church and the understanding of what Adeboye has been saying. In the issue of finance and Nigeria's economy, he was a Wall Street financial expert. At a point, he was going to be the central bank governor in Nigeria at one point. So he will be able to answer questions about the current situation in Nigeria. So he will join us tomorrow at 11:30 in New York and 5:30 p.m. Nigeria. So if you can join us, that will be wonderful. So on that note, I want to thank everybody that joined me since morning. I want to thank forefathers. Thank you so much for coming back. Man of Prestige, thank you. Jonava, thank you. Amadioha, I greet.
Yeah, before you go to other pages, let me just make this to say this. Early this show, you said something about the screen yard, and we don't leave it in this session. Please, I'm just urge anybody by next week. I will say, let's do it. Let's try to raise this money by next week. By next week, let's try to. It says 1,000 plus. I know that it's too small for all of us to handle. You cannot be begging for 1,000 plus when you have men like us on this place. Let everybody be ready next week. I will be here next week. We are going to raise that money. Whether you guys like it or not, that money will come to coffee house before we do anything. Before we even anybody talk on this show next week, that money is going to complete. Or Earth will pack it up. Everybody should go and open their own channel. So everybody should be ready. And forefather, we'll make you the chairman. We'll make you the chairman next week. Yeah, we'll make
all
you
right.
the chairman.
Thank you.
During the week, give us the link. Anybody that have his own can be not amount to too small, They just support and make this thing happen. During the week, the Zelle and the rest, let us try to do something so that by next week, all this will be taken care of. That's all my. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to us, though.
Can I just add to that, Dr. Damages, if I can just give you the reminder to please send me that little ditto.
I'll do that.
And as you do so, I've got something very important for you that I think would be reasonable for you to take on board. But when we communicate, I'll offer that.
I'll do that. Thank you. Max, thank you so much. Mbore, thank you. Jasmine, thank you. And everybody that came into the studio and all the people that have already supported us, people like Alexander Gomez, Man of Prestige, Daniel J. There's so many people. I'm listening, and then I'll put it up so that we can thank you properly. But I thank everybody, and tomorrow I will see you guys at 11:30. Prophetess, over to you.
Evening, welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people donated heavily. I wish we could see them again so we can thank them, because quite a lot of donations came in.
Yeah, forefathers, the names are rolling under you can actually keep. Yeah, if you go to the banners, there are two set of supporters' names, so you can click on that. You can see the names.
Okay, we'll check out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, who was due to speak? I think
myself.
No, it's Man of Prestige. Just start from Man of Prestige. Let him take go around.
But I was supposed to talk. Remember, it went round. After I spoke, it went round.
Let's start from beginning.
Let's just start from Man of Prestige. Don't mess it up.
Okay. You see, Matt, sorry about that. But you know what? Sorry about that, Matt. Go ahead, Man of Prestige, so that we just go around again.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you here, forefather. I'm going to speak. We have been speaking about Nigerian problem. This is part of Nigerian problem. So I'm going to speak in the context of what transpired, this week about the try to solve the Nigerian security. The governors and the president, they had a conference. They came out with a modality about how to solve the Nigerian security issue. Well, it's a good beginning, but there's a caveat to that. And I'm going to make some point from the angle that I see it, whether it's going to work or it's not going to work. Nigeria have a security problem. It doesn't really matter what kind of economic policy they lay out and all that kind of things they lay out. Nothing is going to work without solving this, insecurity problem, which is probably, in my own opinion, is number one before electricity and all that kind of things that we have. So what they gathered and present, I don't know how that's going to work. I'm looking at it from Nigerian perspective. It's not like where we are in maybe UK or US. Yeah, and I think they said there has to be constitutional amendment for that to properly, take place. So I don't know how that's going to work. But the police has to be localized. What I mean by localized, probably in where I'm right now, they don't have what they call state police. They have what they call the state marshal, which kind of patrol this, the state or the interstate. But every city has their own police, But having said that, maybe starting from the state will be a good beginning, because I can't even see a local, like, somewhere in Imo State, you have something like a place called Naze or whatever. Some little places, they don't even have the funding. There's not even a funding in the local area to begin with. But the problem I have in that is that I don't know how that's going to work in Nigeria, because the governors are going to misuse it. That's another problem I have. People like Wike, Hope Uzodinma, you give them control of the police. Oh my God. Look at what they are doing already without the control of the police. I mean, they control them partially. But when you give them that kind of opportunity, man, you militarize that country. I mean, Nigeria will see help. That's where I have an issue. So it might be a new beginning, but they have to come up with a formula how that's going to formulate. Just have the state police. It might be a talk right now, because nothing come out of Nigeria, government, that I believe, until they actually implement. I mean, they can say whatever. Even about 8 years ago, somebody has brought up bits about the Buhari regime, but nothing came of it. So anything that comes from Nigeria, people maybe they're trying to do it to shut us up. I don't know how long this is going to take, but even I thought there's a process to implement it. It's going to take years for you to come to fruition, maybe 2 or 3 years, under this administration or whatever it is. But it's going to be a problem. I mean, we have a problem, not just because of the government. Nigerian people as a whole, people in Nigeria has a problem. I don't know how that police stuff is going to work.
Do you think if they make it a little bit independent of the governors, that might help? Because I know of cases where they elect police. I think I know of a case. Is it not in America or some where they elect police commissioner or something like that?
It's different. The American system is
different. Okay. Right now, let me make a point. Okay, right now, from what I understand, Nigeria has about 3,000 police for a population of 230 million. In USA, we have about 707,000 police, full-time police, plus the part-time and everything. That's more than 1 million police, with their population of 3,600 million. So go do the math. But having said that, that's going to be a problem in Nigeria. How are you going to make it independent? Some states that don't even have the budget. The only state that has the capability to do right now is Lagos State. Let's be real. I don't know about River State or whatever, and you saying about making it independent. How are you going to make it independent?
And even if you make it independent, you could create another dangerous force in the state. You make it independent.
Can I answer some of your fears?
Wait, no.
Go ahead. Can I just answer some of your fears?
Prestige. What about Lagos State?
No.
Olumide, you just came in.
No vex. I came in purposely because of what man of prestige raised.
It doesn't mean you just shut everybody else.
We can't start like this.
Amadioha, please say something.
Man of prestige, you know how it worked here, all right? If the local governments in Nigeria are not independent of themselves.
So what make you skip me, forefather?
No, I don't want to respond.
No. He just asked a question or something. That's what he. Okay. No, we are not skipping.
Well, I have not finished.
So when you say Lagos State, you are just talking about the major city in Lagos State, the major city like Ikeja, all those cities that people see that are good. You talk about Alakoko, all those places. No, Adeboye is in a city. You got a place in Lagos State. You know that they belong to Lagos State, all right? Those ones have nothing to do with. They have neighborhood already. Now, when you know how America operates, Like between me here, they have 3 different police departments, their own courts, their own, they make their own money. The governor have no, like, they have no even like tell them what to do. Governor brings his own police. The state, they come with the governor when they come in. You know, Bel here have their own police. Just their own police, their own courts. They persecute you, charge you, make their own money, maintain their city the way they want it to be. Everyone passes there. So it's different from Nigeria. Local government don't have that capability to even get the police. If local government, if that work in Nigeria, then local government will have that on their own to their own budgets, able to fund police on their own, not waiting for the state to fund them. Hold
on, Amado. I think you are going too far.
Okay.
we are not even, we are the pedestrian level right now. We have to find a way to decentralize the police first before you're talking about all those things. Maybe that will come in 10 years when you come to Nigerian space. You know, at least have a state police.
You cannot leave state police under the hand of people for them.
And someone said something very interesting. Somebody said something very interesting, that national police.
But anyway, John, go ahead.
That police is becoming more national, not the other way around. That if you look at the trends around the world, they are coalescing the police departments to become smaller and smaller number. I think somebody gave an example for a nation, maybe it's America or something, that they used to have a lot more, that they've used to.
Now, what for you, forefathers? You just always contradict yourself. Smaller and smaller number. Not be you the tell us then the security for this are bigger. Now increase in number. Now, smaller.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not. That doesn't mean you reduce the number. You can increase the number even nationally. That's why I keep saying you can have the same structure as you have now. If you increase the numbers, you're going to see results. You can't expect one military man to defend 1,000 people. The same thing for police. Almost 1 to 1,000. How can you expect it to perform? You can't perform that well. Go ahead if you are finished this man of precis, so that Jonaba can go.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, Jonaba.
Okay, I just wanted to. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
I think personally, I am for state police, but the problem is the power that you allocate to the governors. But my own way of advocating for state police and make it local, the funding can still come from the federal, but then it will go to the local leaders. In America, the police chief of a city is appointed by the mayor. And that is another branch of government that is a local. So, for instance, for the interest of your own people and the security that including the businesses and the safety of the people, if you put that on the leg of the local chief, when you say chief, we have every local government have their own councilman, they have a chairman. Those are under the political alliance, but the local chief are not. So you have to have those people work together. But my fear in that is that even the vigilante now that they have in some local area, oftentimes take power into their hands. So it's the Nigerian thing is very complicated to me. When you think about the consequences of giving power to somebody, they use it to snatch land. They use it, the forces they have to take people for granted, their enemy. So I don't know, but I'm for state police all my life. I've been saying that, but when you look at how much power allocated to the governors, or if you turn it around to say, okay, let it go to the traditional leader to be appointing the people from their area, meaning that if anything happens, that's why the leadership of the North in terms of policing is a little different from other places. First of all, the local people don't run to police first. They run to the people they call alikali if they have a problem. Then if it is issue they cannot solve, or even if police mistreat them or injustice, they first of all go to that system. Then if they even say these DPO must be removed because of the insecurity, because of what is going on. So if we can do that and give the power to the local people who want their own best, I don't think nobody wants best for the people more than the people themselves in that local area. That is the kind of policing that me am advocating for.
Jonaba, can I ask you something, if you don't mind? Just a second. Okay, I mean, everything you said, the prescription you just presented is very viable, but it's only viable in a matured country where the politicians are mature. Politically, we are not matured in Nigeria. Because if the budget is going to come from the federal, it's going to go to the state. And remember, people like Hope Uzodinma, they control everything. They want everything to come to them. Whatever they say is what goes. So how are you going to do that?
But the local government also already set, like we have cities here. If we, of course, we cannot, there's a way we cannot compare because of every city here are viable and they are compatible with the way they want their city to be built, right? But that is what I'm trying to say, that the city cannot afford to form, because even the vigilante right now, they don't pay most of them. They're just a voluntary commitment to the safety of the community. So, and you cannot allow people to be fully function, and if they will spend countless of hours without getting paid. And the local area, that's where corruption come in, because even the Nigerian police right now, if you go to some places and you go for problem, they will tell you to buy gas for their tank before they even step out of their police station. So if we bring it, if the federal police can say that, what if we bring it to a local place? It's now attached with the value of the community. How do we raise this money? If you say, okay, let it go to the local and no federal interference, because if the money comes from federal to the state and then from the state, then the governor will have too much power. Okay, let's say we localize it and take the federal out of it. How do you think that place, how did they raise their money in Nigeria? It's okay, we raise money here through ticketing, we raise money through all kind of speed ticket, all of kind of things that the police raise money. They hide, they hide around to make sure. That's how they generate money, right? So how in Nigeria, how are they going to generate? The local police going to generate? You go to a farm and people in the farm and say, you farm, bring tax. So how are we going to generate?
Yeah, and it could cause a lot of problems. You can imagine police officers that know everywhere you live and where your grandparents and all of them live.
Yeah, so we are trying to say the morale before it was okay. Let's say like Idoma land now, the Oche of Idoma, right? The Oche, I'm giving you example, or let's say Oba of Lagos. And then bring it every area. Like if you go to Limosho area, there is a Oba of Limosho. If you allow those people to take destiny of their people, they can. But how did they fund them? And if you give that power to who, knowing our people for who they are, it's still a thing that we have to have a good dialogue and put it in place. If not, it's they take it to oppress the less privileged ones. If you like somebody you don't like overnight, you send for him to be arrested. Now it's even local. It's not like a federal level. So we have a good side of it, which I'm supportive of the police to the local level, but the funding is a problem for me.
I think one other big problem that could occur is information sharing. If you have state police and you don't share information nationally, you could have a serious problem on your hand, because still something will happen in this state, but people in other states won't be able to know. And if you can't manage it very well, that could be a serious problem too. And is Nigeria ready for such a relatively complicated architecture where state will hold some information, share some information nationally? That's something that they have to consider before making such a decision. Have you finished, Jonathan?
Yeah, let somebody else talk now. I'll be back.
All right, Jonaba, you said something right. I don't know if Nigeria is going back or we are going front. I remember when I was growing up back there, before you could call a police to my village or community, the elders, the chief must be aware of it. If you do that, that means you're breaking the law. All right, they arrest anybody. They do the whole invest. They arrest, and they will say the whole villager will gather and send to the police station. All right, they have the group, the vigilante people that like know in and out of everybody that comes into the village. But right now, it's no more happening. It's no more happening. So I don't know if you are going front But there was forest guide. There was some level of policing. They may not be like where we are. Look at the level of some policing. All right, years back, there was some level of policing which I witnessed. But right now, if we don't fund it, if we don't do anything, it's meant like that. Jonathan, he says something important. Funding the police is very, very huge. I remember a day I was given 3 tickets, $700. This was 10 years ago. I carried the money. I wanted to cry. Like, I wanted to cry. Then my friend told me, go to court. Then I went to court. The court asked me, what was my registration? I said, I have insurance. They write it off. Then another police station came, they asked me, what do you say at the court? Then I said, is it bet it was expired? I said, yeah. They say, you lied to the court. You must pay the money. Someone that will move out instantly without anything. So raising the money is another thing. The funding is another thing. Having the police is another thing. You can't tell the governor of the state that fund the police not to take control of the police. Someone like everybody says the purpose of them. He takes in nothing called Buhari to carry a whole police barrack, a whole army jet, start bombing a community. Just imagine where he can give the order from his own house. What will happen? He goes to Abuja. You saw him. He got a home military, bomb a community. Go back and tell, thank you for what he did. Imagine when you have that power. Like that is a problem. All right. So you have to be careful though if you want to go on state policing and all those stuff. Secondly, we'll talk about me, like something like what Adeboye was saying today. I'm a Christian. Yeah. All of us here, most of us are guilty. Because for you, I said something, Jude was going far. For you to come to somebody's church and this person, you're going to hear fire because you don't worship God. You are the one worshiping through God. The other person that he goes to the gate of the person's church, telling the person you're going to hear fire because you're not watching the true. It's him that watching the true God. The Adeboye said this, so you're condemning what he said is not right. And it's right for you to tell somebody else you're going to hear fire. So we are him. What is the difference? Which everyone is guilty, which Jesus said, if you have not done this, face of us, cast the stone. And everyone knows that stone to go. I'm not defending him. He has his right to, I never have the right to what he wants to do. I don't believe, since I was told 1994 that if I plug a fruit in Angel's garden in a once church Sabbath, Angel will give me a knock on my head. And this fruit was falling. They say if I get in that garden and block any fruit, Angel Gabriel would knock me on my head. I was like, how is it possible? Angel will knock me because I plug a fruit. They say it's a Angel garden. Since three consecutive things happened to me when I was little, like only like 14 years, all right, in a church. Since then, I go to church, but I don't believe whatever they are saying. That's a day a lady went to the Angel garden, plucked cane, like one bundle from everybody in the church. That he had been controlled by Angel. Now he's Angel of Destruction, Angel Raphael. Stop beating about the church. Everyone was crying. Beating people. I was like, what is this? If not that enough, they say I have a demon in me. They give me, I was later, they hold me and give me crude oil to drink, to overdose. I was in the night, I was shitting and vomiting. They said the whole evil in me, I vomited and shitted out. Since then, I see churches, these people are just earlier as 1993, 94, that when this happened. So anything happening now is not new in Nigeria. So for me, I don't go anything concerning church too much. What I know is that Christians are Christ-like. Who are the Christ-like? None. You can't cut anybody who tells I'm a Christ-like. They are all Christian. They are not Christ-like. It's a different ball game. So whatever you do. You can't tell Adeboye to tell this government they are doing bad. When they do Tinubu and the EFC chairman are pastors, if they give 10% of their tithe every month to that church, you know how much it is? Or when Ashubajo is a small pastor, is 10% tithe every month in that church, you know what it is? So you expect the man to tell you that it's a own business empire. It's a registered company, business empire, telling that what they're doing are bad. So those tithes is collecting. Are they going to return it back? So it's also as I said that question that when you dip your hand in when you eat the devil or dip your hand in a bad place, it's very hard to take that hand off. Before 2014, Adebayo was against the government, but since 2014, his pastor become vice president. He can't say a pastor leave. Another pastor, which is the president, Remitting, which is a pastor in the for it, he can't step in until maybe another government come that have no of his member. All right, so you should not expect anything for him to say anything that is not is everything is spiritual. Everything in Nigeria is spiritual, you know. So I think I've already Janaba no in America. I think it's already have transferred to this place. Things have see this happened to Nigeria. Have transferred to Nigerians in America right now. Everybody they are crazy about this church issue. Things have fly banned to this place. Every corner here is church. Impunity going on. You have transferred. So it's coming too much, man. I don't understand. So that's just what I say.
The vision is 5 minutes. Every church will be 5 minutes.
Yeah, as it is now.
That is the vision that they say. That is the vision of redeem. It's
if
not
I leave my house now, I have one here.
That is every 5 minutes distance you must be in the church. So that is their vision. But then, having said that, I want to quickly, I will come back. But then, in the nutshell, I was very mild with the issue of the pastoring that time. I joke around it because our people are very gullible. No matter what you say, they're not going. It's rather that you make an enmity out of it. So the only thing, the Bible says, every man to their own tent. And then I think the Bible, if you can follow it, study it on your own. I believe that Christian, there are good Christian, there are good Muslim, there are good traditionalists. I believe in moral. So whatever anybody think is the good thing that champion their cause of life, they should dedicate themselves to. Above all, let us serve humanity with open-minded, and then we can easily deal with all those issues. But in the case where people are more gullible in the society that they can't design for themselves, then if you have no principle, principality will reign over you. That's a simple thing.
Thank you. That's a very good commentary, actually. Matt, Matt, you were supposed to speak. We didn't let you. We started from this, so you can say whatever you wanted to say then, and talk about the police issue too. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I just want to ask because sometimes, thank you so much for that. I don't know if someone or anybody saw. There was a video that I saw. Nuhu Ribado and one Kelechi man from the north when he was speaking, in Hausa. But the translation shows that he was saying that they are the problem. They are the people that cause what is going on in Nigeria now. About the scarcity, about the problems that we are passing through right now. Why I always, try to come in with all those things is this. We can't be letting all these things happening and, we overlook it, and more especially when it's coming from the north. I think that Nigerians, we are giving the northern people that much power over us that whatever they say, even when they curse us, when they spit at us, when they vomit anything against us, we choose to take it as normal thing. I don't know if we are doing it maybe because we don't want to offend them, or we don't want to do anything, or if we do, maybe there's the consequences. But when it's coming from other sides, I don't want to now mention names, other sides, it becomes an issue. It becomes a problem. And this has been the problem Nigeria is facing. There's a lot of things people are not believing that the country that we are running is one Nigeria. Because if you cannot treat someone the same way you treat someone in the north, you cannot treat someone in the east like that. You cannot treat someone in the west like that. That becomes a problem. You understand? We have a very, multiple examples that we can lay out here. Look at what the Fulanis are doing, and they look at what nobody have come to answer or come or brought to book to say, yes, this is the person who has been causing this harm. Because you can't tell me that this problem is being it's just people that is what we call them herdsmen. They will just come out from nowhere, kill without somebody sponsoring them, without somebody behind them, because none has been none has been brought to book. So if you are talking about Nigeria, is that something that this man mentioned, moral, assuming that Nigeria said that they want to be one Nigeria? I think it is very simple and easy. Sometimes I use, let me use Catalonia, Spain, for example. Now, if somebody in Spain now, or somebody from Catalonia, where they are separatists, they want to separate, they want to have their own country, maybe if there's anything that happens here, or someone from Madrid, someone from Galicia, someone from anywhere does anything, my brother, they are not going to see you based on, oh, because you are a Madrid person, oh, because you are not a separatist, let's just treat you with kind. No. You will see it. You'll be at your sitting room watching it on your telly. See how the whole process will go. At the end, if that person is guilty, you will see that person in the prison. You will see. I'm telling you, I have a typical example. There's one that called Isabel. He's a popular musician, if you come from anything like Spanish music. But this woman, because she was engaged with a politician in this country, and that politician embezzle money, they didn't look at her face. She went to court. She was found guilty. She went to the prison with the young man, with the husband, two of them. So all these things that I'm saying is the justice system in Nigeria, the way we look at things in Nigeria, we look at it, in a way, this is my brother. No, let's just consider it. This is not my brother. No, let's just leave it. If all of us here, we be sincere to ourselves, what Abakare committed in Nigeria, is he supposed to come out from the prison now? From the look of things, let's just be sincere to ourselves. But look at Sowore, who did not do anything. He was just speaking. Imagine the kind of punishment Nigeria gave to him. Look at Iboho. Look at, he didn't commit because he was challenging all the nonsense that was happening in Nigeria. Look at the way they treated him, because this one is where they feel that power comes from. They now, cuddle him, put him in a relaxed place in the prison. He stayed for a while. They bring him out. He's not even coming out from the news. We don't know where he is, what is going on, what is happening with him. They just hide him, keep him safe. Look at Nnamdi Kanu. Look at what they did to him. So if we are talking about Nigeria, we have talked about the pastors now. Because he come from my church, I will not talk. Because he come from my tribe, I will not talk. How can we move this country forward with this type of thinking and attitude? It can be possible, because when you do it, me myself, I will be at the other end. I'll be grudging in my heart. I will say, imagine, I will be complaining to my people. Some people will buy it, some people will not buy it. So the mind will not be together. If we take this thing, when we are bringing cases, we judge it the same way, the way it is. If that person is guilty, let him go and answer for a case. This is what is unfair, because the justice system is unfair in Nigeria. It's one-sided. Maybe you call people from the east out, you call them out when you see error, but when they not do something, you don't call them out. When the west do something, they look at how the westerners now, look at how they are coming out. Yoruba women calling out Tinubu. Look at during the time of Buhari, none of them, let me just say none of them, 90% of them or 95% of them, they were all like this. But now look at them, they are speaking. Nuhu Ribadu was somewhere where a man was calling Igbo's name, not one Igbo's. He was making jokes of Igbo.
But there is no
tribe.
evidence for that statement that you said Ribadu made. I tried.
No, I didn't say Ribadu. I didn't say Ribadu made. He was sitting in that congregation. Anyway, I will send it to this place. I will send it. Don't worry. I will send it.
Who made
I will
the
send
statement?
it to him.
Send it to Nigeria to back up your statement. Yeah.
Okay, I will send it, but I'm using the phone. I'm using the phone. That's the
If I'm
problem.
looking at Nuhu
Wait,
Ribadu,
that's
he
the
seems to have worked very well with Igbo people from what I can
no.
him.
He is not the one that made the statement. He was sitting there. Why that man was making this statement? He was laughing. He was laughing and doing his hand like this.
Who was the man that made the statement?
He's a clergy man in the Muslim whatever, I don't know. But they say this particular man that I'm talking about, he has been on the news because he is always, not always, he's used to calling out Igbos. He used to, putting blame on Igbos. Do you understand me? This one, I have this, and I'm telling you, the video is on this on my phone, but I cannot send it. When I'm out of this platform, I will send it to our chat. Go through it. You will see what I'm telling you. This cannot continue. We cannot be one-sided and we are looking for one Nigeria. If we keep going this way, let me tell you, sometimes you say some certain things. You know why your mentality now is like European and the system that is working. That is the perspective you are coming from. But in that aspect, when you bring those things that you want, those reform system that you want to this corrupt system, it will swallow it. It's not just that what you are saying, you are not making sense from forefather. It's the people you want them to practice it. This is a place where corruption has eaten everything that we have there. Even when you want to speak out, it becomes a problem. You become their enemy.
I think that is how every society used to be. People fought and fought and fought until they turned it around. I think we'll fight it. A lot of us will fail, but somebody will succeed, and that's how struggles are won. And we can't. What choice have we got? Abandon our land? There's nowhere else for us.
Okay. Go for further. Look at what we are discussing about the what do you call it? The local police, right? Local police. Do you know? Let me just give you an example here. For example, because I tell you the one that is working here where I'm living. They have two. They have two type of two. There's one that they have for the local government. Those ones are the one they know even how many children that you have. They may not be talking to you, but they move with their vehicle all the time in the streets. They come in. They know. You can't anything you commit, they are there already to grab you. Do you understand me? They know every corner of the place. But there are ones, what they do is they are always on the street. They call them, they have police locale. They have the one they call Squadra. They have Police National. Police National is that kind of one that we have here. We have in Nigeria. The one we call our national police. We have only one, but they have three. Do you understand me? They have the ones that are taking care of the forest. They are in the forest. They are taking care of the. You see this thing that you see that is happening in our forest. If we have such police over there in the forest, they are the one taking care of every forest in Nigeria. Do you think this thing that is happening that will happen? Nigeria, we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. If, like they said, who said that before he left? I think man of prestige, he said it. If you imagine Hope Uzodinma, he's from Imo State, he's from my place. Imagine him. Just he's a very typical example. Give him he's manipulating police national that we have in Nigeria. Imagine local what he would do. And if we want to do that, if you give the governors the financial power to be paying them, in fact, all those things that we are talking about will not achieve anything. If the money is not coming from the federal coffers to pay these police people, just consider it as effort wasted. I'm telling you, because those governors that we have and with their mentality, they will use it to oppress both their opponents, both the people that they hate. A lot of things will be going on. Even they will be using it to be killing innocent people. So this is what my submission this night. All I can say is that mentality of Nigerians, both our politicians, imam, pastors, all this, until we start speaking unity, call a spade a spade. You see all these things that we are talking and we are doing is going to be very difficult to achieve. And justice, when you say justice for one, justice for all. This is where I rest my case for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Ngbori, I think it's your turn. But you knew you could have said anything anytime you wanted. Before now, anyway. Please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. And hello, Amadio, Matt, Jagan, Olamide, and Steph. And people at the comment section. Hello, everybody.
Thank you for coming.
Hey, it's an honor to be in our midst. I tell whoever I come by, if they wonder about one thing or the other, I said, whoa, what a family. Some will say, I've never seen you before. You think you're my family? I say, well, if we are human beings, we are family members. There was 2 or 3 days ago, a gentleman, I think he is from South Africa. He was exchanging views with another YouTuber, and he told the YouTuber that Nigeria and other colonies that were, as far as I'm concerned, they're still the colonies of whoever colonized them, that such countries in Africa and wherever else they are extension of whoever colonized them. And because there are such extensions, that is why they are skewed in such a way that they may never be straightened out. And I said to myself, whoa, fora have existed just like this forum we are in, this platform we are in today, from of old. Who knows why? I mean, in Nigeria's issues, who knows why it looks like everything they sat and discussed and maybe some of them implemented never came to any fruition that we can palpate. Then I said to myself again, maybe my daughter calls it delegitimizing money. Maybe that is what Nigeria needs, where within Nigeria, If you have millions of Naira, you will eat when you need to eat. If you don't have any money, you will still eat when you need to eat. Your money doesn't make any difference. Like I always said, I went home between 2021 till 2023. I stayed 2 whole years. That's when I saw that what issues like localizing police and what the region people will turn it into has gotten to the last breathing human being, so that there is nothing you will bring that they don't know a way of sabotaging it, so long money will flow. And if you come to, okay, I went to give free basic healthcare delivery. The first road I embarked on repairing, just so that I can drive through it from one village to the other. It was the politicians that really fought me. And when it didn't make any sense. When I went back in the village and I was asking, they laughed and said, "You are bringing America here. Nobody wants that. That is the road they will use for campaign." I couldn't, it didn't mean, I was lost. So you mean I have to stop this so that I won't be in the black book of the politicians who want to use that road to say, if you vote for me, I will build that road. Meanwhile, people, it doesn't matter the type of vehicle I took home to try to ply these roads. They kept breaking down because of how bad the roads were. And it shouldn't be repaired because politicians are using it. I think what Nigeria really need are people who are so passionate that they will sacrifice their lives. In such, when Femi Falana came about 2 or 3 weeks ago, that's when during my submission, I said to him that I think everything in Nigeria needs reform, and right from the grassroots to the toppest top. If the colonial juggernauts decided that Nigeria is going to be like this, there is no wonder it has been like that since ever. If some people will now say, "I rather die than live in Nigeria like this," maybe those are the type of people who will make any change. Maybe those are the ones who will say, vigilante in Ekoro, the deepest area in Yoruba land, and there is no amount of money you can buy us with it. That vigilante remains there. Whoever is there to take, if it is people from maybe diaspora or wherever such people will come from, they are the ones implementing that principles of no amount of money you will bring to them will they look at you. They are also the ones that will critique it. They are also the ones that will do quality control of whatever it is. Because as soon as you start anything, you have an army waiting to attack you. You are not asking for anybody to pay for any service, but you are making it difficult because you are non-monetary. So now you want to ask, where on earth, how on earth could people like this be helped? If you institute that, something like that policing, and they start, if they cannot be decamped by these politicians' boys, they are boys to politicians, and they cut down whatever you bring that doesn't involve exchange of money, money changing hands. As soon as you start such a thing, they are on you. They will make it difficult for you. So I'm thinking, what is it? Who will do it? Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't talk about religiosity, church, and all that open day robbery that is happening in Nigeria. But if you want anything, any type of reform, so that anybody in Nigeria has the same opportunity, has the ability of coming home not afraid, money has to be removed. Because once there is money, these boys are bought and you cannot do anything. So it does really rub me the wrong way to know that Nigeria seems that even if we talk till whenever, what holds it, holds it. If the colonial masters have skewed it, and that is the way it remains, and that is why nothing moves, what is it that could be done? Or would we continue to just be rebounding? You do all you can. You can't go anywhere because Nigeria has been set up to do to be like that. Money, money, money. And even as it is, everybody is killing their neighbor. So it's frightening. I don't know. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we can easily call them Europeans, British colonizers. They are not my masters, and they've never been anybody's master. They just won a war and ruled and groomed our leaders today. You said something about somebody saying that the association with being colonized is part of, like, we are like extensions of these colonizers.
Yes, and that person gave an example. He said he must be either a prime minister or somebody from South Africa, and he was talking to this gentleman. Oh my goodness, the YouTuber. I'll find it and send it to you. And he said to the YouTuber, why do you think that, like somebody just said here, people like Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, and Sowore, what did they do that needed them to be held as, almost choked out of life? Okay, he also gave an example of the Ifeanyi, somebody that was paraded by the police as the brain behind kidnapping and terrorism, that he was videoed and shown everywhere. You could see her face, even his face, even his teeth and gullet, everything. But that when they brought the boys, that really are the Fulanis, that they shaded their face, they barred you from seeing their face, just like Matt in Matt's submission. So this man said that it is the colonial juggernauts that set Nigeria up to be the way it is, and that Nigeria has no government. Nigeria just has an extension of what Britain wants it to have, and that is why things are the way they are. Don't worry, I'll get it and send it to you.
I hope we didn't try to turn it to a tribal issue, because that is part of our problem. The question I wanted to ask is that Fela said they don't release you now, but you never release yourself. So Is it more of a psychological link that is preventing us from towing our own path? Because my concern is that, because I used to grow, whenever I was growing up, I remember watching programs where you see all those men wearing short knickers and they with their this thing button up shirt, and they work for the colonial this thing representatives in the UK and in the Nigeria, I mean, and they coordinate with them. So in a way, they are like collaborators working with the people that came to colonize us. And these are the same class of people that they handed power over to when they left. You can see that their mindset is different from other people that fought and threw out their colonizers. So could that have extended to this point whereby now you have a situation whereby these people still have that mindset, and they brought the mindset not only from their elite class to the middle class, where we crave foreign products, services, education, and we still call them masters. And all this type of thinking, you will not hear it in South Africa. You will not hear it in Algeria.
Actually, thank you for correcting me the other time about calling them masters. That's what when you see or read something and you say, you verbalize it accordingly. If somebody says, no, they shouldn't be, then you reason into it. But what he was saying is, some of the things he was saying is, what did Sowore do? Other than asking that things get right, and the other two that he mentioned. Now, how come they are held and rigorous court appearance, or they are kept there forever, they have to escape but people who are killing people the terrorists who are killing people on a regular basis are forgiven? In fact, that they are just forgiven. So
I'm not sure that is necessarily accurate. There is a Shiite leader that is still in jail. From what I gather, he didn't do that much. He too was jailed. Nigeria, you always have problems where you have a little bit of injustice. Not a little bit. You always have injustice to an extent. Even in this UK, you will see a lot of unjust decisions that have been made. And in America, they will get a young boy that is a minor when he committed the crime, and they will charge him as a grown-up. A lot of injustice is going on around the world, and sometimes we forget that and we make it look like we are the only ones it's happening to. Maybe it's a feature of society. I don't know why it's like that, but it's happening everywhere. And the question we have to be asking ourselves is, if all this is happening, why are we still dysfunctional? I believe that at the core of our dysfunction is because we still subscribe to foreigners as our people to look up to and people to care about more than we care about our own.
Forefather, let me ask you a question for this. I'm not cutting it, just ask. What can you say about this issue of Niger? In Niger, there are trailers of load of food that are coming to carry food to other parts of the country. They now stop them on the last village in Niger. They stop them, telling them they can't go beyond this, this place. All the food they have, they should either they drop it there or they'll go back where they brought it from. Let me ask you: is that the kind of that kind of attitude from a governor or from a Nigerian? Is that patriotic?
Of course, it's not. It's one of the problems we have in the country, where you have the people that should be pulling together, they are pulling against themselves.
This is food. This man know it that there are a lot of problem in Nigeria, and you are doing this to Nigerians. And this is all that we are saying here. We can't be doing this thing, and we can't be seeing this and be pretending as if it's not happening. And none of the emir, none of the governors, not even anyone has come out open to condemn it.
To be fair, though, it's not happening on a large scale. And I think I even saw a report that they kind of caught some Dangote trucks and a few others trying to leave the country. And because they are going to make more profit selling these things overseas. See, the kind of damage Nigerians do to Nigeria is unbelievable. And some of them will hoard food. They will not release it. Yeah, go ahead.
Matt says something. You would have had a Dangote truck selling it to Nigeria. Governor of Niger State.
That's what I wanted to answer.
He made a broadcast, all right?
Yes.
In a normal country where things work, even the government should have condemned that, telling the cities that any food from large quantity moving out of the state will be seized and shared to people. Nobody should sell food out of Niger State anymore. And even the government didn't call attention, say, "Oh,
what did he do? So what he is doing is he wants to feed his state people."
No. He carry no.
You see, but the way Amadio has said it just now is that any food that wants to leave the state.
Yes,
yeah, that's what he said.
No. Forefathers, what Amadio is saying is what he's saying is what I just told you. He just said it the way I said, because maybe I will still send this video. Someone was.
What are you saying? See, try to say this thing without making it look like it's tribal, because
like a tribal,
no. You don't know that I am talking about patriotic Nigeria. Did you hear my statement when did I say anything tribal? I said, does that show that the man is patriotic? As a Nigerian, as we call ourselves Nigerians, you know there is food shortage in Nigeria, and look at what you are saying. You don't want others to share from what you have produced in your country, in your state. This is what we are just asking.
You can argue that if his state is hungry, and then they are making food and sending it to other parts of the country to go and feed other parts. Maybe there's a reason why he decided to say, you know what, don't release food from the state.
No, we are talking about going. I'm telling you about states in Nigeria. So far, I get to the context. I said the trucks of a load of food that are going, they are not going outside the country. They are going to the west and the east and the south. There is no other. That's where he said no more going out to other states.
But did he say that he can send it up?
Huh?
Did he say that he can send it to the north? Did he say that he can send it to the north?
Why are you people arguing for things that, for me, he didn't mention any state. He said any full Niger state, including Kaduna, Kanu.
But you said we shouldn't do it tribally.
But he's trying to feed the state, so I don't know whether you can necessarily condemn it completely.
Yeah, you can,
because he's trying to feed the state. Maybe they are hungry.
We are still no. For far as we are concerned, we are still one Nigeria. Nobody have the right to stop the movement of food.
Exactly.
North south, nobody have the right.
Exactly.
Except. Otherwise,
see, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one, because if you are trying to care for your people in your state, they are Nigerians too. They don't have enough food to eat.
If you go to those states, you say don't sell food to your people still in that state. Like you go to Lagos State now. Larger people full in Lagos State.
So are you saying because there are other Nigerians, you should feed other Nigerians before you feed the Nigerians inside this thing? The ones you have to worry about. There was a problem. I think this administration was like arresting a lot of people. They have closed down companies because of this. That they have food, they hoard it because they want the price to grow, to increase, because the Nigerian currency is depreciating crazy badly. Some of the things
it's a business. Like when I was back in the village, I got palm oil. I buy it through the way you have how much, you keep it. By December, you sell it for higher price. It's a business. So if I have two,
are you one of them? Are you one of them that are hiding food?
It's a business. I buy it money. I buy it with money. It's not that I buy it. I go to the market. I buy it. I store it. Then I'll sell it. I tell you to not to sell. I make more money. You see my point? It's a business. So it's a different. But also, this also kind of say that that's how you make his money. But when he was in school, by selling palm oil and all those stuff. So,
but I'm not so sure it's a good idea to buy something, store it, and sell it. Okay, if it's in one season, one cycle, maybe it's understandable because you buy it for one period. But it looks like something more sinister is going on, where they store it for prolonged period of time, so that they can actually make a lot of profit on it, and that also is dangerous. And especially if you're, let's say in the case of Amadioha, yours is relatively small scale. if you are like supplying 20% of the grain of a state and you do something like that, you affect the
No,
price.
that's not some keg of palm oil. Yeah, talking about no, but not just say different. Let's talk. See, let us speak the speed. The Niger State have no rights, and nobody condemning that to do a national broadcast telling the Niger State food the food consumption in Nigeria are mostly produced in Niger State. I would say half of it. And you are stopping the food not to go out of your state, not only to go to any part of Nigeria, north to south to. It did not say any part. So anybody are trying to make it not come to the south, that person his own business, but I know my own business. The guy said, leave the states. All right. I will know that where the food are going, we can all know that. But at the end of the day, it's not the right thing for him to like say, it's not the right thing for him to say.
But I think they are saying they said it's a false claim.
No, something in some broadcasts, live broadcasts.
Wait, let me go out. Let me go out and come in.
It's just 4 hours ago.
Live broadcast now.
Yeah, all right then. And this is Matt.
It was a live broadcast. Not for live broadcast. You said
you get it
they
from the chat.
Let me see. Broadcast.
If I can. Or should I tell? I don't have yours, but let me see if I will send it to Dr. Damages to send it to you. Let me go out. I'll come back.
Yeah, this is Niger State Police that is saying that there is nothing like that. Maybe, are you sure this stuff was not misunderstood? The statement was not misunderstood, because the police is saying that they didn't say anything.
Go and watch it. Go and watch it on YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's not hidden now. It's on YouTube. It's not nothing like.
Niger State Police Command has said that no one is stopping trucks carrying food from moving to the south through Niger State. The state governor Mohammed Bago recently issued an executive order banning the mopping of foodstuff by people he called speculators who come with trucks to cut away the foodstuff from Niger and other northern states. You see, now this is now adding context to the issue. I think sometimes we misunderstand things, and
can you he's
talking about people mopping up food and storing it.
Go and listen to the man. Go and listen to him. He said this. Go and listen to him by yourself. Not what somebody.
Yeah, but the context that he said it, that's what you need to understand.
Yeah, by leave context. Somebody tell you that. No,
what do you mean leave context? Context is everything.
Like,
what do you mean leave context?
Context. Somebody whole government make a natural broadcast. Now you have to go out of my context. No, I'm going to context.
The statement read Niger. See, okay, I will go and if I can find the video, I will find the video.
Yeah, it's just 2 weeks
ago.
It's not far. It's not like a week ago. 2 weeks ago. It's not.
I think we've been going on with this. I think it's Olumide or Jagun. Jagun, did we flip past you somehow? This thing moved around a bit. Steph or Olumide? Yeah. Nice background light as usual.
No, it was Olumide, Steph, and then it was me. But allow people to speak now. I'm listening.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Olumide, please go ahead.
All right, guys. Hello, everybody. So I just wanted to, Man of Prestige has left. I just wanted to answer to some of his fears about the issue of state police. See, nothing, I mean, if Nigeria still remains one, the way things are going, I don't think anything should stand in the way, no individual or persons should stand in the way of a good law. So what do I mean by that? See, at this point in time in our history, it is very logical that state police has come and should, I mean, this is a sign. There's no better time for us to have state police than right now, majorly because of the insecurity situations in the country. The federal police are not able to provide security for the people. They are underfunded, they are undermanned, they are ill-equipped. And see, in Canada here, we have a situation where, that's why Canada is a very lovely country to stay and live in, because it is a cosmopolitan society of different ethnicities. It doesn't matter where you come from, and the reason why Canada has been able to succeed and function very well too is the fact that it is an egalitarian society where everybody is equal, and Canada borrows policies and laws that has worked in different parts of the world and make it their own. They make it Canadian. So people who are making input into the Canadian society, people from different ethnic backgrounds, wherever you come from, they take an input from you and they make it Canadian law and it becomes part of the society. This is the kind of country that Nigeria should be aspiring for at this present time in our history.
Let me just be a bit of a controversial stuff. You know, the Canadians that used to exist there will not be very pleased with what you are saying now. That were wiped out to create this space for the new people.
See, let me tell you.
Would you say that if somebody comes to Yoruba land, wipe it out, wipe everybody out from Nigeria and replace us with a multicultural people?
See, I understand what you're talking about, forefather. See, that is why I said the whites, they were majorly the English, primarily the English people who came. They've acknowledged what they did to the locals, to the owners of the land. We call them natives or units, or they are aboriginals, the natives of the land. You understand? They've acknowledged what they've done to them. You understand? Even up until they've made it even law. You understand? So you go and look up online, you will see where Canada as a government, they've even made it law. They've admitted that they've treated these people wrongly. They've admitted that they've treated them in ways that no human being should be treated. They've killed them. You understand? They are still, and they are surviving. They may not be majority in number. They may be a minority. We call them minorities because they are not majority in number. But the country has acknowledged that they've ill-treated them. You understand? But economic power still may not belong to them. But what they've given them, what they've considered to these people, you understand? It helps in a long way in healing the country. You understand? Has Nigeria done that to its own indigenous people? Have we acknowledged the fact that people have been treated with disrespect on their own lands and they've not been listened to? Have we done that? The kind of benefits these people have in Canada today, and the way the way Yorubas will say Omonile, the kind of benefits they have, and even the Omoniles, they don't even take advantage of it. Even the natives, they've so misused these benefits, free education up to university level. They have their tuition can be paid for.
Oh my God, you're doing that stuff again, eh?
They have, no matter what medication they get prescribed, it's covered, paid for. You understand? Their resources and everything. I wouldn't say I understand where you're coming from, but I would tell you that if Nigeria does 1% of what even in America, the natives, America has admitted, that they ill-treated them. They tried. It's part of the history they learn in school. They didn't try to abolish it. That like Nigeria tried to abolish some part of.
So that's the honor you get to being taught in anthropological classes that you once existed. We are sorry, but we wiped you out and we take it over your land.
That's the least they could do. Apologize, acknowledge it.
What a beautiful way to go.
It is what it is. You understand? It is what it is.
I think my point was that the only reason why I brought that forward because you were a kind of lauding the Canadian this thing and. So
I'm just trying to make examples because I don't want to be too people. There are some of the people in the comments say, "Oh, you tend to bring American stuff in here to make examples to where you're living." You understand? What has worked in my society where I live in Canada? I'm just trying to bring it to the Nigerian situation to say, you know what? Even in the so-called Western world, they also learn from other parts of the world too. You understand? It's not just when things work. It's not like it's anything special out of the ordinary. They learn from other people, other parts of the world. That is what is unique about Canada here too. And And the state police, see, in Canada, we have what we call the RCMP, Royal Canadian, that's the federal police. You won't find them on the roads about traffic or anything like that. You have the provincial police. That is like the equivalent of a state police. You understand? So where the province, and you have what we call the city police, where we call that, those are the local government police. If a city is not able to have its own police force, that is where the provincial police force will be able to devolve manpower and cover their area on behalf of the city. You understand? So these are common sense things that we can. Not every state, even if the government okays or they pass the state police into law, you understand?
Hi.
It doesn't mean that every state police will be able to create its own police force. Where they're not able to create their own police force, federal government can fill that vacuum. That way they can use resources judiciously. And if a state police like Lagos can have its own police force and fund it effectively, they should go ahead and do it. But what I would say is that they should make it world standard. They should allow the police force. I mean, you can't stop the governor from choosing the head of the police force. That is why in democracy it is very fundamental that the people should be allowed to choose their leader. So that if any leader, the only way you can hold the leader accountable, the ultimate accountability, no matter what happens, is the fact that you can be voted in and be voted out by the people who choose you. So that if a time comes when you want to abuse the law, they can hold you accountable at the ballot.
Yeah, but don't you think that they should remove the immunity of governors if you want to give them the power?
No, see, whether you remove the immunity or you don't remove the immunity, it is, for me, it is immaterial. Even if you remove the immunity, the guy can still find
because they will be too dangerous and too powerful.
Fine, even if you remove the immunity, as long as the guy can keep rigging himself in office and putting whoever he wants to put in there, like Wiki or whatever, or like Tinubu did in Lagos State, as long as they keep doing that successively every 8 years, for 60 years, for 100 years, for 1,000 years, you won't be able to probe the guy. But if the people can vote who they want, somebody can bring him into accountability. You understand? That is why free and fair election is very critical, very key and germane to a democratic society, so that the leader knows that even if you hold power, you don't hold it forever. At some point, you would give account. That is what the rule of law is all about. That is what being accountable in a free democracy is all about. So that at some point, whether parliamentary, whether you understand, so with the fact that you want to run away from state police and say, oh, you are going to be afraid, you are afraid of certain individual, you are afraid of certain. For me, it's not. The most important thing is that we need this, especially in the Southwest. At this point in our history, we need this security, not just because of people who are in the bush or some Fulani headsmen or some so-called who are in the bush killing people, but because even the regular federal police force is not able to tackle crime to its ultimate level. There are so many cases in court they've not been able to prosecute. They don't even prosecute them properly. They don't gather evidence very well. I don't know if they have a forensic lab that is up to date and world standard, that can prosecute cases with logical conclusion. So some states can afford to do that. Even in the US, you have States Bureau of Investigation. Some states have elevated their police force to a level of, apart from the Federal Bureau of the State Bureau, that compares and kind of helps challenge even the FBI.
Yeah, but why is it the trend around the world is that police forces are converging now? They are reducing them in number. Like the ones that used to have state police or regional police or different type of police forces, they are beginning to coalesce.
Which part of the world are you referring to?
I think
not my part of the world.
I think no, actually, even in your part of the world, I think
no, that's not true. Not in my part of the world. We have our own city police.
Yes, they have them now. But do you know where they started from? Maybe 20, 30 years ago. If you know where they started from, you find that they are trying to converge. The reason why, because they can be able to share information.
True. I've not heard of that news, though. That's what I'm saying. You tell me where you've heard that. Which part of the world?
Okay, let me. I wanted to tell you now. I was listening to an expert. I should have picked up on the specifics of where he mentioned an expert on this when they were discussing it in Nigeria. I think it was on a Right TV or something. And he said that the trends around the world, and he gave an example of one of them where the size used to be about 200 and something, and it's gone down to 40 something. that the people are bringing it together. And you can even see that even in America, like with the FBI and all the other groups they are looking to group them into the homeland security. This is because in the modern world, there is a lot of information sharing that is going on in real time with the automated
No.
security system that they have now.
Even in the US, they don't see. Even in the US, what they're not scrappy. In the US, they are saying that these agencies should work more together. The reason why they have Homeland Security is the one coordinating all the law enforcement agencies in the federal parastatal. They are the ones before the CIA and the FBI used to work at loggerheads. They don't want to share information, but now Home Security can get all of them together on a table to share information for the betterment of America, so that they are not.
Now you can see that those things are how. Imagine if that was police department and all the rest in other countries, they will look to be collapsing it into one, because they will find that it's more efficient. They can share.
No,
in the context of Nigeria, though,
I understand.
let me ask you,
in
in the context of Nigeria, how do you take care of the information sharing that is supposed to happen?
So we're
not
not talking about. See, the state will have its own jurisdiction. Federal will have its own jurisdiction. You understand? The state, we are not talking about local government police now. For now, it's just state police. Maybe later on in the future, state police will devolve power to local governments to have their own police. But right now, we're talking about state. See, it is the federal government.
So are you saying that they're not going to share information with the federal?
No, they should work together where their jurisdiction, you understand, kind of meet or are separate. You understand? So what I'm saying is,
but they should share all the information. Every single thing that is going on in the state has to go to federal. Otherwise, that somebody can do something in the state and go to another state, and the other state won't have a clue what's going on.
Yeah, law enforcement agencies should share information. Even in Canada here, we share information with US. The Canadian police work with US to help track criminals that cross border. Canadian citizens that mess up in US and they want to run back home thinking that they will hide, they are wasting their time. They're going to get deported because they work with US law enforcement agencies. So there's no hiding place for anybody. That's what law enforcement agents should do. So there should be no sweeping anything under the carpet when you're sharing information between states and federal, except there's hanky-panky. Even now, even federal agencies should get themselves all together. Like, for instance, for CID, EFCC, there's financial intelligence unit that is under the police. I mean, they have a financial intelligence unit. I don't know why they are operating EFCC again. They monitor the monetary transactions that EFCC is monitoring, and they're not able to get themselves all together to work as coordinate their, and if they have to prosecute a case together. All these agencies, we have all these, they are not organized. It is the federal that should get themselves organized. And if the state police will get some of these things out of their hands so that state police can deal with whatever is within their jurisdiction, it doesn't mean that when they go to court, there will be state high court, there will be the state appeal court, and you can go to the extent of to the Supreme Court. You can still go to the Supreme Court in Abuja. If you feel you don't agree with what the state police has done, you can still go to the Supreme Court where they'll give the final arbitration or final judgment. You understand? So in a sane society that works, this is a progressive decision. And not all states.
People were running from River State because of Wike. They were scared of Wike. These are big men. They were running. Imagine if Wike had police. The
reason why
what that man is going to do?
The reason why Wike or the Imo guy Uzodinma can behave and get away with this is because they know they will rig their way in and they will put their stooge in there. If you allow the people vote who they want, then they will know that they're not above the law. That the person who comes in after him will prosecute any wrongdoing. So that is why Nigeria is rotting from top to bottom. The moment you don't allow people choose their leaders, and these rogues still keep rigging themselves in from local government level to state to federal, nothing is going to work in that country. And I understand your fears, and I understand man of prestige fears, that in a society like Nigeria, the way it is currently, the abuse of the state police, like any institution, is possible. It is possible. But if we want a country that will work fairly for everybody and the rule of law must prevail, we must start with the the basic norms of every democracy, a free and fair
You know,
election.
that thing you said about, I agree with the idea of great democracy. I'm sorry, everyone, because I'm asking me a lot of questions. I'm not even sure how that happened. But
Father.
yeah, go ahead.
So, the other panelists, do you want us to be sleepy for now, or?
Sorry about that. I think I just find it fascinating that I'm asking a lot of questions. Actually,
I'm asking because I've been here
sorry
for like
about
1
that, because
hour.
Steph is next, and
You
I'm not
don't
giving
know
him that.
levels. Oh, more
So
level.
everybody is just.
You know what? I
I
should let him
will
go.
let
Even
Steph.
Jagu
I
cannot
will
help
hand
us
over to
out.
Steph
Jagu's
to
supposed to help
continue.
us out.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
but
waiting till the next
I'm
time,
quiet today, man.
because regarding that democratic election and everything, I'm a little bit fascinated when he keeps saying that, because I actually believe in that. However, what is happening now, are we sure that is not what is happening? Because Nigerians, they tend to make poor decisions when it comes to choosing leaders. They are doing it from state level to this. So if they are so clever, how is it that they are doing it from even local government? They are choosing terrible people.
They've
Or,
not been.
or is everyone
Even
terrible?
local government, they've not been allowed to choose. I will tell you that 100% of the time, they've not been allowed to choose. They rig it because the governors don't want to share the local government money to the local government people. He just wants to give them a paltry part of it. That's why he will choose people that will say yes to him. Look at what happened in Ogun State, for instance. When the guy fought back, he called DSS on the guy. He got the other local government people, chairman, to impeach him, local councillors of that local government to impeach the guy. You understand? Because the guy said, "Oh, you're not giving us the money that should come to us." And the governor said, instead of the governor to come and explain his own side of the story and show people proof.
Can all of them just be terrible? All the leaders they just speak. How many, like, I can literally name it just a few people in the national politics that can say maybe these ones are a little bit upstanding, like Natasha Akpoti. Who else? Peter Obi, maybe. Who else? I don't know any other. Maybe the one Loti, or what's his name, in Abia State. That's it.
I want to give OT a challenge, the Abia governor a challenge. OT, I want to give you a challenge. If you are listening, or any of your minions are listening right now, you are the governor of Abia State. All the free and fair election, get your party, Labour Party, to choose credible people that want to contest chairman of each local government. Let them compete and have debates with other parties and allow a free and fair election. Let the people choose. And don't put your hand in it. If you do that, I know you are a good governor. But
I think we are going to
majority
have
of
that
them, what they
debate
will
soon.
do is they will not hold election. They will choose their own caretaker committee chairman so that they can rig their own chairman to say yes to them. That's what they do.
Thank you. I think this went on longer than I expected. I think it's Steph next, isn't it? Or is it
Yeah,
AY?
Steph. I think it's
Sorry
Steph. I
about
met
that.
Steph.
I just got caught in the web
Oh,
of.
let me take a whole 1 hour.
Yeah.
30 minutes for me there.
Good evening, guys.
Muzodinma, you
Welcome,
don't know
Steph.
say that time why I keep
Nice
quiet, why I
one,
just keep
Steph.
quiet. You don't know say me say I dey plan my own.
I'm not really surprised because when you praise forefathers once, the next second he will disappoint you. The last time I came onto this show, I actually commended him that he started this year. He started this year as a different person. But just few minutes I've been here. Forefather has spoken more than half of the time.
Oh, easily.
But it's okay that I just decided to give him that benefit of the doubt, just like other panelists. Everybody just allowed him to have a field day. The main reason why I came is to I've been listening through the YouTube since morning. And the main reason why I came is to thank some special people that, in my opinion, were panelists of the day today. They represented very well, and they stood out. I want to give a special shout out to Ferrari and Jagun and Maziovi. Unfortunately, Ferrari is not here. Three of you actually, made me not to miss coming in since the beginning. I applaud you guys. Well done. I'm proud of the three of you today. That is the main reason that I came.
Is that all?
Is there anything else?
To thank them.
Is there anything else you want me to talk about?
I thought you wanted to say something.
How about what? You don't have a topic? Do you have a topic?
He said something.
It's about national police and that state police and people hoarding food in Niger, according to Matt. But there is this sabotage going on in Nigeria where people are hoarding food.
You see the problem. You see the problem. Whenever an issue does not really impress forefathers, he will want to downplay it.
Like
he will claim ignorance of the existence of that issue. He was having this conversation with what was the name of that guy here, telling him about what the Niger State governor said. And forefather is just trying to downplay it, reduce it, as if it never existed. The man never said that. Okay, we'll find out if he said it. Okay, even if he said it, this is the reason why he said it. So I don't even know again whether that he doesn't believe that the man said it or that he's just justifying why the man said it.
That's the man.
It's not difficult for you to know that he said it.
Actually,
it was like a press release the day he said it. He didn't say it through a surrogate. He said it. He said he's stopping it. I'm coming. He said he's stopping it till further notice. That was his exact word.
Okay, you want to listen to it to show that I was correct on that.
The area that because forefather said okay, is good if it's for his own, is protecting his people, right? Fine, but those farmers are not his own people too? Is he protecting the farmers too?
The farmers in the state?
Yeah, we live in a free market economy. Is he protecting the farmers by giving them lesser access to the market?
Yes, he's protecting them.
How is he protecting the farmers?
If they go and sell everything to foreigners, they will not going to have people that are going to be farmers tomorrow.
No. Listen. Who is a foreigner now?
Who's a foreigner? Who's a foreigner? Yes.
Your fellow Nigerian?
People that are not from the state.
You see how you're deflecting. You see the point.
Hold on, that's not my point. I think we are. See, you need to listen to this what he said so that we fully understand. I don't think you've listened to this speech. You've not listened to it. Let's play it so we know what we are talking about. Because what I say just now is not even accurate. Let me make it clear so we can understand. It's very short. It's not even up to a minute.
Trucks who come to park or buy foodstuffs from our villagers in bulk should be halted for now. We have stopped mass purchase from our local market in all our local government from now henceforth until further notice. Anybody found doing that, we have given security agencies go ahead to confiscate those trucks and share the food to the people. Thank you.
Now, what is wrong with that?
Okay, let me come. What he said now, I've listened to that video the day he said it. And what he said now is not different from what they told you that he said. How is it different?
No, they were making it sound because he talked about the reason why he was doing it on this one. That one, they were just saying he said they should stop goods from going elsewhere.
Where he thought the reason?
No, he's saying
no, listen, we don't listen to.
No, listen, the reason is because he wants the food to be sold in his state. He doesn't want bulk purchase of those goods because his people demonstrated some few days ago. So he feel that they are demonstrating because there is scarcity of food. But they are demonstrating because they don't have money to buy the food. Not because the food is scarce.
I think you are missing the point. He didn't
hear
what happened.
He
didn't hear what happened last week in Nigeria, where they were finding a lot of people warehouses of food that people were herding. They were not allowing it to
That's
be
a different point.
going.
See, that's
Oh my
different.
God.
Kaduna,
But it's the same point. Hold on. It's the same
Yeah.
point. He's trying to prevent those people from purchasing the food. These people are driving up the cost of food. They are creating scarcity in the country, artificial scarcity in the country, and people are excusing it. I don't understand that.
Forefathers, let me explain this to you. Let me explain this thing to you. Warehouses have been in Nigeria since time immemorial. Nobody built warehouse this last year or this year to hoard food. So it's not the warehouse that people keep food in. This is part of the supply chain that has been existing. You understand? It's becoming an issue today because there is hunger in the land. You understand?
Hunger is being made worse by people hoarding food. This is not by accident. They closed some of these companies down. And the difference now is that because of the depreciation of the Nigerian Naira, these people know that if they keep the money even for 2-3 months, they are going to make a lot of money out of it. I have seen Nigerians whereby when you want to, they will buy something at cost price of around this thing, let's say 10 Naira. They wait 3 weeks later, go and sell it for this 15 Naira. When the actual money they paid for it was 10 Naira. This is what they are doing in Nigeria. They are creating artificial scarcity.
That is a possibility. But let me ask you something. If I am somebody who deals in cash crops, my trade is to go buy, because even when I was small, 911, do go to north, buy yams, and bring to the south. You are aware, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
That they bring
911. Yeah, 911s go to the north too. Buy beans. You see loads of trailers of 911 coming to the east. There are people that does their business. When they bring those goods to the east, do they carry that 911 to the market and dump it in the market? They take it to storage. From there, they bring it to the market.
Mm-hmm.
It's been happening since. I'm not trying to downplay what you said, but what I'm trying to tell you is that anywhere you go in the east or any part, you see a warehouse that you have like yam, filled it up with yam, or it's filled up with beans, or filled up with corn, or stuff like that. It's not as if they just locked it up. There may be people that are locked up, but that kind of business has been existing since time immemorial. They have to warehouse it from there. From there, they take the goods. From there, they take the goods to the market gradually. But what I'm not trying to downplay what you said. It's possible that some people have been deliberately.
They were doing it. Even Dangote trucks were being stopped. These Nigerians are sabotaging the country themselves.
Wait, I'm coming. Does it mean that
they were going outside the country?
Yeah.
Yes.
They were going outside the country to go and sell things that Nigerians need.
The question is,
you right to stop them.
I know they have the right to stop them. What they call it overriding national interest, right?
Economic sabotage.
No, it's not necessarily economic sabotage. Moving goods inter-country. No, let's not mix it up.
Goods that the country needs.
They can stop it out of override. They can stop it out of overriding national interest at the present moment, but not that is economic sabotage. If they've been doing it before, and they continue to do it now that maybe the country needs it more, like you said, the government can put a policy in place to stop it. But that does not mean there is an economic sabotage. But if there is a law in place that prohibits, I'm coming.
Economic sabotage.
If there is a law in place that prohibits them from taking the thing out of the country, that is where it becomes an economic sabotage. Let's not mix things up.
I get that point. If there's a law against it, but I'm sure there has to be some kind of law against it. That's why the government stopped them. If there was no law against it, the
government can stop it.
Not only did I have Olumide go before me, I'm even more worried about those who have to come after me, and then to have you going back and forth. So I would like to excuse myself and say good evening to the panelists. This is not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to have that kind of patience to wait till it's my turn. So perhaps next week I would come in. I wanted to chime in on Sowore. So go ahead. Be fair though. so we can enjoy it. I'll be listening. So let this thing move along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Easy,
Thank you.
easy.
And
I think it's a wise turn.
Now what for?
You want us to be timing it there because sometimes I do.
No, you have to time it. Just make it go round. You have to time it. It's been going very well without any timing. And people have been speaking for long. Some people speak for short. But people just get what they need to say out. We've had very little swap.
In summary, what I'm just saying is that the governor of Niger State, he has the right to protect his people, right? As you said. But at the same time, I wouldn't want him to, sacrifice the economic well-being of his own, the farmers from his state. What he could do, though, if you really want to do something nice for everybody in the state, both the farmers and the consumers, if those trucks are coming to buy, then government should buy those goods and distribute to the people. Why can't the government buy those goods? Instead of denying them access to a bigger market. Because the farmers are selling in bulk because they want the money in bulk. People come from other states to buy it in bulk, right? So why can't the governor buy up those goods in bulk and share to the people?
I think the reason why he probably wouldn't be able to do that is because, one, they don't have the capital to do that. And secondly, the purpose of buying in bulk is not just buying in bulk is not the problem, because they go on to hoard it. They don't release it to the
that's
people.
Not the area.
The
he said, no, let's take him by the words. He said trucks coming in to buy the goods in bulk is stopped for now till further notice. If you're a farmer there, you've already designed your strategy for the year. You want to sell your goods in bulk because you want to do another investment. Is it not?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you stop them from selling the goods in bulk? As you mean that do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand. I think I understand what you are trying to say, but I think you are missing the context why he had to make that statement. The reason why is because when they buy it, they are not selling it; they are holding it. If I mean, like, normally when you buy in bulk, you go and sell it in bulk. But this one, they will buy it in bulk and hold it. Then the people will be looking for food to buy. They will not find it, and food price goes up, and they end up on the street protesting. That is the context we are talking about, and that is where I think maybe they have a point.
Assuming
they were showing the warehouses.
Forefathers, assuming you're a farmer in Niger State, and you have like 500,000 tubers of yam that you are planning to sell within a week or a month, because you're getting ready for another form of farming, and this kind of order come in place, you're going to be forced to go sell those things in retails, right?
And if they're already in the ban or I already stored them, it's the new ones that he's stopping. He's not stopping the one that.
No, you are the one. Oh my God.
No, repeat the question again. Maybe I missed it. Sorry, I missed the question. What did he say? Look at Amadio.
No, it's okay. Forefathers,
AY can go. I think they are all tired. They are tired of to and fro. AY, please go ahead. Sorry about that. These conversations are a little bit more fascinating than I thought they would be, actually, regarding all these smaller, issues. Please go ahead.
It's very good. You are really a pro. Keep it up.
Oh my God. You guys are all kicking me. It's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
Oh man. So good evening, everyone. Yeah, I've been watching here and there, watching all the men, Jagu, Mazi Oviedem, Amadioha, Olumide. I've been watching. Good point so far from a lot of people here. On the issue, the issue I really wanted to comment on before I go to the state police is the state of the country, to be honest. It looks like a lot of people from the government and the people, it seems they still thinking like what is going on in Nigeria today is a joke. It's not. It's not. Here is the truth. The country is really, really, really going down. So if the president allow anybody to deceive him, to continue deceiving him, is what is gonna happen is gonna he's not gonna believe it. The president needs somebody that will tell him the truth. He needs to do something. He needs to act. Things are going out of hand. This is not like oh, that's they will not do anything. They will survive. One day it will happen. If you follow up with Nigeria, I don't know, like if you can connect across Nigeria, because of these issues going on, people are dying. When it pushed to the point that people will now feel like, well, maybe I'm gonna die anyway, they will move to the street. And even in the north, especially, to be honest, I think it's only the emirs that are calming these people down. The day they will enter the street, that is done. The day Nigerians, if you can have 25 states on the street, here is where we're going. What is going to happen is even the military, the police, they will join these people. If people don't think it's possible, it's very, very possible, because right now you pay even the military, the policemen, majority of them don't receive up to 100,000 naira a month. A bag of rice now, for your information, is over 70,000. So the president needs to do something very urgent. I have a plan for the next 1 year to do something permanent. He needs to do something very urgent. Hopefully, people are telling him this thing, like it's not a joke. Yeah, that is one. The second thing about the state police is, oh man, so for me, sincerely, we need state police. I understand the fear. Those that said, oh, the governors, I understand their fear too. Let me state it here. Let me be very clear. Nigerian governors, they are more corrupt than the federal government. Olumide was talking about this local government election. If you see what these state governors do with local government elections, from 1999 to date, I have followed Nigerian politics. I have tracked states. I cannot point out one state that you will tell me the governor conduct a free and fair election, follow the law, follow the process, and allow the people to choose their local government chairman. No one. If you know anyone, call the person. I don't know how to really explain this. Like, the level of corruption with the governors is so high, you will not imagine, you will not even understand the level. It's so bad, to be honest. I understand. That's the fear of the people. When you give these people police, what happened? But here is what I'm going to say, right? I think we can have state police and still have a federal police that can look into their activities. But the state police will be independent, quite all right, the commissioner, but have a federal police, or you got to have some power that will do check and balances. If you're going to give the power to the Senate, to the rep, to the federal police, you got to do something. Giving the state governors absolute power to operate it's going to lead to a bigger crisis, because majority of them, to be honest, the way they behave, they behave like little dictators in their state. Budget, how they control the House of Assembly. Majority of Nigeria House of Assembly, they are just pure.
They've been horrible. They look at the River State one, they destroyed House of Assembly, and then I think something like that happened in Edo too, where they closed it down.
Yes, it's like now it's all over.
Horrible.
It's everywhere. This is what is going on in the state. No state is left out. It's everywhere. So, because here is the truth, right? If you really have state House of Assembly doing their job, they can really checkmate the power of the governors. But they can't. What you find is from the election, the governor is involved, sponsoring these people. The governor is going to choose who will be the speaker. The governor, all the budget, everything, they are just robbers, they are just there. He just give them money like, oh, this is what I want. This is what is going on. So when you see them complain of the federal, yeah, they will have a lot of issues there too. But the states, they are the worst because the state, they are basically the microcosm of the federal. But it's very bad. I've been here see some people calling for parliamentary system. I think even the Senate, some senators. I will subscribe to that. That's what I've been calling. I think Nigeria needs to have that. Nigeria, but one thing I know, they need to do something. If they are not gonna create regional regions, they should give more power to down to the local government. I think that is because we are not developing, nothing is going on. We need to have a system where let this development start from even the local government. There is a lot of work to be done. The problem we have leaders that are not honest, that don't believe in the country. This is the problem we have it. Because if you really have leaders that think about the people, they will look at what will be good for the people. That would be their focus. Okay, no, even if I'm going to benefit this, I know it's going to be better for the people. Give it up. Give it up. We don't have these leaders. That is where the problem, they're not understanding the problem. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger by the day, right? They not understanding. They think it's still a joke. It's really big. Now you have a country where half of the population, they are less than 40. Majority of these youths, they don't have jobs. They are not working. Even the people that are working, you are not paying them living wage. It is a problem. It is a problem. So hopefully, and okay, even with all this going on, I've listened to you don't hear the senators talking. You don't hear the rep member talking. Like they don't even, they think it's a joke. They just go there. It's all about the money. It's all about, they need to sit on. If you have to call for extra meetings, you need to look for a way to resolve issues. It doesn't seem to me they do anything. I feel sorry for the president right now because he said he can do it. He's there. Now there is no, because the thing is, I think it's confused right now. This is just the honest truth. One thing, part of the stuff I think he can do.
Let me just ask this though. You know, regarding our leadership, we keep saying we don't have good leaders, but maybe we don't have good citizens because our citizenship as a people, we don't seem to understand citizenship at all. And maybe that's why we keep generating all these people that we say we don't like. Olumide keeps saying, oh, we should elect good people. The people that are electing are always electing crazy ones. Anyway, they will say, oh, they didn't give us a choice.
No,
but
we
don't have a choice to an extent.
To be honest with you, we don't even have a system that can even bring out the best. That's the problem. That's the major issue.
And whenever they try to do that, people push against it. I've seen Nigerians push against it on this panel. I've seen that Nigerians push against it in Nigeria. Whenever people try to do that, it's about tribalism, it's about religion.
It's not really. So here is it, right? Here is it. Okay, now you have a governor that is completing 8 years. He's gonna do everything, rigging, whatever he's gonna do to make sure he install the next governor. This is the process. This is what is going on, right? It's very difficult. So if we have a system that would be allowed to work, that is what I was expecting when 2023 election was coming, with the electoral amendment and stuff like that. That's what I was expecting. If you have a system that you believe in the system, okay, I know, for example, I have the mind to work for my people. I can give up my job and say, oh, you know what? I'm going to help my people. I will tell the people what I want to do. I would explain all the things I'm interested in, what I want to do for the people. And I know if they understand my language, they will be able to vote for me. And they vote for me, and I'm actually delivering on my promises. They will vote for me again. So if I don't do the job I said I was going to do, they kick me out. But that power needs to be with the people. That power is not with the people. That is why the governors,
Hold on. Let me ask this, because sometimes we don't question things. Like in the West now, that we like to say that democracy, people choose. I don't know how many times people have been voted out just because they didn't do what they promised. And
where?
In the West, like an MP now will get elected, or in America, House of Congress member will get elected, and they promise something and they don't fulfill it. They don't get voted out just because of that. Often the reason why they get voted out is because of election cycles. It has nothing to do with whether they do. Sometimes because the trending is trending towards the opposite party because they are tired of this party. The election cycle is often what determines it, not necessarily whether they fulfill what they promised or not. Look at Trump. Trump didn't do half of the things he promised, and he's about to be voted in again.
Forefather.
Forefathers, what are you arguing about?
Forefather.
You're arguing from both sides of it. You're arguing from both sides of your mouth.
I'm just saying,
from both sides of your mouth.
I'm saying we should question things.
Let me
what are you questioning?
Not as real as we think.
What are you questioning?
Everything.
Did Trump do second term?
Because there was a trend against him. That is this thing. It's not because of whether he did something or not.
Why did he lose? Because so many people that voted for him felt like he did not meet up.
He lost because he barely won the first time. He won with a tiny margin in a specific.
Then he should have won. He should have won. He should have won again with a tiny margin.
Because there was a big trend.
No. Let me ask you. His second term guaranteed for every elected official in America.
Sorry.
Answer forefathers.
Because I'm in mood to question everything, because given where we are, we have to question everything.
You're gonna question, but don't give a false analysis. Don't give a false analysis.
But they don't hold people accountable.
Listen. In the city where I am, the woman, the first elected black woman mayor, did only one term. He couldn't win the second term because people were uncomfortable with her style of leadership. But when he came in, before he came in, people thought that he's going to do so many things. They even predicted that he's even going to do a second term. But build up to the election, so many things he did, some of his policies, people were not comfortable with it, and he was voted out.
Forefather.
That's what Ewa is saying.
Steph, hold on.
Okay, let him carry on.
Forefather, in the last 10 years, how many prime minister have they changed in UK? Please tell us. And why were they removed?
In the last 10 years,
the last prime minister, why was she removed?
The trust, isn't it? Because of economic instability, what she created. And that hold on, it wasn't the people that removed her. It was the party.
Animals?
The party is the one that removed her.
Of the process. Now, is it not people? Who is the
party? No. It's not people. We're talking about politicians removing each other. People didn't vote her in. People didn't vote her out. We got Rishi Sunak. Nobody voted Rishi Sunak in. The person they voted in was Boris Johnson.
What do you say? People never. The people that voted, are they not representative of people?
You can if that's what you want to argue, you can argue that. But
that's their own system of government.
Even people there was an Italian that came here the other day, and what he said was that in their country their vote don't count. People in the UK, they understand this too. that the vote that you think you are casting, whether it matters in terms of changing stuff, it doesn't change much. You vote, the system remains the same.
Forefather, let me tell you this, right? To be honest, the people have when the people have the power, they will get rid of any politician that is not performing. Quote me anywhere, even in Nigeria. Nigeria, the people don't have the power. This is the truth. This is just the summary. If the people have the power, you think Buhari would have come back second tenure? He will not. They will kick him out. With the support Buhari got in 2015, if the people had the power in 2019, they will kick him out. That's just the honest truth.
It's not how it works. It's political cycle, but I will explain that later. Go ahead.
No, see. This thing is easy. People know what is going on. They know. They understand. They know the truth. They will kick out any politician. Okay. These politicians, I say they know what they're doing. With this Tinubu misbehavior now, 2027, if we want to contest, you think you have the power to remove him? He will pop money everywhere, rig the election from everywhere. It will come back. That's what I'm saying. So by now, Tinubu will be scared that if he contests for another election, the people will vote him out. So he will look for a way to resolve issues. That's what I'm saying here. People don't have the power. It's just the summary of the whole thing. Even the senators, the rep, if the people see this senator, this our rep member, is not performing, it's not acting, it's not doing stuff, they will kick him out. If you are supporting bad laws against the people will kick you out. We don't have the power. This is just the summary. The people don't have the power. Don't be deceived.
PDP ran the country for about 16 years, didn't they, or more? 16 years before APC took over, and APC is going to be going to 9 years now. This is what I'm saying. By the time APC gets to 16 years in power, watch the cycle turn. And I've observed it in the UK. Sometimes it's not even about how good a candidate you have. They don't care. But once they turn on you, like now, they've turned on the Tory party. There is nothing the Tory party is going to do in the UK that is going to make the public vote for them. There is nothing. They bring a John Mayor. It's not going to make any difference. They're going to vote them out because the people are fed up. Enough is enough. So that's why I get a feeling that people always think that individual candidate makes too much of a difference. When they're in the mood, it's a political cycle. Then they sweep them out, bring others in. It doesn't mean that some small cases you don't have people being moved and changed all over the place. But in the bigger scheme of things, it doesn't make too much of a difference. I think people in the West know this. They know
what
this
we
already.
are saying is that the people in Nigeria have not even been given that opportunity to make that choice.
We don't have the opportunity. You see, okay, let me tell you.
I just want to allow you to talk.
Let me tell you this, right? You made mention of Donald Trump.
Forefathers, you didn't know what's happening in Nigeria, forefather.
Sorry. It's my turn.
No, you didn't know what's happening.
You better jump in, or there's just going to you not go sleep.
In Miloko. So, you see, you made mention of Donald Trump. America kicked out Donald Trump. You see, American election is based on issue. All this one are you talking? The only thing I see working against Biden right now, one is the age, where even the Donald Trump is old. If you watch the American economy, Americans will give credit to Biden because by now America is supposed to be in recession. UK are in recession now. Japan in recession. American economy is actually getting stronger. It performed better than expected for last year Q4. So these issues, they are gonna play. America will always look at they will always look at they will look at what is going on with the economy, the security. There are a lot of things they look at. So Trump might have I don't think Trump is coming back. I really don't see it. But I wish sincerely the Democrat can replace Biden. To me, Biden is too old to be president. Even the Trump, they are just two dead men. They need to rest. I wish they can replace both of them. But in general, I will still go back to my point. Nigerians, we don't have power. The people don't have power to choose their leaders. It is a problem. It is a problem. If they have power to choose their leaders, things will get better. I can tell you for free. Even the
Americans
states.
have only two choice. Two choice is all they have. Just like in Nigeria.
Yeah,
UK practically the same thing too. Two choice. They don't have much of a choice themselves.
Yeah, America have two choice, good, but Nigeria will have more than two choice now. But the only thing is make the system work. That is what we. If you make the system work, and the people decide to say they want to vote for a blind man, yeah, that's not my problem. So that just make the system work. That's all we need. See, here is the advantage. Sorry, Kosan, let me finish this 1 second. Here is the good thing, right? When you make the system work, there are a lot of capable Nigerians. They will come up, no matter where they are. They will come up. Like if they have the belief, I can help this country. You will see way better people than Peter Obi. They will resurface from every part of the world. We have Nigeria that can get this job done. I'm not even in doubt at all. Because we don't have the system, these people are hiding. It's not everybody that want to kill to win election. These people are hiding. They can't even, they are just like, whatever, let me just, it's not that they are hungry. They will just feel, let me just live my life. Because they can afford anything they can do, live their normal good life, because leadership is sacrifice. If you really want to go lead the people, you say you want to be president, it's not decorative, it's sacrifice. You got to fold your sleeve and be ready to do this job for the people. You got to be thinking every day. You got to be working. You got to look for people you can work with to get this job done. That is what we don't have. It is sick. It is just, to me, it's sickening. Like, it's just too much. I don't think it's one big thing. Like, it's crazy, to be honest. These people, we just need people that are sincere, that want to lead this country, that want to. How much? The money they are looting, what are you going to use the money for? People are dying. In the past few months, we lost a governor. We lost a former governor that is a senator. It last like 2 weeks ago. We losing people. Like, these people are above average age of these old men is 65. How many years do you have to live? The money you are looting, who are you keeping the money for? Why can't you understand? We have a population that is blowing up. Why can't you understand people? Your grandchildren, their grandchildren will suffer it. If they think they will not suffer it, their grandchildren will suffer it. That is what they don't know. You got to have this love for this country and try to work genuinely across the country and do what you can do. If you cannot, exit. Exit. The hunger in Nigeria now, you will not believe it. I've spoken to people across the country, like same thing. Like, you will not believe it. It's crazy. So thank you.
Thank you for that, AY. Concerns. Don't start with me now. It's Mazi's turn. It's Mazi's turn. Mazi has been waiting forever. Sometimes we have to hear from Mazi now. We're going to let you talk. Mazi,
Ovie is sleeping. He's sleeping. He shouldn't sleep.
Ovie is not sleeping. Ovie is very much there. He's just tired of waiting too.
The man in darkness.
You can't block him. He's been very tired of waiting. He's been waiting for a long time. Ovie, I really appreciate your patience. And thank you for joining us, Ovie. Please let's allow Ovie speak. Ovie, you will forget Ovie is a moderator and a channel owner. I don't know why he's not streaming as much right now, and he's been patient sitting there for a very long time listening to us. So let's accord him a little bit of time so that he can contribute. Thank you, Ovie, for joining us.
I appreciate it, man. We are talking about the Niger and state policing, but first of all, to Niger, you need to understand that you have to teach the people that they are a member of a state, that they are a member of a nation. It is the responsibility of the state to carry out that duty, to educate their citizen that they are a member of that nation.
It is due to the failure of the Nigerian state to do that that inspired Nnamdi Kanu's success. Because Nnamdi Kanu is just doing what the Nigerian state is not doing. Telling the people, this is the way, my way is the way. And you have to respect him for that. That's where natural followership comes from. Just telling them, share, this is it, because the Nigerian state failed to do that. Now, when we talk about the Niger state governor saying that kind of an executive order, he has a reason to do that. The citizens of Niger state took to the streets protesting hardship and cost of living. And they pointed out that it is due to the fact that people are coming from other states and even outside the country to buy their farm product in box and take them out, where they're leaving them to nothing. And that's actually directly influenced the high cost of living within that state. The citizen protest. But again, the state governor is saying, now, the state governor is saying that is the reason, but the people are saying that there is a rumor that the state government is trying to hold palliative that is meant for the people. So they were proactive in advance, but the state is saying, no, that is not the reason. But the question we should be asking here, this is a state governor giving executive order. What other powers do our state governor have that we are not paying attention to? And again, that's also explained directly of the people who are calling for state policing. These are the governors. Now, let's break it down. We are copying the United States system. Just one thing, our leader, I don't know if it's in the Constitution that they've been innovating it, is the dual sovereignty. There's a distinct difference between the state power and the legislative and the federal power. If you are paying attention to American politics today as we speak, there was a big fight between Texas and the federal government over border. Over border. Who's to control the border? Who's to protect the border? This is not Nigeria. It's not a case of America and Mexico. It's got federal and state. The Texas state government says, since the federal government is not being proactive, they are going to do something. They went and started putting barbed wires. The federal government orders their troops to go and take it out. The state government is not that they don't have the rights. Now, that is power of dual sovereignty. There's a reason the founding fathers of America put that into that place. They believe that in order to protect the citizen liberty, there is a need for you to have a balance of power at the federal and the state, so that when they keep busy fighting who to be in control, they will have no reason that to respect the citizenry. That's where the power comes from. We don't have that. One can argue that we have that in our constitution. There is a difference between the state and the federal level, but we are not practicing it. Those are the things we should be paying attention to. We want to give police to a group of people who you don't even know how much they earn, but they work for you. Imagine say your gate man, they buy gadgets, but you don't know how much they earn, but now you they pay out. We don't know how much they earn, but we want to give them who is going to audit them? Who is going to pay the salary? Again, it's still going to come from the federal government, because they depend on the federal government for survival. That's what they are telling us. Is that what it is in the book? Because if the Niger state governor can carry out an executive order to say, don't come and buy food in my state in bulk, what other power do they have? So before we give them able men with harm, there are so many things we need to start asking ourselves. I personally believe that the most secure society is not the most policed society. It is society with the most amenity. When everybody is busy, the rate of crime will be low. I'm not saying it's going to be high, it will be low. I grew up in a village. When they grew up in a village in the 90s, I don't even know the nearest village because things they for us to do. We don't actually care. I don't even know. Say I did under local government. Say we are busy, but today, fast forward to today,
OVA.
they are no longer schools.
OVA, but you have to understand. You have to understand that the state police is going to be backed by law. It's not executive order, please. It's
There
going to
is
be
a
backed
law
by
that
state
says
law.
public officials to declare how much they earn. Do you know how much your governor earn? It is also right by law.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to explain what the state police is all about.
Allow you talk for 1 hour now. If you want to argue, it's time for that. I kept quiet for a reason. The law also said that any public official should declare how much he or she earn. There's a law behind it. You know how much a public official earn. There's a law behind it. So all these things that we are talking about, that's why I said maybe in our constitution, I mean, it is spelled out that the federal, state, and local government, there are laws. But is that what we are seeing? Is it out of our ignorance or we are scared? Those are questions. If a man can say, don't come to my state, that means he or she that man is not acting out of stupidity. He's acting out of the law. There's a law that backs him up to carry out the executive order. So in other words, if you give us state police, they can order the state police to come and fuck you up because you don't agree with you, and they find a reason to back you up. Guess what? It's backed by the law. That's the problem we are having, the rule, the law. Because, and again, I blame religion for this and our education, all of us, because the idea that we expect individuals to actually act right, it baffles me. Who could look around ourselves? We are the most dangerous species on this planet Earth. If you are land for London today, I will be scared of the British people, not to harm me, not be lion or animal on the street. If I laugh for Nigeria today, I'll be scared of Nigerians. If I laugh for America, I'll be scared of Americans. We are evil. Individually, we know like we are dangerous to this earth. And that is what the framers of American Constitution recognize. They put all their religions aside. They say, come, if you don't checkmate the people by law, they will do and undo. And that is exactly what is playing out in our society. Our leaders are acting as if there is no law. And we too, they follow this as if there is no law. There are law that backs every state of our governance up, even though that law might not be in our favor, but they are not carrying out. So I totally agree with you. Yes, law will back state police up. I agree. But which of the law are we talking about? The same people that I said, you don't even know how much you pay them. Now, talking about state police, the same power that the local government legislators have, state government, the state assembly have. Who is in control of the state assembly? Now, the state citizen have been at the governor. Nigeria is pointing it out. Just because there's a disagreement between the city governor and the former governor, they disrupt people's house. Where is that in the law? The people don't matter. So there are so many things we actually have to recognize. These are good things. You understand? I'm saying state police and all that is successful in America because of this singularity. When you hear a state governor, they follow federal because of what? Border. This is border. Not be saying now other thing. Which border? So, but law has to say, it's a law. But we know they follow our own. Today, governors, what you're talking about local government election. Who knows? That they appoint them. Once you are loyalist to the chairman of the local government, that's who you go. So is that what the law says? It is because all of us are living without the law. Because to Nigeria, yes, at times you go out to agree with Nigeria when they accuse the followership. I see where it's coming from. But we need to go beyond that to the beginning of who we are. Now, people educate us. They started educating us with Bible. That's why we have this comparison. They say we are nice, we are nice. Nice to who? Human beings are evil. You and me and you know. If the fact that only me you cannot trust me, say, okay, as I said, they enter Canada today now. If you just say, oh, you want to leave your house, make a come stay with your family, only me for them for 3 months just because the law says the law will hinder me from doing anything bad. You will not try it. They are laws in Canada, but you will not try it because you know human being. We are evil. So that's why there's law. Yes. And laws are meant to change to favor the people that set it. That's why even up to today, they're still going to court in America after 250 years. State of Colorado, you see, they say we are not going to have a presidential candidate in our state polling unit. Why? Because they have the law that governs that state. And one thing you need to understand why the dual sovereignty is very important is that if you ask yourself, where your loyalty lies first, your loyalty lies to your family first, then your immediate community. If something happened to you now, you're not going to think about how you go to reach Abuja people. No. It is the people around you. That is why that same state sovereignty is very important. That's why it's very important. That's what we should be fighting for. But they will come, they will say, oh, restructuring. Because no, they actually understand that the only way to break their power is actually every state to operate as individual. Now again, and why we actually have to go for that, why they are not seeing like that is because the power comes from one source. Oh yeah. Don't let anybody deceive you. Every rich person today in Nigeria, oil is indirectly involved or directly involved in oil one way or the other. So all of them are one. So that's why they have to make sure that federal unit stand as it is. Imagine the people for Borno, we have 4 or 5 billionaires who don't have anything to do with oil and are all farmers, right? You go down to the east, these are merchants. Of course, the east have them, right? But that power, is it enough to challenge the central power? I would say yes, because that's what Obi is represented. That's what the numbers of people are represented. And the aftermath of Obi 6 million, we can see playing out in Lagos. They are not demolishing poor people's house. They are demolishing people who can contribute to persons that will challenge them, their house, keep them busy. So politics. Our people say, who they cry, they see road. Yes, we are victims, but we should say, why are we victims? All these policies are nice, but already thing we should understand, why is it that all of a sudden the whole 36 states agree with the presidency we need state policing? Why? Is there another way to enrich some people? But that's another thing you should think. The cake, Bola Tinubu talk and say the elephant is big, the cake is big. And I was talking about the elite. The imagined elite is what we should be talking about. Those who want to be in power are the most dangerous ones.
Ovie, I say you did.
To be in power are the most dangerous ones.
Ovie, can we just do 2 minutes? Can we do 2? Please, I just came in. Fofana, can you give me 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The jargon there is concerns.
Let me let concerns go forward, and then the guy will. I'll go last now. I'll go after that.
Kosa, can you give me 2 minutes? Then I'll go back to the.
No, I'm not giving any. I'm not giving you 2 minutes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Concerns is the no movement to give anybody anything.
You see, the problem in Nigeria is the problem of impunity. If we don't have impunity in Nigeria, things will work. When people do things in Nigeria, they are not held accountable. That is why the system is not helping the people. Everywhere, everything is rotten. Look at this past election. All the people that committed crime, instead of putting them in jail, they were even rewarded. Wike was rewarded. That senator in Kanu was rewarded for killing people. He was rewarded. Yes, he was rewarded. It's unfortunate. Everything. People who commit crime, they are rewarded in Nigeria. You see, that's why things are not working. That's why things cannot work. It won't work. Even this police now, they are saying they want to. Why are they creating? Why are the states having their own police? We grew up in Nigeria. There was no problem that time. There was no people claiming for all these things. When the states create their own police, why are they creating police? Because of the Fulani herdsmen going everywhere, killing people. That's why. But ask yourself, why can't the government, the federal government, we have military, we have good military, we have good police. Why can't they arrest these people? Why can't they tackle this issue? These governors who are clamoring for police, this thing, because they want to do it to hold their own citizens to ransom. They want to keep. If they do it, they become the lord, more lord in their states. You see, and they want to create, because when you create more police, you give more money to them. That police, they cannot even buy good ammunition to them. They will not good equipment. They will not. They will only eat the money. So that is why things cannot work in Nigeria. The impunity issue. Not only what they call it, that injustice or what, but impunity. All the Supreme Court people who did wrong nonsense, nobody is holding them accountable. If people had held Tinubu accountable, what he did before, his certificate and all the rest, my brother, we couldn't have been in this situation we are today. You see? So that is the problem in Nigeria. So not about all this. For me, honestly speaking, that police cannot work. It won't. It's just a way to save money, a way to make more people richer. If what are they going? For example, what kind of gun are they going to give to the police, which this marauding Fulani herdsmen don't have? Today, when the Fulani herdsman kill you, if the community rise up, the military will come even against those communities. So the same thing will be applicable to when the police are there. Your state have the police. If they cannot do anything, they will still say call federal. That is what is going to happen. So let us not be deceiving ourselves. All these things the people are doing, the government are doing, they are deceiving themselves. They are prolonging their tenure because things cannot work. Everybody knows that the foundation of Nigeria, a house without a good foundation cannot stand. It can never stand. You see, if the foundation of Nigeria is good, the country will stand. If we can come together today and say, let's just meet together, let's discuss how Nigeria is going to work, and all of us come together, all the whole region, all the whole tribes come together, and said, this is the way the country can go, this is the way and everybody pen to that, you will see that things will work in Nigeria. But because we cannot come together, we cannot restructure, we cannot change the constitution, we cannot, nothing. And I'm sorry to say this, people who compare Nigeria with America, with Britain, with Germany, they are the one making the mistakes. Let us continue comparing. Nigeria is an African country. I have seen some African countries that are working very, very well. So when you continue to compare Nigeria with America, so Nigeria makes itself too big. The government makes itself too big. Nigeria, nothing is. Botswana have social security. They have good electricity. They have good water system. They have everything good. They have good police. So why people comparing America to Nigeria? Namibia, the same thing. If look at Angola, there was a time Angola was not working, but now the Angola have started working. Things are getting. There was some that Angola have one of the best roads in Africa, but today everything is changing. Okay, their police is good. Their education system has improved. But we don't ask ourselves, why are Nigeria own not improving? The education system in Nigeria is not improving. Nothing is improving. Instead, it's going backwards. So whenever we are talking, let us not be comparing Nigeria with America, with Britain, with all those advanced countries. No, that is bad. Because if anything is working in Nigeria, then we can be proud to compare Nigeria with other countries. We can't compare Nigeria even with Ghana. You can't compare Nigeria with even Tanzania. You can't. Go to Tanzania. Go to Tanzania. See how Tanzania is working. See how the government is doing. See how that woman that came in, how she's improving the country. That's why they have peace. But in Nigeria, because people can do whatever they like and they go free. People do whatever they like, they go free. But in other countries, they don't go free. We should ask ourselves, why there's too much impunity in Nigeria? If today, Jagun, you go to Nigeria today, you come with dollars, you can even go to a family and slap all of them. You can slap all of them, and nothing happen to you. Nobody heard that. As long as you splash dollar to the police and to the military, Is that supposed to be a country? No. Things are not working in Nigeria, and things will not work unless this system has changed. But whether this system can be changed, it cannot. When we see musicians, when you see people who say they are influencers, we are this nonsense. This not me. Let me tell you, somebody come out today with 20,000 years. My brother, he can even go and destroy your family. You can go there, and nobody can hold him responsible. Nobody can arrest him. So that is why things cannot work in Nigeria. You see, we come together, we say this is how we are going to run this country. We forget that we drop this issue of religion, we drop it apart. This issue of somebody having a Mercedes or somebody having a big car. Oh God, let me give you an example now. To be honest with you, I give an example of Namibia. In Namibia, a minister comes to the bank, he goes to the queue. In Namibia, nobody knows who is a minister, who's not a minister. In Namibia, what they call it, the police. Honestly, when there's an armed robbery somewhere, you call the police now. You see them within 10 minutes. They're there. Okay? In Namibia, nobody have a right to. If no minister has a right to slap police don't have a right to slap somebody in Namibia. Police don't have a right. In Botswana, the same thing. They don't have a right to slap anybody. You can't do that. If you do that, you'll be taken to court. You'll be given bail 2 days. The next 2 days or 3 days, you're not going to the police to pay bail. No, the court will give you bail. Then you go to and pay it. But then they know where you live because they have the identity, everything they know where you live, and you can't run away. And the justice must send you to jail. But in Nigeria, we don't have those kind of things. That is why we are suffering in Nigeria. And nobody is safe in Nigeria. Unless those who are rich, who are very, very rich. A country that will work never look at richness. They look at your right. They look at the right you have. They look at the justice system. Today, we know our barristers, our lawyers, our judges and this. They're all fake. What are we doing about it? Nothing. Even before this election happened, we see what Ababio, what they did and put him back, what the other man of the former Senate president did, and the people didn't protest. People didn't talk about it. That is why when Tinubu come in, they still did the same thing, and they still going. So, for me, honestly, I don't believe.
Can I just ask you a quick question? You know
ask me.
that Namibia and Botswana put together is less than the population of Lagos.
Of course, a lot less.
And they have a landmass together more than about twice that of Nigeria.
But that's a system. It's not the people. It's a system.
No, because you can ask yourself if Nigeria has 2 million citizens. If Nigeria
America's population is what?
Hold on, I'm not talking about American population. I'm just using the example.
No, I mean the system.
No, let him talk.
I'm not saying the system is the issue. I'm just saying the example he used. And those countries, most of them, especially the Namibia one, is associated with the Germans. Just like South Africa is associated with Europeans, other Europeans.
Germans also,
only Namibia is the one that is standing on its own that seems to have done relatively okay. We're not talking about a developed economy here. We're just talking about still under the developed countries.
Namibia economy is developed. Namibia economy is developed.
No, they are not. They don't consider it a developed country.
Namibia economy is better than. Do you think Nigeria has economy? Excuse me. Nigeria, I think that Nigeria economy is better than Angola or Namibia, but no. Botswana have the strongest one in Africa. Do you know that?
See, think about it from this point of view. If you have 2-something million in population and you have over half the landmass of Nigeria, even just by renting out that land, you shouldn't be that poor. If you're just renting out land,
my brother, what makes
population
Nigeria
do matter? Eh?
What makes Nigeria rich? Is that oil? Is that oil? It's not true. It's the oil which you not even accounted for. The oil that people are.
We are not rich. We are not rich. I'm not saying we are rich at all. We are not.
So what again are you talking about?
No, the point I'm making is that the countries you are using as an example, and you are saying we should not compare ourselves to
let's
other countries that are doing better. We should, because that is the world we are living in, and they are the ones determining our fate. And we don't want that. We want to be able to determine our own fate. Otherwise, we are asking ourselves to end up like the Australian Aboriginals or American Indians that are living in reservation and those in Canada too. That's what happens when you can't determine your fate.
Forefather, just sorry, concern. Let me weigh in. Then you continue. Forefather, sorry.
Okay.
What you're saying here is what I have been. You guys have made wonderful submission today, but I love the example concern brought here because he has been able to open to all that the problem is not people, the problem is system. And it's not the people that activate the system, it is leadership that activates the system. It is leadership that makes the law to work. I can't go and begin to force the government to do this.
You can't
Now,
stop them now.
let me come. Just let me come. Let me come. No, we have been condemning people that got their money and went to farm and produce their crops and decide where they will sell it. Government is clamping down on them. We have not remembered that the president signed tons and tons of grants to be released, and they are now policing these people. That means the federal government doesn't even have the grants, because if they have the grants, if they flood it in the market, these people that are holding their own will definitely lose their own grants. So when the government is
go to the market and buy them up, maybe that's what is going on. They will go to the market and buy them up when the federal government release it. Then they
what
go
will happen?
more expensive rate.
So what
Isn't that what they do with oil subsidies too?
No, we can't say that. Just like now, okay, like the flood that happened 3 years ago. Did you hear that any farmer was compensated? So when we use these examples, let us see where things are done. In America, they come to farmers and say, produce this quantity, don't produce this quantity.
They were compensated.
They were not. They were not compensated.
That's
people that are linked
to the controversy about it now. Remember the controversy where the lady said, I think one of these northern ministers said the South is not as they don't deserve as much money as those in the North.
No,
so
the people were not farmers. They were giving relief material to people people that were affected, not farmers.
No, you think they will give it to individuals? They don't give it to farmers. They do.
They didn't give anything to farmers.
The ones that lost their crops, I'm sure they did. Otherwise, you have a bigger problem on your hand.
Now, let me continue.
I don't even have to know, but I'm sure they did.
Okay, let me go.
Let me continue. You see, forefather. You see, these things you sometimes you ask questions. Sometimes it's only because you're not around me. If you're around me, we are going to fight immediately. Because these questions you ask sometimes, it doesn't help anything.
Why would you want to fight me? I'm asking you questions so that you can search your knowledge more.
Excuse me. Nigeria was better than India many years ago. India, how many population? Nigeria was better than China many years ago. What is the population of China? Now you're talking about population. Okay? It's not about population. It's about the system. If we have been holding our people, those who commit crime in Nigeria, accountable. Okay, let me give you an example. When Buhari killed some drug dealers many years ago, that time it reduced the distance of drug trafficking in Nigeria. You understand? But later, people again, because they were no more being held being sentenced and arrested. When they arrested them, they give rap. That's why that drug this continue again. So the thing is about the system, the justice system, holding people accountable. Okay? You're asking about why is the water why is this thing? Okay, you say landmass. Landmass. Namibian landmass is bigger than it's almost the same to Nigerian landmass. But then there are 2 million people. Those 2 million people, you can drive from here to drive 10 kilometers. You didn't see anybody. But then when you go to the next village, there's water. That is the system. The system is working. If the system is working in Nigeria, my brother, let me tell you, if the system is working, if the system working in Nigeria, with our population, will be even better than America you're talking about. If the people are being held accountable in Nigeria, will be better than America talking about.
So,
but the problem
when you
is
say
the
the
system is not working.
we agree the system is the problem. But to have a system that is functional, there are specifics that you need to put in place. You have to have security.
Which one
and
is
you have
working
to have, yep.
Which one? Which one is working? Which system is working in Nigeria, forefathers? Just be honest to yourself. Which system working in Nigeria? Tell me now. Let's be honest. Tell me which the system is working in Nigeria. Which one?
Let's be careful because not all the systems are not totally flat. They are not like let's say they are supposed to be 100. I'm trying to give it
Just go
a good
straight.
answer.
Go straight. Which one is working? Don't like this.
You want it because the answer is not that straightforward. I'm trying to make it contextualize my answer here. If the system was supposed to be 100% functional, if you let's say you want to compare it to the British system, 100% is the British system. I would say Nigerian system is somewhere around 60 or 40%.
Nigerian system is zero.
You see, that's the thing. It's not true. It's not true.
Okay, say which one
if you
is
go and
working?
commit a crime in Nigeria now and you don't have money, you find out that there is law in Nigeria. You go to jail.
If you don't have money.
Yeah, if you don't have money, that should tell you that the system is functional for a lot of the population.
Let me tell you now. Let me give you now. You see, in Namibia, which I mentioned before, 3 ministers, last 3 years or so, they went and make fraud, fish fraud. Do you know that those ministers, they are still in jail up to today? They have been tried in jail. In jail, they have been tried in jail.
Which country is that?
In Namibia.
Okay.
Minister for Justice, Minister for the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, and the Minister for Fisheries. And the other one, they are big people who make a fish fraud. My brother, fish fraud. My brother, they were in jail. They were arrested and in jail.
Like I said, Namibia is a German, is still technically still a German colony.
Are we talking about colony? Are you talking about my brother?
Germans, the Europeans still dominate that economy to an extent. But the point I'm making is that Nigerian system is not zero. Because if it's zero, let me give you an example now. If you are a poor man in Nigeria, the justice system, if you commit a crime, you go to jail in Nigeria. You're not a poor man then. If you're not a poor man, which makes up about how many percentage? 30% of the population.
My God.
Hold on now. Come on now. Come on. If you have 30% of that population.
If Namibia is still technically a German colony, then I just hope that the British can come back and recolonize us. Maybe the country will work better.
You see what he's saying. You see what he's saying, and this kind of mentality that shows you that we are not even good citizens.
Maybe the country will work better.
No, literally saying that you should be colonized because you can't even run yourself.
Better.
These are men.
Better. Let me tell you.
Now you see why we don't have a nation.
Today.
This is why we create foreign things. You see, if you tell the Chinese this, if you tell a Japanese this is sacrilegious thing for you to say. You tell Russians this. Russians, look at the small population they have, and they are holding a massive land. You tell them this type of stuff you just said just now, they will take you and drown you. You sure you're not part of the society. You are telling them that you are okay to be enslaved by other groups.
Godfather, there's something I want to point out again to you. This Nigeria we are talking about, okay? Godfather, if for example, you are in Nigeria today, and like what is happening in Benue or Bruno also, these Fulani people and come and take you become a refugee. They kill your mother, they kill your father. God, Father, will you be praying for Nigeria to be better? Will you?
Yes.
No. What?
Why not?
If for example, in your family, the Boko Haram or the Fulanis come to kill you, kill any of members of family, you remain, and you are in the refugee camp. Will you be praying for Nigeria to be good or what? Just be honest to yourself.
No, actually, me, if it's affecting me, my opinion shouldn't count. Don't you understand?
That is the truth.
I cannot think objectively. I'm trying to let you understand. You can't think objectively. But if you are thinking objectively, you should still pray for Nigeria to be doing better. You can't expect Nigeria to be killing fellow Nigerians and say Nigeria should remain like that.
God bless you. That's what I'm telling you. Let me tell you, there are many people. You know how many thousands of people in refugees in their own country. Many refugees and many Nigerian refugees today in Cameroon. Nigeria is their own country, but they are in Cameroon as refugees. And if you are a Nigerian and you people send you when Nigerians are not fighting, but you're a refugee in Cameroon, will you be happy? you are a refugee in Nigeria, will you be happy? Because you are in London. You are in London now, eating a Queen Elizabeth bread and this fish. You are happy. Brother, let's be honest ourselves.
See, let me say this. Whether I eat Queen Elizabeth food or I eat, I'm not gonna live forever. I'm still gonna depart the world like everyone else. If you sit as a human being and you outsource your survival to another man, just consider yourself
you
a
can
slave.
continue. Jagun, the time I see you here, you came to talk. Jagun, you said that you know that Nigeria cannot work. You said that the best thing is for us to go our separate ways. It's not true. But I want you
didn't
to
say
talk.
that.
I'm tired because I'm tired
I
of
didn't say
listening
that.
to this.
You're living in
That's
UK.
that's not my rhetoric.
Am I living in
Jagun
Canada?
says something like that.
It's gone to where it truly wants to be. See,
to
hold on. See, I'm not going to sit here and watch grown men a kind of disgrace our Nigeria as a whole. Nigeria is one of the countries that many African countries are looking up to, and our men are here talking. And I tell them all the time, Nigeria is your biggest problem, not your solution. Nigerians are happy to be slaves to Oyibo people. They are really happy to be slaves, and this is why they never build anything for themselves. They hold on. This is why we go on craving their hospitals, craving their women, craving their men, going to buy their food. Nothing we do for ourselves we like. We want to go and do everything overseas. And some of us, if they carry out a poll today in Nigeria, you'll be shocked the number of people that will say, let the people come and rule us.
So, when are you going back home to Nigeria?
Forefather,
who says I'm not in Nigeria every day? What are you talking about?
Forefather.
Why do we always do that?
They don't enter that mood.
Hold on.
Forefather.
Do you tell Oyibo people to leave Nigeria? When they come back to Nigeria to make money, do you tell them to leave Nigeria? But you tell me, leave the UK to go back to Nigeria and lose any advantage you have.
Jagu, you said
let me just try and have a little say so, if I may.
Go ahead.
Forefather, Mr. Jagun, 1 minute, please, Mr. Jagun. Forefather, do you know what is happening in Nigeria now? Do you we know when we are growing up, okay? Even you, maybe when you're even in secondary school, you don't have a girlfriend. Your sisters, you know how you protect them. You know how they behave. Even it's difficult for a man to come to your house to look for them. But these days now, because of hunger, because of what these senators eating our money, these foolish people eating our money, my brother, even 13 years children now have become prostitutes. You don't control that in Nigeria. Everybody is doing whatever he like. Do you know the system? The no more morals in Nigeria now. Do you know that? The
Who
moral
created
we have
it? Is it not us? Is it not us? You are a grown man here talking that. Are you not a grown man saying that Oyibo people should come and rule us?
No. Don't take him up to that level.
You've handed your country over to other people. And see, what I see in Nigeria is decay. I said it earlier on. We are like termites. We eating our system and destroyed everything. And we blame everybody else for it. When we are the ones causing the problem ourselves.
Continue.
When Fela says,
guys, calm down, please.
We are the ones causing the problem ourselves. We can't even support our own country. We can't be good citizens, and we expect the country to function.
It never reached that level. It never reached the level of.
You don't reach. If you don't reach. You don't reach. Honestly, you don't reach.
Let me just say this, because we're having a conversation and everyone's been pretty patient here.
Okay.
Okay, I have. And I'm here to listen and learn and see what people have to say when tides turn. The way I see it, I think always historically, to bring me up to my present. And when I look back of the last, 6 months, no, let's say 1 year. Let's say one whole year. When I look back 1 whole year, I have seen and we have seen many opportunities that Nigeria could have taken not to be in the scenario that it's in now. One, I say many. I mean, even after the election, not to be in the situation that we're in now. We had many opportunities as a nation to call on Africa's name, but we never take that opportunity. And we've seen 3 countries leave ECOWAS, which for me is, if that's not a sign of misdoing Nigerian country, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Because that is at the direct fault of Nigeria and ECOWAS as a whole, but Nigeria particularly. So 3, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali have left ECOWAS, and they are justified. And I, as an individual, I would like to look at ECOWAS plus the Francophone countries, so to speak, as the marketplace of Nigeria. That Nigeria could really empower itself through the means of this economic bloc. But again, we missed the opportunity. We don't even know we're looking for that opportunity. I could just remember Tinubu's posture as he was wanting to enter into war with Niger. What stupidness. And we all watched and looked and didn't see it most of the time because we're worried about what's going on in Nigeria, which is correct. What's going on in Nigeria is a big worry. And we do have to fix it before trying to look further afield as to what we can do internationally, so to speak, continent-wide. Because we're not looking at these and our leaders, I don't know the individuals that will be seeing it this way, but when I speak to people, very few think the way I'm thinking and have these kinds of discussions or are witness to discussions. So, I mean, in all what we're doing here, I think in all our learning, we have to understand, 1, the pain of Nigeria, and 2, that I can't help but say we can't let Tinubu run a full term. We actually can't afford it as a nation. And I don't think we've got any kind of precision in our minds as to what we really would do, or can I listen to somebody else as to what they might do in order to get to where we need to get to. Because waiting another 4 years, it just lets the politicians know that we remain slaves in that country. That's what it lets them know. If we were to wait 4 years and let another election take place and it goes back to Tinubu again, they know that fully we're the drunken soldier in the midst. Our humility is too much. Even though we're not really humble people necessarily, but our humility to our superiors, let's say, be it our parents, be it our teachers, be it the professions, be it the politicians, the level of humility we have allows the impunity to take place. And we know this. But what we don't have is any structure of how to get out of it. And I'm saying it to you clearly today, that if we do not seize power from the government and have an understanding of what it is that we want to replace with this present polity, then I think we're in throes of deep danger. I look seriously at what's been said today, and because of the way I think, when somebody said that return to parliamentary processes in Nigeria, I looked at that and said, you know what, that would actually make the government a lot smaller than it is at the moment. The government with the American system is far too big. It's far, far, far too big. A parliamentary system would shrink that immediately. And then I always posit that, because of who we are, we have to create our own democracy of our own ilk. The leaders who should be in the lower house or the House of Lords or whatever we want to call it, I believe that should be it, so that there's a government, an opposition, and a House of Lords, that kind of thing. And it's not because I'm coming from the UK point of view. I'm in the UK and I understand the politics that goes on here. The UK point, I've never voted. I don't vote in the UK. I believe it's all a setup here. The only place in the world I believe in anything called democracy is for Nigeria. And I believe that Nigeria is young enough as a country to make democracy work. However, what we have at the moment, what we've been having, we have swallowed too much bad medicine and we are enjoying bad medicine. And I don't get it. I don't always get it. And I know where I stand. I stand in Europe. I'm standing in a different point, standing in a different place. But I don't get the level of.
But like, let me ask you. You see, like when I heard a lady that I think she works for the government in Nigeria, and reporters were asking her why. I'm not even sure it was reporters or just citizens asking her why is she that they are not looking to buy Nigerian-made vehicles. And she said, why should they buy something that is low quality or not up to the quality we want? Does that not go to show some of the rot within the state itself, our own mindset?
The only thing is, yes, there is a problem with our psyche and our mindset. The only thing with the example that you bring for me is that there are obviously going to be people like that. We have to be able to accept that. What it is, if I'm a car manufacturer in Nigeria, and I'm heading for the masses, the wider class, and I'm making a low class car, if you like, but it's functional, it works, and it's good on petrol. I'm aiming for a certain marketplace, and that's how you position yourself as a manufacturer. You look for where your market is. Now, the more people that buy you, the better your product becomes, obviously, and that's what's going to take place with any manufacturer whose worth is sold. You see, I like that question because it again looks at where Nigeria's power is. Nigeria's power is in its economy. That's where it is, and it's always been there. And unless the people understand that the economy is owned by them, then I don't quite understand the engagement of a country called Nigeria. I don't quite understand it. What's it for? What's it going? What is this lumbering planet? What's it about? Are you there just to burst? And when you burst, you just create illness throughout the rest of Africa. Is that what you're
One other area is like rice too. They'll be like, oh, Nigerian rice is not very good. We don't want it. We want the foreign ones. And it's like, I don't know whether it's our leaders that are also doing it, like the way they even allow dollars to be used in the Nigerian economy. That even it took I've also complained this for months now, that you can discourage people from using dollars. It's not by force. But the Nigerian government didn't do anything until when our Naira is in free fall. Then they start telling the banks, oh, release all the dollars, release all the dollars. It's like some of the things that they are doing is common sense, but we that's why I feel like we are the ones killing the economy. It's like we don't even understand that we are doing it. We're just killing our own economy.
What Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger are talking about now is creating their own economy for the three countries.
Yeah.
They're really.
Nigeria should be joining them even because those people are showing leadership.
Not joining them. Not joining them. We should have been.
They are showing leadership.
2 years ago, we should have been.
Mm-hmm. When we are busy doing colonial mentality, at least they are broken out of it.
We're not doing anything that's worth anything. We're not doing anything. Honestly, we're not. I've got we've all got family. Serious, when I say serious people, I mean who have had affluence, real affluence throughout their life. I've got people in my family who are poor, who call me up asking me for money. And I've got people in my family who I don't even talk to them because they're so far polluted in the air with how they think. Now, when you speak to these types, the types that are far polluted, they've got the skills and everything, but they're not doing anything. They don't speak how we speak here. They're not doing anything. They're just content with whatever, as long as they're above everybody. It, to me, is what it seems like. But I don't really, really care. When it's time to jet out, when it's time to just jet out. But more time, they can exist in Nigeria better than me and you. You understand?
Yeah.
They can exist in Nigeria fabulously. The thing is, all this level, the level of fear that the Nigerian people need to put the elite in to make them sit up is my only angle on this whole revolutionary mindset. I do have a revolutionary mindset.
I must say though that you can easily see the elites in Nigeria and the political establishment quaking very quickly. That they can quake. You can notice that in the last 1 week or 2 weeks, because of the protests on the street, there's been a lot of movement. You can see that they are.
Yes, but
Yeah,
they haven't
they
felt
get
it properly.
worried very quickly the moment they
They
start
haven't
seeing
felt.
people on the street.
They haven't felt the. You know, we're hearing. We don't know what's going on directly on the ground, but we watch and we see all kinds of levels of protest, and we get geared up. And we sometimes I think, boy, a lot of these things that are angry at the moment, we should already be organized to get involved in mobilizing them correctly. Having said that, there is movement on the ground right now, and as you said, people are raising an eyebrow, but the shake that everyone needs in a country, and I mean everybody, the human shake. You know, we can't wait for a catastrophe. We have to be that catastrophe. We have to be that. We have to see that thing that takes place to shake people up, you know, and make people know that we are serious. If X, Y, and Z, if we're not following this paradigm, if we're not following this program, then it's on. So what we're suggesting that X, Y, and Z is taking place right now, and we're going to go through a good 6 months of bringing things to a semblance of reasonableness. And our largest institutions that we trust, we hold you out. We the people hold you out. Our politicians, our judiciary, our whoever the next people are, we are holding you out. And right now in this country, we're locking it down. Can't fly out of the country. You know, this kind of aggressive but persistent direction to solving the problem, because all this patchwork that we want to do upon the present governance of Nigeria is never ever going to work. Never ever. There's no patchwork that we can do. There's no plastering. There's no cover up that we can do for the shit that Nigeria has become. It stinks to high heaven.
Well, don't you think that we are over? I don't know. I'm just wondering out loud. This is a thought experiment here. Could it be that we overstating the power of governance itself?
Well, it's not that we're overstating.
Maybe it's no. Yeah, it's like a thought experiment. Just hear me out. Maybe it's the people themselves. Like what I said earlier on. Like when you are a parent, nobody needs to tell you to take care of your child. When you are most people in the world, nobody needs to tell you to encourage your economy to grow. They instinctively do that.
The thing is, I understand where you're going, Father. All I will say is that Nigeria, I know that Nigeria hasn't taken cognizance of its 400 years of oppression. We haven't.
That is true. We've never made our peace with that. We really don't understand it yet.
Haven't. We are. If you really, I can tell you right now.
And the effect it has on us, we've not done that.
Talk to your grandmother or your mother, deep in her heart. I know sometimes these things aren't easy, but if you talk to them and they tell you stories of their life, you know how much they've forgotten. They've decided just to try and forget it out of their head. They don't talk about it. When you get them to talk about it, then you know what they've been through. When you know what they've been through, you know that they haven't come to balance with it at all. They haven't come to any semblance of, okay, I've been through that. I've been through my therapy. I understand myself. I'm walking in the lane. No, they have things in the back of the mind that are jangling, and they don't talk to nobody about it.
Yeah.
And this is all of us. I'm letting you know that we are, as much as we can do, and we can read, and we've been in this experience, and we've traveled the world, and whatever magnificent levels we've achieved, whatever that is, we're all, unfortunately, going through crisis. You know, people talk about, are we spiritually this, are we spiritually, and then people don't want to deal with that level of spirituality. But, you know, whatever you want to call it, you can call it spirituality, you can call it psychology, you can call it what you want. But I'm saying that the trauma that is in our people, it's the only rationale for the stupor that we are in.
Did you see the British Council in Nigeria encourage the Nigerian government to tap into its diaspora to develop the country. That I feel embarrassed that it took a British. Did you see that?
Yes.
I was so embarrassed because our own government is saying the opposite. Our president said the opposite just about 3 weeks ago when he said if they are going to Jackpa, let them Jackpa, we will send more.
Because you need to understand what he's doing. He thinks he's a slave trader. That's how a slave trader.
Exactly. And the British person is telling him, use your people to benefit your country. And you see them tapping into that. They are not tapping. What is this Abike Dabiri doing? They are not tapping into any of this. The Tinubu administration don't have any policy for the diaspora to say, let's bring these people back to really build our economies, to really be solid. Nothing. They don't want the country to develop properly.
You know, there are people that I'm dealing with at the moment, and they've got some really big plans. And I've been going deeper and deeper with them and just trying to understand, who's the people behind it. I've met them recently. And in meeting, the point of view they're coming from is one of great philanthropy from a financial point of view. But their mindset is radical. Really, I mean, I'm a radical. These people are on a different level of radicality than I am. I don't necessarily agree with their radicality, but and when I look at it, it's almost like they're still going to the kind of same arena as I'm going. I'm not necessarily going at their particular pace. However, the kind of radicality they're dealing with, which you will be familiar with, Forefather, is accurate, fortunately or unfortunately, to a lot of the rubbish that we're going through. They see through, I mean, they crash through the fact that it doesn't matter where you are in this planet. As a black person, Africa's the last place in terms of the masses. But Africa has too much of the West and everybody else in that nation. And unless we clear them, or unless there's a plan to clear them, we are continually slaves. And that is the breakdown. It's the breakdown. This is why I don't see or understand why we as West Africans haven't seen the open example of what Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have done. It's an open and obvious example as to where we need to be headed. Yet, the so-called Anglophone countries, which were supposed to be a lot better than the Francophone countries, are there, wailing behind, doing nothing apart from committing enmity within the politics.
And nobody should care about Anglophone or Francophone even. It's about us. Clear all this nonsense and clear all of them away. And look at what they did.
The only reason why I speak about Anglophone and Francophone is that the Anglophone have been docile for a very long time until we thought that they're never even going to wake up. But we self were supposedly not docile. We're now just languishing. Both
we are even worse.
Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Gambia. Who else again? There's another one. We're just doing nothing, man. Liberia. We're doing nothing.
I think we are doing something by getting support from the British and Americans to create this ECOWAS, as if it's anything tangible. There's the only tangible thing that has happened in this West African region is this Anglophone, this Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger forming a military pact. You see how quickly they went into that to protect themselves. Because they understood the value of this, and now they want to get rid of the safers too. These guys mean business.
They mean
business.
Of course. And that's how they're going to show an example. Because Russia is backing them. Yes, because Russia is backing them right now. And they know that they need to move with time. And they know how to move their economy. Because Nigeria right now is the second fastest growing economy in the world.
I wanted to ask you, did you watch that Traore interview?
I watched it.
And where he said that if they wanted 1 million of their people to come and help them to defend the country, they will have 1 million. Because he said that all those things we've been saying all this while. In short, I've been saying it repeatedly. He said that we have been asleep. Our leaders put us to sleep.
Yes, no.
That's the statement he actually that I don't know whether he listened to me or he's the one that came up with it
No,
himself.
it's common sense. All these things are common
Exactly.
sense.
That they put
You
us
know?
to sleep. That now, if they want 1 million people to come and help them defend their country, they will come out to defend their country. This is a country with about 10 times less the population of Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
Now they are talking about a million people to come and defend their country because they understand without these things, you don't have a nation. You don't have a nation, and now they are forming alliances. They are very large landmass now. I think at least 1/3 to half of the landmass of West Africa. They
All
have
of those lands.
cornered it
All
now
of
to
those lands. And they're fertile as well. They're very fertile.
Yeah, that's one
You
of
know?
the things he said during the interview. He said people keep acting as if they cannot feed themselves, that they have a lot of land. It's just that they were not organized to tap into their potential. Now they can do that. You know, when I watched that interview, you see, most Nigerians they will put their backs up and say, be against it. I'm saying, given what ECOWAS represents, failure and repeated
No,
failures,
absolutely.
maybe we should join them instead of fighting them. They are
Well, you
doing
see,
the right thing.
the thing is, I can't see that they have a choice. You know, I would like to look at ECOWAS as something that we can make something out of. But the fact of the matter is, it's been there since the 74, I think, and it's done nothing for the whole season.
I'm telling you.
I mean, what you gonna do hanging about? Why am I hanging about here with you lot, who, at the end of the day, if France tell you to come and capture me, you'll try to come and capture me. What kind of stupidness is that? Isn't ECOWAS more important to you than France coming in? Aren't you supposed to be more my brother than the brother of France? What are you doing?
Exactly.
It doesn't begin to make sense. So the fact that they're going, I think is good. I think it's a good lesson. Because everyone's just stool pigeons. It doesn't matter how you're doing things. It doesn't matter how crass you are. It doesn't matter how rubbish you are. You just want me to be with you. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work.
And people should be watching because Guinea could join them too. And if the Guineans start seeing that these people are succeeding, they will join them. Because
well, the thing is, why I say it depends on who are the movers and shakers in a particular country. Because it's good to join them. And it's good to come with something when you're joining them. And it's good to, like, if somehow Tinubu got out of the way and somehow I was the person there, I'm making a full-blown apology to them and letting them know the rubbish that Nigeria has been through changes today. You understand? Making firm statements, funny statements that people that don't amount to anything. That how can I trust who you are when you can't even out of your mouth? It doesn't come freely that your mind is working as it should be. When I listen to some of our Nigerian politicians, I'm thinking, this is poor, man. This is poor. How are you going to do anything with this person?
Terrible.
It's rubbish. It's rubbish. So sometimes the things we put ourselves believing in, I think they're quite dangerous. We can't put our belief in these people. None of them. We can't ask them.
You are done for now if you put your belief in those leaders.
Yeah, but that's what Nigerian people have done. Season after season, they put their trust in liars.
I fear that the Nigerian leadership that is going to save Nigeria, they have to be very, very different. You see, because the people themselves, the middle class and upper classes, the middle class need to stop their craving for foreign stuff and promote their local stuff. Because when the middle class supports their local products, generally the people, the underclass, the other lower classes will follow. The elites also have to set a very good example to put their nation first. And even if be a little bit greedy and say, you know what, I need more for myself. I don't need all these people having all the money and our money going to their accounts. Why are we not the ones creating the accounts?
Bros, let me just tell you, where Nigeria is concerned, and the market that we can create for Nigeria, there should be, of 200 million people, I would tell you that a good 7.5% to 10% of them would be multimillionaires, stroke billionaires. There would be, but that's not the number at the moment. The number is a lot less than. With the number being a lot less than that, we have to understand that we're not performing. We're not performing in this.
Look at the danger that West Africans are. Tinubu has put West Africa in now.
Yes.
Now these countries, all of them now are banded together to form their own. And If they do that, now they are linked up, because now we think that they don't have access to the sea. This is the Mumu thing that we keep thinking. If they work with the North, they have access to the sea. Now, if they work with Morocco, they have access to the
I
sea.
don't know if you already heard. One, Morocco has come to their assistance on that seafront, and then Benin on the west coast is doing it. Is bringing their oil to
Imagine
Cotonou.
Imagine all
So
that.
Nigeria's lost all that business. You know what I mean?
And we lost influence too. And for me, the biggest strategic danger is that if these nations now, Mauritania is already part of the northern listing. If these nations go and join these areas now our space in Africa is reducing. We've already lost North Africa to an extent, and now they are coming further down and further down. This Arabization thing that we're talking about, it will be fait accompli by the time that happens. And guess who is next? It will be us. These people used to act as buffer for us, and what did Tinubu greet them with? Rubbish.
That's right. I mean, he doesn't. You see, this is what happened, and you know what? All this happened in the first throes of his government. So he was just acting as a big man, trying his best to ignore the political and judgmental thing that was going on for him to leave power. All these were things that were captured on his mind. Meanwhile, the country is suffering. This is why I just that last year elections and last year as a whole, I can't lie, my emotions were mixed into the point of, this Nigeria self, is it worth it? Is it worth this kind of worry that I put in? Is it worth this kind of thought? Can I actually make a difference? Is it a country that I'm gonna actually return to in my life? Are my children's children going to see Nigeria and call it theirs? Because I know Nigerians out here in UK who are white today. Their parents came in the like, I don't know, 1900s, somehow Nigerians. They now mixed with Oyinbo. They're mixed with Oyinbo again, Now you can still see remnants of Afrocentricity around their face, but they're blonde, white. They've got dark skin, green eyes, quite beautiful and all the rest of it. But you wouldn't typically say that this is a Nigerian. You understand? They themselves are far from the Nigerian balance, if you know what I mean. They get
I think, Jaguar, this is why sometimes when I watch historical programs, like when they show speeches of some leaders making, like some leaders making some speeches, and you see the people in tears. I'm like, what is he promising them? It's not like he's promising them heaven on earth. It's like, why? Why are men, grown men, women crying, weeping? Because they've been through hell. That the day they see somebody that comes and start showing them paths for solutions, they embrace it like crazy. And I'm not even sure Nigerians are even in that space yet, where they understand the importance of these things. When that leader shows up and tells them this, and then they will be willing to do whatever it takes with that leader to fix the problems. I don't know when we will get there. Whether we as a people, because of the way we're colonized, we have been so fractured, and our mindset and our way of thinking have been so fractured that we cannot even get there.
We're in trouble. All Nigerians in the world are in trouble. And this is something I knew from a long time ago as well. I recognized when I was very young that money was so important to Nigerian people. Money. The way it was discussed, the way it was shown, the way it was used, the way when it wasn't there was just crisis. When I recognized that, wow, money is so important to Nigerians, because I used to move around with a lot of different people that they didn't used to have the same level of discussions about certain things as Nigerians. So when I look at how we've seen money, it's encroached in all of us. Me today, somebody who's had money and lost money and had money and lost money. Money is still seriously important to me, even though I know that money's not real. I know the creation of money. I know what it is. But yet still, I want 10 million pounds so I can go and really live a life of luxury. Nothing more. It's very vague and empty. But we're all like that. I don't care how sovereign one is or how sovereign one is not. If you're Nigerian, if someone puts 10 million pounds in your hands, immediately you know what you're going to do with it. You don't have to ask anybody. You don't have to ask God to look for anybody's advice. You know exactly what you're going to do because you've been rehearsing it in your mind all of your life. And I know this because I'm a Nigerian. So I know what's in the next Nigerian man's head because I know what his family structure is like. I know what his surroundings are like. I know what his upbringing is. As soon as a Nigerian person speaks, I can almost track them to exactly where they are, especially if they're speaking in a particular Nigerian accent. I can track them to where they come from. And when I say where they come from, I mean the type of family, more so than the location.
For me, I'm beginning to think that because when they release those figures about some of the stuff we spend overseas, the way we don't discourage use of the dollars, there are so many things that Nigeria could be doing the right way that we are not doing. So many, and it's scary how little of this a lot of people know. But I would like to think that the middle class and the upper classes know these things. About supporting Nigerian-made manufactured goods, discouraging foreign using foreign currencies, which poor people don't have access to anyway. They don't care about.
As you say, all those are easy remedies.
Easy
things. Remedies. Those are things that we can get done now.
Exactly. We don't need foreign currency. Only when we buy something, that's when we need it. So reduce the amount of things you buy from foreign currency.
Just with the way the government is behaving. We've spoken about it over years, but we take it like subject matters. But it pangs for what they're doing as a government immediately. They're just making pure wrong move after wrong move after wrong move after wrong move. And it's just blatant over the 8-month period that he's been there. How can you go and buy cars from Toyota just because you're in there, just because you're new and you want to celebrate? That's a celebration thing. It's not a celebration. No, the country's not celebrating. If you're going to do that at all, buy from innocent. Buy from an African-made company at least. At least. No?
Was it not someone that said that when they give state governments budgets, money from the federal coffers, they go and convert it to dollars? It's like, talk about economic sabotage. You are sabotaging your own currency. What is wrong with these people? Because you know what they do? They do that because when the money gains value, then when they convert it back to Naira, they make money, make profit out of it. And These people are just heartless. They are ripping their country to pieces. Nigerians are remorseless when it comes to sabotaging the economy.
The thing is, what they've done is simple currency trading. Now, if you want to do currency trading, there are indices that you can do that on. But because they have enough to do it live, which is with their own money or with the money of Nigeria, the thing is coming out cash. It's not like you're seeing it as a figure on your computer screen. This is live cash trades that they're doing. Live cash trades. And live cash trades are dangerous in that they're risky and you're dealing with cash, but they're extremely profitable if you're doing it in the right way. So this is what's going on.
And all those, you see, that's what they call speculation now. And I think some months ago, when somebody made a suggestion in Nigeria that speculation is partly responsible for the problem of Nigerian economy, and I was saying it here that guy, from his analysis, seems very correct with what he's saying, because it was clear that is the welcoming of dollars into our economy in terms of making transactions is where the problem is. The government can stop that. They can choose to, like anybody we see touching foreign currencies in Nigeria, enough.
Well,
but they won't. They will leave.
They will
allow their nationals to be using foreign currencies. The economy is messed up. No, the economy is messed up now. No, because people mess up stuff now.
You talk like Stalin all the time.
No, it's not about Stalin. It's about taking care of your people. It's not Stalin. Why do you say it's Stalin? It has nothing to do with Stalin. Stalin is killing a lot of people. I'm saying.
Yeah, and if they don't stop, you kill them. That's what you usually say.
Oh yeah. If they don't stop, you go after them.
You drown the person.
So you don't support it. No, you don't support it. They are killing people. You don't support it. Do you think all this hardship that is happening in Nigeria now is not killing people? It's killing people. These people are killing people. You see, sometimes I come across as being harsh, but I'm talking on behalf of the people that these people are killing.
Yeah, I love your analysis. I love your analysis. But this thing you are saying, analyzing, it works that way. If the government itself is not the culprit, but when the government is also the culprit, you understand? That makes it a bigger issue. You understand?
I agree with you, but it still doesn't mean that the idea of stopping is a bad thing. It needs to happen.
No. Look at what I'm trying to say, which I've been explaining all this while. It's just like what happens in religious places, where either the pastor or the imam will tell you how to do the right thing. You understand? And there was a time it became an issue. The pastor will tell you, don't do as I do, just do as I say. You understand? So don't emulate my behavior, because it means that is don't judge me. Just do as I said. I'm telling you the right way to live. You understand? In a society, when it comes to reorientation, changing of mindsets, the government should lead by example. It goes a long way if the government, put emphasis on the conduct of its officials. It trickles down. It goes a long way. I'm not saying they're still not going to do campaign to, for reorientation, but a vast majority of the citizens buys into it easily. Do you understand? When they are leading by example,
is a tricky one to believe in. Okay, if they are leading by example, I think if they are leading by example, I agree with you. If the government,
that's what I'm saying. It's easier for the populace to buy into it when they see. Take for instance the Buy Nigerian project. You understand? If I'm a president, it's gonna be a kind of infringing on. There are certain moves I will make that will be considered as infringing on people's rights. But I wield enormous control over my cabinet members. Because if they want to remain in that position, which is temporary, which is as a result of my own magnanimity, they tend to listen to me. You understand? I can mold their value easily. Because I'm not asking them to do what I'm not doing. You understand?
Of course.
If, for instance, if the government policy with its official elected members or appointed executives is that nobody should be going to abroad for medical treatment, and you see them implementing it, a minister is sick, it may be the best hospital in Nigeria, fine. You understand? Those middle class that also sees opportunity as a way of to show his class, to run abroad also to go get medical treatment, to begin to, wow, even the minister is going to Jolad Hospital to receive treatment. Why should I go to Germany? Because I'm having this kind of symptoms. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And before you know it, it begins to trickle down. Take, for instance, when you say buy Nigeria, like I said before, and you see the people in the government appointed either by a governor or president, him and his executive members. You see them every time you see them on the news on occasions, they are wearing or made in Nigeria. Before you know it, it become a trend.
Yeah.
People would like to wear Ankara because president is wearing Ankara. It becomes a trend. You understand? But when you are buying a brocade from Dubai and you are telling them buy Nigeria, they'll feel like this one is not even serious. Even if I don't have money, I will borrow just to make myself feel like I belong. That's the only
true.
area I'm trying to go. I'm not saying that when you say it should be, it's good to, change the orientation, but you should start from those people that wield that enormous influence. Let them not do the contrary.
Steph, you're always right about these things in terms of looking at it from a rather classical point of view. Classical, but you have objectives there. The only thing is, we as Nigerians, we know that they're not there. What we're asking for is not available to us from the people that have been there over the past 40 years. Available to us from any of them. When I think of an Nkrumah, I can tell you, just because of time, there is no Nkrumah left in the planet. If you understand, no type of that person. There is no type of Awolowo in the polity again. There isn't. Us looking for these people or for these types is not understanding that time has moved. Time has moved. The present Prime Minister of the UK, Rishi Sunak, is not Margaret Thatcher by any means or stretch of the imagination. But he is Rishi Sunak, and he is the Prime Minister, and he's running this joint. He's 40-odd years old. Now, we have to know that we have to look for someone who is not a type that we've come across before. Not that type. But before we even get to find that person, I'm telling you, we have to institute what power means in that country. Because what it has meant, what power has meant in Nigeria, is that everybody who is under that power is oppressed. So oppressed people don't get what they want. All they get is oppression. They get what flies from the table of the elite, and what lands on the floor, muddied with dust, and that's what we're eating. We have to change that bad table manners that we have. Basically, we're not going to.
Yeah, you're fair enough. I think you made a valid.
Let me add one other thing to what your suggestion.
For something that is too much.
Your suggestion that if the leaders set an example, then the people will follow. I agree with that. But where I always come from first, that seems to be a shift. What I've observed in Nigeria is that for the leaders to even come out, to the leaders to emerge, you need the right environment. As like one philosopher said, that because we are intelligent beings, it means that our surrounding, the universe itself, is intelligent, because in lack of intelligence doesn't create intelligence. So the people this is why they say comment the moment, comment the leader, or something like that. You know what they said, because it tends to be
the hour, comment the man.
Exactly, because what they are saying is that the timing and the kind of surrounding that that leader is surrounded by is what makes them. Sometimes when we think leaders just are magical creatures that just appear. Sometimes it's the environment that nurtures the leaders to show up the way they show up. They are just a manifestation of the environment. And that should tell you that maybe the population to have a say in the kind of leaders that emerge.
Absolutely.
That is where I'm coming from. I know for sure if a leader comes in and says, hey, this is what I'm doing, I'm saying people should take a pay cut, I'm taking a pay cut, I'm saying people should take rations, I'm living on rations too, they will follow you. And the truth is, almost all the leaders that transform nations, that's how they were. They were not self-serving. They were not just there living large while other people were suffering. All those leaders were like in the trenches with their people all the time. And that's how Rawlings came across too. Rawlings, when he took over in Ghana, that's how he came across. That's what made him successful. He came across somebody like was the man of the people, digging gutter with them and everything with them. You do that, your people will be on your side. They'll follow you through thick and thin, no matter what you do, and you're likely to succeed. Because of it, our leaders, they want to live in Ivory Castle because they think that they are Prince Charles, and because they have been brainwashed. to think that that is where they are. And our people, instead of them to worry about their country, they think that that is where heaven is. They don't understand that they even have a better heaven that God has given them here. All those things, we need to start changing that mindset, because our people, if they don't change, I fear that, when somebody said our people are wicked, I don't think our people are wicked. I don't even think human beings are naturally wicked. I don't see it from that point of view. It's not I think you have to incentivize people, because there are always some useless people out there. Out of 10, you only have 2. Yeah, I think somebody said out of every 12 there's a Judas. There's always one person that wants to break the rule. And that person that wants to break the rule can ruin it for everyone else. Hence, you have to have rules. It doesn't mean human beings are inherently evil. Human beings break rules, and sometimes you need a kind of system to hold them, keep them in place. They want it too. It's like a child. Sometimes if you have children and you don't give them boundaries, to them they will be happy at first, but they will not end up happier children, because they don't have no boundaries. They will experience so many things that they shouldn't experience at all before their time.
Your analysis is as if you're not the last thing you said now, what you said some few minutes ago, is like you are making an assumption, which so many people have tried to, point you on a different trajectory so many times today. You are speaking based on an assumption that you truly believe that the leadership that we've had over the years is actually because Nigeria had been a so-called practicing electoral democracy for 20-something years now. And you're coming from the premise that the leadership we've been getting since that 8 or 9 election cycles have been a true reflection of people's wishes or votes per se during those elections, But I can tell you that is not the truth.
No,
as somebody who have been a little bit close to the system, I'm telling you that have never been the case. And because it have never been the case, for us to start making that turnaround that you think is possible from the people, it's going to start first of all by allowing their wish to matter, allowing their votes.
How do we know?
I'm coming.
Most of it is not their wish?
Because elections are being rigged.
Yes,
you don't get it.
But we don't know whether it was rigged in the direction of the person that actually won, the one that bribed people so much.
How will you know? How will you know?
Because there are too many of them. Okay, let me put it this way.
Let me tell you the danger. Let me tell you the danger. Wait, let me tell you the danger. The danger is in that knowing that you're saying. Because you don't know, because I bribe myself, use the state power and everything and the machineries and the money to rig the system. Whether ordinarily people would have voted for me, I don't give them that credit. And that is the reason why when I assume that office, I don't see that I owe them. I see it as my investment. Do you understand? So that is the danger. So assuming that I'm coming, assuming that I accept what you said now, though I'm not considering that that's actually what happens. Assuming that even if I didn't give them that money, even if I didn't write those results, you understand, I would have gotten those numbers anyway. But because I'm able to write those results by myself, means that the true source of my power is not actually from those people. Does that make sense? So which means I don't really owe them accountability.
Yeah.
You understand? But if actually I didn't write those results and the numbers actually came from them legitimately, really from them, I will be scared of taking some decisions. So even if I want to take a decision that is not is not some people may consider as not being proper.
It's a tough decision.
You understand? So far, I gauge the feeling of the people and they're okay with it. I'm going to do it anyway because I know that they're going to vote for me another time. That is why in a different democracy, for instance here, a Republican may come to power. You understand? He may do something that will upset like maybe 60, maybe 40% of the population. They don't care because they believe that that thing is popular among their base. And they're going to reward them in the next election cycle.
It's not necessarily accurate like that. It's not necessarily accurate.
No. Allow me to land.
Okay.
The problem is, to my own estimation, the politicians know this game, and that is the reason why presently it seems like they've overplayed their hands. Over the years, they intentionally did not want to develop the country in terms of economy-wise. Why? Because poverty is very, very instrumental to the game they are playing. For them to sustain themselves in power, I'm coming, you may not agree. For them to sustain themselves in power, the people need to be poor, but not too poor. Do you understand? There should be a level of poverty in the land, but not too poor. Because if they become too poor, they will revolt. You understand? The people don't need to be highly educated. Because if they are highly educated and they are well economically empowered, the poverty is so low, it's going to be hard for you to give somebody 5,000 to vote for you. If they are well educated, if their education is well developed and the economy is working, they begin to understand, because for education to work and the economy to work, it means that there is a direct correlation between policies of government and the economic outlook. So the people are beginning to see the impact of government policy on their well-being. So it's going to be hard for them to collect money from a mediocre and allow him rig an election.
Okay. So
but unfortunately now, they've overplayed their hand because the people are becoming excessively poor. And that is why, if it continues, I don't want my people to suffer, but I join the people that are saying, let the hunger continue, so that the brain of our people will begin to reset a little bit.
But don't you think that is in a way that is, even from my point of view, it's even more cruel what we are doing now?
What are we doing?
The middle classes and the upper classes that I hold single-handedly more culpable for the mess we are in are the ones saying the masses should suffer more so that they will do the job that they refuse to do themselves. That seems unfair. And if you say the West, the West, to me, they follow the rules when it suits them. The democracy function when it suits them. Because you have in the US where 80 to 90% of people want background checks for weapons, but none of the these elected officials want that to pass, and they don't support it, and it never succeeds. Whenever they try to do it, it never succeeds. And yet 80 to 90% of people in that country want that law passed, but they don't allow it to go through. This in the background checks for all gun purchases, but they blocked it till today. It's still not, even when Americans are getting killed every day, they still block it. They don't allow it through.
No,
how is that a democratic choice?
You don't understand the politics.
There's no politics when 80 to 90% agree on something. There's no politics there.
Should I explain to you the politics?
How many things 80 and 90% of Nigerians agree on?
That's what I tell you about. You can't. That is not 80, 90% of American population.
No, it's 80 and 90% of American population.
Any person that tells you such, the person is not telling you the truth.
There has been many polls that have been carried out. Even Republicans support it. I'm telling you, know that in America.
Let me tell you. If Republican in the red states, how many states are red states in America? And you say 80% of those people want it, it will be done the next day.
Okay, let's check. Let's check
that. It will be done the next day. Are you kidding me?
Now you watch your democracy at work. Look at now. I think they will break it down now. The survey from Montico showed that 73%
No, I'm trying to explain to
respondents
you that
strongly support.
the pool is not accurate. That if
The poll is not accurate.
90% of a red state wants universal background check for gun ownership, it will be done the next day.
But what they do, that's my point. That's what I'm telling you.
It will be done the next day. They don't. Any pool that tells you that is lying to you.
All the polls are wrong. Okay, and this is just one of them. Let's go to another one. You're going to see others.
No, but further, what I'm telling you now is logical now. Think of it.
Gallup polls. No,
it's just like saying saying that 90% of Americans want what is it called? Pro-life legislation. You understand?
Yeah.
It will be done the next day.
They do. Let me see. I can read this. This is another poll again. If you want me to read them, I'll read them too.
I'm listening.
Okay, you say majority of Americans support background checks, gun licensing, assault weapons, and I think it's slightly different. Let's say required background check. 86% of them say they require background check. 73% require owners to take tests, get a license. So these are the numbers, and I want to see what they say about Republicans. Why they included Republicans there? Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the Republican numbers. 95% of Democrats want it, if I'm not mistaken.
Stop it.
And let me mute your mic. 95. This is 95% of Democrats universal background check. 78% of independents, and Republicans 80% of them want it. I'm not making this thing up. I'm just trying to flesh out what we call democracy, what is actually going on underneath it that people don't necessarily associate with democracy. We believe the rhetoric that they give to us that, oh, this is democracy, we are free. No, it's not as clear cut as we think. And if you look at China, that they don't have democracy or freedom of speech as we call it, they have not had any massive disagreement, that's schism between what the people want and what the government have done. And in terms of this, them feeling like they don't have a say in their country, they don't. The only thing they value in most nations, and I think that's the truth of almost any nation truly, is that if your government is able to provide for the people, if your government is able to maintain law and order,
let me ask you, if what you said now is the truth, how come that any time that you go to the Congress and bring up issue bill that has to do with gun legislation, as with regards to background check, why does more than 90% of Republican legislators vote against it? And why does almost 90% Democrats vote for it?
That's why I say riddle me that. Riddle me that. It tells you that even the Republican side, there are certain things they don't grant their voters that the voters want. They don't grant it to them. That is supposed to be democracy, but they don't give it to them. And they don't get punished enough for it.
Have you ever, I'm coming, let me ask you again. Have you ever seen, because in the blue states, you see the electorates, you see let me use the citizens, you see the citizens doing protests on gun legislation. Have you ever seen Republicans, electorates, doing protests for gun legislation?
Yeah, I think I saw that in Florida. There are some state governors that have actually passed some laws to limit some of all these things in even Republican states. But the problem is that the national level one will refuse to budge.
No.
Florida, they passed some laws, if I'm not mistaken, in Florida.
It's a Republican state. No, answer it in the context of what I asked you now.
Because in terms of protests, the people that were protesting are Republicans were among them.
I live here. I've never seen organized protest that is largely attended by Republicans in a deep red state for anything that has to do with gun legislation. I've never seen it.
Actually, they do, especially after this thing. There's one of these massacres that they get.
Yeah.
In the case of Florida, I know for sure they passed a law on it. Even if before they pass a law, it has to result in a law. Demonstrations has to happen. So
Listen,
I get
don't
where
know
you are
where you
coming
get. I
from.
don't know
I
where
get
you
where you are
get
coming
your.
from.
You've
Because
shown
the
me.
Democrats.
You've shown me the poll. The
I
poll.
can show you more. There are
No,
many.
show me the poll. I'm talking of physically. The only kind of demonstration that I've seen that mobilized by Republicans that they care so much about is when it has to do with is it like pro-life?
I think you may be a kind of being
They are
biased.
more concerned. No, I'm not. They are more
Let me add something so that
Republicans are more
so you
concerned
can
about
answer me that.
pro-life
Let me ask you
than
this.
gun control.
Are you sure
Ask
you're not being
anybody.
biased when you see those people protesting and thinking that they are just Democrats?
No.
Because sometimes those are parents that have lost children. They are not only Democrats, they are Republicans too. You are associating them with Democrats when they are just
There's
protesting.
no demonstration.
Okay, let me see if I can find
I'm
it now.
coming. There's no
I will try to find
demonstration
it.
in America. There's no demonstration in America that has to do with these core issues that divide Democrats and Republicans. They cannot actually pinpoint what's the majority of people that are in this gathering.
Let me see
when it comes to these two issues, let me place side by side to you. When it comes to pro-life and gun control, Republicans in the deep red states are more concerned about pro-life issue than gun control. Ask anybody.
Of course, they may be more
not maybe. I'm telling you that they are.
No, I agree with you. Now, if that is the case, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying because life is important. They are for that.
The same
but it
thing.
doesn't mean that they are not against.
Concerned. No, if they are concerned about gun legislation, the way they are concerned about pro-life legislation, they will get it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I think we are mistaken. I think I'm looking at they say Murphy calls on Senate to pass universal background check. I think senior Senator Chris Murphy. I don't know who is he. I don't know. Is he a Republican? Let me confirm. He has to be. They are highlighting him. I don't know why they are highlighting him if he's not a Republican. Let's see. Murphy, a lawyer, author, Republican serving. Politician. Why? Come on, which party does he belong? Stop messing about. This is a Democrat. Why are you showing us a Democrat? I'm asking about Republicans. It's okay.
You're just looking for maybe 1 out of 100 to showcase.
No, I'm not looking for 1 out of 100. I just wondered why they put him at the top.
Just ask anybody that live here. Republicans are more concerned about pro-life legislation than gun control legislation.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing. See, if I hear something that is true, why would I disagree with that? This in what they call it, abolishing abortion than gun this thing. Yeah.
I'm surprised Rudolph did not include Labour Party corruption cases going on today. Did you guys discuss it?
Yeah, we didn't talk about it. That's one issue.
Are you guys trying to
that lady?
it?
No. I think we can even talk about it now. That lady that came and made that accusation. I don't like the idea of prosecuting people by public opinion, and when there hasn't been an investigation to confirm her accusations. And somewhere along the line, and the lady, one of the outrageous things that she said was, you see, this is another part of our problem. She let them bring international people to come and investigate it. It's like, what is wrong with this?
So hold on. So to me, there is element of truth of what she's talking about. She's not the only one. Even the former chairman, she also was interviewed.
Are you talking about Papa?
No. There is one lady. So when their chairman died, there was one lady that took over for 3 months before Julius Sowore took over. So she was actually making a lot of allegations as well. They interviewed her on, I think it was on the right. So
but no matter what, they've seen, no matter whatever accusation they've made, it still needs to be confirmed, because in the context of Nigeria, where
No,
politicians can bribe people,
absolutely. But this is one thing I'm gonna point out, right? Absolutely, this is one thing I'm gonna point out. So before now, when you follow even Labour Party constitution, they're supposed to declare that account before now. I remember Emeka asked Julius Abure the last time he came. He said, "Oh, they are working on it, blah blah blah." What I'm was just well, these politicians, they don't surprise people like us. It's people like you, people that don't believe politicians are the same, that they surprise. I strongly believe politicians are the same. They can never surprise me. The only disappointment is people like PDP and APC. Nobody is gonna investigate those ones. Those ones, they are dead already. So people don't really care. We know, like, those ones, they people don't even worry about them. They know they are fully corruption loaded. But people thought Labour Party was kind of different, but they are not. They are not. I'll be saying that they are not. I think most of them, they wanted to use Peter Obi to cover up. What you are seeing now is what we are supposed to see if Peter Obi was the president. They will go underground and do all their corruption. This is a problem. That is what I wanted to point out. So even the politicians,
you seem to already be passing judgment before
no,
the results are out.
I'm not. But what I'm saying here, there is no smoke without fire. Trust me.
See, let me tell you something. AY, if somebody comes here and accuses you of anything, I will not believe it until it is confirmed.
Yeah,
and you should accord people that kind of benefits too.
Yeah, I'm in line with what forefather said, but I also want to tell you that sometimes there could be smoke. Is it smoke without fire?
Of course, there
I've seen.
There could be fresh air. There are all kinds of stuff blowing everywhere.
I've seen when there is smoke without fire.
Exactly.
I know. Okay, hold on.
He's telling you now.
Hold on.
But I'm not exonerating anybody.
Hold on. For you to understand what is going on.
That generalization, I just want to dispute it. I've seen smoke without fire.
For you to understand what is going on, you need to watch 3 interviews. Watch the treasurer interview, watch Julius Abure interview, and the former chairman, the lady, watch her interview. If you watch the 3 interview, you will figure out some of the stuff right there going on.
No, I'm not saying he's innocent or he's guilty. What I'm saying is that, like forefather said, let's give them benefit of the doubt. The way it's going now is obvious that at the end of the day, a report must come out from the way this thing is going now. So that alone is enough to say, okay, let them finish running around. They will bring something to the public. They box themselves into a corner that they must bring something to the public at the end of the day. You understand?
This will come up. I believe this case will force Julius Abure to resign. Actually,
first of all, let us see, even when the thing come out. Let me also know how it's possible that there will be a system, is a system in the party that can give the chairman the power to withdraw money, because I'm sure those monies were not given cash. Let me really understand how that party functions. So I'm interested what will come out at the end of the day.
I think that we should leave it in the place where we accord people their due process. Because if we start hanging people because one person comes and says something about them, in the context of Nigeria especially, where people can be bought and traded and used to malign some other person, you hardly hear anybody come out publicly and malign Tinubu like that, because they have more money at their disposal. So we have to be careful. Maybe you are right for what you are saying, and a lot of people have said that he has previous things that he has done that seems shady. But for somebody that went on to get 2/3 of the vote even if they rigged one in Nigeria. That was a manager of the head of the party to do that. One has to give him credit and give him the due process. What else can he? If anything less is just a kind of
Two-thirds
terrible,
of which
really.
vote?
That's
Two-thirds of which?
to win two-thirds of the states in Nigeria in the election. He was a party chairman when that happened.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
yeah. So for us to throw him under the bus without giving him this, for somebody that has accomplished so much for the party, and for Nigeria too, we have to give him credit to find out the truth.
One of the reasons why I'm a little bit skeptical of what the woman is saying is, if to say she's mentioning the man's name and maybe one or two other people's name in the executive, I will take it more serious.
Yeah, she's targeting him.
But it's gonna be hard. I'm coming. It's gonna be hard for the chairman alone to do that thing, and it's only that woman that is talking within that executive. It's gonna be hard.
You don't understand how this political party work, man. You
How?
don't get it. See, this is just what we are past. This is the problem of a typical Nigeria system. That's what you are seeing. To me, I said it doesn't surprise me. If you go watch, you need to watch those 3 interviews. The former chairman, she made a lot of allegations against Julius Sowore too. Mind you, that woman, she what's her name again? Even when Julius Sowore when they interviewed him, he was saying like, oh, that woman was involved in the signing, blah blah blah, say a lot of stuff. The woman said she was never involved. She was at a point she was forced by talks. How she was removed as party chairman. It's a lot of allegation against him. To be honest, I don't think he's that innocent, but let's the I don't know what they want to do.
I'm not holding brief,
what you are
but
saying,
the point I'm still trying to make is that I don't believe that it's possible for the national chairman.
Very, very, very possible.
No, even if it's APC, Ganduje alone cannot sign check and withdraw 3 billion naira to run an expenses for APC. Only him.
Yeah, I agree with you. We have to be. It's just a bit too much for us to just from one person's accusation just judge him like that. I think for me, there was a lot of things that was unsavory about that lady. Really, even if she's right what she's saying in terms of whether there was corruption there, she too risks of corruption and the decadence we see in our society, where she was one of the first things she called for was foreigners to come and do the this thing. And she looks like I don't know. I don't want to be naming shaming people. I really don't like. She's wearing
foreigners.
The way she looks is just an aberration of everything that Nigeria should represent.
For saying foreigners to come and do it, what is he telling you? That even if you appoint an independent auditor, he will tell you no, it's not true.
But how do you know the foreigner doesn't have an agenda too? This
no,
thing
that I'm saying. He's already trying to criticize whatever process that is going to bring accountability. Yeah. If he's not a foreigner, then it means that those people have manipulated the system.
Imagine. I did hear that say foreigner. So.
Oh yeah, I heard that say it too. That's about it. I pay attention to it.
But one thing that is very clear to me: if you are able to watch those 3 interviews, to be honest, you will figure some things out. I'm not attacking Julius Sowore, but
I think I heard a lot of disturbing things about him too. In the end, I heard, caught this, caught that. It's not still confirmed in this case. And like I said, it's the same thing I will accord you, and the same thing I will accord with Steph. People can't just make accusations and say, you know what, no, you don't know. What if it was because even if 20%, 10% that is false, you may have done grave injustice to that person by just believing them. So we always have to be careful about persecuting an innocent person of something that they didn't do, and it's not like going to cost us anything anyway. Just wait, we're going to find out the truth.
I personally believe that we'll find out the truth.
Yeah, we'll find out the truth. And I don't like that guy. When I saw Abure when he came here, I wasn't a big fan of his. And because I heard during the campaign period, one of the time where they say he jetted off to Italy for whatever he went to do in Italy, I don't know. But I was sure that he had nothing to do with promoting Nigeria in a good light. Maybe all these were just going to negotiate our future away. I when he came here, I told him that you are one of them too. That I noticed that you did this, you did all those sales. You can't trust Nigerians. Nigerians are too compromised in so many ways. And what this lady is accusing him of, just watching her alone, I see how compromised she is. I'm very, very judgmental. I'm sorry. I'm very judgmental because Nigerians are driving me crazy. They're driving me crazy with their nonsense all the time. And look at her. She looks like somebody that has been robbing the bank. She looks worse than Betadu. Betadu, they're all steal. Left and right, they are robbing and accusing the others of robbing at the same time while they are robbing
Yes. So
I don't believe that Julius Abure is how do I put it? Is going to stand tall above any kind of accusation of corruption. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because after all, Labour Party is just like any other party in Nigeria before P2B entered the party. The executives, the party have been existing, play any kind of thing they play, helping to endorse to collect money from other candidates, the way they do it. You understand? Just accidental that P2B entered the party with his ideology within a few months of the election. That's what I'm trying to say. So if there are tendencies there within the executives, you understand, it's possible. But
you have to hold P2B accountable. He's not taking full control of that party properly.
No, but
they're just running riot everywhere.
From that, I'm coming. Building up to when he entered and up till when the election was concluded, I'm not going to hold him responsible for anything. Where I'm going to hold him responsible is if he's not going to be in the forefront to unravel whatever accusation that's been thrown now. Why did I say what I said earlier? Because, like I said, he was not part of the party when those executive was created in the first place. He wasn't in any way in the management of the party. It's after the election that they started referring to him as the national leader of the party. You understand? Which is from now.
No, even before the election. So
no, listen. He never. I'm coming.
Politically.
I'm coming.
Politically,
because he's presidential candidate, right?
Politically, a presidential candidate is the leader of a party.
He is. But what I'm trying to explain to you, I want to draw two parallels. He wasn't a member of the party before. It's going to be to his own undoing. Entering there to get a platform, trying to run an election which you need a united front, and begin to police the party around, the party executive.
No, he cannot do that.
No politician can do it.
But what he can do.
But now, since he have said that there's going to be an independent, trusted independent auditor that will review the accounts to know exactly, what transpired. If he fell in doing it, or if he fell in insisting on doing it, that's where I'll begin to hold him responsible.
Yeah, Peter Obi need to do it, or he exit the party, because
if he cannot do it, if they frustrate him in doing it, and he remain in the party, it's going to rub on him a lot.
So it's either he do it or he exit.
No, he leave the party.
Yeah.
If they couldn't cooperate with him to do it, it's enough ground for him to leave the party. People will even respect him the more. If he call for a change in the leadership, if they refuse to do it, and they refused, if I'm him, I will leave the party.
Yeah, somebody just mentioned.
Why can't he take the leadership of the party? I don't understand this. Why can't P2B take over all the positions in the party? He has the power to do that.
Yeah,
listen, there is something that P2B.
Hold on.
There is something.
Chairman, somebody just mentioned her name. It's Maria Lebeke. So she was on Arise. You need to watch the interview. She was the interim chairman.
What you said P2B would have done now, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. And if I'm in his shoe, if he begins to exert that kind of authority, it will be against what he's preaching.
What do you mean? Why is he against what he's preaching to take charge of a decadent situation?
No, he said take over the leadership of the party. He can do
Why
it.
not?
Why would
It's
he do it?
democratic now. It's a democratic process.
What do you mean? You can't take over.
What do you mean by democratic
Why not?
process?
Is it not a democratic process to take over the leadership
for him to
of the
take
party?
over the leadership of the party?
Yes. Why not?
Disband the national executive or what?
No, he will take over the leadership, the chairman of the party.
How is he going to take over the leadership if he can't disband the party leadership?
So he cannot? Is it not through elections?
The party have a leadership. So why would he take over the leadership of the party?
They are elected leadership.
Exactly.
So you trigger that election so that they select new ones. That's my point. Select new ones, and
what you said now, how is it different from what we said? If you want to trigger it and they did not accept, do you know that they can refuse? Because he doesn't have any power to trigger it. So if they refuse, what's going to happen?
I think they can refuse if the membership wants it. If the membership wants it, they can refuse.
What he's going to do is either leave the party.
He needs to
he's too powerful to leave the party.
He needs to follow the party constitution. He can't
just have to follow the constitution. He can't disband the
leadership. But one
what
person
is
I
the
would have
party's constitution then in terms of selecting
one person
this?
I would have recommend is if they want to change it, just bring in Party Tomi to build the party. I think Party Tomi, I think he has the experience, he has the capacity to.
Listen what I said before.
Yeah, Party Tomi.
See those National Executive Council of Labour Party, they are not different from the National Executive members of PDP or APC or whatever.
Are you talking about Patrick Tomi?
They can't allow.
Patrick Tomi, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Is that not the one that was working with Tinubu just yesterday?
You see those guys?
He used to be an ally of Tinubu before he joined. They formed APC. You know, he's a foundation member of APC too.
Yes, true. Those guys can't allow you to tamper with that executive.
Who can't? Were they not elected? They can't be there forever. Wait for them to get to time for election and you kick all of them out.
Exactly.
And the election can't be more than a year or two away from now. Get ready and wipe the slate clean. And if there is any other backdoor way of doing it, like when you can trigger it through the membership, you trigger it through the membership and wipe it clean. Because if you have such a power and such a support, those people shouldn't be able to stand in your way. They are small men compared to the larger party. They shouldn't be able to stand because PTOB has at least 6 million votes on his side. There is no chance in hell that they can stand against him. You see what I mean? And that's why I don't understand why he sits there. And look at what Trump is doing to the Republican Party. He's not even in charge of the party, and the party has a lot of support in other areas. But compared to what Trump is doing to the Republican Party, PTOB has even way more power than the Labour Party.
So let me explain this, right? Let me explain this. Hold on. I think you are overhyping Labour Party. So Labour Party,
not Labour Party.
No, hold on. So what Peter Obi, what I expected him to do is to build Labour Party, build the structure. Labour Party, they don't have structure. He needs to start really building the structure across the country.
To do that, you need to get rid of these officials that are not performing.
Yeah, he can get rid of them. We can look at the constitution, but you got to work within the law. They can take you to court. These guys, they are fighters, man.
No, they can take you to court.
It will not even finish in the next 3 years.
I'm not saying they will take him to court anyway. So I'm not saying that you can go and break the law, but you can use the law rightfully
to kick them out.
Go after them. Exactly. I'm sure there are ways to do that.
There are.
And you don't you don't see people being frustrated and looking to remove them in the first place.
You know, Peter Obi is a gentleman.
That's at the crux of the problem.
What's he gonna do? He can only do what he's gonna do. He can't get to the level that you expect him to do. It takes management on Nigerian political parties.
If he cannot take over a political party, how could he have run the country? You have to ask yourself. If you cannot manage a small party, you cannot.
What do you mean by manage a small party?
Hold on.
Listen,
You cannot
forefathers. There are
you cannot
Labour
remove a
Party
few
have board
corrupt
of
and useless
Labour Party have
officials.
board of
How is it
Labour
going to
Party
deal with the
have board
national
of
situation?
Labour Party have board of trustees. Labour Party have National Executive Council.
Yes, you can have that, but you can't leave corrupt officials in place and non-performing officials in place when you could change them, when you have the power to change them.
What are we talking about? He can only do what he can do. What you were talking about is that.
Why do you say he can do only what he can do? If he cannot manage a small party, how can he manage the country?
What do you mean by manage a small party? You want him to be an autocrat like you? He said there's going to be an independent auditor. You start by investigating the account.
Can you stop calling me autocrat?
No, but that's what you are, Stalin.
I'm saying he should follow the law. He should follow the law and act.
We have addressed a press conference. He said there's going to be an independent auditor. Are you going to wait for that to happen? You want him to disband the leadership?
No.
Because
I'm saying he should
speculation
take
of
over the
corruption?
leadership. No, I'm saying he should take over the leadership of the
How?
party.
The first thing has to be done first. There should be an audit of the account.
Yes, that's true.
There must be a cause for him to do anything. Audit first. After the audit, if they are found culpable, he's going to advise them to resign.
Do you think anybody will misbehave like this in APC and
he's going to advise them. I'm
asking you, do you think anybody will misbehave in APC and Tinubu will just look at them and say, yeah, take your time? No, he's going to make sure.
Let me educate you on the difference.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is this: if anybody embezzle money in APC, Tinubu is not going to sack the person. So far, the person is loyal to him, and the person is going to guarantee that every candidate that he has in any state is going to get the nomination. Period. I'm coming. But if there is anybody that is national chairman or secretary that Tinubu perceive as a threat, not because the person is corrupt, he's going to use whatever it will take, including corrupting the remaining executives, to make sure that that person is removed.
Exactly.
He removed Adeboye,
and to achieve his ends.
Got rid of him after the election.
And to achieve his ends. So that's why I'm saying that.
Do you see the process is going to use? Do you see the process is going to use?
Yes, the process is going to use. I'm not saying P2B should follow that process.
Do you think that P2B can do such thing? That's what I'm saying.
I think even going through the legal process, P2B can still remove them. But I don't see him trying to do that yet. He's not even looking to.
Why would he do it yet? The first thing first, due process. You have to find out if there's a reason to remove them or not. How do you do it? There's an allegation. There should be an independent audit. Audit the account. It will be black and white. See the result of the audit. So you guys embezzled this money. Are you guys going to step aside now or not?
Okay, there are party members right now in the House of Assembly and others doing all kinds of things, like taking money for SUVs and all the rest of it, that P2B could have put his foot down and say, none of you should accept that. If you accept that, you are going to face disciplinary action as a member of our party, and we are going to admonish you for it. He didn't do that.
Let's put the record straight. To my understanding, maybe I'm playing forefathers devil's advocate. To my understanding, what I heard is that they didn't give them 240 million, but the car that they're going to give them, the value is 240 million, and those provisions are usually made by the assembly. This thing that they are succeeding. That's what I heard. It's not like 240 million was paid into each of the legislators' accounts to go and buy SUV. From what I heard,
they bought it anyway for them. Is that not it?
That's what I'm saying. It's like government bought and give them. What I'm saying is when you say they should have said don't.
Hold on now. Let me. P2B could have said all the cards should be innocent or pro force.
Let me land first. What you're saying is that, what I'm trying to explain to you is that the current arrangement, the way it is, if you forefather say that you don't need a $240 million SUV, it does not mean that they're going to give you $4 million to go buy a Tokumbo. That's what I'm just trying to explain to you.
Yeah. They can do that, but you can also say, you know
No,
what?
but it doesn't mean that they're going to give you 4 million to go buy Tukumba.
That
Since
is
you don't want
fine. That is
240
fine.
million.
I will say I don't want it 240 million the way you want it. Put the 240 million in Innocent, and after you buy the car from Innocent, take it to Proforce to make it bulletproof. Then you rest.
That's an
argument.
That's an argument which I love. I would have loved them to make that statement, but that does not mean that what you said now is going to happen. That does not mean that you as a legislator will say it and they will do it for you like that.
Yeah, no, if they don't do it, the Nigerians
It
will
will
ask
be on
why.
record. It will
be on record. You see, that is how you chip away at the government's credibility if they are not doing the right thing by the people. But if you are not doing it when that should be your first instinct, because he talked about consumption to production all the time, his instinct should have been, let's support Nigerian-made cars. We have the two companies that can do this thing. Buy the car from Innocent. Innocent doesn't bulletproof their cars. Take the car to Proforce to bulletproof it. And that will be it for our cars. If they refuse, let it be said. It's been noted down. And for all you know, it could have shamed the government to actually doing it. You see, that's the thing. If you don't try, how are you going to get any change? And I feel like he is too laid back about what his House of Assembly members are doing. And some of them, even at state level, nobody's holding them accountable. Nobody's sending signals that, okay, this is what Labour Party represents. Because if he was doing those things, the brand of Labour Party will be changing now. But right now, the brand of Labour Party is beginning to be mashed with all the dirty parties in Nigeria. Am I mistaken here? Or did I get that wrong?
You are not mistaken, but to be honest with you, it is the brand of Nigeria and the brand of Nigerian people that is being mashed on the ground.
Yeah.
Huh?
And that's something
it's about you. It's about you and me. It's not actually about Labour Party. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't really think is more about P2B. He's a billionaire anyway. At the end of the day, it is Nigerian people that are being shortchanged, and that will continue to be shortchanged.
And if it's not about him, he was the figurehead of this movement for change. And if he's not doing the job he's supposed to be doing, then we may be seeking some other person. And in the context, in the case of alternative, we have Sowore there. But Sowore sometimes he talks like somebody that his knowledge of and his scope of statecraft is limited.
Why must it be? Why must it be? In my own opinion, like I said the other a few weeks, when it comes to P2B, I don't want to judge him beyond the last election, because I don't even think he's going to matter in the next election.
You never know.
Until then. No, what I'm saying, until then. Why I said it is because any Nigerian that care should stand up and contribute his own quota. Let not be waiting because it must be so and so person that is going to do it. It must be P2B, it must be Sowore. These two people may not even matter in the next election. How many million Nigerians do we have?
There's some truth there, but
sometimes we behave as if the only option that we have is actually shameful most times. We up till now we are still talking about next election in either the Kwakwanso or Atiku or P2B or Sowore. Why must it be them?
But is it not only P2B that has emerged as a surprise candidate in an Nigerian election?
Emerged in the last election, right?
Yeah,
2027 is far away. Why can't there be other people that will be showing interest and start building, learning from P2B's mistakes?
That's exactly what I was talking
I don't understand
earlier.
Why after 2003 election we keep on Sowore should have Atiku or P2B.
We have millions of
I don't even want any of them to matter in the next election.
Yeah, we have millions.
Why can't
of
other
Nigeria
people
that
come
are
up?
competent.
Yeah, other people should come up. That's the truth of this situation.
Start proving themselves.
But most of those people are not making themselves known yet.
If they don't come out to prove themselves between now and the next election, during the next election, this thing you are saying now that P2B should have done now may not even matter, because what you begin to compare again is, okay, compare the present P2B in 2027 to present Atiku, present Sowore, present Tinubu, which doesn't make sense. That's the same recycling.
So, okay, let me just change it a little bit. Like, do you think, because I was looking at Sowore the other day when he was talking, because they acquitted him, and he was talking on this, and I looked at this guy, I said, if Sowore had just managed to become chairman of a local government area or did something in Nigeria, his electability suddenly would change, and for some reason he can't see that. Because what I tend to observe in Nigeria is that if you have not participated in politics in terms of govern anything before, they don't want, for some reason they don't give you a hearing. Because look at Ganifa Emi, that was all over the country. Everybody knew Ganifa Emi in his time, and yet they didn't vote him in. He barely got anything.
Femi Falana contested for governorship in Ekiti.
They completely trashed him. They like nobody cares about you. It's like Nigerians, they like you to have a leg in the door of something. Like, you have to have experienced something before you ask them to just empower you with it. And I fear that Sowore is missing that. How can he miss that? Because he saw what happened to Falana. He saw what happened to Ganifa Emi. He should have known that, let me just go and hold one seat somewhere.
No,
when you do
to
that,
be honest,
Nigerians will respect you.
Yeah, one mistake I think Sowore made was, if I were Sowore, I really want to do politics, I would have go for rep. From rep, I will go to Senate, stuff like that. Or I go to Senate. From there, I'll go. Then you start building your party. He did like one of his folks said the other time. I think Sowore interest. He just wanted to just
want to be president overnight. You can't do
just
that.
want to be president, kind of. Like he's supposed to do better. If you watch what Julius Malema did, right? Julius Malema built EFF for the past over 10 years now. Look at where EFF
and he was a politician before that. He's been a politician for a long time.
He was a youth leader with ANC now. So EFF they give you pressure. They give you pressure to ANC. They are actually the main opposition in South Africa. In fact, next election they might do way better. Julius Malema might
Can you imagine someone like Sowore coming up on TV saying, you know what, I'm running for president because I served as a House of Representative member, not even a governor, a representative member in the state, and this is what I did with my state. People will give him a lot of weight for that, because they will use his record there to try to compare.
Even apart from that, if he was a rep member, for example, he's making a lot of noise in the house, going against the status quo, like making sure like the right thing is done. Nigeria will love you from there. They will pick interest from you. Okay, we got to try this guy. I will expect him to pass through that means rather than
he could have planned it for about 8 to 12 years period, whereby you go from different levels to the next level, because you are just going to be rising.
Even Peter Obi was really jumping a ship because he didn't really want to go build a party from scratch, despite he was a PDP member. Labour Party, they don't have the structure, but because of the state of the country, the youth were really hungry. They needed an alternative, so he quickly capitalized on that, and they believe in his project. That was why everybody came in. He doesn't have the structure, so
to be fair to Peter Obi, if I was to take over a party in Nigeria that I would say has some leverage, is the Labour Party. That is the easiest one, because Labour Party automatically
that was
has
his best. That was his best before the primaries, right? I was having discussion. I have a friend that is from his senatorial district. I was having discussion with him. I'm like, Peter Obi should not waste time with PDP. He will not even smell the ticket. He said, no, he will get it. I said, PDP. Peter Obi, there was no way he will even get the ticket for PDP. It's not going to happen. PDP, APC, this party, you can't just come and grab ticket. It's not going to happen. They will knock you. So you need to have that structure you need to finance that structure for years. That's exactly what Wike did. For you to, do you know what it takes for Wike to be able to wrestle power and be fighting Atiku?
And he still didn't win it.
Yeah. It was because of a former governor of Sokoto. Wike would have collected that thing because he was so confident. But this politics with PDP APC, very dirty politics. You can't just come and want to grab. Even you saw what happened to VP now. He wanted to contest against Tinubu. Except the president, except Buhari supported him. That is when he would have been able to upset Tinubu. But Buhari not telling the governor, support this guy. How will you fight Tinubu in APC? You are joking. Is it money? Is it network? You can't. That's just what it is. That is the primaries for these parties. They are a big problem to us. Even if it's more like they give you a candidate now, you don't have option. You have to choose one. So at that level, the general public don't have the power to choose their leader. So they tell you, PDP give you a leader, APC give you a leader, choose one. That's what is going on.
No, I guess I was just thinking aloud that, when I saw Sowore on that show, that, his mistake, I don't know why, and he's a very stubborn person. He doesn't like to learn from mistakes. Regarding the way Tinubu government has been doing stuff, like when you watch like TVC news, I think they tend to cover some of his activities a bit more. I get the feeling that they are a little bit worried about what Nigerians are feeling right now. They are worried that these people, if they come on them, they will not have anything to protect them. And especially, they worry that if Nigerians protest too strongly against them, it's going to give space for the military to come in. And I think that part of it,
I need to reply to God's time. God's time. Yeah. Obi did not build Abga, for your information. Abga was Ojukwu vision for Anambra, not only for Anambra, for Southeast. So Obi, he used the influence of Ojukwu. With influence, that was how he was able to get that seat. Things don't just happen. Something must happen, man. Abga is a core party in Anambra today. So it's one party they believe in. There is nothing you can do about it. Even Soludo, if Soludo needs to play national politics, he's gonna move away from Abga. He does not have option. But
no, division of Abga is not to be a national party.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't built to be a national party.
Yeah.
That wasn't the ideology of the founding father.
In fact, for me, if Abga can build to capture the Southeast, that's a power block to negotiate with any party in the federal. But I don't think they can even capture Southeast the way it's going. But I think they will remain in Anambra for a long time, though.
I guess that's the thing now. Sometimes places that we think are homogeneous, they are not necessarily as homogeneous as we think. Everybody's thinking their own in their own way. But that said, anyway, I was trying to say something about the things Tinubu government is doing now. I don't know what to make of it, because Nigerian government, I've not followed the way they treat Nigerians a lot. But it seems to be passing a lot of laws, a lot of things. They talk about 50,000 hectares, something of land that they have to cultivate, and they talk about renovating all national healthcare facilities, all of them in the country. And there's so many things that he's passing into law. These are not small measures. He's passing them and saying they're going to do all these things.
Is he going to be through supplementary budget?
God knows what he's using to pay for it.
Because I don't think those things was captured in the national budget.
I don't necessarily know that. You see,
it wasn't captured.
Let me see. Because
and the national budget, by the way, the national budget was based on how much exchange rate. What is the exchange rate today?
Exchange rate is going to 2K.
They're not even addressing the sheet they already entered with the budget that they passed. Nobody's talking about that now. Because the implication when you base exchange rates on on that 750 per dollar, And now the exchange rate.
To be honest, when Tinubu removed that subsidy, if you go watch the video we did, if you go watch that Dr. Rudolph video after that, I kept saying that I don't know, how can you remove subsidy in a country without having a plan? That is what really amazed me today. Like, why will you do that? How come you don't know the implication of that? Man, the mistake is so huge that...
Look, see the reason why he removed it. Eh? When they were on campaign trail, all the major presidential candidates talked about removing subsidy. You understand? So in his mind, he thought that it's going to be a popular thing to do. That any of them would have done it anyway. But what he forgot is that I don't know the strategy that Obi would have used to remove it. I don't know the strategy Atiku would have used to remove it. You understand? So what is your own plans for removing it? Would they have removed it from day one? Would they have announced it on that day? Would they have done it as a phased out program? Do you understand? So I really think that the reason why he took that decision was because he thought that since every of them said they're going to do it, let me do it anyway.
So let me say this, right? I get your point, true. Even Tinubu promised he was going to remove it. All of them, 3 of them promised they were going to remove it. If Atiku Peter Obi make the same mistake, it would have same thing would happen. Except you have a plan. You need to have a clear plan. This how you want to do this. In fact,
but I can assure you that Peter Obi wouldn't have removed it the way Tinubu did, because I watched him so many times. He said that the first thing he's going to do is to investigate the subsidy. How much is actually being consumed? How much is actually the subsidy? You understand? It tells you that it wouldn't have been a rushed approach the way Tinubu did it.
Yes, the other thing is, so what was the issue? You need to identify the problem. The problem was they were complaining that, oh, the subsidy they embed people, the marketers were taking the money, they were stealing the money from left, right. I said, okay, fine. That's the problem we wanted to deal with. Now, what they're supposed to do was, you need to have